Chapter 45. Daphne had known that Harry had not returned until long after curfew. She knew this because she had waited for him well past midnight, and he had not returned. Ordinarily, this would have been the cue for prefects to begin their rounds, gently herding any lingering students back to their dormitories. However, tonight was different. The prefects, a collection of 5th, 6th, and 7th years, offered her only polite nods or averted gazes. They knew of her close association with Harry, and knew of the subtle yet undeniable influence she held with the teen. So she had remained, a solitary figure in the deepening quiet, the flickering candlelight casting long, dancing shadows on the stone walls. She reread the same paragraph on self-transfiguration several times, the intricate diagrams blurring before her tired eyes. Her mind, however, was far from the complexities of transforming her throat into gills. It was filled with images of Harry, with 1,000 unanswered questions about his whereabouts. He had run off so suddenly last night, and they didn't dare to follow, but why had he not returned? Had something happened? Was he in trouble? Each passing minute stretched into an eternity, amplifying her anxiety and fueling a growing sense of foreboding. If he was caught out this last, he could face a lot of trouble, and with the way he was defying the headmaster recently, he could even face expulsion. With how much Blaise and Daphne had thrown their weight behind the teen, that would spell immense trouble for the two with whoever became King's Snake in the aftermath, and they would in all likelihood be ruined for the remainder of their time at Hogwarts. She could only hope the teen would be more careful, but that did not seem to be in his nature. At breakfast, the next morning, Daphne sat at the Slytherin table in her usual spot and waited for the arrival of her friends. It being a Sunday morning, she knew most would rise later than usual, but she hoped Blaise would bring in the news that Harry had returned to the dormitories at some point. To her surprise, it was not Blaise that first greeted her, but Harry himself. The teen came in looking tired, but had a grin on his face that hinted that he was pleased by something that occurred. She was unsure what to make of the boy when he greeted her with a casual good morning as he took the seat across from her. His hair was cut short and wasn't as disheveled as it had been in their 3rd year. His scar was on prominent display with this haircut, but it was his eyes that usually captured her attention from the time she had seen him at the start of 3rd year. They were distinctly brighter, but perhaps that was only because he had held his head up higher than before. In their first 2 years, the young boy had walked around his eyes constantly casted at the ground, but upon his return for 3rd year, he had a new confidence that she could only believe came from a combination of practicing ritualistic magic and finding a competent teacher to guide him. And some teacher it must have been. Over the course of 18 months, the teen before her had come into his own. He was powerful and held a quiet confidence that was unshakable. She came to admire the boy that had saved her from serious injury in care of magical creatures, and though it took some time, she was glad to have allied with him. She only wished that he didn't keep them so out of the loop, and she eyed the boy that set his plate. "Late night?" Daphne asked quietly when he asked to pass a tea bag that sat a little out of his reach. "Very," Harry said, "but productive. I have something I want to tell you, Blaise, and Tracy after breakfast, but it needs to be in private." Frowning at his words, Daphne pondered them before nodding her assent. Perhaps he would clue them into his whereabouts the previous evening, and for some reason she couldn't stop herself from saying, "I waited up for you last night, after midnight." Harry raised his eyebrows at this. "It was closer to dawn before I made it back to my dormitory." "I was just worried," she said, unable to stop the words from escaping her lips. "You left the 3 broomsticks in a hurry, looking almost nervous, and when you didn't come back, I wasn't sure what to think." Harry shrugged dismissively. "You know I can take care of myself, but something came up. I just had to check on it, and then a plan I had been working on since the summer came together. I will tell you more in private after breakfast." Daphne observed Harry's subtle gesture, his hand instinctively moving to his chest, where the enigmatic necklace rested beneath his robes. A familiar wave of curiosity washed over her, prompting her to consider, yet again, the locket's mysterious beginnings. She knew, however, that broaching the subject now would be ill-advised, potentially disrupting the light-hearted mood that had settled upon him. Instead, choosing a safer avenue of conversation, Daphne decided to engage Harry in a discussion about elemental charms. She inquired about the intricacies of their application, her interest piqued by the possibilities of weaving different elemental forces together in potent and innovative ways. Harry always proved to be a wealth of knowledge in this category, and had even practiced a few with her on the grounds during some of their weekends that they didn't delve into Hogsmeade. She pressed him for specific examples, eager to understand the theoretical underpinnings and practical execution of combining these magical energies for maximum effect. She hoped to not only expand her own understanding, but also to keep his spirits high and get him to share more than he was planning to. When Blaise and Tracy joined them, the two hardly skipped a beat, and even drew curious glances from the few Durmstrang students that joined them at breakfast. The application which Harry was delving into theoretically was well beyond the ordinary wizard level, and she was amazed by his ideas at working the two together. Breakfast passed quickly, and Harry invited his core group of friends to follow him, and they did so to the old abandoned alchemy classroom just outside the dungeons. When the door closed, he drew his wand with grace and hissed, creating a ward that Daphne had once seen on the Hogwarts Express. She wondered how much practical knowledge Harry had about Parseltongue and how he had come by it. To the public's knowledge, Harry was only the Parselmouth in all of Britain, so he couldn't have picked the information up from his teacher or any other source that she could imagine, but did her best to dismiss this thought as he turned to face his friends with a smug smile. "I have to admit something to all of you now," Harry said, looking more satisfied than Daphne had ever seen him. "Back in July, you guys told me about the Triwizard Tournament coming to Hogwarts. Do you remember? That day in Diagon Alley?" Blaise and Daphne nodded, while Tracy frowned. "I must have missed that one." Harry nodded in agreement. "You did, but long story short, Blaise and Daphne looped me in on the contest. And of course you can all imagine my first thought was that I would get to test myself against the foreign students that would arrive with the delegations. Something that really excited me." They all knew Harry didn't get excited about much, and it was no stretch of the imagination that the teen would be thrilled at the thought of encountering more powerful witches and wizards closer to his own age. So none of them commented on it, allowing him to continue. But soon, I turned my attention to a bigger thought, a new idea that at first seemed crazy, but the more research I did into the Goblet of Fire, the more possible it seemed. This made Daphne frown, while Blaise cocked his head sideways, while Tracy just looked at their friend blankly. Harry grinned at the marred looks of confusion. If I really wanted to prove myself, if I was serious about testing myself against the best, then I would need to pit myself against them in more ways than one. Maybe I can outduel them all, but maybe not, and even if I could, that's not enough not for me. Whatever Harry had almost said, he stopped himself and kept his expression very composed. Daphne nor the others looked prepared to press his slip, but Tracy asked what they were all thinking. "Harry, what are you trying to say?" Harry began packing now, still looking every bit excited as he did when he first laid eyes on him this morning. "I needed a way to test myself, to see how far I could push my magic, to see how gifted I really am. You've all seen glimpses of what I can do, but most of the world has not. I am ready for them to see it now. That's why for months, I have been trying to learn how to break the Goblet of Fire." Stunned silence followed his proclamation. None of them said a word, but merely looked at Harry with wide eyes. Daphne's mind swam with his proposal and shook her head in amazement. "You've done it, haven't you? Last night. It's why you came back so late and why you look so pleased." "I believe so," Harry confirmed and then explained. "I broke down Dumbledore's age line and then tapped into the ancient magic of the goblet while then throwing my own name into it. It took some work, but the goblet accepted my entry, and I believe that will be enough." Blaise whistled, ran a hand through his hair, and moved towards an old desk, taking a seat. Tracy was just as stunned and just plopped down on one of the tables behind her. Daphne, however, shook her head. "They might expel you for this." The sheer audacity of his plan boggled her mind. She couldn't believe he had been so reckless. Tracy had been right at the beginning of the year, though. On the first night she had proposed the thought, and Daphne thought that Harry wouldn't want that kind of attention, but clearly she was wrong. Harry had grown into his own, and while she thought he was content to sit in the shadows and rise from there, she could now see that she had misjudged how ambitious he was. Clearly, the thought of being Hogwarts champion excited him. The thought of being recognized as one of the most powerful or gifted of their generation was an exhilaration to Harry, and she could see that in his eyes. That didn't change the fact that Dumbledore or the others would likely expel him for this. Tampering with a magical artifact and interfering with an international competition might just be a step too far for everyone. Harry looked unworried, however, as he waved his hand. Not until the end of the year. You heard Dumbledore. The Goblet of Fire institutes a binding magical contract, not just between the competitors, but between the heads of the schools as well. For the rest of the year, I will be untouchable. What about when the year is over? Tracy asked bluntly. That will likely depend on how I do, Harry said with a grin. If I win, then they wouldn't dare punish me. The amount of international attention I would get as the youngest Tri-Wizard winner would be unheard of. Add on to the fact that they would then have to face the press if I transferred to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. The backlash would see them all out of the job. If you win, Blaise scoffed, while Harry's eyes flashed dangerously for the first time. You doubt me, Zabini? Harry asked carefully. Not at all, Blaise said at once. But you will be competing against the best Durmstrang and Beauxbatons has to offer, and like you said, it will not just be a duel. I assure you my abilities go far beyond what you would see in a duel, Harry said coldly, eyes no longer looking amused. I see now why you were so dismissive any time we spoke of who the Hogwarts champion might be, Tracy said quietly. You knew all along that it would be you. I hoped, Harry confirmed, but I had no way of knowing I would be successful. I had no idea originally that Dumbledore would be placing an age line around the goblet. That was an obstacle I was not expecting, but wards are becoming one of my strong points. Breaking it down was easier than I expected with the right types of magic. Daphne had to resist the urge to give into her curiosity and ask exactly what type of magic that was, but she shook her head. I wish you would have told us, just so we would have been prepared for the possible fallout. Why do you think I am telling you now? Harry said flatly. There is no point to keep it a secret. What's done is done. Turning to face Tracy now, Harry's expression softened. Tracy, can you spread it among our allies and the younger years that there is a new frontrunner for Hogwarts champion? Make it subtle, but indicate that you are betting on a dark horse. It will get around quickly, and then that should stop at least some of the school from being stunned when I am selected. It might prevent an awkward silence of shock. Tracy mumbled in agreement. I can do that. Offering Tracy an encouraging smile that seemed forced, he nodded, then turned to Blaise. Can I count on you to be my ears in the common room? If the older students start talking of mutiny, I want to know about it. They have to know I am Slytherin's best chance. You do see that, right? Daphne stared at Blaise and wondered if Harry had pushed the teen's faith too far. Perhaps like Daphne, Blaise was worried about the consequences of Harry having a poor performance in the tournament. They would all be in big trouble next year if Harry didn't come back. Instead of waiting for Blaise's response, Daphne spoke. Harry. Harry tore his gaze from Blaise and shifted it to Daphne, waiting for her to ask her question. None of us doubt your abilities. We have seen too much to do so. I think we are all just a little worried about what would happen to us if something happened to you. Either in the tournament with the ministry or with the school. We would be left defenseless without you. You aren't defenseless, Harry said with a frown. Against Warrington and his friends we are, Blaise nearly shouted, clearly upset that Harry had put himself in this situation. Warrington will be gone by the end of the year, Harry countered, clearly not understanding the concern. Then it will be Pusey, Daphne countered, and we haven't exactly been cool with our housemates either. We would likely get some relief with the 5th year, since most were on your side, but next year and our last year would be incredibly difficult without you. Harry thought about this for a long moment. His eyes shifted to each of them. Daphne could tell he was trying to understand their position, but was falling short. Finally he spoke. You are all worried about your reputation and safety if I disappear. I understand. I can even sympathize with your hesitation to support this idea because you have nothing to gain from it, but let me change that. Suddenly, Harry had stepped closer to Daphne and spoke softly in a smooth, silky voice that almost didn't sound like his own. You need the power to stand on your own, in case I am not here to stand with. How far are you willing to go to protect yourselves? For some reason, Harry didn't look back at Blaise or Tracy. His eyes instead stayed on her. Daphne nearly shivered and almost cowered at the sheer power she felt behind his words. They were ominous and seemed to be laced with a deeper meaning that she didn't quite fully understand. He didn't leave them in suspense. I once promised that I would look into giving you the ritual I had first undertaken to make me stronger. It's nothing dark, just a few ingredients and some pain, like I originally told you. To ensure your loyalty and safety, I would be willing to teach each of you this ritual. We could conduct it after Christmas, and then next term I could push each of you to your potential. Turning away from Daphne now, Harry turned to Blaise. You wouldn't have to worry about your family comparing you to Isaac anymore. Then his eyes turned to Tracy. You wouldn't have to worry about someone else protecting your little brother, or your mum the next time strangers come knocking. Then his eyes returned to Daphne, and if she didn't know any better, she would have thought he was reading her very soul when he said, I can teach you to protect the ones you love. He held her eyes for a long moment, and her heart seemed to beat a little faster. Then he stepped away from her, and the hold he had felt broken, but still she didn't speak. Instead, she watched as he stood between them equally and spoke. Let's say it all goes wrong. I could die in this tournament, people have before. I could leave you all with the tools to take the house for yourself. The three of you together and our allies. In that time, I can teach you all more about magic than your previous 3 years at Hogwarts combined. I can make you formidable great. The way he said this last part sent a chill down Daphne's spine, but he held his arms up in an almost sarcastic, exaggerated shrug. It's up to you, but let's say I do it. Let's say I do become the Hogwarts champion and win, which I have every intention of doing. All that potential you each thought I had would be dwarfed by the title of Tri-Wizard Champion. My influence, and yours by being my closest allies, would be significant. Daphne bit her lip as the silence began. He was done speaking, they all knew it. It was their turn. They had danced with the devil, and now it was time to play his game if they wanted to win, if they wanted to reap the rewards of their potential alliance. Her thoughts went to her sister, and the life she lived at home, a life she dreamed of getting away from, and knew this could be a defining moment in her young life. Teach me the ritual, and you will have my support, Daphne proclaimed, trying to sound confident. Harry offered her a smile, and then a nod before turning to Blaise, who had adopted an unreadable expression. The teen seemed to think over his words before saying, I have underestimated you at every step, and you have shined in them all. If you can teach us and make us more like you, then I'm with you. Me too, Tracy said at once. You showed us what you are capable of, and in a moment I needed to protect my family, I couldn't. Daphne watched as Tracy stepped closer to Harry, and reddened as she continued to search for the right words. I want to be capable, and while I am scared of the pain, I won't let a moment of it keep me from my potential. Teach me. I will, Harry promised. The group seemed to let out a collective sigh, and the tense moment seemed to fade when Tracy stood a little straighter. Then it seems I have work to do, and a rumor to spread, Tracy said as she offered him a smile. Harry returned it and turned to Blaise. I'll keep my ears to the ground and let you know of any resistance. Blaise's promise sealed it, and Harry turned to Daphne. That just leaves you, Daphne. What do you need? She asked, trying to sound confident, but hoping he had a task for her she could complete. I need to know my opponents. When they are selected, I would ask that you use your connections as heiress Greengrass to learn about them, Harry said simply. Daphne thought for a moment and realized it was a task only she could complete in their circle. Her family had connections, not just in Britain, but on the continent as well. Blaise could probably sniff out Durmstrang, but Beauxbatons would be all her. I will also look into the traditions of the tournament, make sure we don't get any surprises, she promised. I have started that, but outside of a Yule ball, 3 tasks, and a weighing of the wands ceremony, I haven't come up with much, Harry offered. A tense silence hung in the air after the assignments were distributed, each member of the group burdened by the weight of their individual tasks. Harry, feeling the pressure of the impending selection ceremony and the need for solitude, offered a few hurried excuses. He mumbled something about needing to rest and then quickly departed the dusty, old classroom, leaving his three friends alone amidst the lingering echoes of their discussion. Tracy shook her head when they were alone. We should have seen this coming. We underestimated him again, Blaise said, shaking his head. Do you think he will really teach us? Tracy asked. Blaise shrugged, but Daphne offered her thoughts. He seemed excited by the thought. How do you think the house will take it? Blaise asked. Tracy scoffed. Who cares? He's King's snake, and they would be stupid not to support him. He's proven time and time again that opposing him is not good for your health. Are we really going to do this? Blaise asked quietly, because this seems like a point of no return. We do this ritual, and he teaches us some dueling and maybe even some of the dark arts, and we will really be in this with him. It's the path we started on, Daphne said with a tinge of reluctance. He hasn't let us down yet. In fact, he has done nothing but risen to every moment. He's built for this somehow, someway. It's just who he is meant to be. I won't be left behind. Not when he is giving us our chance. Oh. Harry returned to his dormitory and took the rest he needed. Most of the day he slept away, and when he rose and entered the common room, there was an excitement in the air that seemed almost palpable. Most of his housemates were looking at him in anticipation, and Harry knew that Tracy had done her job well. He could only hope he had done the same. Finding Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy had been all too easy. They were sitting in their usual spot by the large glass pane window that showed the eternal darkness of the Black Lake. They seemed to be holding court with their fifth-year allies, and Harry offered them a grin as he approached the group. Are we ready for the ceremony? Hestia Caro, who was seated closest to Harry, stood to her feet and batted her eyelashes at him as she leaned in. We heard an interesting rumor today, Harry. An exciting new candidate from House Slytherin has supposedly entered the running. Anything you want to share? Harry chuckled at this girl's attempts. Let's just say it was a late night last night, and it could pay off in a big way today. Aaron Vasley, who was still seated nearby, said, Bold move, Potter, even for you. Can't say I blame you for trying, though. You would be the best chance Slytherin has. Agreements followed his declaration, and Harry offered a slight bow of his head to the older Slytherin. We will see if the Goblet of Fire agrees. I am willing to bet it does, Stefan Derrick said, leaning against the glass window pane. Let's go find out then, shall we? Harry said with a grin. The group rose at this and made jabs and jibes at the 6th and 7th year Slytherins as they passed. Most had refused to fall in line with Harry's group, but the teens suspected that could change if he was selected as champion tonight. The cocky look he received from Cassius Warrington, however, spoke of another possibility. If somehow Harry failed and that moron was selected as champion, the young Parselmouth's credibility would be discredited. This was not something Harry could allow, and he could only hope his magic was as successful as he believed it to be. The Great Hall had been transformed into a breathtaking spectacle of Halloween enchantment. Hundreds of candles, each floating in midair or nestled within carved pumpkins, cast a warm, flickering glow across the vaulted ceiling and stone walls. Jack-o'-lanterns of all shapes and sizes, their grinning faces illuminated from within, were strategically placed throughout the vast room. Some perched precariously on ledges, their hollow eyes seeming to follow the students as they mingled, while others formed glowing sentinels flanking the entrance to the dining tables. Even the suits of armor lining the walls seemed to have entered into the spirit of the evening, some sporting comical miniature witch hats or draped with shimmering cobwebs. The usual stern countenances of the portraits adorning the walls were replaced with mischievous grins as their painted subjects observed the revelry below. Tonight, the Great Hall was a vibrant tapestry of light, shadow, and magical whimsy, a perfect stage for the Halloween feast and the night's coming festivities. Away from the general bustle and chatter of the Great Hall, the Goblet of Fire rested upon its stand, a silent and imposing centerpiece. Harry Potter, his gaze drawn to its enigmatic flames for a lingering moment, trailed after his small assembly of allies towards a table that offered a semblance of open space amidst the rearranged furniture. The familiar configuration of 4 lengthy house tables had been replaced by 16 smaller tables scattered across the stone floor. These were now occupied by clusters of friends, students from the various Hogwarts houses mingling more freely than usual, and the distinct groups of Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students, their foreign uniforms adding splashes of novel color to the scene. The air hummed with anticipation, and the low murmur of countless conversations in different languages, a tangible sense of excitement, and perhaps a touch of nervous energy pervading the vast hall as the start of the Triwizard Tournament drew nearer. Harry shook hands with many of the younger students, and his allies as they stopped by to inquire about his intentions tonight, but he played it coy and just offered grins in return, making the whispers increase. It wasn't long before the staff and the foreign delegations professors arrive in the hall, and buzz in the hall continued to increase until Dumbledore came to the center of the room, requesting everyone to take their seats. The man appeared more severe than Harry was used to seeing, and swallowed hard as he contemplated the repercussions of his actions. Daphne next to him squeezed his arm as Dumbledore spoke. Now the moment you've all been waiting for, the champion selection. With a grand gesture, Dumbledore dimmed the lights with a long swoop of his hands, and Harry felt his nerves become nearly palpable as he forced himself to remain still. He could not allow his allies to see how anxious he was. He couldn't even imagine the type of punishment Tom would inflict if Harry failed in his task. He knew as they all sat in the hall Tom would be gallivanting to a remote corner of the castle to retrieve whatever Horcrux he had left in the castle all those years ago. Harry suspected the man would be in high spirits when he was successful, and could only hope that would amount to some mercy if Harry failed. Not to mention the embarrassment he would likely get from his own classmates. Of course, this would only be amplified if another Slytherin was chosen. If the rumor mill was to believe, however, Cedric Diggory or Angelina Johnson were the more likely picks. Harry's stomach churned with a dread that settled deep in his bones, a cold, heavy weight that threatened to pull him under. The potential ramifications of failing his task assigned by Tom were almost too terrifying to contemplate. He couldn't even bring himself to fully flesh out the images of the retribution that might await him. His imagination, so vivid, shied away from the truly horrific possibilities. He knew, with a certainty, that Tom's displeasure would be monumental, a storm of cold fury unleashed upon him. Harry tried to focus on the mundane aspects of the scene around him, the hushed conversations, the way the fire from the goblet danced on the polished wood of the tables. But his mind kept returning to Tom, to the likely success of his Horcrux retrieval. A grim hope flickered within Harry. Perhaps Tom, buoyed by the successful acquisition of another piece of his dark self, would be in a more magnanimous mood upon his return. Perhaps a sliver of mercy, however unlikely, might be extended to Harry if he were to fail in his own endeavor. But the potential wrath of Tom wasn't the only source of Harry's anxiety. He also dreaded the inevitable whispers and pointed looks from his classmates should he falter. The embarrassment would be a heavy cloak, suffocating him in the very halls where he was meant to the leader. The positive side of this was that the rumors that snaked through the student body suggested that others were far more likely candidates for Hogwarts champion. Cedric Diggory, with his quiet competence and Hufflepuff charm, was often mentioned in hushed tones. Angelina Johnson, known for her fiery spirit and Gryffindor bravery, was another name frequently circulated. The possibility that a fellow Slytherin might be chosen over him was a particularly sharp point of concern. He could already imagine the smug satisfaction on some faces, the barely concealed pity of his allies. Harry could only wait, his anxiety a tightly wound knot in his chest as Dumbledore reached for the goblet, and it flared up spitting out its first name. Dumbledore glanced at the parchment, then turned to the table of large cloaked 7th years from the continent. The Durmstrang champion is Victor Krum. An eruption of cheers from this section erupted, and Igor Karkaroff looked particularly pleased. Perhaps Krum wasn't just a star in the air after all, Harry thought curiously as he watched the broad-shouldered man shake hands with Dumbledore and head towards the antechamber. The goblet flared up once again, and Harry saw a piece of parchment be shot into the air from the pink flames, and he felt like his heart would stop as Dumbledore read the parchment neutrally. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer. More cheers and congratulations from the girls in their sky blue uniforms came, and Harry nodded in understanding. The Vila would have her natural magic, as well as anything she could have learned from her school's curriculum. That could be a dangerous combination. A look towards Daphne indicated his intentions, and she nodded at him immediately in understanding. Harry released a breath knowing Daphne would find all she could about the French champion. The hall was now silent. The murmurs had stopped, and the anticipation in the room was thick, as the goblet seemed to take its time in selecting its next champion. Harry felt like he was trying to swallow a bowling ball as he watched the goblet's fire swirl. This time the flames rose higher and brighter than the previous two candidates, yet Dumbledore did nothing but stare as a piece of parchment shot into the air. Holding out a hand, the paper slowly floated towards his hand as he spoke. "The Hogwarts champion is..." The man unfolded the parchment, and the stunned look told Harry all he needed to know. Harry Potter, Chapter 46. The eruption of cheers from his section was immediate. Even the other Slytherins around the hall politely clapped, as did the foreign students, who clearly did not understand what had happened. Harry felt the pounding of hands on his back as he raised to his feet, a wide smile on his face. He had done it. He had bested Dumbledore's age line and the Goblet of Fire. Tom will be proud, he thought triumphantly. Some of the other houses were mumbling their discontent, while others were openly pointing and calling him a cheat, claiming he wasn't even 17 yet. Harry took this all in stride and moved to the center where Dumbledore had a thunderous expression on his face, but said nothing as he handed Harry his piece of parchment that had his name on it. No handshake was offered this time, and Harry was certain his grin probably upset the man further, because as he walked past the man, he felt his eyes on him. His professors and the staff offered him wide-eyed looks. Even Professor Snape couldn't keep the surprise off his face, all except Barty. In the disguise of Aleister Moody, the man couldn't stop the grin that showed his approval at his young ally's success. It took everything in Harry's power to nod at the man or offer him some sort of acknowledgement, but the chants from the Slytherin table had begun, and they were clearly making it known they supported the leader of their house. As Harry descended the stairs, a feeling of euphoria began to press through him. His skin felt electric. He felt as powerful as the day he completed his first ritual. He could not wait to share the moment with Tom. When he found the bottom of the stairs that led to the trophy room, Crumb and de Lacquer both looked up at him in surprise, the young Vila asking, "Are we needed back upstairs?" "Not quite," Harry said with a grin and offered the two a bow. "I have been granted the honor of competing against the two of you as Hogwarts champion." Crumb's eyes widened, while de Lacquer just laughed. "Impossible. You cannot be 17. "I am not," Harry admitted, "but I assure you that my credentials will prove to make up for my age. I did, after all, get my name into the cup and was selected to be champion." "What about the age line?" Crumb asked softly, his accent thick. "I broke it," Harry said dismissively. "That was the easy part." "You think you can compete against us?" Fleur asked as if he were telling a joke, the disbelief clear. Suddenly, a stir from behind indicated to Harry that the judges and professors were arriving, and he offered his other champions a smile. "This might get ugly. You should probably take a few steps back." The two seemed to realize what he meant by his words as Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Maxime came storming into the room. Dumbledore's eyes were alight with agitation as the other two hurled insults at the man and each other. When Dumbledore made eye contact with his pupil, however, he froze and did not continue forward. The heads of house followed behind Dumbledore, but most were too shocked to speak and only looked at Harry as if he had grown a third head or caught some rare magical disease that might be contagious. "Enough," Dumbledore said firmly, cutting off the bickering heads of their school while he stepped forward, his gaze locked on Harry. The man seemed to be searching for the words before he said, "How did you do it?" Harry returned the man's gaze, his occlumency shields at full mass, as he offered his headmaster a nod. It wasn't easy. Breaking your age line was the first step, and honestly one I wasn't sure I could conquer. It took some work, but I tackled it in the dead of night last night. Dumbledore stared heavily at Harry and seemed to appear every bit the 100-year-old man he was. Harry, for his part, couldn't stop himself from boasting his achievement to the man. After I beat the age line, I used a ward scheme and some runes to allow a smooth entry of my name into the Goblet of Fire. I thought it might backfire, and there was still a chance another could be selected, but I was confident that my plan would work. A female ministry official Harry did not recognize asked in bewilderment, "You confessed to tampering with the Goblet of Fire." "Of course," Harry said simply. "I have just accomplished something no other champion has in the history of the tournament. I can think of few things that would have proven my worth more than that." The ministry had already taken the stance that no one under the age of 17 would be allowed to enter. The woman in her pink cardigan said indignantly. "Right," Harry said dismissively with a wave of his hands. "That must mean you made this into law, right? Passed it in the Wisengamot, did you?" The woman looked outraged, but Harry shook his head. "Don't bother answering that because I know you didn't. You have broken at least a dozen school rules by entering yourself into this tournament," Dumbledore said dangerously. "At the end of the year, if I have not proven myself to be a worthy champion, I will happily give you my wand and allow you to expel me," Harry offered cordially, "but we both know that won't be the case." Harry said coldly, and then moved to stand directly in front of all the eyes in the room. "You aren't mad that I am not worthy. You are upset I beat your age line and the goblet's enchantments. Without the help or aid of staff or another student, I was able to break down the enchantments that are nearly 1,000 years old and convince them that I was the most worthy competitor in all of Hogwarts. You have robbed your classmates of a fair chance of competing," Madame Maxime said with a huff. Harry shrugged. "If there are any within my own school who wish to protest the decision, I would welcome a duel with any of them to prove myself. I will gladly offer the 1,000 galleons in prize money to any student in this school who thinks they can stand against me. I am the best the school has to offer, and that is why I was chosen by the Goblet of Fire." Scoffing, Karkaroff spat on the ground near his feet. "Arrogant boy." Grinning at the man, Harry shrugged. "Perhaps, but why don't you ask your champion what happened to the 3 students from your own institution who tried to defeat me in a duel? Go on Crumb, tell them." All eyes went to the international Quidditch star, and he grunted then offered a nod. He beat them. Before anyone else could say another word, Harry attacked. "Go ask my own housemates what I did when they attempted to gang up on my friends, and I 3 against 1 is hardly fair odds when it's 17 years olds versus a 14-year-old, yet I still made them all pay for it. You know the credibility of that claim, don't you, Headmaster?" The man looked furious but didn't say a word. Harry felt his blood pumping as if he were in the heat of battle. With finality, he said, "I can do this." The dark-haired witch from before scoffed. "The ministry will be launching a full inquiry into this. We will also be delving into the rules to see if there is any way to nullify this selection." "Don't bother Madam Umbridge," Dumbledore said gravely. "The rules are clear. As of tonight, Mr. Potter is our Triwizard champion, whether we agree with it or not." The other ministry representative that had remained quiet thus far clapped his hands together. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Not to mention unprecedented. The youngest chosen champion in history. "Mr. Bagman," the witch in pink chastised, "I don't think this type of behavior should be condoned." "Of course not, Madame Umbridge," the man blustered as he shot a wink over his shoulder to Harry. Harry was uncertain of the position that this Mr. Bagman held, but clearly Harry had at least one potential ally in this room. That was without mentioning that Barty in disguise of Alastor Moody was slinking around in the corner, keeping an eye on things. "I am disappointed in you, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said with a shake of his head. "I will be deducting 100 points from your house, and you will be serving more detentions with Professor Moody." Scoffing, Harry spat. "No one will remember who won the House Cup at Hogwarts in 1994, but the world will remember the youngest Tri-Wizard champion in history." Turning to face Victor Crumb and Fleur de Lacquer, Harry offered them a nod. Good luck in the tournament. You are going to need it. Fleur was red in the face from anger, while Crumb had a stony expression on his countenance. Harry held the glare of Karkaroff as he moved to walk past the man and even returned it. Before he could make it out of the room, however, Mr. Bagman called out after him, "Mr. Potter, I almost forgot. You will need the clue for the first task." Harry turned and offered the man a grin. "Let's hear it, sir." Bagman returned the grin, saying, "The first task will be designed to test the courage and daring of each champion, so we will not be telling you what it is. Only that courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard." Looking at the man blandly now, Harry shook his head before saying, "Thank you, Mr. Bagman." That was useless, Harry thought immediately, and still felt the eye of every person in the room as he departed. Once he cleared the first set of stairs and made it the hallway that would lead him back to the great central staircase, he felt a force strike him in the shoulder, and the strength of a man push him into a nearby wall. His wand was in his hands in moments and digging into the cheek of his potions professor before he could stop himself. "Professor Snape," Harry said coldly, "I know we have never liked each other much, but this is aggressive even for you." Snape swiped at Harry's arm, and Harry allowed it to be knocked aside, but kept his wand firmly in hand, as the bat-like man pointed a finger in his face. "You are an arrogant swine, just like your father. You have made Slytherin House look like fools." Scoffing, Harry rose to his full height and thundered back verbally, "Have you seen the cowards that make up our house? Have you seen or heard how poorly they have done against me in a fight? They are pathetic. I was our best chance." Snape's eyes showed his rage, and he shook his head. "Do you have any idea what you've done? The type of attention you have brought to yourself?" "I didn't do it for attention," Harry hissed. "I did it to see if I could stand against the best of this generation. I wanted to test myself. Put yourself in my shoes when you were my age and tell me you wouldn't have tried the same." Harry knew that Snape had been gifted when he was younger. He had to have been. He was one of the youngest potions masters ever, and supposedly had more than a passing interest in the dark arts. If Barty were to be believed, the man was one of the Dark Lord's most capable followers even at one point. Before Snape could rebuttal, a voice thundered around the corner. "Is this what a Death Eater gets up to in his after-hours time? Picking on children?" Harry nearly sagged in relief when he saw Moody barreling around the corner on one leg looking furious. Snape's pale face seemed to lose what little pigmentation it had when his eyes landed on the one-eyed Auror. "Didn't you hear, Alistair? Potter just tried to tell us all he isn't a child anymore. And I've been hearing you say you are a Death Eater for over a decade, but it doesn't mean I believe it." Imposter Moody growled. Snape glowered at the man, but said nothing. His eyes then shifted back to Harry before giving him one last hateful look before storming off, his cloak billowing behind him. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding and offered a grateful look to the man, saying, "Thanks for that." "Should keep him off you a while longer," Moody grunted. "The heads of house and the other schools are calling for your head in there." "We will see how they feel after I win the first task," Harry said confidently. Moody nodded sharply. "We best get to work on discovering what it is. Dumbledore may keep them from coming after you, but if you embarrass the school, I would say all bets are off." "You know what I am capable of," Harry said easily. "Aye," the man agreed, "but don't let it go to your head. Tackle each task like your life depends on it because it just might." "Of course," Harry said with a slight bow of his head. Suddenly Moody stepped a lot closer to Harry, took a look around the hall before asking, "He is here, isn't he? I can sense him." Harry didn't look around, but nodded simply. He didn't offer that he would be visiting with Tom later, because he didn't want to have to explain why Barty was not invited to their meeting. Knowing Tom's business was his own, Harry said nothing, figuring his mentor would not appreciate him sharing the information, even if it was with his most faithful follower. For his part, Barty just nodded in acknowledgement and seemed grateful for the confirmation, before jerking his head towards the stairwell. "Best get some rest then, and go celebrate with your house. I'd say they are the only ones in the castle pleased with you right now." Accepting the man's dismissal at face value, Harry headed off towards the dungeons. His path was clear all the way to the Slytherin common room, and the one thought that kept swimming through his head was crystal clear: I did it. The boisterous eruption of cheers that greeted Harry upon his arrival in the Slytherin common room was almost deafening, a tidal wave of sound that washed over him. A genuine, beaming smile stretched across his face as he acknowledged his housemates, a profound sense of gratitude settling within him. Finally, he was being celebrated. Not for some near-death escape or accidental heroism, but for a tangible achievement, a victory his magic had gifted him. A whirlwind of handshakes enveloped him, each squeeze and congratulatory word adding to the exhilarating atmosphere. He lost count of the well-wishers within moments, a sea of green and silver blurring around him. Amidst the joyous chaos, a surprising number of girls, ranging from nervous first-years to confident seventh-years, made attempts to capture his attention with shy smiles and batted eyelashes. Yet his focus remained fixed on reaching his most trusted friends, who had wisely secured a spot near the expansive glass window overlooking the still, dark waters of the Black Lake. He offered polite smiles and brief acknowledgments to the admirers before approaching Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. The trio offered him wide smiles before Tracy gave a sarcastically low bow. Should we be bowing the second coming of Salazar Slytherin? Harry scoffed at this, but his smile didn't fade. I don't think that will be necessary this time, but don't dismiss the idea from your future entirely. The jab made Blaise chuckle, and he offered his fist to Harry, which Harry tapped happily. Not bad, right? Blaise said nothing, but Daphne offered the praise. You did good, Harry. I just hope you know what you signed up for. A chance to prove myself is all I asked for, Harry promised. The rest will have to handle itself. The tasks will certainly be dangerous, Blaise offered. A genuine laugh escaped Harry's lips at the audacity of the statement. If only you knew what kind of danger I have put myself in, you wouldn't be so concerned. Tracy offered a cheeky grin. Is that an invitation to ask? Not a chance, Harry chuckled. No serious stuff tonight, Blaise chided. We should be celebrating. Butter beer, fire whiskey, the whole 9 yards. Save it for after the first task, Harry countered. Celebrate my victory. The teen knew if he were to meet Tom, he would have to be at his best. For all he knew, his mentor may still have needs of him, or want to conduct a late-night training exercise. The last thing he needed was to show up intoxicated and turn Tom's potential praise into something horrible. Blaise seemed to respect his answer, however, and nodded. The group chatted in the common room for a few hours till curfew had come and gone. The prefects had been lenient, but now everyone was off to bed. Of course, Harry knew it wouldn't be long before he would reunite with Tom, and he would only need to wait patiently until his housemates slumbered before he would be on the move once again. Oh. Daphne and Tracy went off to their dormitories just before midnight. They were still in disbelief at the events the day brought, but these types of surprises were becoming more and more normal as they became closer to Harry Potter. Tracy yawned, saying, "He seems awfully confident. I am glad his plan worked out. If it had, I am sure whispers would have started." Daphne thought back to all the well-wishers from their house when Harry had returned to the common room. She couldn't help but wonder how many would have offered their congratulations if he had not started down the path he had. Had he not become King Snake with their help, would the excitement of the house have been this high? She doubted it, and hoped that Harry could see the value in their alliance from this. "You know," Tracy said, interrupting her thoughts, "I think half the girls in our house are ready to throw themselves at him, maybe me included." Daphne's eyes widened as she turned to face her friend. "Are you serious?" "Oh, come on, Daph. Did you not see Ivana Rosier trying to chat him up? Even the 7th-year girls are starting to see the writing in the sand," Tracy said quietly as they made it to their dormitory. "I'm not sure Harry is interested in that kind of relationship with anyone," Daphne said, biting her lip, thinking of the consequences of someone capturing Harry's attention in that way. He was still a teenage boy despite all power, skill, and talents. Terrible things could happen if the wrong girl were to get his influence. "He's a boy, Daph. A 14-year-old boy, of course he is," Tracy said with a roll of her eyes. Try flirting with him and see where that gets you, Daphne offered in a snarky tone. Tracy laughed and held her hands up. Have I hit a soft spot? I thought you had a thing for Blaze. I've told you 100 times, Daphne said with irritation laced in her voice. Blaze is handsome, cunning, and not a complete asshole, unlike the rest of our house. That does not mean I have a thing for him. Shrugging, Tracy leaned in and whispered, We made a vow with him. We are his most trusted confidants in the castle, even more than Blaze. Just saying, maybe one of us should take advantage of that before someone else does. Taking advantage of Harry in any way sounds like a good way to end up in St. Mungo's, or worse. Daphne countered in a hiss, storming off to her side of the bed. You know what I meant, Tracy offered, carefully glancing at the beds of Pansy and Millicent to see if either could be listening. Daphne glanced towards the door and shook her head as she grabbed Tracy's arm, dragged her onto her bed, lowered the curtains, and placed up a privacy ward. Tracy wiggled her eyebrows at her best friend. A girl could get ideas, you know. Be serious, Daphne said through gritted teeth. I am, Tracy said defensively. I don't know if he is interested in these kinds of relationships, but we would be the least cunning and ambitious girls in the house if someone from outside our circle snags him before we get a chance to. Tracy, Daphne huffed, Harry is neck-deep in the dark arts and has probably done some seriously messed up things in his path to become this powerful. He didn't even hesitate to use the Cruciatus curse on that man at the World Cup, didn't even flinch at removing your mum's memories or watching his buddy kill his attacker. At this rate, he will also likely get expelled before our 5th year. That isn't exactly dating material. He's going to be someone, Daph, Tracy said with a shrug, as she leaned back against one of the posters on the bed. We are already knee-deep in it with him. He saved our asses from the hippogriff, saved my mum and little brother at the World Cup, and now he is Hogwarts champion at 14. I am only trying to point out that if we don't get on the train, someone else will. I can't afford to think like that, Daphne said. I can't afford to be kicked out of the loop for breaking his heart, or him breaking mine. If he is as powerful or influential as we think he is, then I will need that connection to get some distance from my parents. Plus, if he keeps diving into the dark arts, maybe he will learn some things about blood curses. Things he can teach me. Maybe it will help. Tracy suddenly had a guilty look across her face. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm thinking too much about myself. Sighing, Daphne put her hands in her head for a brief moment, before holding it up high again. Trace, if you like him, go for it. Just make sure you know what you are doing, because like I said, that is one dangerous train to embark on. It's one thing to ally with him, and another completely to put yourself directly at his side. He will have made a lot of enemies today, and some might decide to have a go at him. Snorting, Tracy countered. They would be stupid to try. Most of the school hasn't seen what he is capable of, Daphne pointed out. Tracy seemed to consider her words before nodding. They will all know soon enough. Oh. I never had any doubts, my young apprentice, Tom said with a brilliant smile. The shift in the man's demeanor was palpable, a stark contrast to the unsettling atmosphere Harry had encountered the previous night. A wave of relief washed over him as he observed Tom, his actions and expressions now more aligned with the familiar figure he knew. The tension that had clung to the air had seemingly dissipated, replaced by a focused energy. Nearby, resting on a table that had materialized seemingly from nothing, sat an object of exquisite beauty, a tiara. Its intricate design and the evident skill of its creator suggested a piece that would be perfectly at home amidst the crown jewels. The precious metals gleamed softly in the ambient light, and the careful placement of what appeared to be genuine gemstones spoke of untold wealth and meticulous artistry. Harry's gaze was fixed upon it, a sense of certainty settling within him. This, he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, was the Horcrux that Tom had so diligently sought. The air around the tiara seemed to hum with a subtle energy, a silent testament to the dark magic it contained. He could almost feel the weight of its significance. The fragment of a soul bound within its elegant form. The discovery marked a pivotal moment, bringing them one step closer to their goals. It was all thanks to your training, Master, Harry said with a bow, trying to absorb the praise. Tom nodded. Of course it was, and naturally I was successful as well. I am sure you are curious about the artifact I have recovered. Would you like to get a feel for it? Eagerly, Harry agreed and moved towards the table, careful to keep his wand in his pocket. The teen knew that Tom would be incredibly defensive of his soul shard and would not chance any misunderstanding. Instead, he carefully raised it off the table with a wandless levitation charm and complimented the artifact. It's beautiful. It is the diadem of Ravenclaw, once said to be lost for nearly 1,000 years, Tom said boastfully. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to face his mentor. Another relic of the Founders. Incredible. Would you expect anything less? Tom said in satisfaction. Harry tried to feel the magic of the Horcrux, but this more than any of the others felt less like Tom and more malignant. This was the magic of Lord Voldemort, the man that Tom would become. Two more then, Harry asked carefully. I am uncertain, Tom admitted. My plan was to sever my soul 6 times into objects of immense power and importance. That would leave my own soul shard that was hopefully going to rest peacefully within, but I do not know if I ever achieved this. Tom paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he considered his own words. He tilted his head slightly, the dim light catching the sharp angles of his face before he continued. I told you, quite some time ago now, that Salazar Slytherin's locket was the 4th fragment of my soul to be deliberately torn and encased. And in that moment, that specific declaration, I spoke truthfully. However, he added, a subtle shift in his posture indicating a new layer to his revelation. What detail I didn't delve into was the intricate tapestry of events unfolding within that same period. He gestured subtly towards the diadem of Ravenclaw before saying, while the locket was indeed the 4th to be completed, the process of creating another Horcrux was already well underway. The diadem of Ravenclaw, a relic of immense power and historical significance, had already found its way into my possession. I was actively engaged in the necessary enchantments and rituals to transform Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem into a vessel for yet another piece of my soul. The 2 acts, the completion of the locket and the preparation of the diadem, were occurring in close proximity, their timelines almost overlapping. In confusion, Harry asked, but how did it end up at Hogwarts? That was the plan from the beginning, Tom said with clear excitement in his voice. I had planned to enter the castle, under the guise of applying for the defense against the dark arts job. My plan was to place a curse on the position and hide the Horcrux away in a place I alone had discovered within the castle. It is clear to me now that my plan was successful, even if I knew Dumbledore would never give me the job. What about the others? Harry asked carefully. Tom began to pace the worn stone floor of the hidden chamber, his crimson eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and lingering frustration. He gestured with a long, pale hand as he laid out the intricate details of his past machinations for his attentive apprentice. The first, he began, his voice a low, silken murmur that nonetheless held an undeniable power, was the diary, a reminder of my humble beginnings, imbued with a significant fragment of my very soul. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Its journey to Hogwarts remains a vexing question, a loose thread in the tapestry of my meticulously crafted plans. How it fell into the hands of that Weasley girl is a matter I intend to discover, so I may understand the weakness in my initial design once I have gathered my loyal followers once more. A ghost of a cruel smile played on his lips. Rest assured, that oversight will be corrected. He continued his measured packing, his gaze distant as he delved further into his recollections. The second, he stated, his tone hardening with a hint of disdain, was the ring, Marvolo Gaunt's ring. He spat the name Gaunt as if it left a foul taste in his mouth. I fashioned it after enduring the unpleasant discovery of the remaining scions of that once proud, now pathetic lineage. Their squalor and ignorance were an affront, a stain upon the very bloodline that carried the mark of Salazar Slytherin. Transfixed by the truth, Harry watched as Tom continued to bear the truth of his plans. The third I discovered while working for those fools Borgin and Burke. I have not discovered what happened to it, but I intended to gift it to one of my most faithful followers, and I fear we will not recover it until she is liberated." Harry's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly at Tom's casual reference to she. A pronoun dropped into the chilling monologue without prior context. A dozen questions sprang to his mind. Who was this she? What role had she played in Voldemort's dark schemes? Was she already dealt with, or did she pose a further threat? But the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the Dark Lord, a palpable wave of malevolence and self-satisfaction, held Harry's tongue. He knew instinctively that any interruption, any show of curiosity, might provoke Tom's temper and shatter the precarious balance of the moment. Each Horcrux was a stepping stone, a carefully chosen vessel to safeguard my immortality, and each carries its own tale, its own lesson in the intricate dance of power and preservation. Soon the truth of the sixth piece will be revealed, and I will once again be the most powerful sorcerer in the world," Tom said reverently, and Harry merely bowed his head in a show of deference to his master. A lingering question itched at the back of his mind, however. "Master, the original piece of your soul, the one that was supposed to remain in your body, was it destroyed the night the killing curse backfired?" Tom's eyes shot to Harry, and the two made eye contact, and the teen had the feeling he had just touched upon a sensitive topic. But at the same time, Harry saw something he had never seen in Tom's eyes before. The man seemed almost nervous. "I had believed that," Tom whispered. "I had believed that the original piece of my soul was gone forever, but recently I'm not so sure." "Master," Harry asked carefully. "It is of no concern tonight," Tom dismissed, trying to sound casual, but Harry had the distinct feeling that his mentor was keeping something from him. Deciding not to push it, Harry just changed the course of the conversation. "I can stay here while you absorb the diadem. Bring you potions, food, or anything else you may need if necessary." "No," Tom said forcefully. "You have done your part admirably and accomplished a big task I have set out for you. Two of them actually by discovering the Undercroft. You have continued to impress my apprentice. You may leave me for tonight, and I will escape in the early hours of the morning, or perhaps even tomorrow night if necessary. You will be greatly rewarded for your efforts. I will see you at the first task." "You will come?" Harry asked in surprise. "Of course," Tom said with a grin. "I must see how my apprentice performs under pressure. Get your rest, Harry. You are going to need it." Harry absorbed the man's pronouncements, the weight of his words settling like a tangible presence in the air. He lowered his head in a final, respectful bow, acknowledging the subtle shift in the conversation, the unspoken conclusion. This was a dismissal, clear and unambiguous, and Harry accepted it without further prompting. As he straightened, a fresh wave of anticipation surged through him, eclipsing the preceding moment. The thought of Tom, observing his performance on the upcoming tasks, ignited a fierce determination within him. He would meticulously prepare, hunting every skill and sharpening every edge, ensuring that he presented himself at his absolute best. Failure would not be an option. He would not, under any circumstances, disappoint the man who had taken him at his lowest point and turned him into the wizard he was today. The weight of this unspoken promise settled comfortably upon his shoulders, a motivating force propelling him forward with renewed vigor. As he made his way back to the dungeons, a new thought settled in his mind. Another piece of Voldemort's power would return tonight, and he could scarcely imagine what the man would be like in their next encounter, and hoped at least a portion of Tom would still exist when it was all said and done. Chapter 47. Harry had found the dirty looks and rising irritation from the other houses amusing. While most of Slytherin House was looking at him like royalty these days, the other three looked at him like the next coming of Mordred or maybe even Lord Voldemort. The thought entertained Harry as he observed a group of Hufflepuff students glaring at him. The teenage wizard, whose name was whispered with a mixture of awe and apprehension in the Hogwarts corridors, had strategically orchestrated his public challenge. He envisioned a path to the school accepting his position as Hogwarts champion would be paved with victories against worthy adversaries. His primary targets were Cedric Diggory and Angelina Johnson, the established frontrunners, whose dueling prowess was already the subject of much speculation. He intended to dissect their techniques, exploit their weaknesses, and ultimately surpass them, showing the entire school what he was capable of. However, much to his surprise and a slight prickling of irritation, his challenge had been met with a resounding silence. It seemed that the very reputation he had cultivated, the whispers of his exceptional magical abilities and his ruthlessly efficient dueling style, had inadvertently deterred potential opponents. Students spoke in hushed tones of his formidable power, the speed of his casting, and the almost preternatural accuracy of his spells. Perhaps the allure of 1,000 galleons was overshadowed by the fear of a humiliating defeat at the hands of the young teen. The trophy room remained undisturbed, his gold untouched, and his desire for a meaningful test of his abilities unfulfilled. Still, he remained positive. He had not heard from Tom, and he was back to serving detentions with Moody on the weekends. It was here that Harry was truly preparing for the first task of the tournament. Moody had drilled him on destructive curses that were enhanced by the ritual of rage he had conducted over the summer. If Harry truly lost himself in his casting, he would undoubtedly be unstoppable by normal witches and wizards. It seemed most of the first-round tasks had involved some sort of magical creature, so naturally, Harry began studying them in earnest. Of course, he was familiar with half-breeds and acromantulas due to his close encounters with them throughout his training with Tom. Then there was, of course, the basilisk, which he had studied through his meetings with Sesha at night. The large serpent in the Chamber of Secrets was enraged to discover that one of the heirs would have to tackle a beast of such magnitude and insisted she be allowed to fight at his side. But he promised her such a day would come. But that day was not so soon that she could assist him in his task. Once he had explained that his task would bring honor to the house of Slytherin, she relented, but promised to assist in any way she could. Harry felt an undeniable connection to the immense serpent, Sesha. The memory of her silent witnessing of the blood pact he'd forged with Tom lingered in his mind, a constant reminder of a shared, albeit unspoken, history. Though their paths rarely intersected in the present, a deep-seated intuition told him that their destinies were intertwined, and that a future moment would inevitably arise when he would be compelled to seek her out. The weight of this premonition settled upon him, a quiet certainty in the unpredictable tapestry of his life. He pondered the nature of their link, forged not through deliberate action, but through the potent magic of that fateful night. Sesha held a unique perspective, a silent guardian of a pivotal moment in his journey, a witness who understood a part of him that few others could ever comprehend. This understanding, though passive for now, felt like a latent power, a potential alliance waiting in the wings of fate. Until that day came, Harry would be sure to continue checking up on the basilisk. Within 10 days of the tournament, Harry was starting to become anxious. The weighing of the wands would be that afternoon, and while he was not scared of the press, he was starting to feel the pressure of discovering the first task. The teen knew there was a chance that Crumb and Delacour had been told by their heads of school, but Harry would not be granted such a luxury. He would have to use his own cunning and wit to discover the task. A hint at how he would do that came in the form of a message from Tom. It didn't say much, but it was a small piece of parchment passed on from Moody. It simply said snakes for spies. Harry didn't need an explanation. Throughout the next few days, he summoned several snakes, and even negotiated meals on the grounds with smaller adders to begin searching for clues of what the first task could be. The week leading up to the highly anticipated task culminated in the formal weighing of the wands ceremony, an event that, despite its traditional significance, proved to be largely a display of superficiality. The ornate hall was filled with the esteemed heads of each participating school, the 3 champions standing with a mixture of apprehension and bravado, and a contingent of eager members of the wizarding press, their quills poised to capture every detail. Harry, observing the assembled figures with a detached amusement, couldn't help but notice the subtle dynamics at play. Victor Crumb, the stoic Durmstrang champion, seemed to regard him with a palpable caution, his dark eyes flickering towards Harry with a hint of uncertainty. In stark contrast, Fleur Delacour appeared to dismiss him entirely, her gaze sweeping past him as if he were an insignificant obstacle. Her confident demeanor suggested a conviction that the true competition lay solely between herself and the formidable Durmstrang Institute. It was clear, Harry mused, that his burgeoning reputation, the whispers of his past and present exploits, had yet to fully penetrate the sophisticated and perhaps somewhat insular world of French wizarding school. He wondered how long their assumptions would last, and knew after he made his statement in the first tasks it would likely change. The initial press reaction to Harry's participation in the Triwizard Tournament was a flurry of pointed questions, testing his composure. Harry, however, adopted the persona of a self-assured rebel, someone who wouldn't hesitate to bend the rules if necessary. The international journalists, in particular, tried to paint him as an interloper, someone who had unfairly entered the competition and was overshadowing older, more seasoned students. They questioned his audacity and the fairness of his inclusion. Undeterred, Harry responded with a boastful challenge. He reminded them that none of the eligible Hogwarts students had accepted his public offer of 1,000 galleons for anyone willing to compete against him. This revelation caused a stir among the reporters. Quills scratched furiously across parchment as they noted this unexpected detail, and a ripple of amusement spread through the assembled crowd. Harry's unexpected counterargument effectively deflected the accusations and shifted the narrative, portraying him not as a limelight stealer, but as a willing participant who had, in a sense, dared his older peers to compete against him. His confident and slightly provocative response left a lasting impression on the assembled press. Harry couldn't claim all the credit for his success with the press. Daphne had coached him on his best chance to appeal with the wizarding press. Harry had to admit the girl had been a useful ally in these times, but then again, all his friends had. Blaise, with his characteristic charm and persuasive manner, diligently worked to broaden their coalition, even extending overtures to the often standoffish seventh-year students. His efforts yielded a steady stream of new adherents to their cause. Meanwhile, Tracy Davis continued to astound Harry with her rapid progress over the preceding month. Harry had entrusted his whole group with sections of the coming-of-age ritual, and Tracy absorbed the complex information with remarkable speed. While Harry had long recognized Tracy's exceptional talent in the arts of ancient runes and arithmancy, he was particularly gratified by her enthusiastic embrace of his proposition to elevate her magical abilities through ritualistic magic. Her keen interest and swift comprehension suggested a natural affinity for this deeper, more primal form of magic, hinting at a potential far exceeding even Harry's initial estimations. A week out from the tournament, Harry received feedback from his Serpentine friends. Dragons. The truth didn't faze the young Slytherin. Instead, he went to work on his plan. He had informed Barty of the upcoming task, but assured the man he would play to his strengths. Barty had attempted to assist the teen, but each time Harry rebuked the man, Tom had wanted to test Harry. And he would succeed, or fail on his own merits. The night before the first task, he gathered his allies in the common room after curfew and told them what he faced. The shock on their faces was almost amusing, but Tracy was the first to speak, almost breathlessly. "Do you have a plan?" "Of course I do," Harry said easily as he laid back into the chair that had its back to the Black Lake's glass pane. A prefect entered the room, but at Harry's look, the sixth year quickly scurried back to their dormitory. "Well, don't leave us in suspense," Blaise said, looking wildly at his friend. "Why ruin the surprise?" Harry asked with a grin. "You must have gathered us for a reason," Daphne asked, breaking her silence. "Not that it's much of a risk, but it is after hours." "Call it pre-fight jitters," Harry said after much thought. "I didn't get a chance to speak about the task out loud to many." The three looked at their friend with empathy, but didn't comment on it, until Tracy said in almost a whisper, "Dragonhide is incredibly resistant to most magic." "Is it?" Harry asked in an almost teasing voice, causing Tracy to scoff. "I was just trying to be helpful." "You're right, I'm sorry," Harry said, trying to sound apologetic, but the look on his face betrayed him. "What else do you all know?" "Depending on the species, they could be more docile or aggressive," Blaise muttered. "For example, if you are facing a Ukrainian ironbelly, you better come out guns blazing. While a Welsh green may be more easily repelled by a show of force," Daphne added softly. No one said another after the blonde added her words. They all seemed to rack their brains for knowledge, while Harry just watched his friends with an air of amusement. Tracy then asked, "Harry, you are a Parselmouth? There was an old legend that Saltzar Slytherin could communicate with certain species of dragons. Do you think that's worth a try?" Harry grinned at the girl, while shaking his head. "You are very clever at times, Tracy." The compliment seemed to surprise Tracy, while Blaise scoffed. "Your plan is to try and speak to the dragon and reason with it." The mask of amusement on Harry's face slipped as he glared at Blaise. "I find your lack of faith disturbing." Blaise held his hands up in surrender, while Daphne seemed to agree. "Harry, he's right. Basing your plan off that would be suicide." "I am glad," Harry responded immediately, turning his eyes to Tracy, "that one of you has faith in my abilities and intelligence." Turning them back to Blaise, Harry continued, "I am representing the ancient and noble house of Salazar Slytherin, and have delved into the arts of the serpent deeper than nearly any before me in recent times. I would be remiss in my duties as Hogwarts champion if I didn't display those abilities to the world." Another awkward silence filled the room, and Harry shook his head. "I would like to speak to just Tracy alone." Daphne and Blaise exchanged glances and slowly raised to their feet, before offering Short's bows, before heading off to their respective dormitories. When the two were alone, only the crackling fire offered any semblance of sound in the common room. Harry's eyes turned back to the girl and she fidgeted, while Harry observed her. Tracy possessed a heart-shaped face, framed by a cascade of dark brown hair that shone with subtle highlights. Her figure was remarkably lithe, possessing a natural grace and fluidity akin to Daphne's, yet uniquely her own. Her eyes, the color of rich chocolate, held a depth and warmth that drew the gaze. In the preceding months, a profound transformation had subtly reshaped her. It was not merely a physical alteration, but a more significant, almost spiritual evolution. This transcendental shift resonated with Harry, echoing his own internal growth and burgeoning magical understanding during the pivotal transition from his second to his third year at Hogwarts. He sensed a similar deepening within her, a quiet unfolding of potential and self-awareness that marked a significant turning point in her life. When the girl fidgeted nervously, Harry offered her comforting words. "We don't speak alone very often, do we? We never have." Tracy seemed to think about his words, before saying gently in a quiet voice, "You always seem to favor Daphne or Blaise more." Harry folded his hands, his index fingers touching as he pressed them to his lips. Putting his hands on each side of the chair, he relaxed his mind and body as he spoke to the woman. "I apologize for that. Before this year, you always seemed more of the—" Harry didn't want to insult the girl, but she waited for him to continue, so he folded his hands once again, saying, "Well, I will just say you seemed more interested in drama than magic." "Maybe I was that way," Tracy said softly, "but when my family was attacked at the World Cup while my dad was away defending our country, it changed my viewpoint when another my age stepped in to protect them. It showed me the potential we all have." Harry stared at the girl for a passing moment, but no longer did she fidget as she met his gaze. Instead, HFE said, "Would you like to know my plan for tomorrow?" "Oh." Daphne and Blaise made their way to their dormitories, but at the split, Blaise stopped his longtime friend. "What do you think they are going to talk about? Harry has never shown much interest in Tracy. I always figured he just allowed her presence because of us." Daphne glanced over her shoulder, wishing she could see through the walls before shrugging. "I don't know, but you need to be more careful about the opinions you express." Blaise's eyebrows furrowed at her words, but before he could counter, she continued, "I only mean that you were right the other day when you said Harry has proved us wrong at every turn. He continuously rises above our expectations, and if we keep underestimating him, we are going to end up losing what little influence we have on him. Something clearly Tracy is discovering." Scoffing, Blaise shook his head. "He is becoming arrogant." "Look at his success," Daphne countered easily. "If I had accomplished as much as he had in 18 months, I would be arrogant too. If he fails, then let him do it in front of the masses, and we can swoop in to comfort him. Show him we still hold faith and prove our loyalty. Your current approach, I think it's wearing on him." Blaise seemed thoughtful at this as he glanced back in the direction they had just been dismissed from before asking, "What do you think they will talk about?" Daphne frowned at his question before following his eyes and shaking her head. "I don't know, but maybe she will tell me." "Oh. You really aren't going to tell me what you and Harry talked about last night? It was the middle of the night before you returned." Daphne pointed out to her childhood friend. "Harry trusted me," Tracy said pointedly as she took her seat in the stands and straightened out her skirt. It was a cold November afternoon, and even with her leggings and cloak, the winter chill penetrated her skin. "He will be fighting his dragon any minute," Daphne pointed out. "He wouldn't know even if you did tell me." "He would know," Tracy said ominously, as if she knew something Daphne didn't. Her words puzzled the fourth-year girl, and wondered what the two possibly could have talked about. Harry had never shown much interest in Daphne's best friend, but over the last month that had clearly changed. Ever since they had all decided to endure the ritual that Harry had once partaken in, there had been a noticeable shift in the group, and each day, Tracy seemed to gain an advantage over both Daphne and Blaze. "What about his plan? Will you tell me that?" Daphne asked in a soft voice, leaning towards her. Even in close proximity, there were tons of other Slytherins wearing various signs of support for their king snake. The atmosphere in the arena crackled with anticipation and divided loyalties. The older students, the 6th and 7th years, largely adhered to a more reserved display of support, their robes a sea of Slytherin green and silver, a subtle nod to the Hogwarts champion. Their composure, however, would occasionally crack, a flicker of opinion revealing itself whenever the name of their school's representative was spoken. In stark contrast, the younger students, from the 1st years up to the 5th, were an explosion of pro-Harry sentiment. It was undeniable. His influence permeated the student body. While a contingent of more neutral students offered polite applause, the younger years had transformed themselves into walking billboards of support. The name Potter was ubiquitous, scrawled in shimmering glitter across foreheads, carefully drawn in vibrant makeup on cheeks, or even magically woven into the fabric of their shirts and Quidditch jerseys. Their enthusiastic cheers and open adoration created a palpable wave of encouragement that washed over the section, a clear testament to the impact Harry had on the younger generation of Hogwarts students. Tracy finally smirked as the first cannon rang out, showing the start of Fleur de Lacquer's task. "You will see that soon enough." To Daphne, Fleur's take on tackling the task was not all that impressive. She used her natural abilities as a Vila to put the dragon to sleep, but even that failed. When on her way out, the dragon blew a breath of fire that nearly singed the young woman to death. Considering that the breed the Vila faced was the Welsh Green, the least aggressive of the group, Daphne could hardly even applaud the girl. Crumb's performance against the Chinese fireball was much more impressive, in Daphne's opinion. However, she could tell the judges were less than impressed when many of the eggs were destroyed in the dragon's rage when it was blinded by Crumb. A wave of apprehension washed over her as Harry approached the arena entrance. The sight of the young wizard, barely more than a boy, about to confront such a formidable creature sent a tremor of uncertainty through her. It was incomprehensible that someone so young should be forced to face a beast of this magnitude, large, unnervingly agile, and radiating lethal abilities. The realization settled heavily in her stomach. While the other dragons were undoubtedly dangerous, this felt different. The Swedish shortsnout appeared vicious, bloodthirsty even, and the air was thick with a palpable sense of greater peril due to the competitor's age. As the creature sniffed around the arena, she glanced at Tracy, who seemed completely unperturbed by the arrival of Harry's dragon. Her expression held faith, and while Daphne was practically shaking in her shoes, the girl beside her seemed to be steadfast and confident. Daphne knew that Tracy was aware of Harry's plan, but somehow that did not make her feel better in the face of what was to come. When Harry entered the arena, Daphne observed that he had his eyes locked on the dragon from the moment he arrived. It was almost as if he could sense where the beast was, and she watched as the crowd became silent. Her eyes shifted from Tracy to Harry, and when both of them adopted smirks, Daphne knew the plan was about to begin. As if Harry had read her thoughts, the teen drew his wand and began slinging it in varying directions around the arena. Initially, Daphne could not tell what the teen was doing, but suddenly she heard a loud, firm voice begin shouting, "Engorgio." With each call of the teen's voice, snakes around the arena began to grow to colossal sizes and began advancing on the dragon at the opposite side of the arena. There were easily half a dozen in total, with dozens of smaller ones surging towards the dragon. At their side, Harry began marching forward. The Swedish short-snout seemed overwhelmed for a split second as it cantered backwards in surprise, while Bagman, the announcer, reported to the crowd, "Astonishing! The youngest champion has decided to command an army of snakes using Parseltongue, a gift that the once infamous Salazar Slytherin employed." Daphne watched in awe as she watched Harry's plan come into action, and the snakes began attacking the dragon in earnest. Harry, for his part, strided forward confidently as he marched towards the dragon. Beside her, a man chuckled, and Daphne's eyes shifted to a young man in his early 20s, handsome, but not to the point that he would stand out in a crowd. Still, the chuckle drew her attention, and she watched the man for a moment as he had one hand covering the smirk on his face, while the other rested across his abdomen. She heard the man mutter, "Good, Harry, very good." For a brief moment, the name of her friend drew her attention, but the sudden roar of the dragon made her eyes dart back to the arena. The dragon was clearly ignoring the snakes for the moment, and proved its intelligence by rearing its head back and sending a blaze of fire towards Harry. Daphne and Tracy both gasped as they thought the teen might be done for, but were both shocked when a black shield became translucent in front of the teen. The shield didn't have to hold for long as one of the enlarged snakes lunged at the dragon and sunk its fangs into the creature, causing it to roar and take temporary flight while impaling its claws into the serpent. As if sculpted from sun-baked clay, the formidable serpent writhed and then seemed to fracture and disintegrate under the relentless assault of the enraged dragon. Yet, even as the monstrous reptile succumbed, Harry, with a speed born of desperation and cunning, had already reached the precarious nest nestled amongst the jagged rocks. His fingers closed around the smooth, warm surface of the golden egg, a surge of triumph momentarily eclipsing the perilous situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun on his heel, initiating an immediate and urgent retreat. His wand became an extension of his will, a blur of motion as he flicked it repeatedly towards each of his conjured serpentine guardians. With silent precision, the magic pulsed outwards, striking each spectral creature and instantaneously birthing an exact duplicate. The battlefield below became a writhing tapestry of scaled serpents, as the number of beasts doubled with astonishing ease, their colorful forms shimmering in the daylight. At the sharp, sibilant command that ripped from Harry's throat, each and every serpent lunged towards the beleaguered Swedish short-snout. Daphne watched from her vantage point, her breath catching in her chest. Awe mingled with a prickle of fear as she witnessed the seemingly unstoppable dragon, its thick hide and fiery breath, become overwhelmed by the sheer volume and coordinated attacks of the conjured serpents. The once confident roars of the dragon devolved into pained snarls as it thrashed amidst the swirling mass of attackers, its powerful wings beating frantically against the onslaught. Daphne was impressed by the sheer audacity of Harry's plan, while Tracy's grin told her all she needed to know. Everything was going according to plan. It was not long before the teen had made his way off the battlefield, before turning around, waved his wand, and made all his serpents disappear with ease. The dragon gave final roars of pain and collapsed on its own. While certainly not dead, it was clear the beast was defeated, and the crowd roared its approval. Daphne could not even stop her own claps that followed the lead of the astonished crowd. None had expected such proficiency from the youngest champion, but it was clear his performance was the best. None of the eggs had been damaged, and he was untouched. Daphne breathed out, "That was amazing." Tracy, for her part, merely smiled as she continued to clap along with the crowd. "It went according to plan, Daph, nothing more, nothing less." The man next to the girls chuckled as he rose to his feet, saying nothing and departing without a word. The young witches stood as the enchanted parchment of Harry's score shimmered, revealing the judges' assessments of his performance. A collective murmur rippled through the assembled spectators as the glowing numerals appeared. The headmaster of the Durmstrang Institute, with his severe standards, had cast the only score below a 7, a decision that drew a few hushed whispers of displeasure. Despite this lower mark, the overall tally confirmed what many had begun to suspect. The youngest champion, the unexpected contender, had secured the first-place position. A wave of palpable surprise washed over Daphne, her usually composed features betraying a flicker of disbelief. The delegations from the visiting schools exchanged glances, their initial confidence visibly shaken by this unforeseen turn of events. The Beauxbatons students, in particular, seemed taken aback, their earlier smugness replaced by a quiet contemplation of the unexpected standings. Harry, for his part, merely held his egg in the air in a show of triumph, while then holding a fist at equal height, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. The implications of Harry leading the Triwizard Tournament were significant, sending ripples of speculation through the arena. Daphne found herself grudgingly admitting admiration for the display they had just witnessed. The skill and precision Harry demonstrated was undeniable, even if the spectacle itself felt theatrical. However, Tracy was already in motion, having swiftly risen from her seat with a determined glint in her eyes. She was heading in a direction that left Daphne momentarily surprised. Tracy offered no verbal explanation, her focus entirely fixed on her destination. Trusting her best friend's instincts, and perhaps driven by her own burgeoning curiosity, Daphne followed without uttering a single question. She quickly closed the small gap between them, her footsteps echoing softly on the ground as she moved to stand beside Tracy, her gaze now fixed on the tents designated for the Triwizard champions. When the two arrived, there was no opposition to them entering the tents, but Daphne watched as Tracy surged forward into the waiting arms of their king snake. She caught the words of her friend, "You were brilliant." Oh. Harry felt like he was on cloud 9. His plan was executed to perfection. He had taken the golden egg with no issues, and had even stopped the dragonfire without causing any harm to himself or the eggs in the nest. When he had heard the roar of the crowd, a surge of adrenaline, unlike any he had felt before, crossed his veins. He was practically shaking with excitement after receiving his score and re-entering the tent. He knew he was in first place, he had heard the other champions' scores, and could hardly wait to celebrate. Harry had hoped he had impressed Tom with his performance. With a combination of Parseltongue and simple magic, he had defeated the Swedish Snortsnurt. The only advanced bit of magic he had used was the dark shield charm he had learned from a Gaunt family spellbook, but Harry severely doubted anyone would have recognized the spell outside of his master. Arriving back at the champions' tents, Harry observed both of the other champions tending to their various injuries with Madame Pomfrey or other St. Mungo's mediwitches that were assisting on scene. When he was approached, however, he waved any of the help off, stating he was untouched. It seemed some might be persistent, but he opened his arms just in time as a young brunette witch went plowing into him, casting his praises. "Thanks, Tracy," Harry said with a laugh. "As you can see, your faith was well placed. I was in first place, right? I had to do the mental math through the adrenaline." "First place, indeed," Daphne said from the side, approaching the duo. Harry turned to the girl, his right arm still around the waist of Tracy. "I told you and Blaze that there was no need to worry." "You continue to impress me, Harry Potter," Daphne said with a smile and the slightest inclination of her head. A look was exchanged between Daphne and Tracy that Harry didn't quite understand, but he just smiled back. "Well, let's hope you just find your faith in me one of these days." Shaking her head, Daphne merely smiled, but before she spoke, Tracy said, "I knew your plan was brilliant. You continuously demonstrate why we should follow in your path." Harry had a sly grin across his face as he released his friend. "One day soon, Trace." Before either girl could comment on that, the judges arrived offering congratulations, but none louder than the ministry official Ludo Bagman, who came in and shook Harry's hand aggressively, laughing. The young teen followed along well, laughing where he thought appropriate, and even fielded a few questions from the press that arrived in the aftermath of the task. Harry could hardly wait until he could discuss it all with Tom. He hoped his mentor would be impressed with the simplicity in which he attacked the task. The world still hardly knew of his strength and only began to touch on the depths of his intelligence. A feeling of contentment washed over Harry as he released a soft sigh. His gaze drifted across the tent, coming to rest on Dumbledore, who was observing him with an expression Harry interpreted as distinctly suspicious. He couldn't decipher the origin of the headmaster's scrutiny, but a disturbed instinct rose within him. He tightened his arm back around Tracy, drawing her closer to his side. Her warmth was a comforting anchor against the prickle of unease Dumbledore's gaze had instilled. Blaise arrived before anyone in the group could add to the conversation and immediately greeted Harry with a grin, trying to lighten the mood with a humorous suggestion. "You should have just slain the dragon, Harry," he quipped, a playful glint in his eyes. "You really could have cemented your place in history." Harry chuckled, the sound genuine despite the lingering feeling of being watched. Blaise's lightheartedness was a welcome distraction, as he joined in the laugh of his friends, the image, while absurd, momentarily pushing Dumbledore's perplexing stare to the back of his mind. Releasing Tracy, Harry spoke to his friends merrily, trying to shake Dumbledore's suspicion with finality. "Well, I believe we have a celebration to attend to. Let's get back to the common room." The trio agreed immediately and began to file out of the tent. Harry passed the egg to Tracy, who examined it in admiration, talking rapidly with Blaise and Daphne about the ease in which Harry handled the performance. Harry absorbed the praise of his friends, a warm glow settling in his chest, but a sliver of unease persisted. More than their admiration, he craved the approval of his mentor, whose discerning gaze missed no detail. He trusted that his efforts had met those high standards, and that his mentor understood the immediate and significant challenge that now lay before him, the cryptic clue to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The first task, with its terrifying dragons, now felt like a hurdle cleared, but the riddle of the second loomed large and enigmatic. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his stomach, that unraveling its meaning would consume his thoughts and demand his utmost focus in the weeks and months ahead if he wanted to meet Tom's expectations as he glanced at his golden egg. The conclusion of the first task left Harry with a complex mix of emotions: relief at his survival, a surge of confidence from his unexpected victory, and a gnawing anticipation for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. The second task loomed large in his mind, an opaque hurdle on the path to ultimate triumph. He knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his core, that this next trial would not only test his magical abilities, but also demand a level of strategic thinking, and perhaps even emotional resilience he had yet to fully realize. The weight of expectation pressed heavily upon his shoulders, a tangible burden formed from his own desire to win the unwavering faith of his Slytherin peers. Their cheers, a vibrant wave of sound that followed him as he strode back towards the imposing silhouette of the castle, fueled his resolve. He held his head high, basking in their adulation, allowing their belief to fortify his own burgeoning self-assurance. Every cheer was followed by a silent internal vow, a commitment to his ultimate goal. He would dedicate himself to rigorous preparation, delving deeper into his studies, honing his skills, and exploring every avenue of potential threat and opportunity. The Triwizard Tournament, with its unpredictable nature and escalating stakes, would become his singular focus. He would meet its next challenge head-on, armed with his magic, his intellect, and the unwavering support of those who believed in the leader of Slytherin House. Chapter 48. The party in the common room the night Harry won the first task was something to behold. After the teen had insisted on holding celebrations off until he accomplished something real in the tournament, the house was ready to celebrate their champion's victory. Daphne had to admit that Harry had a certain poise to him in the face of such admiration. He never allowed the arrogance to leak out and kept a gracious attitude as the house fawned over him. Daphne's observations regarding Harry's victory revealed a subtle yet significant discrepancy between his pronouncements and the reality of the way in which he tackled the first task. During the post-task interviews, Harry had presented a narrative of collaborative strategizing, emphasizing the pivotal role his inner circle played in the formulation of his approach to the first trial of the tournament. he painted a picture of collective brainstorming, portraying his closest confidants as integral to the refinement and validation of his eventual plan. However, Daphne's knowledge of Harry's interactions and confidences suggested a less democratic process. Daphne recalled the conversation from the night before and knew only Tracy had been granted a true understanding of the deeper layers of Harry's intentions. Tracy, with her intellect and unwavering loyalty, had demonstrably been the sole recipient of Harry's complete trust regarding the specifics of his plan. Daphne pondered the potential motivations behind Harry's seemingly inflated claims of collaboration. Was it a calculated attempt to foster a sense of unity and shared success among his allies? Was he consciously seeking to elevate their perceived contributions in the eyes of the wider student body? Or perhaps, Daphne mused, it was a more unconscious manifestation of Harry's desire to project an image of strong leadership and reliance on a dependable network of support, even if the reality was slightly more nuanced. Whatever the underlying reasons, Daphne recognized this subtle distortion of events as another intriguing facet of Harry's increasingly complex persona, a layer of carefully constructed presentation that belied the deeper, more solitary nature she often sensed beneath the surface. Daphne watched as Blaise and Harry shared a shot of fire whiskey to the cheers of their housemates, and she shook her head, clapping along with the others, while Harry shared a laugh with their dark-skinned friend at something clever the teen might have said. As music began to play, several people playfully attempted to coax Harry into joining them on the makeshift dance floor. However, Harry, while maintaining a good-natured smile, firmly refused, stating with playful finality that the prospect of him dancing was utterly impossible. This declaration was met with amusement and knowing laughter from the older students. They remembered a time when Harry had been far more withdrawn and solitary, and the very idea of him even being in such a social situation, let alone dancing, would have been unthinkable. His current light-hearted refusal was a testament to the changes he had undergone, a subtle yet significant indication of his growing comfort and integration within the student body. The contrast between his former reclusive nature and his present easygoing demeanor was a source of quiet delight and amusement for those who had witnessed his transformation. Daphne knew, however, it was mostly a facade. Deep down, she knew the teen did not like the showboating or the praises from people he once considered enemies. She had to admit the young man was a better actor than she ever could have imagined, and knew it must have come from the many secrets he had kept. She knew Harry had a wide knowledge of Parseltongue, but his deflections of how he learned it was starting to become suspicious. The truth was out there somewhere, and Daphne wondered if she would ever know it. This thought was fleeting as she rolled her eyes at Ivana Rosier, and one of her seventh-year friends dancing proactively in Harry's vicinity, clearly trying to catch his attention. For the first time, Daphne had to concede that Tracy may have been right. He eyed the two girls for a long moment, before returning to a conversation he was having with Aaron Vasley. Harry had done well with the fifth years. A budding friendship between himself, the Caro twins, Vasley, and their friends was slowly paying dividends, and she had to tip her hat to the king's snake. His future in politics may not be as dark as she once thought. When Tracy bumped her in the side, she was startled out of her line of thought. Tracy offered her a big grin when she said, "You are going to want a front row seat to this. Follow me." Tracy linked her arm through Daphne's, a silent gesture of camaraderie and reassurance, guiding her gently towards Harry, who stood a short distance away. His gaze connected with theirs as they drew nearer, a faint, polite smile gracing his lips as Tracy offered a cheerful greeting. Daphne, ever composed, offered a subtle nod in return, which Harry acknowledged with a brief inclination of his head. Breaking the physical connection with Daphne, Tracy moved with a deliberate ease towards Harry, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. The unexpected intimacy of the gesture drew the immediate attention of Vasley, who stood nearby, and even Daphne, both exchanging fleeting glances that betrayed a shared surprise. It was common knowledge, even amongst those who didn't know him well, that Harry generally avoided physical contact, often displaying a visible tension when others attempted it. Yet, in this moment, he appeared completely relaxed, utterly at ease in Tracy's close proximity, an observation that did not go unnoticed by others in their immediate vicinity, their eyes flickering with curiosity at this unexpected display of comfort. Harry's sharp nod served as a silent dismissal, and the young girl, her eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and determination, darted away. Daphne watched her go, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her own blue eyes. Before she could voice the question that had begun to form on her lips, the girl reappeared, a figure trailing hesitantly behind her. It was a sixth-year student, his expression of sheepish embarrassment, a crimson flush creeping up his neck. In his hand, he clutched a bottle of fire whiskey, the amber liquid within glinting faintly in the dim light. Adrian Pusey, Daphne thought to herself. She hadn't the faintest clue of why Tracy had brought a potential enemy so close to Harry, but watched carefully as the two began to interact. The vibrant music was pulsing to a level that few would have a hope of hearing the conversation that would follow. The booming bass and layered melodies made deciphering their words impossible, the snippets of sentences swallowed by the party atmosphere. Daphne watched intently, trying to glean meaning from their body language. Pusey leaned in, his expression intense, while Harry listened with a focused frown creasing his brow. Then, in a gesture that surprised Daphne most of all, Adrian Pusey offered Harry the bottle he held, a clear invitation of a gift. Following this unexpected offering, Pusey extended his hand, a gesture of truce, or perhaps even an alliance. A flicker of hesitation crossed Harry's face. Daphne noticed the brief moment of stillness, the almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw as he stared at Pusey's outstretched hand. It was a fleeting glimpse of the internal conflict he must have been experiencing before he made his decision after a short glance towards Tracy. Finally, Harry's hand rose, meeting Pusey's in a firm shake. The handshake was brief, but seemed to carry a weight of unspoken understanding. Leaning closer, Harry murmured something into Pusey's ear, his words shielded from the surrounding noise. Whatever he said had an immediate and visible effect. The color drained from Pusey's face, leaving him noticeably paler than before. His eyes widened slightly, betraying a flicker of something akin to fear or perhaps extreme surprise. When Harry drew back, Pusey offered a quick, jerky nod. A forced, uncomfortable smile stretched across his lips, a stark contrast to the earlier ease of his expression. He then turned abruptly and hurried away, weaving through the throng of dancing students with an almost frantic energy, leaving Daphne to ponder the meaning of the strange encounter. The exchange, though brief and partially obscured, left a lingering sense of unease and unanswered questions hanging in the vibrant, music-filled air. Blaise watched Pusey disappear into the throng of students, a smug look plastered across his face. He turned his attention to Harry, ready to dissect the interaction he'd just witnessed, but his words were cut short. As Blaise opened his mouth to speak, a hand snatched the bottle of fire whiskey from Harry's grasp. Tracy, her eyes sparkling with mischievous intent, promptly deposited the amber liquid into Blaise's bewildered hands. Before Harry could even register his surprise, Tracy had latched onto his arm, her grip surprisingly firm. With a playful tug, she steered him towards the makeshift dance floor. Daphne Greengrass watched the unfolding scene with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. The sudden change in tempo of the music, shifting from an upbeat jig to a slower, more sensual melody, seemed to signal Tracy's intentions. On the dance floor, Tracy positioned Harry with an almost practiced ease. Her hands slid around his shoulders, while she guided his to rest on her hips. Daphne observed Harry's initial stiffness, the way his shoulders were hunched and his gaze darted nervously around the room. Tracy, however, seemed oblivious to his discomfort, her head tilted up as she spoke to him in a low, conspiratorial tone, her lips mere inches from his ear. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Daphne noticed Harry's posture begin to relax. The tension in his shoulders eased, and a faint smile even flickered across his lips as Tracy continued to whisper in his ear, her words seemingly weaving a spell of ease around him. "What the hell is happening?" Blaise asked quietly. "I suspect Tracy will tell us when she is done speaking with Harry," Daphne said in a hushed voice, as the fifth years began speculating excitedly nearby. For Daphne's part, she had the feeling that Tracy was making a move on the leader of Slytherin House, and a slight feeling she wasn't expecting began to pang through her chest. Was this jealousy? Daphne harbored no romantic affections for Harry, yet Tracy's observation resonated within her. The undeniably attractive young man possessed an aura of potential, a nascent power that hinted at a significant future. A pragmatic Slytherin, Daphne immediately recognized the strategic advantage of such an individual. If Harry's allegiance could be secured, particularly within their own circle, it could prove invaluable. Already there were talks of sharing lost knowledge lost to most, and if Tracy could win him over, perhaps the ceiling of the alliance she once imagined could be dwarfed by this new aspect. Should it have been me? She pondered. Beyond the attraction of being with someone with so much potential, there was also the possibility she could have gently guided him to teach her the subtleties of ritualistic magic that might have given her more. More power, more opportunities, and more chances to learn about blood magic and curses. A chance to help her sister. Harry had undeniably shed some of his earlier unpleasantness, a subtle but persistent shift that made his company more agreeable with each passing day. His once awkward and hesitant social engagements now flowed with a newfound ease and confidence, a testament to a personal growth that had consistently surpassed her initial expectations. Yet, as she observed Tracy and Harry concluding their dance, their smiles seemingly genuine, a disquieting thought began to take root in her mind. A nagging fear whispered that despite Harry's remarkable progress, despite the evident strides he had made in navigating the complexities of social interaction, she might have already missed a crucial turning point. The easy camaraderie between them, the unspoken understanding that seemed to pass in their glances, hinted at a connection that might have solidified beyond her influence or intervention. The possibility that her efforts to guide Harry's development, while successful on many fronts, had inadvertently paved the way for a bond she hadn't anticipated, cast a long shadow over her thoughts. As Tracy made her way back over to her friends, Harry made his way towards the stairs that would lead him out of the Slytherin common room. Daphne asked the question as soon as Tracy made it back. "Where is Harry going?" "He had something he needed to take care of," Tracy said dismissively. Daphne immediately pondered if Tracy knew what the task was, and she was being purposefully evasive, or if she just didn't care about Harry's dealings outside of the common room. "Besides, we have something more exciting to speak of," Tracy said with a gleam in her eyes. Blaise nodded, eyeballing the bottle of fire whiskey in his hands. "I'll say, it looks like you brought Pusey and a peace offering." Tracy agreed with a grin. "The 6th years are ready to let bygones be bygones. We're getting very close to a united Slytherin house, under Harry." "How did you manage that?" Daphne asked incredulously. "I had been working on Pusey since Harry's name came out of the goblet," Tracy said easily. "He told me that if Harry performed well in the first task, he could probably be convinced to see the writing that is so clearly on the walls. Well, obviously, after Harry won, Pusey came to me and asked for the chance to make amends. He knew he would need someone in Harry's circle, and voila." Daphne couldn't help but be impressed, but that spike of jealousy had returned. She was a pureblood princess, and had been raised on political negotiations only to be outshined by her half-blood best friend, who had to figure it all out by instinct. She knew Tracy would have scored big points with Harry tonight, and that was on top of what she had already accomplished the night before. "Harry said we could open that bottle and give it a try. I think we should check it for poison and then propose a toast." The girl joked as she tapped her wand on top of the bottle, causing it to uncork with ease. Despite the joke, Blaise rolled his wand over the bottle, whispering a few incantations. Daphne knew with Blaise's family history, there was no surprise that he knew a few detection spells that would be able to determine if something was poisoned or not. After a moment, Tracy conjured 3 small glasses, an impressive feat, but neither Blaise nor Daphne commented on the gesture of advanced magic. Transfiguration was after all her strong suit, and neither needed to ask if Harry had taught her conjurations or not. "To our Hogwarts champion, Harry Potter, he is certainly making things interesting around here." The other 2 raised their glasses and said his name before drinking the liquid back. Daphne couldn't help but wonder, however, where exactly Harry had gone off to at this hour. "Oh, an impressive performance today, my apprentice. Tom congratulated with a pleased expression on his face. Harry, pleased by the comment, smiled, offering a lower bow than normal to the man. I can confidently say that I could not have accomplished much of the magic without your teachings. Tom offered a nod to the boy in acknowledgement, before crossing his arms and leaning against the dilapidated walls of the shrieking shack. Nonetheless, you showed remarkable poise in the face of a very powerful magical beast. You did well, and now I wish to reward you. Tom pulled a small book from his cloak and hissed in parcel tongue, causing it to enlarge slowly. The black binding had no title on it, and Tom glanced at it for a long moment before handing it over. I have not assigned you much in the ways of advanced magic this year, and it is time for that to change. In this book you will find a ritual of my own invention. It has no name, but its effects are potent. Memory, power, physical strength, all of it rolled into one. We will conduct it at the beginning of summer, but this will give you time to research and gather the ingredients, which must be done yourself to ensure the magic works properly. Thinking about the last book Tom assigned him, The Secrets of the Darkest Arts, Harry knew that Tom was likely preparing him for something big, something that would push him further into the dark arts. Harry took the book reverently, opened it up, and flipped to a page that Tom had earmarked. Slowly he began reading the ingredients, and his mind swirled. The blood of an enemy. The blood of an innocent. The blood of the dead. The blood of a beast. The blood of a champion. The blood of a mentor. The blood of a virgin. Harry's eyes rested over each of the 7 tasks. His mind wondered how he would accomplish each of the goals and tried to wonder which would be harder than the others. How did one even know for sure if he was getting the blood of a virgin anyways? Do not center your anxieties, young one. Keep your concentration here and now, Tom advised. Yes, master, Harry said obediently. Tom then placed a hand on his shoulder gently. Read through my notes. See how I accomplished each task. You may find other ways, or you may follow in my footsteps. Make your own decisions, and magic will reward your path. I understand, Tom, Harry said, his mind still pondering the ritual and the effects it might have. As you may have guessed, we have to wait till summer to conduct this particular ritual. Because the champion's blood would be best to come from yourself, and of course you will need my blood as well, Tom said, trailing off for a moment, before looking his apprentice in the eye. Harry, I cannot understate the impact this ritual will have on your mind, body, and magic. Win this tournament, acquire the 7 ingredients, and be awarded beyond your wildest imagination. Harry swallowed heavily before nodding his head. Yes, master. Good, Tom said, clapping him on the shoulder. Now go get your rest. You will begin deciphering the clue to the 2nd task immediately. Give yourself the time to aptly prepare and prove why you are the superior wizard. Harry nodded his head and prepared to exit the shrieking shack before Tom called out to him, "Oh, and Harry." The young teen turned to face his mentor in the magical arts, and Tom offered him a grin. I know you won't be coming home this Yule break due to Dumbledore's watchful eye, but try to enjoy the Yule ball. I expect my apprentice to be able to resist the pleasures of the flesh, particularly if it could assist your ritual in the future. Harry blushed a beet red and began to protest before Tom rose his hand, cutting him off. I have spoken. Good night, Harry. Well done today. With that, the man was gone with a soft pop, and Harry had a distinct wish that the ground would just swallow him whole. Oh. Tracy's hands met with sharp claps, the sound echoing slightly in the hushed awe of the gathered crowd. A wide, amused grin stretched across her face as she shook her head, still processing the display she had just witnessed. Harry, only a 4th year, had just systematically dismantled Cedric Diggory, a respected and capable Hufflepuff prefect, in a dueling exhibition orchestrated by the diminutive but formidable Professor Flitwick. The event had drawn a considerable audience, a mixture of eager Hogwarts students and curious members of the visiting foreign delegations, all expecting a captivating contest. Many had likely anticipated a close and exciting duel, a true spectacle of burgeoning magical talent. Instead, what had unfolded under Flitwick's watchful eye had become a surprisingly one-sided affair, leaving a palpable sense of deflation and perhaps even a touch of awkwardness amongst the spectators. The aftermath of the first task ignited a media frenzy, particularly within the European press. Harry Potter had become the subject of intense admiration and speculation, his masterful use of Parseltongue the central point of fascination. His seemingly effortless command of this ancient and mysterious language captivated audiences worldwide. Reporters and curious onlookers relentlessly pursued him, eager to uncover the origins of his remarkable ability. The Daily Prophet, the French Le Monde, and the German Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung all ran extensive features, dissecting every detail of his performance in the dragon arena. Theories abounded, ranging from secret tutelage by exotic wizards to the notion of a latent, inherited gift. The attention was relentless, a constant barrage of flashing cameras and probing questions that followed Harry through the Hogwarts corridors and beyond. Everyone, it seemed, wanted to know, where had Harry Potter learned this supposedly forgotten art? Despite Harry's undeniable victory in the Triwizard Tournament, a significant faction within Hogwarts, composed primarily of older and more hubris-filled students, dismissed his accomplishment as a fluke. They attributed his success not to genuine magical prowess, but to a singular, perhaps accidental, talent that provided an undue advantage in the competition. Cedric Diggory, a respected Hufflepuff, even lent credence to this theory by suggesting to the Daily Prophet that Harry had likely resorted to using Parseltongue to enter the prestigious tournament. This accusation, fueled by envy and a reluctance to acknowledge a younger student's potential, quickly spread through the student body, casting a shadow over Harry's achievement. When confronted by persistent reporters who reminded him of Harry's audacious challenge, an offer of 1,000 galleons to any student capable of defeating him in a duel, Diggory felt compelled to publicly validate his skepticism. Pride, and a perceived need to uphold his standing amongst his peers, overshadowed any prudent consideration of the potential consequences. Ignoring the inherent folly of attempting to prove a broad generalization through a single, potentially biased encounter, Diggory resolved to confront Harry and demonstrate his supposed lack of multifaceted magical skill. This decision, born from wounded pride and a misjudgment of Harry's capabilities, set the stage for a confrontation that promised to be both revealing and, for Diggory, humiliating. Tracy offered Harry a towel as he stepped down from the platform, but he waved her off. "Thanks, but Diggory didn't even make me break a sweat." Pathetic, honestly. With Daphne at her side, the blonde girl shook her head with a grin. "Well, I don't think we will make any friends in Hufflepuff this year, but I think you have most of the Ravenclaws convinced. Even the younger Gryffindors looked resigned to their fate of supporting you as Hogwarts champion." Offering a scoff of bravado, Harry grinned. "Ivana tells me there isn't much talent in the Gryffindor 7th years. I could probably take them 2 or 3 at a time to make my point if necessary. I just don't think F.L. Tiwick would allow it." Ivana, Tracy thought with wide eyes exchanging looks with Daphne. They had both discussed that the older girls were likely to chat up Harry, but perhaps that was further along than they thought. An unpleasant emotion bubbled up inside of Tracy, but she said nothing to antagonize the moment. Blaise, on the other hand, looked unbothered as he said, "She's probably right. Word around the upper year of Slytherins that Diggory was one of the golden kids. You beating him the way you just did likely will prove what our house already knew. You are the most powerful student in school." Harry projected an aura of nonchalance as the quartet strolled out of the Great Hall, yet Tracy perceived a subtle shift beneath the surface. She surmised that the decisive victory over Cedric Diggory had ushered in a fragile tranquility for her friend. Blaise's earlier assertion that Slytherin House already acknowledged Harry's preeminence among the student body now seemed undeniably true. The sheer spectacle of Diggory's public and somewhat humiliating defeat had likely silenced the remaining pockets of dissent. Tracy entertained the notion that Harry harbored an intrinsic need to confront and overcome a worthy opponent, a personal validation of the burgeoning power he wielded. The duel hadn't merely been a competition. It had served as a crucial touchstone, solidifying his understanding of his own capabilities in a way that hushed whispers and admiring glances never could. The echoes of the duel, the gasps of the onlookers, and the stunned silence that followed Harry's final spell likely still resonated within him, a tangible confirmation of his ascendance. As they walked, Tracy observed Harry closely, noting the almost imperceptible relaxation in his shoulders, the slight upturn at the corner of his lips, subtle indicators of an inner satisfaction that transcended mere triumph. The group was hiking through the snow to Hogsmeade in no time, but Harry had all their clothes enchanted within moments of entering the frigid environment, and the walk was comfortable as they discussed the upcoming events at school. Of course, talks of the second task occurred, and they each took turns attempting to grill Harry on the progress of his egg. But after he had unleashed the deafening wails in the dungeons the day after the first task, most people's curiosity turned to caution, but not Tracy. She was fascinated by the golden egg, and of course they had all been in care of magical creatures together, and were more than a little curious about its origin. Arriving in Hogsmeade and making their way to the Three Broomsticks, the conversation turned into the direction of the Yule Ball. Blaise boasted that both Caro twins had tried to accost him and convince him to take them, but he said it would be unfair to the other and couldn't possibly choose. I had hoped I would get 2 girls on my arm that night, but it seems my confidence backfired on me. I hear Vasely and Urquhart swooped in right after. Blaise said jokingly. They did me a favor, though. I like flirting with them, but they are both a little much for me, and I wouldn't want to get mixed up with their family. A few jokes were made about the Caros and the more promiscuous sides of their personalities as the group settled on a butterbeer. Feeling a little liquid courage, Tracy asked Harry, "How many girls have you turned down in our house, Harry? Or have you finally accepted an invitation?" Shaking his head, Harry shrugged, but held a small grin on his face. "Ivana Rosier asked me first, after I came back on the night of the first task. I told her she would still need to earn the right to join my group of allies, and that a pretty face, no matter how pretty, would change the fact that 6 weeks ago she was kissing the arse of Cassius Warrington." Blaise whistled, while Daphne actually chuckled openly at the girl's misfortune. "I bet she didn't take that well." Harry shrugged. "She tried to change my mind, and in the interest of peace, I promised to dance with her at the ball, but also told her she would need to prove herself if she was interested in being part of my circle of trust." Tracy had to fight the smile that crossed her face at this. Most of the 7th-year boys drooled over Ivana Rosier. Her fair skin, pretty green eyes, and dark hair was quite fetching, but apparently it would take more than a nice body and pretty face to turn Harry's attention. "Who else has asked you?" Blaise asked curiously. Harry shrugged, sipping at his butterbeer. "I think a few have tried, but I gave them all my usual flat stare, and I think they lose their nerves." Blaise snorted, while Daphne held a hand to her mouth to cover her giggle, and even Tracy grinned at this. Daphne shook her head. "I can't imagine why." "I think I am an approachable guy." Harry shrugged again, and nearly all 3 of his friends spit their butterbeers out. "Good one, Harry," Blaise said, offering him a toast. Harry clicked his glass to the dark-skinned teen, and the two just laughed. Tracy could hardly remember a time where Harry looked so at ease. His smile was bright, but she did note the dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced than usual. Clearly, he had been working hard preparing for the second task, and doing Merlin only knows what else. Blaise posed the next question, and her attention snapped back into the conversation. "You know you have to open the ball right. There is no avoiding a date. Who are you going to take?" Harry's grin seemed to widen as he sipped at his butterbeer a little longer, before saying, "Well, I was actually hoping Tracy would go with me." Tracy's stomach lurched, and her eyes undoubtedly widened comically as she looked from Daphne to Blaise, who each seemed as shocked as she was. Instead of pointing out their comical looks, however, Harry just kept his composure. "I would like to go with someone I trust. Someone who is not going to make things awkward. If no one has asked you, Tracy, I would like to go with you." The way his voice wavered slightly indicated the confident persona he was taking on wasn't completely real, and that made Tracy feel slightly better. She had dreamed that he might ask her, or that she might ask him, and he would relent to going as friends, but this more than she had imagined. "No one has asked me." She said the words quickly, and could feel her cheeks burning slightly as she sipped her butterbeer, trying to cool herself down. Daphne was staring at her with an unreadable expression, while Blaise was coming out of his stupor and openly grinning widely now. Harry coughed awkwardly and asked, his cheeks reddening, "So will you go with me then?" "Yeah," Tracy said, trying to keep her cool. "All right." No one said anything for a moment before Harry released his breath. "All right, well, I think I'd rather fight another dragon than have to go through that again." This caused all three to laugh, and Tracy felt her heart soar. She could hardly believe her luck. Images of her dancing with Harry at the Yule Ball flashed in her mind, and she graciously jumped back in the conversation as Blaise ribbed his friend about being so smooth. Oh. Daphne could hardly believe what had happened, despite witnessing it for herself. One day she would have to stop underestimating the teen across from her, but Harry was full of surprises. She suspected that if he could have avoided the Yule Ball altogether, he would have, but being the Hogwarts champion at the host school, it would have only brought bad press to him for doing so. Harry had worked hard on his image in the wizarding press with Daphne's help, and she couldn't fault him for asking someone close to him, but a small part of her had wished he had asked her. She was, after all, an impressive dancer, and figured she could offer him some guidance leading up to the Yule Ball to make sure he didn't embarrass himself. She supposed that would be Tracy's job now, and she knew that her longtime best friend was no slouch. Half-heartedly, she listened to the conversations that followed, but mostly stayed on the edge of the excited vibe. She knew she had likely missed her train with Harry, and knew she would have to work even harder to make sure her worth was not forgotten as her closest friend explored the possibilities of going on a date with Slytherin's most impressive wizard. Between the Yule Ball and the upcoming ritual that Daphne had been studying under Harry's guidance, she knew that her days ahead would be busy, and she could only hope she would not lose the footing she had gained with The Boy Who Lived. Chapter 49. A primal roar, born of pure frustration, echoed within the confines of Harry's mind, a soundless outburst that nonetheless shook his thoughts. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow, a sudden understanding that illuminated the bizarre sounds he'd been hearing. Mermish. It was the language of the merfolk, those enigmatic beings that resided in the Black Lake. The clue reverberated within him, bouncing off the walls of his consciousness, each repetition fueling his growing sense of bewilderment at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Emerging from the cool, still waters of the Chamber of Secrets, Harry shook his head, water falling from his short hair, and a deep frown creasing his brow. The air in the ancient chamber hung heavy and damp, carrying the faint scent of stone and something else, something subtly magical and ancient. The Mermish language, with its screams, hisses, and whistles, had proven an unexpectedly formidable barrier. Despite his previous encounters and burgeoning understanding of various magical tongues, this particular dialect had stubbornly resisted his efforts. For what felt like countless hours, Harry had sequestered himself behind layers of carefully erected silencing charms, poring over the fragmented clue. Scrolls filled with his frustrated annotations lay scattered around the edges of the chamber. Each failed attempt chipped away at his patience, a frustrating counterpoint to the festive anticipation that permeated the rest of the castle in preparation for the upcoming Yule Ball. The contrast between the shimmering decorations and excited chatter echoing in the corridors above and his solitary struggle in the echoing silence below was stark. It wasn't until the welcome arrival of the Christmas holidays that Harry had finally been able to dedicate the uninterrupted focus required to truly begin to unravel the intricate sonic tapestry of the Mermish language. His deep dive had started the day before last. Harry had been serving his usual detention with Barty, and while the teen inspected the egg behind a silencing ward, the disguised Death Eater muttered the first breakthrough. It has to be a magical language. It needs to be exposed in different climates. The cryptic pronouncement hung in the air as Harry turned it over rapidly in his mind. The notion that the egg's secrets were encoded in a magical language, one that reacted to environmental variations, was a novel and intriguing concept, far removed from the straightforward clues he had initially anticipated. He continued his seemingly diligent examination of the shimmering surface, his mind now racing with the implications of Barty's unexpected insight. The thought sparked a new avenue of investigation, a departure from his previous attempts to simply force the egg open in order to decipher its screeching wails. On the crisp morning of Yule, a sense of anticipation mingled with his habitual routines at Hogwarts. Harry, his mind already wrestling with the enigmatic secrets of the golden egg, awoke before the castle stirred. He carefully retrieved the heavy, ornate object and made his way to the Quidditch pitch, the vast expanse of the grounds still cloaked in the pre-dawn twilight. Mounting his Nimbus 2000, he soared upwards, the biting wind whipping around him as he ascended to an altitude he deemed worthy of a dragon's typical flight. The logic, born from his recent encounter in the tournament, was simple. The egg had been under the protection of a fire-breathing beast. Perhaps a higher elevation, closer to the domain of dragons, would trigger its hidden magic. He held his breath, listening intently, but the egg remained stubbornly silent, its smooth surface offering no clue. Disappointment flickered within him, but Harry was not one to surrender easily. His thoughts then turned to the dragon's fiery breath. Perhaps the key lay in replicating the intense heat that had surrounded the creature. He carefully levitated the egg and, using a controlled burst of incendio, bathed it in flames. He maintained the spell, his wand steady, watching for any sign of change, a shimmer, a sound, anything. The heat radiated outwards, but the egg remained inert, the golden surface unyielding. Another avenue, it seemed, had reached a dead end. Undeterred, Harry continued his experimentation, his mind racing through possibilities. He attempted to subject the egg to powerful gusts of wind, conjured by a focused ventus. He buried it briefly in the cold, hard earth near the edge of the forbidden forest, hoping for some reaction from the elemental forces. Each attempt proved futile, the egg stubbornly guarding its secret. A growing sense of frustration began to creep in, the pressure of the impending tasks weighing heavily on him. Harry finally succeeded. When the golden egg broke the water's stillness, a change happened. A low, resonant hum came from inside, and the water around it rippled with unseen energy. An ethereal and clear voice echoed, though initially unclear. Harry hadn't planned to swim, but the egg seemed to have different plans. Taking deep breaths as Harry sat on the side of the reservoir that Sesha the basilisk often dwelled in, he shook his head, thinking of the words he had heard. It sounded like the second task was going to take something he would sorely miss, and would have the time frame of a mere hour to plunge into the unknown depths and retrieve what would be taken. The weight of the clue settled upon him, a sudden chill despite the chamber's stagnant air. What could he possibly lose? His fingers fiddled with his necklace, the locket of Slytherin, which he openly displayed in the ancient chamber. Tom had assured him the necklace could not be removed, and none knew its value. His father's cloak would need to be hidden in the Undercroft in the coming weeks. He could not afford for that to fall into Dumbledore's hands. Then there was his map and wand, but he knew they couldn't possibly take his magical partner, nor did any other than Daphne and Tom know of the map. Perhaps the what was taken wouldn't be a what, however, but a who. The thought lingered, causing a shadow of unease, but Harry pushed it aside, at least for the moment. The realization that he had finally unlocked a part of the egg's mystery was a significant triumph. He also knew that the Yule Ball was a few short hours away, and the reputation he carefully crafted over the last few months depended on a night of well-mannered frivolity. The thought made him quirk a smile as he recalled the words of Professor McGonagall. As he summoned the egg from the water to his hands, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He now knew the second task would be in the Black Lake, and he would have an hour to retrieve a person or thing. That meant he would need to learn multiple ways to sustain himself underwater, and with that clear goal in mind, the research would be elementary, leaving him plenty of time to study Tom's ritual, prepare his friends for their own, while pursuing his own studies all at once. Checking the intricate lines of the Marauder's map, Harry traced his route back towards the upper levels of Hogwarts. The parchment glowed faintly in the dim tunnels exiting the Chamber of Secrets, revealing the precise location of every inhabitant within the castle walls. Each tiny dot was labeled with a name, a reassurance that his path was indeed clear. He moved with a practiced silence, his footsteps silenced with basic charm work. Months of sneaking around the castle had honed his ability to navigate the castle unseen, a skill that served him well now. As Harry crossed back into the dungeons, his mind turned towards the night he had been preparing for. Tracy and Harry had spent some late evenings together discussing the Yule Ball when the teen admitted he was out of his depth with the concept. Of course, the young woman was happy to work with him on the basics, and the two spent several evenings together locking it down, so Harry would not embarrass either of them on the big night. Tracy was proving to be an exceptionally insightful and considerate date. Beyond the basic steps of dancing, she intuitively guided Harry through social nuances he had never considered. Recognizing his complete lack of interest and knowledge in fashion, Tracy thoughtfully proposed assisting him in selecting their formal robes and coordinating colors for their upcoming event. Her offer was a genuine attempt to alleviate a potential source of stress and decision-making for him, ensuring he felt comfortable and appropriately attired without the added burden of navigating unfamiliar choices. Her proactive approach demonstrated a level of empathy and understanding that Harry deeply appreciated, making the prospect of the event far less daunting. After all, he could hardly imagine asking Tom for advice on what he should wear to the Yule Ball. Glancing at a clock as he entered the Slytherin common room, Harry noticed that most of his house was already dressed, ready, and socializing. With a dismissive wave and a nonchalant air, he acknowledged the various greetings and nods that came his way. To those who inquired about his tardiness, he offered vague explanations, stating that he had a rather important date to prepare for. A flicker of nervousness, quickly masked by his characteristic poise, crossed his features as he silently hoped that the evening would unfold without any embarrassing mishaps or social blunders on his part. He retreated towards the Slytherin dormitories, the anticipation of the evening ahead mingling with a familiar undercurrent of anxiety. Oh. Tracy gazed at her reflection, her breath catching slightly in her throat. The emerald green of the dress seemed to deepen the color of her brown eyes, making them sparkle in the soft light of the room. The fabric, a luxurious silk velvet, draped beautifully, clinging gently to her curves before flaring out into a graceful, flowing skirt that pooled softly around her feet. The V-neckline was daring yet tasteful, a subtle nod to her burgeoning womanhood while still maintaining an air of youthful innocence that she knew her father would appreciate. Delicate velvet straps, no thicker than a finger, spanned her shoulders, adding a touch of refined elegance to the overall design. She turned slowly, watching the way the fabric moved, a liquid shimmer that captivated her. It was more beautiful than she could have imagined, a dress fit for a princess, and it made her feel like one. Of course, her prince for the evening was hardly one from the fairy tales her father had read her growing up. A stark realism grounded her expectations. She was acutely aware that her date for the night was not merely dabbling in the dark arts, but was, in fact, deeply immersed within them. Furthermore, she possessed the certainty that his intentions extended beyond his own practices. The ritual they were planning to participate in was not a solitary endeavor for him. He aimed to guide her, and by extension, her friends, down the same shadowy path. A sense of foreboding mingled with a dangerous curiosity had followed them ever since they had begun studying for the ritual. For Tracy, the proposition laid before her by Harry was deceptively straightforward. It involved the acquisition of specific magical ingredients, many of which Harry had already diligently procured. There was also the inevitable component of blood, a common, if potent, element in many rituals. And then there was the anticipation of pain, a temporary discomfort that served as a necessary catalyst for the transformation. In return for these sacrifices, however, lay the promise of profound and enduring benefits, advantages that stretched far beyond mere fleeting power. She would be elevated to the ranks of a more formidable witch, her innate magical abilities amplified to a new level. Perhaps even more enticing were the potential opportunities this newfound power could unlock, pathways and possibilities that would have remained forever closed to her in her current state. Beyond the tangible benefits, the ritual carried with it a significant weight of implied trust. Harry wasn't asking this of her alone. Tracy understood that she and her closest friends would partake in this transformative act together, bound by a shared experience and a mutual commitment. This wasn't a solitary endeavor. It was a collective step into the unknown, a decision that carried with it a profound sense of unity. The understanding was clear, unspoken yet deeply felt. Once the ritual was initiated, there would be no turning back. They would cross a threshold together, venturing into a new reality shaped by the magic they were about to embrace, forever linked by this pivotal and irreversible moment in their lives. "You look beautiful, Trace," a familiar voice said from behind. Smiling at her best friend in the mirror, she nodded. "You too, Daph." It was true. Daphne was, quite simply, breathtaking. The silver fabric of her gown shimmered under the light, its design perhaps a touch more daring than Tracy's own emerald gown. Yet on Daphne, the cut seemed perfectly natural, a graceful frame for a figure that turned heads effortlessly. Her blue eyes, the color of a summer sky just after dawn, sparkled with an inner luminescence, perfectly harmonizing with the cascade of blonde hair that framed her delicate features. Blaze would be a lucky bloke. "You think the boys are ready?" Daphne asked, coming up behind Tracy, tightening the braids in her hair with gentle, practiced ease. "Blaze was likely ready hours ago, Harry. Well, I wouldn't doubt it if he just came strolling into the common room. They are hardly likely to start ball without the champion who is currently in the lead," Tracy said simply. "True," Daphne answered easily. "Still, I hope he does not plan to keep you waiting." "He hasn't let us down yet," Tracy defended. "I don't think he will start tonight, not after all the effort he has gone through to ensure he doesn't embarrass either of us." "How were your late-night sessions with him?" Daphne asked carefully. "He is no artist with his dance moves," Tracy said with a soft laugh. "But he's got it. We will be okay. I am not expecting him to do a ton of dances with me. I had my expectations straight from the moment I agreed to go with him. I just hope I can convince him to kiss me if it all goes well. I'd love to make Ivana rosier jealous, if you can even imagine." A shadow flickered across Daphne Greengrass's usually composed features as Tracy spoke of the possibility of kissing Harry, with a bright, almost boastful tone. Daphne's lips stretched into what was intended to be a smile, but the tightness around her mouth and the lack of genuine warmth in her usually cool blue eyes betrayed a different emotion. It was a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, a mere polite mask failing to entirely conceal the subtle clench of her jaw. Most might not have caught it, but Tracy had known Daphne most of her life. Daphne offered a murmured response. "That does sound lovely." The words felt brittle, lacking their usual smooth confidence. Tracy had the feeling that Daphne was still on the fence about Harry's relationship with her. Tracy was unsure whether it was because the time they spent together threatened the subtle balance Daphne had carefully cultivated, or if there was a more jealous nature to it. The easy camaraderie Tracy had with Harry seemed to sting Daphne. The thought of the girl being jealous caused a prickle of resentment, sharp and unwelcome as it surfaced. Harry had asked her not the other way around. Tracy had also shown the most faith in the leader of their house and tried to be helpful at all times. This would be her night to romance the king's snake. Swallowing hard, Tracy shook the thought away. It wasn't like her to feel this way, this petty surge of possessiveness. Besides, putting pressure on the thought would only make it hard for something exciting to naturally occur. Deciding to move the topic back to Daphne, Tracy offered a knowing grin. "Think Blaze will try and put the moves on you." Daphne's cheeks turned slightly pink, but she sighed sitting on the bed. "He might. He does have a reputation, especially among the older Slytherin girls. I am not opposed to a kiss if he treats me well tonight, which I have little doubt he will, but more and he might find himself getting cursed." This caused Tracy to laugh as she rose to her feet, wrapping her arm through her best friend's and doing her utmost to shake away any jealous insecurities. "Well, come on. We can't have a great Christmas night if we are late to the ball." Money is on Harry still not being ready. Oh, the blood of an enemy. This was the first step in the path of my ritual. Lord Voldemort has no shortage of enemies, but still, for magic to work the way I intend, I will need to gather the blood of perhaps one of my greatest enemies. This could be the one who is most powerful, or the one who posed the greatest threat. I pondered for many months about who my target could be, but ultimately I decided on the one who posed the biggest threat to me politically. While many of the sacred 28 families flocked to stand under my reigns, the family that stood most adamantly against me was the House of Bones. The venerable Bones family held a position of considerable respect within the Wisengamot, their lineage renowned for producing exceptionally skilled duelists, a trait highly valued in the wizarding community. This reputation, however, became the very reason for their downfall. Under the cloak of deepest night, I meticulously dismantled the intricate network of protective wards surrounding their ancestral home, my objective clear: the complete annihilation of every inhabitant save for a single, carefully chosen individual. The grim task unfolded with swift precision. Lord and Lady Bones, their expressions a mixture of shock and terror, succumbed to the lethal force of my wand. Their son, Edgar Bones, a formidable auror and the heir apparent to the lordship, soon to inherit the weight of his family's legacy, became my unwilling donor. His lifeblood, rich with the potent magic of his lineage, was extracted against his will, a crucial component for the ritual that lay ahead. With his memory wiped and the blood acquired, the first step was completed. Harry reread the passage, his brow furrowed in concentration. Tom's accomplishment was nothing short of breathtaking. Deciphering and dismantling the intricate network of protective enchantments woven around an old, magically potent family's ancestral home in the span of a single night was a testament to his prodigious magical abilities. Moreover, to infiltrate the premises without triggering any alarms or leaving a trace of his presence spoke volumes about his mastery of stealth and concealment. This audacious act was more than just a strategic maneuver. It was a symbolic victory. When Tom eventually documented the tumultuous events of the First Wizarding War through the lens of the triumphant, this swift and decisive breach would undoubtedly be lauded as a pivotal moment, a clear demonstration of his unparalleled power and cunning. History, shaped by the victor's narrative, would forever remember this night as a testament to Tom's dominance. "Harry, are you ready?" the voice of Blaise Zabini said, interrupting Harry's thoughts. Turning to see his friend dressed in the finest black silk materialed robes, Harry offered a single nod before waving his hand over the book, causing it to shut firmly. He then drew his wand and hissed, softly bringing up the protections around desk, bed, and trunk. Turning to see Blaise, now clad in exquisitely tailored robes of the deepest black silk, Harry offered a silent, acknowledging nod. With a flick of his wrist, he waved his hand over the leather-bound book resting on the desk before him, its pages filled with secrets best left undisturbed for the moment, causing it to snap shut with a soft, leathery thud. Reaching for his wand, the familiar weight a comforting presence in his hand, he drew it with a fluid motion. He then turned his attention to the immediate surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the small, sparsely furnished room. With a soft, almost inaudible hiss, words of ancient power left his lips, weaving an intricate web of protective enchantments around the sturdy oak desk laden with parchment and quills, the narrow bed, and the battered trunk containing his most treasured possessions. The air around these focal points shimmered momentarily, a visible manifestation of the potent magic, now warding them against unwanted intrusion or prying eyes. Offering his friend a grin, Harry asked, "I suppose it's time." Glancing at his watch, Blaise thumped it with his index finger twice. "Past time, actually. I think we will be fashionably late." "Excellent," Harry said easily, as he walked past the boy, who just stared for a moment before Harry cheekily added, "Now we are waiting on you, let's go." Blaise chuckled and followed behind promptly. When they made it to the common room without further words, Harry realized that most of the house had already departed to the great hall, leaving only a few stragglers behind. Among them were two young women that made his mouth feel like he was trying to swallow sandpaper. Even though Harry had long been aware of Daphne's renowned beauty as a pureblood princess, it was Tracy who truly captured his attention in this moment. The girl he usually perceived as rather ordinary now stood before him transformed. She wore a stunning emerald dress, its elegant cut accentuating a grace he hadn't noticed before. For a fleeting but impactful moment, Harry found himself utterly enchanted by Tracy's unexpected beauty, his gaze lingering as he took in the transformation. Tom's voice seemed to echo in his head, "Resist the pleasure of the flesh." The words that his mentor once said shook him of his temporary stupor, but Blaise beat him to the first compliment. "Well, aren't we a lucky pair of blokes?" Approaching his date, Blaise took Daphne's hand, placing a kiss on the back. "You look lovely, Daphne. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude for agreeing to attend the ball with me tonight." Harry stared at the two for a moment as he contemplated Blaise's words and saw the white flower that he pulled from his cloak. The flower sat on a silver bracelet and looked beautifully alive. A brief frown crossed Harry's features as he considered this. No one had mentioned bringing flowers for their date, but as he recalled his initial arrival in the common room, he did seem to realize that many girls were wearing flowers. Instead of being shown up, however, he approached his date, taking her hand, mimicking Blaise's action by kissing it, before drawing his own wand asking, "May I?" Tracy had a look of brief uncertainty, before nodding cautiously. Harry offered her an encouraging nod as he waved his wand in two back-and-forth motions, while adding a soft hiss at the end. The three other Slytherins watched with wide eyes, momentarily frozen in disbelief at the subtle yet potent display of magic unfolded before them. A shimmering silver bangle, intricately crafted with the form the head of a snake on each side, gracefully coiled itself around Tracy's slender wrist. The application of the enchantment, the delicate manipulation of magical energies required to coax the metal into its serpentine shape, was the most demanding aspect of the spell. Yet the result was undeniably beautiful. As the initial wonder began to subside, a tightly furled rosebud, its petals a captivating blend of polished silver and deep forest green, materialized seemingly out of thin air atop the bangle. With a soft, almost imperceptible click, the nascent bloom unfurled slightly and securely fastened itself to the silver band, completing the exquisite and personalized corsage. Harry observed his work carefully before releasing his hold on the girl and offering his arm in place of the hand that was holding her wrist. "It suits you." Tracy offered him a soft smile as she looked at him, feeling shy for the first time. "It's beautiful, Harry, thank you." The girl sounded almost breathless, but Harry didn't comment on it as he turned to his friends, feeling better about the situation. Daphne and Blaise both had varying states of awe at his display of advanced conjuration, but neither offered a comment. Harry, however, broke the silence and motioned a hand forward. "Shall we?" "Oh." Daphne had been awed by the piece of magic Harry had used. Conjuring at the level she just observed was far beyond Newt, and doesn't even begin to add whatever enchantment he placed on it with Parseltongue. Once Tracy told the other girls in Slytherin of what Harry had done for her, they would undoubtedly be green with envy. The young woman looked at her own corsage, and while it was not as special as the one Harry had just crafted for Tracy, it was certainly beautiful. With Blaise on her arm, the walk to the Great Hall was done with small talk about each other's Christmas afternoons. While both girls discussed how long it took them to get ready, Harry had confessed that he had made significant progress on breaking the clue to the second task. All were curious about his results, but he promised to discuss it tomorrow, not wanting to take away from their time at the ball. When they all arrived, McGonagall looked like she wanted to draw her wand on Harry, when with pursed lips she reminded him of what time he was supposed to arrive. Harry proved his poise, however, when he offered his professor a smile, saying, "Forgive me, Professor, my date had me so distracted I lost track of time." Tracy had blushed prettily at his compliment, while Professor McGonagall visibly softened. "Very well, better late than never. Miss Greengrass, Mr. Zabini, enter the hall at once. We need to get our champions introduced." Daphne and Blaise, ever perceptive, readily understood the unspoken cue to depart, though not before casting curious gazes upon the assembled champions. A wave of surprise washed over Daphne as she registered the scan attendance. Only 2 figures occupied the space, and their close proximity suggested a unified front. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly as the implications of this deliberate pairing dawned on her. The whispers would soon spread like wildfire. Everyone present, and indeed the wider community, had witnessed firsthand the formidable capabilities of Harry. The initial perception of him as an underdog, a long shot in the Triwizard Tournament, had been decisively shattered. Now, a new narrative was taking hold. Harry was the one to overcome. The absence of the champions' dates, coupled with the conspicuous alliance of these two, spoke volumes. It was a clear, albeit silent, declaration of intent, a strategic partnership forged with the explicit purpose of tackling the perceived frontrunner. The political maneuvering within the tournament had begun in earnest, and Harry, whether he desired it or not, was firmly positioned at its center. A glance over her shoulder saw the look on Harry's face, but she was surprised to see there wasn't fury, but amusement. The teen seemed to exchange words with the other champions, but the doors quickly closed, shutting off her view. Blaise muttered to himself, "Well, this night is getting interesting early." Daphne nodded in agreement, but said nothing further as they found themselves at table, and prepared to watch McGonagall introduce the Triwizard champions to the Yule Ball. Chapter 50. Tracy's grip on her date's arm tightened, offering a silent commentary on the scene before them. The young woman could tell Harry was visibly fighting back a snort at the apparent camaraderie between the two champions, finding a strange amusement in the spectacle instead. Harry had told Tracy that Fleur had all but dismissed his chances in the Triwizard tournament, her nose practically wrinkling at the notion of him as serious competition. Yet, the memory of his audacious display against his dragon still hung in the air, a tangible testament to his capabilities. Coupled with the whispered tales of his decisive victory over Cedric Diggory, the shifting tides of opinion were palpable. Now, the same champions who had once regarded him with skepticism, or perhaps even disdain, seemed eager to align themselves against him, figuratively tossing their hats into a shared ring. The unspoken strategy hung heavy in the air, a united front against a worthy adversary. Tracy didn't have to wonder whose idea this was. Krum didn't seem like the type to want to play politics in a game where magic was might. The French, however, were known for their deceptions and odd alliances. Tracy suspected, however, that the alliances forged in the shadow of a dragon's fire were likely to be as fragile as glass, and if they weren't careful, they would be burned. As Harry led Tracy to the duo, he spoke with a tone of false cheer, a tone that Tracy began to categorize as something sinister he saved for his potential enemies. Champion Krum, Champion Delacour, what a show of international cooperation, being here together. The two champions turned to greet the latest arrival, and Krum offered a respectful nod to Harry, while Fleur turned her nose up at Tracy, clearly indicating she had no interest in talking to her. Harry, however, was going to take that out of her hands. "Fellow champions, this is my date, Tracy Davis. While she is certainly a pretty face, she is quite a talent in transfiguration as well." The compliment made Tracy's cheeks turn pink, and he just offered her a slight smirk as he waited for the two to introduce themselves. Victor seemed to refuse to be rude, and offered his hand and greeted her as any pureblood would, with a kiss to the knuckles, then softly saying, "Victor Krum." Fleur, however, refused to glance at Tracy as she addressed her date. "I am glad you found a little girl closer to your age to come with. I was worried you would struggle." Tracy offered a false laugh at this. "You thought the champion in first place at the host school would struggle to find a date. You have interesting concerns, Champion Delchiar." Fleur's smile lingered, a polished veneer that didn't quite reach the cool calculation in her eyes. Tracy, though trying to appear unfazed, felt the subtle sting of the other girl's condescension. It was a look Tracy had encountered before, a silent assessment that placed her somewhere far down the social and magical hierarchy compared to the effortlessly elegant Beauxbaton's champion. The smile itself was expertly crafted, the kind meant to dismiss without being overtly rude, a tactic often employed by those secure in their own superiority. But behind the practiced pleasantness, Tracy detected a glint of something sharper, a hint that Fleur considered her an insignificant player in whatever games were unfolding. The air between them seemed to thicken with unspoken judgment, the weight of Fleur's perceived superiority pressing down on Tracy's attempt to project confidence. Haughtily, the French girl responded, "I think we are all concerned for our youngest champion. The first task was an inspiring performance, certainly, but I am not so sure the unnatural snake magic will help him in the next tasks." The indignation welled up inside Tracy as she unintentionally gripped Harry's arm hard, just before she could give the French tart a piece of her mind. Harry spoke smoothly, however countering the girl with ease. "Yes, well, I believe you have just unintentionally made a fool of yourself, Champion Delacour." Who am I to spoil the surprise, though? Clearly you have not yet figured out the clue to the second task. You should spend less time worrying about my age and my date, so you can truly consider the fact that you are about to be outmatched by someone 3 years younger than you on an international stage. Tracy didn't have to force the giggle that escaped her lips, while Fleur looked like she might spit fire at Harry. Before further barbs could be exchanged, however, Professor McGonagall stepped back into the hallway. Champions ready. Of course, Professor, Harry said, guiding Tracy to the front. Can I presume, Ms. Davis, and I will lead the procession since I am the current leader. Precisely, Mr. Potter. The Transfiguration Professor confirmed, looking between the champions with a wave of suspicion. Mr. Crumb, Ms. Delacour, you will follow behind. For the first time since Harry's invitation to Tracy to attend the ball as his date, a knot of genuine nervousness tightened in her stomach. In the weeks leading up to this evening, the prospect had seemed a rather abstract and even exciting affair. While Tracy had politically understood the impact of being Harry's date, she had not fully, emotionally, prepared herself for the reality of being under the intense scrutiny of the entire student body. Beyond the familiar faces of her classmates and the judging gazes of certain Slytherins, she now had to face the added pressure of the foreign delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Her carefully chosen dress, which had seemed so elegant in the mirror of her dormitory, now felt flimsy and inadequate under the weight of her apprehension. She worried about tripping on the dance floor, saying the wrong thing, or simply appearing awkward and out of place beside the king's snake. The light-hearted anticipation she had initially felt had been replaced by a flutter of uncertainty, a feeling entirely new in the context of her relationship with Harry. As Harry guided Tracy towards the door, he offered her a smile that showed a little bit of his own apprehension. Just say the word and I will curse the next person who insults you. A small smile began to cross her lips as she shook her head. We could still have a bloody Christmas. We would be on every news headline in Europe tomorrow. If I curse Delacour, it might be in every news headline in the world, Harry said optimistically, causing Tracy to let out a laugh as the doors opened to thunderous applause. Harry's joke was well-timed, because now Tracy felt more at ease as she allowed the young Slytherin leader to guide her towards the head table, where the headmasters and members of the ministry were waiting. Tracy could tell by the way Harry stiffened that he did not like their seating arrangement in the slightest, but kept his smile despite it looking more forced than before. Tracy locked eyes with Daphne for a moment, and the girl just shook her head softly, applauding along with everyone else, smiling at her best friend. Other familiar faces offered her smiles of encouragement, but there were a few, like the older Slytherin girls who were hopeful to be Harry's date, merely glared at her. Deciding to hold her head high, she did her best to ignore the rest and focus on what she hoped would be a magical evening ahead. Oh. Harry had really hoped he would get to sit with a group of Slytherins at dinner, but it seems that was not meant to be. As he pulled out a chair for Tracy, his eyes roamed the table, spotting mostly familiar faces, but a few he was not so sure of. Dumbledore, Maxine, and Karkaroff were of course in attendance as the representatives of the school. Professor McGonagall seemed to be on Dumbledore's arm for the evening, while Karkaroff had a short, stern-faced witch sitting beside him, who Harry believed was a Durmstrang professor. Madame Maxime, on the other hand, sat beside her champion with no apparent interest in giving her attention to any other, but a glance off to the side indicated Hagrid had combed his hair and dressed to his best. A small smirk crossed Harry's lips at the thought. From the Ministry's contingent, Harry recognized Ludo Bagman again, along with Cornelius Fudge, the minister, and a woman in pink that Harry traded barbs with on the selection evening. He had never identified the witch, but Harry didn't really care to either. It was clear she was a little Ministry stooge, and he didn't care to play the game by their rules. Harry, my boy, nice to finally meet you, at last, Fudge said, standing to his feet, offering to shake Harry's hand before he could find his seat. Harry, my boy, Fudge boomed, his voice carrying across the great hall. Nice to finally meet you. At last! He rose from behind the large table, extending a hand before the young wizard could settle. Fudge's smile was wide, perhaps a touch too wide, revealing a flash of a gold tooth. His bowler hat, a perfectly respectable accessory for a ministry official, seemed almost comically small atop his rather round head. He was dressed in pinstriped robes, the fabric straining slightly across his ample midsection. The scent of cologne, a rather strong floral scent, wafted from him as he moved. It was clear that Fudge was a man who enjoyed his comforts and who relished in the power of his position. He exuded an air of self-importance, yet beneath it, there was a nervous energy, a slight tremor in his hand as he waited for Harry to take it. Immediately, Harry knew this was the type of man that likely fell to their knees in the presence of his master. Trying not to make any enemies this early in the night, Harry took the hand gracefully. "Nice to meet you as well, Minister. I did not think an event like this would attract someone of your prestige." The man beamed, his face lighting up with genuine warmth at the compliment. "Nonsense," he exclaimed, waving a dismissive hand. "I might have very well skipped Hogwarts entirely had you not had such an impressive performance in the first task, setting such a high bar for what is to come. My boy, you have proven to be quite the sensation. Your teachers, every single one of them, speak of nothing else but your extraordinary talent and the sheer brilliance you bring to each of their subjects. I can imagine your parents would be quite proud indeed." Harry was just about to accept the compliment gracefully, a warm smile gracing his lips as he prepared to introduce his date. However, the saccharine sweet, yet undeniably sharp, clearing of a throat shattered the pleasant atmosphere. It belonged to the woman in a truly garish shade of bubblegum pink, who now fixed a disapproving gaze on him. "Hem, Minister," she began, her voice dripping with an artificial politeness that barely masked the steel underneath. "Surely we are not condoning the behavior of this young rule-breaker, are we? He has after all flaunted the decrees put forth by the ministry." Her eyes narrowed, not quite meeting Harry's, but rather sweeping over him with an air of condescension. It was clear she was not merely seeking clarification, but rather issuing a thinly veiled challenge, implying that the minister's current pleasantries were a dereliction of duty in the face of Harry's alleged transgressions. The air, which had moments before been filled with a burgeoning warmth, now crackled with a distinct chill, a silent battle of wills about to unfold. "Of course not, Madame Umbridge," Fudge said with a bellyful laugh, while offering Harry a wink. "You will have to forgive my undersecretary. She is very much one that likes to play by the rules, and has done our ministry a great favor by taking up the helm of this event after the untimely death of Barty Crouch." Harry offered a slight bow of his head as he took his seat. "Well, I do apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused you, Madame, but I simply believed I was the best choice to give Hogwarts a chance at winning this tournament. I couldn't stand by and give Hogwarts anything less than the champion it deserves." The woman giggled, or at least Harry thought that's what she did judging by her smile, but truthfully it sounded closer to a sinister sound. "Now, Mr. Potter, surely you do not believe you are the most talented student in the whole school. You, a fourth year." Fleur chuckled a few seats down, and Fudge frowned at the woman, clearly preparing to reprimand her, but Tracy spoke that moment to speak up. "He is the most talented student in the school, Madame Umbridge." Harry offered his date a smile, saying, "Forgive me, Minister, this is my date, Tracy Davis." "A pleasure to meet you, Minister. My father is an Auror and speaks highly of you," the young woman offered gracefully. "Ah, yes, I can see the resemblance. Roland is a good Auror, is he not, Madame Umbridge?" The woman said nothing to this, but offered a stiff nod, while Tracy cheerily changed the subject. "Thank you, Minister. Now, if I am not mistaken, you were a Slytherin in your time at Hogwarts." "Oh ho," the man blustered with a laugh. "Many years ago, my dear." "What about you, Madame Umbridge? A woman in your position, as young as you are, I would guess Slytherin as well, yes." The woman offered another curt nod, and Tracy maintained her cool smile. "Well, as both of you know then, our house has long had the tradition of appointing a king's snake, a title that Harry has held since our third year." Umbridge looked genuinely surprised by the statement, her carefully constructed facade of placid indifference cracking for a fleeting moment. Her eyes, usually narrowed in a perpetual state of disapproval, widened almost imperceptibly. Meanwhile, Minister Fudge, never one to miss an opportunity to bask in the glow of his own self-importance, threw his head back and guffawed loudly, a hearty, booming sound that echoed through the otherwise hushed office. "Truly," Fudge exclaimed, "even in my day it was unheard of for anyone below 6th year to take such a title. Of course, magical prowess is only one way to ascend to the title. I myself held it in my last year, but as you can imagine." He puffed out his chest slightly, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "Even then, I possessed a certain knack for persuasion, a natural ability to connect with people. It was how I was raised to the position. And now, of course, as a career politician, I have proven that I have quite the way with people. But it all started back in my final years as the de facto leader of Slytherin House." Harry and Tracy both tipped their heads to the man in admission, understanding how the man claimed the legendary title, while Tracy placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well, Harry here did it by force. 3 7th years tried to stop him last year, and then 3 more tried this year, but none could lay a scratch on him. Madam Umbridge, Harry also offered the rest of the students a 1,000 galleon prize to defeat him in a duel. It was an admirable offer, because then even though the students might have missed out on eternal glory, Harry would have at least given them their prize money that they could have won in the tournament." Tracy said this as if it was some magnanimous gesture, and Harry grinned at the girl as she finished speaking. The one student who attempted to claim that was thoroughly embarrassed, and he was the student favorite to be selected as champion. There can be little doubt that Harry is the most talented student in Hogwarts right now. Just as Madam Umbridge looked like she would speak again, and risk really annoying Harry, Dumbledore spoke clearly, and made the woman flinch in surprise as he said, "Pork chops." Harry blinked in surprise at the strange pronouncement, but before he could question it, Dumbledore's plate was full of a strange meat Harry was unfamiliar with, and his jaw dropped slightly. He then looked at his own plate with a frown before saying, "Roasted chicken." Suddenly, a large chicken leg and drumstick appeared, and Tracy beside him muttered happily, "I love magic." One by one, the other occupants of the table, visibly relieved, began to place their food orders. It was a welcome interruption, a chance to diffuse the simmering tension that had been steadily building between Harry, Tracy, and the ministry official. The official, a woman named Umbridge, had particularly caught Harry's attention. He'd need to investigate her further, delve into her background and affiliations. If Tom ever required a high-value target within the ministry for capture and interrogation, Harry now had a strong candidate in mind. Umbridge, with her rigid demeanor and annoying air of authority, seemed to fit the bill perfectly for a future operation. Harry and Tracy broke into their own conversation, ignoring the death glares they received from Fleur de Lacquer as they chatted away through their dinner. Harry wasn't sure what Crumb's intentions were, but the man looked miserable. His eyes kept wandering in an unknown direction of the hall, and suddenly Harry had the feeling that de Lacquer had really sank her teeth into the Quidditch star to convince him to take her. The clatter of silverware against china gradually subsided as the last remnants of the feast were carried away by house elves, their movements swift and silent despite the lingering buzz of conversation. Near the elevated head table, a makeshift stage began to glow with soft, colored light. A murmur rippled through the student body as 4 figures, cloaked in what appeared to be patchwork velvet, adorned with shimmering jewelry, took their places upon it. If Harry had to guess, these were the Weird Sisters, a name that held no immediate recognition for the teen, who exchanged a questioning glance with Tracy. Tracy, however, was already grinning widely, pointing towards the stage enthusiastically as if he had been missing something noteworthy. The general air among the Hogwarts students was one of palpable excitement, a collective anticipation for a performance they clearly held in high regard. A low thrumming sound began to emanate from the stage, punctuated by the rhythmic tapping of what sounded like drumsticks, and the chatter in the great hall began to die down, all eyes fixed on the peculiar quartet who called for the champions to join them on the floor to begin the ceremony. Harry offered Tracy a wry smile as he tossed the napkin from his lap to the table and offered his hand to the young woman. In return, he received a beaming smile, and Tracy rose to her feet and dragged him towards the middle of the floor. A brief round of applause followed by complete silence echoed around the hall. With practiced, ease, Harry placed one hand on Tracy's hip, while the other took her hand. For once, the weight of so many eyes on him felt heavy. It was not often he became nervous in front of so many witnesses any longer, but this was not a task that could be accomplished by magic. "Breathe, Harry," Tracy said softly, "just like we practiced." Harry offered a single nod, and as if on cue, the music began and their steps followed on instinct. Oh. Daphne had to admit Tracy had been an adequate teacher. She couldn't imagine that Harry had much experience when they started, if any at all. In a few short weeks, she had made him proficient enough to look like he was raised on the same customs as any of the other pureblood students. Harry had looked nervous at first, but within a few moments he fell into step with his partner, and the two danced with the other champions for maybe a minute until the heads of schools joined in the middle, followed by the more eager students who wanted to have a formal dance. Blaise, Daphne's date, shook his head beside her, whispering softly, "I have to say, I could never have seen this coming a year ago. It's hard to believe how much has changed." The young Slytherin girl could only nod her head in agreement as she watched her best friend dance with the leader of their house. Tracy had proven herself to be a true Slytherin in the last month, and had carved a reputation out at Harry's side in a very short time. Daphne could imagine how much her influence would grow if she became seen at Harry's side as something more than a friend, and that was without mentioning the ritual that they would be conducting on the morrow. Something that might make them all more formidable with their magical prowess. Applause rippled through the hall as the final notes of the waltz faded, a polite and appreciative sound that marked the end of their dance. Blaise, ever the gentleman, offered Daphne his hand with a charming smile as the tempo of the music began to shift, transitioning into a more lively and less structured rhythm that signaled the start of more informal party dancing. Daphne decided it was time to shift her attention back to her own date as he led her onto the dance floor. Daphne couldn't help but acknowledge that party dancing, with its less defined steps and more spontaneous movements, wasn't her preferred style. Her heart leaned more towards the elegant precision and intricate patterns of ballroom dancing, where every movement held a deliberate meaning and partnership was paramount. However, she understood the social nuances of the evening. Dancing with Blaise in this less formal setting was not only a gesture of friendship, but also a way to uphold her own reputation within their social circle. With a small, determined smile, she resolved to put aside her personal preference for the sake of Blaise and the overall atmosphere of the party, focusing on having a genuinely good time amidst the swirling bodies and increasingly energetic music. No more than a few songs could have passed before Daphne and Blaise began navigating their way towards the edge of the dance floor, hopping to find their friends. Their search was quickly rewarded as they observed Tracy and Harry engaged in conversation. Tracy, her dark hair catching the light, threw back her head and laughed, clearly amused by something Harry had just uttered in his usual quiet tone. Daphne watched the interaction, a forced smile playing on her lips. She yearned to fully immerse herself in the carefree joy of the evening, to let the music and the company wash over her without reservation. Yet, a persistent, indefinable feeling held her back, a subtle barrier preventing complete surrender to the present moment. She couldn't quite grasp the source of this internal resistance, but there was something that didn't sit well with her about the evening. As the duo approached, Harry turned their back on them briefly, before turning around with 2 glasses, offering them each one before saying, "You both look like you are having way too much fun." "Cheers," Blaise offered with a chuckle, clicking his glass to one Harry had picked up off the table. Daphne accepted a glass as well and asked, "Did Crumb and Delacour cause any issues?" "Nothing we couldn't handle," Tracy said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "She's right," Harry said with a nod. "The Ministry witch in pink, though, definitely won't be sending us a Christmas card this year." "Bitch," Tracy murmured in agreement. Harry and Blaise exchanged amused glances before sharing a laugh at Tracy's comment. Daphne observed the connection her friends had formed and could only admit to herself that she was surprised how effortless it seemed. A bond had undoubtedly been forged through shared experiences and loyalty over the past year. Their easy camaraderie brought a comforting presence. The lively atmosphere of the ball unfolded before them, the makeshift dance floor a stage for varying degrees of rhythmic ability, or lack thereof. Several couples, emboldened by spirits and the festive mood, threw caution to the wind, their movements ranging from enthusiastic to hilariously uncoordinated. Daphne found herself drawn into Tracy's whispered observations, her friend's sharp wit and keen eye for social dynamics providing a running commentary on the unfolding spectacle. They exchanged knowing glances and stifled giggles as Tracy offered her often cynical yet undeniably accurate assessments of who, amongst the dancing pairs, seemed to be misinterpreting signals or displaying a level of romantic interest that was clearly not reciprocated. Tracy's pronouncements about who was in over their heads with their chosen partner were delivered with a theatrical flair, each observation punctuated by a raised eyebrow or a subtle shake of her head, adding to the amusement of their shared pastime. A languid melody drifted through the air, its notes a gentle invitation to movement. Daphne, her gaze fixed on the polished dance floor for a fleeting moment, suddenly found a surge of resolve within her. A nervous flutter danced in her stomach, but she pushed it aside, her eyes now meeting Harry's with a hopeful glint. Her lower lip was caught momentarily between her teeth, a silent testament to her internal debate. Then, with a newfound boldness that surprised even herself, she extended a hand towards him, her palm open in a silent offering. "Can we have a dance, Harry?" she asked, her voice a soft murmur that barely rose above the music. The question hung in the air, a delicate thread connecting them, waiting for his response. He turned his gaze in Tracy's direction, a silent inquiry in his eyes. She maintained a neutral expression, giving him no explicit indication of whether she approved or disapproved of Daphne's request. To Harry, that seemed to be enough as he shrugged. Couldn't hurt. "Come on, Trace, let's give it a nice show of unity," Blaise said, offering his own hand to Harry's date. Tracy offered her longtime friend a smile, before following Harry and Daphne onto the dance floor after Blaise. As they approached the floor, however, Daphne turned her attention entirely to Harry. As they reached an open spot amidst the swirling couples, she elegantly took one of his hands in her own, her touch light yet in control, and with a fluid movement, placed her other hand on his shoulder, her fingers resting gently on the fabric of his robes. The initial notes of a waltz began to fill the air, a lilting melody that seemed to invite them into its rhythm. Around them, other pairs began to move, a tapestry of swirling colors and hushed laughter creating a vibrant atmosphere within the great hall. "You are a better dancer than I would have guessed, considering how little time Tracy had to prepare you," Daphne complimented softly. "You are as talented as I suspected," Harry returned with an inclination of his head, an even expression on his face as he seemed to survey the dance floor around him, before saying again, "I would guess you were probably practicing this dance with a tutor at a pretty young age." Daphne was slightly offended that his attention seemed divided, but didn't comment on it, instead answering his pointed inquiry. "You're right. In the more loving pureblood families, the father would usually teach his daughters, but in our case we were given tutors." Harry's emerald green eyes shifted down to her now, his attention completely on her, so she swallowed before continuing, "I know you've guessed the truth about my family." "I honestly just assumed they were the very traditional type," Harry murmured softly. "Indifferent is more like it," Daphne countered. "My father wanted sons, but instead he got an heiress and a sick backup." It had been a significant amount of time since Daphne had been subjected to the focused intensity of Harry's gaze, a scrutiny that once felt sharp with animosity. This time, however, the familiar vibrant green of his eyes lacked that former hostility. The power that radiated from him was still palpable, a tangible force that seemed to emanate through his very stare, yet she detected no trace of malicious intent directed her way. In fact, as she spoke of her sister, she observed a distinct softening in his expression. "I never forgot your boggart," he stated, his voice carrying a hint of unexpected gentleness. "The sickness, is there a cure?" The question hung in the air, laden with a concern that surprised, and in a strange way it comforted her. It was a far cry from the cold indifference she had come to expect, and the genuine curiosity in his tone hinted at a deeper understanding that she hadn't anticipated. The memory of her boggart, her deepest fear manifesting as her younger sister, consumed by a mysterious and incurable illness, was a vulnerability she rarely exposed. Harry's recollection of it, and his direct inquiry about a cure, suggested a level of attentiveness that pierced through her carefully constructed defenses. It made her wonder what else he remembered, what other fragments of their shared past still lingered in his mind. "Not a known one," Daphne admitted, "but that doesn't mean it isn't out there." The air hung thick and still between them as they moved through the practiced motions of their silent dance, each step a careful negotiation of unspoken feelings. Daphne hadn't intended for the conversation to take such a weighty turn, yet the admission about her sister's illness had escaped her almost involuntarily, a vulnerability laid bare in the dimly lit space. A fragile silence stretched, punctuated only by the soft rustle of fabric and the hushed rhythm of their movements. Daphne was caught off guard when Harry's voice broke the quiet, his tone surprisingly gentle. "Perhaps tonight isn't the right time," he began, his gaze steady, "but I would like to understand more about your sister's condition. Our paths haven't crossed often, but even in our limited interactions, it's clear that she has a good heart and doesn't deserve to be burdened by such suffering. Nor do you." His words carried a sincerity that resonated within her, easing some of the tension that had coiled in her chest. He continued, his voice taking on a thoughtful quality. "Parcel magic is often associated with dark arts, with curses and protective wards, but its history is far more complex. There's a significant aspect dedicated to healing, a branch of magic that seems to have been largely forgotten over time, particularly outside the direct lineage of Slytherin." "It's possible," he mused, a flicker of intelligence flashing through his eyes, "that within the lost knowledge of Slytherin's healing practices, there might be an answer, a forgotten spell or potion that could offer a solution for your sister." The possibility, however faint, hung in the air between them, a fragile beacon in the face of despair. Daphne's throat tightened with emotion and had to fight the tear that nearly slipped from her eyes as she offered him a smile. "It's why I wanted to pursue the path you are on. Even if parcel magic is not the answer, her sickness is not natural, and it is encased in the dark arts. The answer must be found somewhere in there as well." Harry's eyes furrowed when he learned that her sickness was shrouded by the dark arts. Before he could question it, however, Daphne stumbled forward heavily, right into Harry's arms, and a brief moment of weightlessness took her breath away. Before she could fall, however, Harry had used an unnatural strength to keep her afoot and position her behind him in a swift motion, now standing directly in front of her glaring daggers at the French champion. Fleur de Lacquer in her silver dress smirked at Harry as she put a hand over her mouth. "Oops, G sways Dessel, I lost my footing." "I thought the French were supposed to be known for their grace," Harry said without a hint of amusement in his voice. Daphne moved to stand at his side, squaring off against the French girl and her Bulgarian champion of a date. Her eyes glanced at her friend, and could tell he was far from pleased by the interruption. The music, however, continued around them, despite the champions gaining the glances of most of the crowd on and off the dance floor. Fleur just tossed some of her platinum hair over her shoulder, smirking. "No need to be insulting," moaned Amy. Harry's cold expression didn't falter in the slightest. "We are not friends." "It was a mistake," Crumb grunted as he stepped in between them. "It won't happen again." Harry stared coldly at his opponents before shaking his head. "See to it that it doesn't." Turning his back on the other champions, Harry reached to grab Daphne's hands again, but before he could spin her back into the next motion that would continue the dance, he spun back around towards the French champion, hissing in parcel tongue, and stopping a spell in midair with his bare hand. A green ball of energy was now suspended in midair, and most of the dance floor scattered back a few steps to get out of the way of a pending confrontation. With non-verbal magic, Harry's wand flew into his hand and grunted out, "That was a mistake." Daphne watched as the spell returned back to Fleur, and struck her before she could even attempt to shield the charm, and instantly her hair began to fall out. The girl let out a scream of rage, and Crumb went for his own wand as Fleur released a bright orange curse towards Harry, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos and screams. With ease, Harry dispelled the curse, however, and Daphne could feel the magic rolling off of him malevolently. She knew whatever came out of his wand next would be vicious, but before that could happen, all 3 wands of the champions came flying out of their hands and into Dumbledore's. That didn't stop Harry, however. Daphne was still at his back, but she knew his lack of a wand did not make him weaponless. With a thrust of his hand, Crumb and Delacour were both sent backwards as if they were struck by a wall of force. Before Harry could follow up his attack, Dumbledore was in between them. Enough. Harry seethed, stepping forward closer to the headmaster. She attempted to curse me in the back, and you say that is enough. Daphne didn't know what possessed her to do it, but she immediately voiced her agreement. Harry is right, headmaster. She even unleashed a spell that could have harmed him or me. His response was measured. Jeers from the other students followed her words, and Dumbledore's eyes flickered around in surprise. Before the older wizard could speak, Madame Maxime was at his side, taking Fleur's wand from his hand. They are right, Dumbledore. I witnessed the entire exchange. I am ashamed of my champion's actions and blame alcohol for disrupting Ms. Delacour's usual cool use of judgment. I will be sending her to bed. The woman did not wait for other words, as she moved across the room in 2 swift steps, grabbed onto Fleur's arm, and all but dragged her from the room to whispers in their wake. With a look from Dumbledore, the band continued the music, and he stared at Harry for an extended moment with an unreadable expression, before offering the teen his wand. Take a walk, Mr. Potter. Next time I expect cooler heads to prevail. Harry all but ripped the wand from the man's hands and stormed out of the room. The man said nothing further as his eyes followed Harry out of the room before speaking to Daphne. Perhaps you or Ms. Davis should go check on him, Miss Greengrass. The man said nothing further before returning to his deputy headmistress, who looked incredibly troubled by what had occurred. Daphne's eyes, however, went to the exit of the Great Hall and saw that Tracy was already hot on the heels of her date. Her eyes then shifted back to Crumb, who looked incredibly embarrassed by the scene that had been caused, and approached Dumbledore to retrieve his wand before departing with his head held high following his date out of the room. Blaise shook his head as he approached his date. I left you alone with Harry for 3 minutes and you two kicked off an international incident. I have to say I am impressed. Daphne couldn't help the bitter feeling that crept into her chest. She should have been the one to comfort Harry. She had been the one who stood at his side when the French tart tried to curse them. Her eyes remained on the door for a long moment before shaking her head and doing her best to return her attention to her date, even if the effort would be in vain. A bitter, unwelcome feeling slithered into Daphne's chest, coiling tightly around her chest. With a deep, fortifying breath, Daphne tried to force her attention back to her date. Blaise was speaking dismissively over the situation, but his words were a meaningless drone against the clamor in her mind. She plastered a polite, if strained, smile on her face, attempting to project an air of engagement, but the effort was Herculean. It was in vain, she knew. Her thoughts, stubbornly, inexorably, remained with Harry and with the unsettling image of Tracy's hand on his arm. The rest of the ball promised to be a long and agonizing test of her composure, as the thought that maybe she had more feelings for her friend than she wanted to admit began to settle. Chapter 51. Harry had to take calming breaths when he made it onto the snow-covered grounds. His instincts were flaring for him to attack, to make Delacour pay for attempting to curse him in the back, but he knew the price would be high. His dress shoes broke the crisp silence of the courtyard, each footfall a sharp crunch against the fresh blanket of snow. A bitter wind whipped around him, mirroring the tempest raging within. The insult, the sheer audacity of the curse hurled his way, still burned like a brand. Tom would have incinerated anyone who dared such disrespect. Their ashes would have been scattered across the snow in the aftermath. His mentor would be furious that even despite the reputation, Harry was carving that some still dared to push him around this way. Desperately, the teen tried to think of what his mentor would do. What decisive act would he take to make his enemies pay? Enemies. A grim satisfaction began to bloom in the dark corners of his mind. The next task. Yes, the next task would be their undoing. Both of them. They would learn the true meaning of crossing him, and as payment he would take drops of their blood, at least from one of them, for his ritual. a payment for their transgression that he could carry with him forever. He would ensure their humiliation, their pain, would be a spectacle people long remembered after their pathetic triumphs were forgotten. That was probably one of the coolest bits of magic I have ever seen. A voice from behind him called. His head darted towards the familiar voice, and his eyes fell on his date, who offered him a sad smile. Stopping the spell in midair with your bare hand. I have never seen anything like it. It was hot, terrifying, but hot. The teen felt his cheeks color, and she laughed, causing his anger to web away slightly, as he murmured, I would really like to curse them both right about now. Tracy waved her hand dismissively. She isn't worth the trouble. Delacour is nothing. She only went with Crumb on some false hope that it would piss you off. Don't let it get to you. She already tried to ruin our evening. Don't let her get anything else out of it. Sighing, Harry clenched and unclenched his fist a few times before nodding. You're right. Besides, I have 2 more tasks to make them pay for it. That's the spirit, Tracy said cheerfully, wrapping her hand through his arm cautiously as she led him forward. Instantly, Harry realized the girl was shivering, and he shook his head. I'm sorry, you must be freezing. Removing the cloak he was wearing, he placed it around her shoulders before pulling his wand out and whispering, Caloris. The effects were clearly immediate, judging by Tracy's face, and she beamed at him, while pulling him along the path in a comfortable silence. Harry could still feel his rage pulsing, but it seemed to be more of a dull drum at this point than the cascading firefight that was happening in his ears prior to Tracy's arrival. Between the cold, frigid air and his date's presence, he felt a sense of ease slowly creep back into him. He could hardly believe he had nearly got into it with the headmaster. It was foolish, and he knew it in hindsight. Tom would be ashamed that Harry had lost his cool and nearly landed himself in so much trouble over nothing, but then again, perhaps the man would be understanding. His mentor had been known to curse the people that upset him. Is it going to hurt tomorrow? Tracy asked quietly. Harry's brain stopped for a moment as he considered her words and her meaning. The ritual. The big day was very close at hand, and he knew the girl must be feeling some sort of anxiety about it, so tried to assure her, Don't think about the pain. It's temporary. The benefits you will reap are going to follow you forever. I am nervous, the girl admitted, but then I think about how you endured it and what good it did for you. I want that. The confidence, the power, watching you take it all makes me think I can do the same. Maybe not exactly like you, but... You have a lot of potential, Tracy, Harry promised. I meant that when I said it to Crumb and Delacour. You just have to be brave enough to pursue it. Tracy looked flattered by the compliment, and her cheeks seemed to color as she stopped and moved to stand directly in front of him. I trust you, Harry. Harry looked at the girl with soft brown eyes and felt a sense of anxiousness creep through him. It wasn't bad like the type he was used to growing up. Instead, it was like a butterfly was taking flight in his stomach. There was a tension in the air that he couldn't quite explain, but he realized that his date was suddenly standing much closer to him than many in his life ever had. Before he could follow his instinct, he felt a sense of magic nearby, and his head snapped in that direction. The magic was familiar and irritating to his senses, but before he could think rationally, he pulled Tracy into his arms and moved them behind a nearby wall of the courtyard. 2 distinct voices immediately followed, and Harry wondered what Igor Karkaroff and Snape might be doing at this late hour. It's happening again, like before, and soon neither you or anyone else will be able to deny it, the Durmstrang headmaster hissed. Snape, in his silky voice, however, seemed displeased by the line of conversation. I already told you, Igor. I see no reason to discuss it. Suddenly the man seemed to sense something similar to what Harry had and took long strides forward. Harry at first thought the man had seen him and was coming to chew him out, but instead he barked at 2 students that must have been hiding in one of the carriages. The man immediately took points off both their houses and sent them scurrying away like rats. Harry released a breath, but looked down to see he had a red-faced Tracy pressed against the wall in a fashion that was not exactly appropriate. His face felt hot suddenly, and before he could apologize, his mouth snapped shut as he heard the voices again. It's a sign, Severus, you know it is. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Snape said back passively. Really? Karkaroff said with a scoff. Then perhaps you wouldn't mind rolling up your sleeve, huh? Snape jerked away from the man as he reached, making the man laugh in a tone that suggested many things, but humor was not one of them. You don't fool me, Severus. You are scared. Admit it. Death Eaters. The words echoed in the forefront of Harry's thoughts as he considered the two men who had both been in his master's service. He knew, with a certainty that settled like a cold stone in his stomach, that Snape and Karkaroff both bore the mark of Voldemort's loyal servants. Yet, the information relayed by Barty and the stark reality witnessed within the man's courtroom memory painted a less than flattering picture of these former devotees. They were not the unwavering pillars of Dark Lord's inner circle he might have imagined, but rather, in Barty's scathing assessment, and the evidence of their own pleas for leniency, cowardly deserters who had abandoned their master when the tides turned against him. This revelation added another layer of complexity to Harry's understanding of the intricate web of alliances and betrayals that defined the wizarding world at the end of the last war, especially concerning those who had once pledged allegiance to the Dark Lord. It would make sense that their mark was becoming darker, Harry thought morbidly. Tom's power was increasing every day, and soon the man would come out from the shadows and be as powerful as he was before his first downfall, and the whole country would likely fall before him. I have nothing to be scared of, Igor. Can you say the same? Snape replied scathingly. Karkaroff recoiled as if he had been slapped. The man looked terrified by Snape's declaration, and all but ran from the man at his first possible chance. Across the courtyard, Harry spotted Barty in disguise looking quite pleased with what he just observed. Harry, for his part, saw Snape begin to come their way, and he shot back behind the wall with wide eyes. Snape's coming. What do we do? Tracy asked in a worried tone. Harry's heart raced as the sound of Snape's approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor, each step a warning against the consequences of eavesdropping on their head of house. Despite knowing Barty was near, panic flared, sharp and immediate, urging him to action. His gaze darted around the small alcove, searching for an escape, anything to avoid the potion's master's inevitable scrutiny. Harry locked his eyes with Tracy's. In their depths, he saw a mixture of desperation and a tinge of what he thought might have been desire. A silent conversation passed between them. A shared acknowledgement of the precariousness of their situation and the desperate need for a distraction that might have indicated they hadn't been listening in on the man. Without a word, Harry reached out, with his hand, and he cupped her cheek. The softness of her skin under his fingertips sent a jolt through him, a stark contrast to the urgency of the moment. He leaned in slowly, deliberately, closing the distance between them. His heart pounded against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air crackled with unspoken tension, thick with the risk of discovery and the undeniable pull he felt towards her. His lips met hers gently, a feather-light touch at first, a fleeting brush that was more than a desperate act of misdirection and more of an expression of the feelings swirling between them. Potter. The two jumped apart, playing the part well, and Harry eyed the man with wide eyes. Professor Snape, we were just heading back to the dungeons, Tracy said helpfully. The head of Slytherin House glared at his two students for a long moment, before scoffing. To bed, the both of you now. With a final, abrupt gesture, Snape pivoted sharply, his dark robes billowing and swirling around him as the man strode away with an agitated energy, his footsteps echoing slightly in the otherwise quiet space. He disappeared quickly around a corner, the darkness of his attire swallowing him whole, leaving Harry and Tracy alone. Harry let out a sigh of relief before turning back to Tracy, who had a strange look on her face. A brief thought that the kiss might have been terrible crossed his mind, and he tentatively asked, "Are you all right?" Suddenly the strange look vanished, and it was replaced by a sly smirk. "Not bad. You know, I had really hoped you would kiss me, but I didn't quite expect it to happen like this." Harry floundered a bit at her words, as he tried to fight the crimson that was undoubtedly erupting across his cheeks. "Sorry, this night has been full of surprises." "Then what's a few more going to hurt?" Grabbing the young man by the front of his dress shirt, Tracy pulled him closely and pressed her lips back to his. This kiss was different from the tentative touch they had shared moments before. It was much hungrier, more demanding, fueled by an evening neither would soon forget. Harry wrapped both hands around the girl's slim waist and pressed her gently back against the wall before separating from her lips and breathing much heavier than before. That was some kiss. Tracy's eyes fluttered open looking up at him, looking prettier than he had ever seen her. "Yes, my first." "Mine too," Harry admitted, glad there was no one else for her to compare him to for his first time. "Then let's do it again and gain some experience," Tracy said coyly, leaning back in. "Maybe not right here," Harry said with a slight grin. "Snape might come back." "Give the bastard a show. Maybe he won't be so grumpy," she said back softly, and Harry felt a shiver go down on his spine at her words. "Come on, let's at least head in the direction of the dungeons, or we will be in detention for a month," Harry said as he stepped away from his date, but offered her a hand. Sighing, the girl straightened her dress briefly, before taking his hand and following him down the hall, never once releasing his hand. The two cleared the courtyard and began descending the steps. Most of the student body must have still been in the great hall, because it was remarkably deserted the closer they came to the common room. "Harry," Tracy asked. Stopping, he turned to face his date, and she looked from their conjoined hands to his lips, before clearly coming to a decision on her next words. "I know part of me wants to ask about what the kiss and us attending the ball together means to you, but I can't help but think we saw something important between Snape and Karkaroff." Glancing around the deserted corridor in the dungeon, Harry turned his attention back to his date, mumbling softly, "I think you are right." The young brunette bit her lips softly, as if that made 10 more questions appear in her mind, before asking, "You know what they were talking about, don't you? I could see it on your face. It was the same look you had when Delacour cursed you in the back." "I have my theories, each as dangerous as the next," Harry confirmed, "but the information is incredibly volatile, more than you realize. I would suggest not mentioning it to anyone, even Blaise or Daphne." "You can trust me, Harry," Tracy said, stepping closer to him as she regripped the front of his shirt. "I am starting to see that," Harry whispered. "Then let's leave the rest of it for another day. I may not have gotten as many dances as I wanted, but you can make it up to me now," Tracy said, leaning in, and their lips met again. Breaking their kiss, Harry grinned with mischief as he scanned their surroundings. Finding a safe place with his eyes, he gently took her hand, his fingers interlacing with hers, and tugged her along. He knew of a classroom down the deserted corridor, one that was almost always empty, a forgotten space amidst the bustling school. It wasn't just the promise of uninterrupted privacy that drew him there, but the distinct possibility of avoiding any further encounters with a certain surly potions master was a considerable bonus in his mind. The two didn't discuss much else for the remainder of the night, but pursued a youthful experience that Harry was certain he would never forget. "Oh. Try to remember why each of you are doing this. Maybe it will help," Harry tried to assure as he guided his friends through the final steps of the ritual. In the Undercroft's shadowy embrace, Harry observed his companions steeling their nerves for their initial foray into the intricate world of ritualistic magic. Each rune etched into the waiting bowls bore the mark of painstaking precision, a testament to Harry's diligent oversight. The air hummed with a silent anticipation, the weight of the impending act palpable as the final component lay in wait, the crimson catalyst of blood. He scanned their faces, Tracy's brow slightly furrowed in concentration, Daphne's apprehension masked by a determined set to her jaw, and Blaise's wide eyes reflecting the torchlight, a mixture of fear and excitement swirling within him. This moment, Harry knew, was a pivotal juncture, a step into a realm where the very fabric of magic shifted and responded to intention and sacrifice. The ancient stones of the Undercroft seemed to absorb their nervous energy, the silence amplifying the significance of the task ahead. Each carefully carved symbol represented a desire, a conduit to forces beyond their everyday understanding, and the impending offering of blood was the key that would unlock those pathways. Harry felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. He was their guide in this territory, and the success and safety of this endeavor rested firmly upon his instruction and their unwavering focus. He offered a reassuring nod to each of them, his own anxieties carefully concealed beneath a veneer of confidence. This was the beginning of something profound, something that would irrevocably alter their understanding of magic and their place within its vast and mysterious landscape, just like it had his own. The bowls, each a miniature vessel of potential power, sat ready, awaiting the final, vital ingredient that would bring the carefully constructed ritual to life. "Does it look right, Harry?" Tracy asked. Striding to look into Tracy's bowl, Harry knew immediately the girl had done it as precisely as he once had. She had done her due diligence and extensively researched and asked similar questions to the ones Harry once voiced to Tom. Despite this, Harry could tell by the way the girl bit her bottom lip and the way her eyes flitted back and forth from the basin to his himself that she was incredibly nervous. The aftermath of the previous night hung in the air between them, an unspoken weight that neither seemed inclined to address. The intimate encounter, still fresh in their minds, remained a silent presence, a fragile thread neither dared to tug lest it unravel completely or transform into something they weren't ready to face. Tracy, usually so inquisitive and eager to dissect events, displayed a surprising reticence. She made no move to question Harry about the hushed exchange they had inadvertently witnessed between Snape and Karkaroff, a conversation that had hinted at secrets the teen did not wish to speak of. For his part, Harry found himself relieved by her silence. He wasn't sure he possessed the words or courage to articulate anything intelligent about their intimate moment, nor was he prepared to delve into the unsettling implications of Snape's clandestine meeting. Thoughts of that overheard dialogue, the subtle menace in Karkaroff's tone, and the carefully guarded responses of Snape lingered at the edges of his mind, a disquieting puzzle he wasn't yet ready to confront without speaking to Tom. He appreciated the unspoken truce, the shared decision to navigate the immediate present without the added burden of dissecting the delicate intricacies of their evolving relationship or the looming darkness hinted at in the shadows of the castle. "It's as good as it gets," Harry assured. When he moved on to Daphne's, he recognized the hand of an artist. Despite not having researched the runes as deeply as Tracy, Daphne had an innate talent for rune carving. She may not have the same understanding, but both witches were incredibly bright in their own strong branches of the ancient art. Offering the girl a nod of approval, he then moved on to Blaise and noted his shaking hand. He was as nervous as either of the girls, if not more. His runes were not as precise, but Harry knew they were acceptable and probably closer to his own attempt. "Strength, resolve, youth, power, clarity," Harry recited, recalling the runes in each of their basins. "Traits that people pursue their entire lives are going to be given to you, but it won't be free." He felt the eyes of his friends on him as he paced in front of them, hopping to offer words of encouragement. They didn't have Tom pushing them to be great, but each of them had proven their desire to be true Slytherins. Each of them had shown a desire to be cunning, ambitious, great. "The pain you are about to feel, embrace it," Harry encouraged. "It is just an obstacle in your path. Even if this is the last ritual you ever partake in, the benefits will be forever." Harry could see each of their jaws clench in preparation, and he gave his final words. "Cut your hands, let go of your conscious self, and act on instinct. I know each of you have the potential in you, now just prove it to yourselves and the rest of the world." The three seemed to exchange nervous looks before Tracy pulled her wand from her cloak and held it to her hand. With a quick slice, the girl grimaced and hissed with a slight undercurrent of pain in her eyes before she went to work in tracing the ruins. Daphne and Blaise both stared at the girl for a long moment before following her lead. Blaise twitched and groaned slightly at the pain of the slash from his wand, but Daphne barely batted an eyelash at the sensation. Harry watched as each of them conducted the final steps to the ritual, and when Tracy finished, she looked resolved as she bit her lip nervously and observed what she had done. The other two finished not long after her, and Tracy broke the extended silence. "Together." Harry watched with anticipation as Blaise and Daphne muttered in agreement. In unison, Their wands were drawn, the polished woods gleaming faintly in the dim light. Respectively, they raised their magical foci, the tips directed towards the waiting basins. Within each basin lay a carefully prepared mixture of their own blood, potent with inherent magical energy, intricately carved runes, each line and angle resonating with ancient power, and an assortment of other ingredients, meticulously gathered by Harry for this precise moment. The combination of these elements formed a nexus of potential, waiting to be unlocked by the final incantation. Sensing their final hesitation, Harry encouraged them with a soft whisper, "You know the spell. This is your time." All of them looked uncertain, and for a moment, Harry thought one of them would back out, but Daphne saved the moment. On 3. The other two nodded, swallowing hard, while Daphne counted down. Each number was spoken softly, but to Harry the words echoed loudly, his own excitement coalescing. When the fire leapt from each of their wands, their screams drowned the silence of the room. The basins were each alight with flames as the magic burned away. A wave of unseen force crashed over the 3 students, each reacting with immediate and visceral pain. Blaze crumpled instantly, his knees hitting the cold stone floor with a dull thud as an involuntary cry escaped his lips. His hands flew to his chest, fingers splayed as if trying to physically push away the agonizing pressure that seemed to crush his very being from the inside. His body convulsed, every muscle straining against the invisible assault. Daphne, typically composed and graceful, was thrown off balance by the sudden onslaught. Her head snapped back as if struck, her usually cool demeanor shattered by a raw expression of distress. Her hands rose frantically, clawing at the front of her robes, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A silent scream contorted her face as she fought against the suffocating sensation that gripped her. Tracy Davis, though visibly shaken, displayed a stubborn resilience. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision, but she refused to fall. Her legs trembled, threatening to buckle beneath her, yet she fought with every fiber of her being to remain standing. Her hands, now behind her head, gripped tightly at the strands of her hair, pulling and twisting as if trying to physically release the torment that racked her body. The scene was one of abrupt and inexplicable suffering, the once composed students now figures of raw agony. As quickly as it had started, however, it ended, and all 3 were gasping for breath. Blaze had rolled over onto his back and blankly stared up at the ceiling. Daphne took a hard seat on the floor and spread her legs apart, her body sagging in relief. Tracy, to her credit, remained on her feet, but she was hunched over, taking deep breaths. Harry approached the brunette first and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Are you okay?" The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, I'm okay." "That bloody sucked, Harry," Blaze moaned from the floor. "It's over now, though," Harry promised. "You all did well. I remind you all that I passed out for nearly 3 days." "Don't count the possibility out," Blaze grumbled. Patting Tracy on the shoulder, Harry went and kneeled beside Daphne, who looked blankly at the ground. "Daphne." Swallowing, the girl wiped at a stray tear on her face. "I don't feel that different." "Give it some time, heal," Harry instructed. "Then what?" she asked, finally moving her blue eyes to meet him. Harry said nothing as he held eye contact with the girl for a long moment, and then a grin crossed his face. "Then we train." 52. Almost 2 months passed in a blur at Hogwarts, and the second task of the tournament was nearly upon them. The preparation for the task had been all too easy for Harry after he cracked the clue. The options to breathe underwater for an hour were practically endless, and diving into human transfiguration was an interesting rabbit hole for him to dive down in, along with simpler options like the bubble head charm. Barty had even suggested a less common magical herb called gillyweed, but Harry had sidestepped it due to the debates of its effect in salt water versus fresh water. The second part was a little more difficult in deciphering what exactly the tournament officials might take from him. Knowing that most of his things were protected by parcel magic, and that it would take more than a small piece of magic that would certainly notify him if any attempted to break in, he ultimately settled on the idea that they may take a person. The number of people at Hogwarts that he would sorely miss were very few, but Harry suspected his date to Yule Ball would be the likely target. Of course, when Harry had mentioned this to Tracy, to warn her, she had the most amused grin and had harassed him endlessly about the matter, to the point he threatened to let her drown. When the amusement died down, she simply asked him if he had a plan, and he assured her that he had many. The tasks would be more about speed than magical capabilities. He had even gone diving with Sesha in the early hours of the morning. They had avoided the merfolk, due to rumors of Dumbledore being able to speak the language, but regardless, Harry had mentally mapped a large portion of the lake and could easily find Tracy when the time came. Following the completion of the intricate ritual performed by Harry's closest friends, a noticeable acceleration in their magical development became apparent. Recognizing the amount of magic they had channeled, the young wizard wisely allowed his friends a 3-day period of recuperation to fully absorb the residual magical effects and restore their personal reserves. Subsequently, demonstrating a thoughtful and individualized approach to their continued instruction, Harry commenced intensive one-on-one training sessions, meticulously tailoring each encounter to capitalize on their respective areas of magical aptitude and inherent strengths. This focused strategy aimed to refine their existing skills and propel them towards greater skills in their best magical subjects. For Blaise, this was the mind art. While nowhere nearly as gifted as Harry, the dark-skinned teen was now able to resist his friend a little better with occlumency. These defenses, while not impenetrable, now offered a measure of resistance against intrusions into his thoughts. Blaise harbored a growing confidence that he could effectively ward off the mental probes of less skilled individuals. Beyond the development of his occlumency, Blaise had also experienced a notable enhancement in his reflexes. This newfound agility was increasingly evident in his practice duels with Tracy and Daphne, transforming their sparring sessions into more exciting encounters for Harry to observe. The dynamic of these duels had shifted, reflecting Blaise's burgeoning abilities and hinting at the further development of his magical prowess. Harry had even noted that Blaise's curses were becoming more effective and seemed to take less energy to cast than before. Daphne had demonstrably elevated her command over elemental spells. The subtle nuances and raw power she now wielded were a stark contrast to their earlier sparring sessions. During their more recent practice duels, Harry found himself increasingly challenged by her enhanced abilities. Daphne's fire spells, once easily countered or deflected, now blazed with an intensity that necessitated the deployment of some of Harry's more potent protective enchantments to avoid being severely burned. Similarly, her ice magic had reached a formidable level. Harry could no longer afford any lapse in concentration, as the Ice Queen's most powerful conjurations threatened to impale him with razor-sharp projectiles of frozen water, a truly unwelcome prospect. These intensified elemental attacks forced Harry to delve deeper into his own magical reserves, compelling him to utilize spells he might otherwise have reserved for more serious confrontations. The shift in Daphne's magical strength had transformed their practice duels from relatively straightforward exercises into demanding and engaging tests of skill for both of them. Something Harry was very pleased about. Above them both, however, was Tracy. Harry couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable transformation she had undergone since the ritual. While Tracy had never been particularly reserved, the change in her went far beyond mere extroversion. Her burgeoning talent in transfiguration had blossomed into a truly formidable skill, a fact her peers were increasingly discovering in duels. But the transformation was more profound than just magical prowess. Tracy now carried herself with a noticeable confidence, her head held high, and a distinct sparkle in her eyes. The once unassuming girl Harry had befriended just a year prior was evolving into someone altogether more compelling. There was an undeniable aura of self-assuredness that radiated from her, a quiet strength that hinted at the inner growth she had experienced. It was as though the ritual had not only amplified her magical abilities, but had also unlocked a deeper sense of self, allowing her inherent potential to finally shine through. It was in these strengths that Harry's attraction to the girl grew. She pushed herself harder than the others. From practically day one, Tracy had committed herself to learning as much as Harry could teach her. Each adjustment she made, only made her more hungry to be that much better. The transformation in Tracy had not gone unnoticed by her fellow Slytherins. Previously, she had been a peripheral figure within the house, largely ignored or dismissed due to her half-blood status. However, her burgeoning confidence had thrust her into a new light. This newfound confidence was intrinsically linked to her constant presence beside Harry. She would often engage him in fervent discussions, relentlessly posing insightful questions about magical concepts that stretched far beyond the understanding of most of their housemates. Her eagerness to learn and her intellectual curiosity was palpable, and her persistent inquiries of Harry revealed a sharp mind previously underestimated by her peers. This close association with Harry, coupled with her intellectual vibrancy, had begun to shift the perceptions of Tracy within Slytherin House, prompting a reevaluation of the girl who had once merely fished for house gossip. Even Harry, who possessed a keen understanding of magical talent and a history of surprising his own teachers, found himself impressed by Tracy's rapid progress. Standing in the dimly lit undercroft, he watched her duel with Blaise, a subtle grin of appreciation forming on his lips. It was only a matter of days prior that he had begun to impart the foundational principles of conjuration to her, patiently explaining the delicate balance of intent and willpower required to bring forth something from nothing. Now, witnessing her apply these nascent skills in a live duel was remarkable. Tracy's approach was not merely rote application. She demonstrated a creative and intuitive understanding of the magic. She conjured various forms with a flick of her wand, and then, with equally swift and precise transfigurations, she adapted these conjurations on the fly, keeping Blaise constantly on the defensive. A conjured shield would morph into a restraining vine. A simple orb of light would become a distracting flurry of sparks. Blaise, a capable duelist in his own right, found himself continually reacting to Tracy's unpredictable and imaginative offense, struggling to gain the upper hand against her unexpected versatility. Harry observed the flow of the duel with a critical eye, noting Tracy's confident stance, the focused determination in her eyes, and the fluid movements of her wand. Her creativity, combined with an almost voracious appetite for learning, was clearly manifesting in her magical development at an astonishing rate. The duel served as a tangible testament to her dedication and her natural aptitude for magic, exceeding even Harry's initial optimistic expectations. Daphne at his side muttered, "She's going to beat him. I can't believe it." Harry perceived the profound disbelief etched on her face, a reaction that transcended mere surprise at the impending defeat of Blaise by her best friend. What truly resonated in her gaze was the dawning realization that the established hierarchy between her and Tracy was rapidly eroding with each passing day. The dynamic between Blaise and Daphne had always been one of competitive parity, a nuanced rivalry where both acknowledged Daphne's superior skill, yet the margins remained slim. Tracy's potential victory over Blaise signaled a seismic shift, implying that it was no longer a question of if, but when, Tracy would surpass Daphne as well. This looming prospect hung heavy in the air, a tangible testament to Tracy's accelerating progress and the narrowing gap in their magical abilities. Before Harry could add his thoughts, Tracy summoned one of her conjurations from behind Blaise, knocking him forward, and slightly off balance, while simultaneously tagging him with the binding curse. A disarming spell followed quickly, and Tracy screamed with excitement. Harry and Daphne immediately began applauding the girl, but Harry was much more enthusiastic. As he approached the girl, before he could offer his congratulations, she had grabbed him by the front of his robes and placed a fast kiss on his lips. Temporarily stunned, Harry blinked a few times, while Daphne walked past them grunting, "Get a room." Tracy laughed and immediately apologized. "Sorry, Daph. It's just nice to finally beat one of you." Harry grinned at the girl, but peered over her shoulder as Daphne approached their fallen, disarmed friend and revived him with 2 easy nonverbal flicks of her wand. Blaise groaned as he took Daphne's offered hand to help him up, and Harry turned his attention back to Tracy. "I can't believe you managed to get the conjurations down so fast. That was really well done. I definitely wasn't expecting to see that, and I don't think Blaise was either." It caught me off guard right out of the gate, Blaze offered as he approached the two. Daphne, you wanna go? Tracy asked excitedly. I don't think my pride can take it today, Daphne countered with a forced smile. Harry snorted at this but said nothing as Tracy turned to him. How about you, Harry? Blaze rolled his eyes. She gets one victory and thinks she is ready to take on the world. He could use a good warm-up before the task tomorrow, Tracy defended, her cheeks reddening slightly. I promised Astoria I would have lunch with her in a bit. I shouldn't linger, Daphne said dismissively, but you two knock yourselves out. Blaze agreed. I think I need some lunch and a nap after that too. We can all catch up in the common room tonight. Harry shrugged, looking at Tracy's hopeful eyes before giving in easily. Okay, you're right. A little warm-up and some practice wouldn't hurt. Tracy squealed as she surged across the room, with her wand in hand. Harry turned to face his two friends, Blaze, who was offering him a subtle grin, while Daphne offered him a blank look. Shrugging, he said, Catch up with you lot later. Daphne looked like she wanted to say something, but Blaze beat her to it. Enjoy getting all hot and heavy with your girlfriend, Harry. The green-eyed both felt warmth rise up to his cheeks rapidly, and muttered, Piss off, as he turned back to face Tracy. Since the ball, Harry and Tracy had navigated the territory of their burgeoning connection without explicitly defining it. Their interactions, however, spoke volumes. Stolen moments blossomed into shared laughter and lingering gazes. A considerable number of kisses had been exchanged, each one a silent affirmation of their growing affection. It became a familiar sight within the dungeons to see them together. When Harry wasn't engrossed in the demand of his advanced studies, he was invariably in Tracy's company. The unspoken nature of their relationship hadn't prevented their peers from drawing their own conclusions. The general consensus amongst their classmates and acquaintances was that Harry and Tracy were, in all but official terms, a couple. This assumption permeated the social fabric of their school life. Whenever a curious or perhaps merely gossipy student broached the subject, inquiring about the status of their relationship, neither Harry nor Tracy offered a direct answer. Harry didn't know what was stopping him from asking Tracy to be his girlfriend, but he was grateful the girl had not pressured him. He was about as inexperienced as they came in matters such as this, and he appreciated her allowing their connection to unfold at its own pace, unburdened by labels of outside pressure. Their shared moments and quiet understanding seemed to speak a language more profound than any formal declaration. There was also the matter of Tom. Harry knew his mentor would give him a hard time about the girl, but as she grew more and more talented, the teen hoped Tom might approve or at least not protest. A subtle undercurrent of anxiety persisted, a nagging worry that Tom might object to any romantic entanglements Harry might form during his time at Hogwarts. The most concerning scenario was the possibility of an outright prohibition, Tom potentially forbidding Harry from pursuing any such relationships. His reasoning, Harry feared, would center on the belief that romantic involvement would inevitably serve as a distraction, diverting Harry's focus and hindering his progress toward achieving his full potential. This apprehension cast a shadow over the prospect of forming a defined connection, a concern that Tom's ambition for Harry's magical development would overshadow any personal happiness or growth derived from these relationships. Harry knew that Tom had given him many chances to just be a teenager and enjoy the magical world, but the teen also realized that his mentor's patience had a thin limit, and he may be approaching it. Shaking these thoughts away, he drew his wand and stood across from Tracy, who was bouncing on the balls of her feet in preparation. Enjoying the moment that was soon to come, Harry offered the girl a smile. I'll give you 3 spells to take me down, and I won't use my wand. Then I will allow you 3 more spells where I can only defend. After that, I'm coming for you. Tracy didn't bat an eyelash as she said with a wicked smile, That's my favorite part. Harry blinked and felt his brain short-circuit, and in this time Tracy snapped her wand forward, sending a stunning spell right at his chest. He was so caught off guard, she almost took him out with the first spell, but after dancing with Tom in the dueling world for so long, he managed to shift his body just enough for the spell to go past him. The next 2 spells followed just as quickly, but Harry wandlessly summoned 2 of Tracy's rock conjurations from the earlier duel to deflect both spells. Tracy, however, pressed her advantage. Her wand moved with a practiced flourish, tracing a rapid, intricate pattern in the air. A faint tingling sensation prickled at the back of Harry's neck, a familiar feeling honed by the magic of previous rituals. This nascent sixth sense flared, warning him of an imminent magical effect. Reacting instinctively to the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Harry executed a swift jump, narrowly clearing a length of thick rope that had materialized seemingly from thin air behind him, expertly conjured and flicked towards his ankles by Tracy's precise transfiguration. Unfortunately for Tracy, the next 2 spells were designed to incapacitate him, and he absorbed them both with a simple shield before shaking his head and taunted the girl. Now, that wasn't very nice. It almost worked, Tracy grunted and widened her stance in preparation for what was to come. Nearly, Harry agreed, now prep. Before he could finish his words, Tracy transfigured pieces of debris in front of her and sent them hurling towards Harry in the form of rocks. With ease, however, Harry pointed his wand forward and dissolved the magic, before he began peppering the girl with a few incapacitating charms at a time. The rhythm he created did not allow her to launch even a bit of offensive magic in return. Instead, he gradually picked up the pace of his spells as he walked towards her. To her credit, she held for nearly a dozen spells before his speed overwhelmed her. Her wand went flying, but for Harry that wasn't the end. Using a spell straight from Tom's personal notes, he surged forward with supernatural speed and placed a gentle hand on her throat. Tracy's eyes widened as she realized Harry had covered 20 feet in less than a second and had literally blurred before her eyes, before she was disarmed, and now being held by the throat. Even with no pressure behind the grip, Tracy was dumbfounded. "My mentor did this to me once, last summer," Harry said with a grin. "Terrifying, isn't it?" "Not quite the word I would use," Tracy said with a tone Harry didn't quite recognize. Releasing her, Harry took a step back from the girl's personal space and summoned her wand. The wand was mahogany, sleek and right at 11 inches. It felt perfectly balanced in his hand, but the magic felt temperamental in his own hand. Offering it to the girl, he offered a smile, avoiding the previous topic. "You are doing really well. A lot has changed since we did the ritual." Tracy nodded, clearly not at all deterred by her defeat. "It's like something inside me that has always been there is awake. I feel it all the time, and I have an understanding of it now. I don't know how to really explain it." "You don't need to," Harry assured her. "I understand. It was the same for me. The ritual changed me, and I think for the better." Tracy offered Harry a soft smile, her eyes conveying a silent appreciation of the complex emotions swirling within them. With a gentle movement, she wrapped her arm through his, her touch a comforting anchor in the echoing silence of the Undercroft. Together, they began their slow, deliberate progress towards the hidden exit. The necessity for caution weighed on them, a familiar constraint in their unconventional training area. Each footfall was measured, each shadow scrutinized, yet despite the inherent risk, Harry felt a measure of confidence that they would slip away unnoticed by the rest of the students. The preceding 2 months had fostered a deeper connection between them. The initial awkwardness and lingering tensions had gradually dissipated, replaced by an unspoken camaraderie and a comfortable familiarity. However, the tranquility of this particular silence, imbued with the quiet intimacy of their shared moment, was destined to be fleeting, a brief respite. Before they exited the Undercroft, the grip Tracy had on Harry's arm tightened, and he glanced at his companion silently, who now had a nervous expression on her face. Deciding to take the initiative, he nervously asked, "What's on your mind, Trace?" The softly spoken nickname he rarely used on the girl seemed to give her the strength she needed to pose the question. "I've been thinking a lot about this over the last few weeks, but I didn't really know how to go about it." Harry felt his stomach churn slightly as butterflies appeared in his stomach. The distinct feeling that she was about to ask about their budding relationship formed, and instead of making a fool of himself, he merely said, "We've become more than just simple friends or allies in the last few months. You don't need to walk on eggshells." Ask me what you need too. It's just that, she paused, trailing off with uncertainty, biting her lip, looking more nervous than he had ever seen her. Before he could offer any more words of encouragement, however, she managed to get it out. I was wondering if you would teach me another ritual. Harry's eyes widened at the unexpected question. Of all the possible things he thought she might ask, this was definitely not it. Instead of frowning, however, he furrowed his eyebrows in thought, contemplating the consequences of such an action. You want to do another one. One that will continue to help me grow, Tracy said with a bit of excitement, or maybe reverence in her voice. The last one helped me so much, and I think more would just make me even better. Harry thought over the question and her answer. On one hand, he was excited by the prospect of another his age delving into similar magic that he had. It would be a way to test just how much of an effect it had on his magic versus others. In a way, it would tell him if he was truly special, or if it was only the effects of the ritual that was making him so formidable. On the other, he knew that the next few rituals he had either conducted, or the one he was currently learning, was incredibly dark magic. Seeming to sense his hesitance, she asked softly, I just want to be more like you, Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry released a sigh. I respect that. My mentor wanted the same for me, and he pushed me. I wish I had an easy answer for you, but... Not knowing what to say, Harry trailed off, but Tracy seemed to sense the unspoken words and asked quietly as if she was afraid to be overheard. But it's dark magic, isn't it? Their eyes met, and Harry stared deeply into her chocolate-brown eyes that seemed to hold a soft glow ever since the ritual. Knowing she would not judge him for this, not after everything she had seen from him, he offered her the slightest nod confirming her words. Tracy seemed to visibly swallow hard and hesitated before asking in a voice so quiet he barely heard her. What did you have to do? Shaking his head, Harry broke their eye contact. Something I couldn't ask you to do. Something I wouldn't want to teach you to do. Trace, I know you want to be stronger, and I am not saying no, but the ritual I did after the coming-of-age ritual was I was in a dark place, driven by the loss of my godfather. Maybe I can find you a different one. Stepping closer to him, where they were nearly nose to nose, Tracy spoke. My whole life I have been overlooked by our world. My parents are great, I love my family, but the rest of the wizarding world didn't even give me a second glance until I met you, until I allied with you, until I did the ritual with you. Call it selfish, call it vain, but I like it, Harry. I don't want to be boring old Tracy or plain old Davis. Her hand was on the front of his shirt now, just laying against him as she spoke. I am not afraid of the dark arts, not if I have a good teacher to guide me, like you did. Swallowing hard as he looked deeper into her eyes than he ever had before, he offered her a nod. I will do some inquiring. Our paths are different, but if you are serious about getting stronger, I think I can help you. Instead of a verbal answer, he was rewarded with a kiss. Oh. Blaise and Daphne walked together back to the common room as the blonde witch thought about their progress over the last 2 months. Truly, the 3 allies had grown under Harry's tutelage over the last 2 months. Even with her considerable progress in her own magical development, a familiar pang of jealousy would occasionally surface as she observed Tracy's burgeoning skills under Harry's direct tutelage. While Harry had been careful to avoid any overt displays of favoritism, Tracy had, since the ball, become almost inseparable from him, consistently positioning herself near him during lessons, breaks, and even mealtimes. This close proximity allowed Tracy unparalleled access to Harry's guidance, enabling her to ask questions, seek clarification, and absorb his knowledge in a way that she could only observe with varying degrees of envy. Tracy seemed utterly unfazed by the subtle glances and occasional hushed whispers from their classmates, displaying a single-minded focus on learning from Harry and showing no indication that she intended to relinquish her coveted position by his side anytime soon. This constant visual reminder of Tracy's privileged learning environment served as a persistent, if minor, source of frustration. She's really coming into her own, Blaise said mildly as they exited the Undercroft and made their way towards the dungeons. Daphne hummed at his words, not giving a committed answer, something Blaze clearly caught onto. I'm happy for her. She's really dedicated herself to being better after Christmas. Harry seems to be in a better mood, and he shows more face around the common room, which is good. If we can keep pace, then if Harry does get expelled, we should be able to stand on our own. Harry isn't going to get expelled, Daphne said through gritted teeth, ignoring his words about Tracy. The British media would create a political firestorm that would seriously hurt the reputation of Hogwarts. Unless he does something incredibly illegal and fails to win the tournament, there is no way Dumbledore expels him. Nodding his head, Blaze shrugged. It's a win-win for us. Harry was right. If he wins, his influence as the youngest Tri-Wizard champion in history will be immense. He will be more than King Snake at that point, and will have influence over the whole school. Tracy was smart to make her move. They will be calling her Queen Snake if she keeps growing at this rate. That would be a ridiculous nickname, Daphne said snappishly. Chuckling, Blaze shook his head. And here I thought green was your color. What? Daphne asked, confused by his words. Blaze rolled his eyes before saying, You need to be careful with Tracy. What do you mean? Daphne asked, still puzzled. Stopping and glancing around the mostly deserted halls, Blaze leaned in, speaking quieter than before. Harry and Tracy are for all intents and purposes a couple now. Her influence in the common room is beginning to grow whether you notice it or not. What does that have to do with anything? Daphne said, gritting her teeth in irritation. It means you have to stop giving her the cold shoulder, Blaze said pointedly. If she hasn't noticed yet, she will eventually, and Harry does not strike me as the type to tolerate teenage girl drama. There is no drama between Tracy or I, Daphne denied coldly. Folding his arms, Blaze just gave her a pointed look before saying, Good, let's keep it that way, because I don't know how Harry would react to it, and I am telling you as a friend, that is one game you don't want to be a part of. We know how dangerous he is, and I know he's an attractive prospect in a lot of ways, but with Tracy's dad being an Auror, I don't say it ends well. Daphne hadn't considered how Tracy's family might react to Harry. Of course, to most of the world, they had no idea what he was capable of, but she was also aware that at least in the eyes of the Ministry, he was a persona non grata until he won the tournament. Having known Roland Davis as long as she had, Daphne doubted the man would be impressed with Harry's penchant to bend the rules. Add on to the fact that Tracy's mother was a very simple woman and would not approve of anything out of the ordinary going on with her daughter. In contrast, Daphne's family could care less. Until she was down the aisle or prepared to take a husband, she would be left largely to her own business. By the time they tried to wrangle her in, she would be well out of their grasps. It was only now she thought about how much easier Harry could have made that, though. You're right, Daphne said with a sigh. It's just a strange adjustment. A lot has happened in the last 2 months. I hardly recognize her sometimes. Blaze put a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. Like I said, she's growing into her own. For the sake of our friendship, this alliance, and the future that Harry is likely to bring, it's a good thing. We will all need our wits and strengths in the coming days. More importantly than though, we will need each other. You sound like a Hufflepuff, Daphne grumbled as she walked past the protesting Blaze. Despite the annoyance she held towards the topic, she couldn't help but accept the wisdom of Blaze's words. Only bad things would come from any conflict with her best friend. Taking an internal breath, Daphne continued towards the dungeons, her mind focused on the upcoming lunch with her sister. Chapter 53. A strangled gasp tore from Tracy's throat as her head broke the surface of the Black Lake. For what felt like an eternity, the icy grip of the water had stolen her breath, a suffocating pressure that threatened to consume her entirely. Now, with a desperate lurch, her lungs finally began to draw in the frigid air. The shock of the lake's temperature was visceral. It was a physical assault, each molecule of water a tiny, biting assailant against her skin. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the already distorted world around her as the relentless cold seeped into her very bones. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, the primal instinct to survive clashing with the lingering terror of her underwater struggle. Every nerve ending screamed in protest against the icy immersion, and the urge to flail and succumb to the cold was almost unbearable. But then, cutting through the haze of fear and physical agony, a voice reached her. The words, though simple, resonated with a strength and reassurance that instantly began to thaw the icy grip of her panic. "Don't worry," the voice said, clear and unwavering. "I've got you." The simple declaration was a lifeline, a beacon of warmth in the overwhelming cold, promising safety and support in the terrifying vastness of the Black Lake. The sound of Harry's voice acted as an anchor, gently pulling her back from the swirling vortex of fear and disorientation. His familiar tone, laced with concern and determination, resonated through the oppressive atmosphere, gradually reasserting the boundaries of reality within her mind. The fragmented images and terrifying sensations that had threatened to overwhelm her began to recede, replaced by the concrete awareness of their present circumstances. They were in the midst of the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, and amidst the chaos and uncertainty, Harry had remained true to his word, fulfilling his promise to rescue her. Adrenaline coursed through her veins as her friend's strong hand clasped hers, pulling her relentlessly through the churning water. Each stroke he took was powerful and assured, a stark contrast to her own weakening efforts. Though her body screamed in protest, heavy with waterlogged clothing and exhaustion, she focused every ounce of her remaining strength on making herself as buoyant and streamlined as possible, desperate not to become dead weight and hinder his progress. The icy grip of the water slowly began to numb her senses, but the unwavering determination in his pull was a lifeline, a tangible connection to safety. Then, just as her vision began to blur at the edges and a crushing despair threatened to engulf her, she felt a sudden lightness as familiar strong arms lifted her from the frigid depths. Rough but warm fabric enveloped her trembling form as heated blankets were wrapped tightly around her, a comforting cocoon against the biting air. A cacophony of sound washed over her, a roaring tide that overwhelmed her senses. It took a moment for her to realize that the ringing in her ears was not from the water pressure, but the thunderous applause and jubilant shouts of the crowd that had gathered, their cheers a wave of elation washing over the scene. "That was some performance by your boyfriend," a familiar voice behind her said. Turning towards the voice, she realized at once why she recognized the familiar strength that had pulled her from the water. Her father, in his Auror uniform, stood over her, looking down with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Dad." Embracing the chuckling man, he put his hand behind her head, pulling her as close as possible. "I about killed Dumbledore when he asked if you could be used as part of the tournament. His personal assurances that you were safe was not quite enough for me, but your mother made me allow it." "Mum, is she here?" Tracy asked, glancing around, having missed her family at Christmas. To her immediate right, Blaise was thumping Harry on the chest with his open hand in excitement, while the teen cheered, clearly excited by his performance. Harry was then embraced by Daphne, who was clearly enthralled by whatever he had done. But when the two separated with wide smiles, a small form of irritation rose in her stomach. Before she could go to Harry's side, her eyes found her mum as her arms were thrown around her. "I'm here, Tracy. You should have seen Harry. He was very impressive out there." As if his name had beckoned him forward, Harry was right back at her side, pulling her into a hug. "I'm glad you're okay. I made it to you as fast as I could." Melting into the young man's arms, Tracy allowed herself to be embraced, not even caring that her parents were so close. She was desperate to know how he completed the task, and how he had done overall, but as her eyes searched the area over his shoulder, the realization that the other two champions were nowhere in sight began to set in. The fact that the foreign contingents looked put out cemented her belief. We won. Chants of Potter were beginning to break out on the platform, and the smile that crossed his face was bigger than she had ever seen as he nodded. We were the first back. Only took 31 minutes, Blaise supplied helpfully. Tracy knew from Harry's explanation that he had an hour to retrieve his hostage, and the fact that he had done it with so much time spare made this a decisive victory. Particularly considering they were already getting comfortable on the docks, while the other champions were nowhere to be seen. "How did you do it?" "Oh." Under the cloak of invisibility, Harry's gaze remained fixed on the intricate lines of the Marauders' map. It was shortly after curfew, and as anticipated, Tracy Dott was being escorted to the headmaster's office with Professor Snape. Harry had harbored a suspicion that the tournament organizers would resort to such a maneuver and had been vigilantly tracking her whereabouts. For hours, Harry stood vigil over the map, wondering when they would begin to move the hostages to the Black Lake. It seemed that a Gabrielle Delacour and a Alexi Crumb had been brought into the school at some point, but by the lack of movement in the headmaster's office, Harry had to guess they had already been put under. It was just before dawn that the names began to move, with Dumbledore and a gaggle of other foreign names following his lead, each hostage in tow. Knowing there was nothing left to be done as the names disappeared off the map, he returned to the common room and thought over his plans carefully before drifting off to sleep. Oh. As Harry stood on the large platform beside his fellow champions, he stared at the water with cold eyes. He knew this next part would be unpleasant even with his magic. Nothing would stave off a cold this frigid, and any attempts made could interfere with his ability to complete the task. His eyes twisted across the platforms, seeing the hundreds of spectators gather across the multi-leveled floating towers. Posters in French, Bulgarian, and English indicated a show of support for each prospective champion of their school. The chatter and excitement for the second task was palpable, and Harry hoped they were ready for a show. "You know what you are doing, lad?" Barty asked quietly to his right. The Death Eater in disguise had pestered Harry about his plans for the task, and had all but forced gillyweed into his hand that morning as a last resort, but the teen remained resolute in keeping his plan to himself. He had told none, and wanted to impress Tom if he were here today. "Of course," Harry muttered back, trying to keep all the nerves away. Grunting, the man hobbled away from the teen, and Harry's eyes continued to survey the water. He had already summoned several sea snakes to scout the water the day before, and should have no issue in locating his hostage. Many well-wishers passed him by, but he half-heartedly engaged with all of them, until a strong hand landed on his shoulder. "We meet again. I think I owe you serious conversation after you rescue my daughter." Harry's eyes turned to see a stern-faced man with broad shoulders and an intimidating build. His mustache was trimmed down, and he looked like a young soldier, but Harry recognized him as Tracy's father. "Mr. Davis, it seems a lot has changed since we last saw each other." "I'll say," the man said sternly, "you know, I always heard your father was a rule breaker, and I guess that apple didn't fall far from the tree." Not sure what the man's intentions were, Harry shrugged, ignoring the sternness of his voice. "It must be in my blood, sir. You're lucky that every letter I have received since Christmas tells me that my little girl is a very happy young woman right now, so I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt here," the man said severely. "I trust you will bring her back in one piece." "Without a doubt, sir," Harry assured the man. "Today, I will prove to the world that I am the rightful Hogwarts champion." Big words. From one so young. Bowing his head slightly, but feeling his irritation rising, Harry shook his head, drew his wand, and held firmly in hand. "Just watch me. I will be holding nothing back with your daughter's safety on the line. She is my friend, and I will not let anything happen to her today." The man grunted and stepped away, giving Harry time to shake away the discomfort from the confrontation. His eyes scanned the surface of the water and prepared for what was to come. The announcer went through the introductions, but Harry had already tuned Ludo Bagman out as he explained exactly what was about to happen. As Crumb and Delacour approached the edge of the platform preparing for the countdown to dive in, Harry mumbled out, "Don't get in my way. I won't hurt you unless I am provoked." It was clear that both champions had heard his words, but both offered him puzzled looks. Fleur went as far to scoff in his direction, but Crumb seemed to take his words more seriously as he nodded slowly. At the sound of the cannon, Harry watched as his two rivals jumped into the water, but instead, he just waited. The cheers that started the task turned to mumbles after a minute passed of Harry just standing on the edge of the platform. It wasn't long before jeers started from the foreign contingent, but Harry ignored them in favor of crouching down, touching the water with the tip of his wand, and casting a dark green light from the tip. In front of him, he could see Delacour and Crumbs swimming away in an attempt to search for their hostage, but Harry just waited patiently. Oh. In the early hours of the morning, before the second task, Harry found himself entering the Chamber of Secrets. It didn't take him long to navigate the tunnels, and when he entered the infamous chamber, he resolutely approached the statue, calling out, "Speak to me, Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts founding four." As the hole in the statue parted ways, Harry immediately called out to the ancient creature, "Sesha, I need your help." A brief silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Then, after what felt like an eternity, a soft, almost imperceptible hiss echoed from the depths of the pit. It was a sound that sent a shiver down his spine, a sound that spoke of ancient power. Slowly, majestically, a colossal form materialized at the base of the dark opening. The creature's scales shimmered faintly in the dim light, and its eyes, twin pools of molten gold, fixed upon the speaker with unnerving intensity. A voice, low and guttural, resonated from the massive figure. "Descendant, what is it?" "It was as I predicted. My friend has been taken hostage in the Black Lake. Can you help me find her?" Harry asked politely. "Descendant, I would be pleased to help you, but I must feast soon. My hunger rises," Sesha hissed. In understanding, Harry offered a bow. "Of course, help me today, and tomorrow we enter the forest to feast on the great spiders within. Meals fit for a queen." "Very well, Descendant. Will you join me now?" "I cannot enter the water yet. I will send messengers, smaller disciples of yours, my lady, to gather the information and return it to me," Harry assured. With that promise, Sesha didn't hesitate to plunge her ways into the tunnels that would lead her out of the Chamber of Secrets and into the Black Lake. With that part taken care of, Harry immediately returned to the surface and made it back to the common room before any were the wiser. Oh. No more than a few minutes had passed since the cannon had rung, and the whispers about Harry not jumping into the water were becoming louder and louder. The jeers from the foreign contingent had begun, and no one from the Hogwarts group were cheering anymore as they began to doubt Harry's plan. Keeping his outward demeanor serene, Harry maintained a steady gaze, scanning the placid surface of the Black Lake for the slightest indication of movement. The early morning sun was blocked off by low-hanging clouds, but despite the cold he refused to be deterred. He was searching for a sign, a subtle ripple, perhaps, or a flash of something beneath the surface that would indicate his plan was successful. He trusted his intuition, a quiet certainty that had been building within him for days. He had meticulously crafted this plan, anticipating every potential obstacle and contingency. No stone had been left unturned when working through the golden egg's hint to the second task. In his mind, every detail was accounted for, every variable considered. He was confident, not in an arrogant way, but with a quiet resolve born of careful preparation. The plan would work, of that he had little doubt. There was too much at stake to allow failure. The tranquility of the lake belied the tension coiling within him, a knot of anticipation that grew tighter with each passing second. He knew that time was of the essence, that he couldn't afford to linger indefinitely. But he also understood the importance of remaining calm, of not allowing his anxiety to cloud his judgment. He took a deep breath, the cool air filling his lungs and steadying his nerves. He would wait. He would observe. He would be ready. A small smile graced the young man's lips as a ripple in the water indicated the arrival of his plan, as a small water snake came speeding across the top of the water. Bending down to stick his hand out to the water, the snake quickly slid up his wrist from the water and onto his shoulders. When the snake was close to his ears, it hissed quietly as if it were afraid of being overheard. "The Great One has conveyed to me that your companion is situated several hundred meters from this point, residing near the Merpeople village. She remains vigilant and positioned at the outskirts, prepared to lend her aid should you have need of it. I am a loyal subject, at your disposal, young speaker. I shall stand alongside you and engage in battle if you require it." The snake couldn't have been more than a meter long and was very thin. Harry couldn't imagine the snake would be of much use in battle, but did not wish to offend his informant. "Thank you, brave one. I need your SSS speed over your SS strength. Can you take me to my friend? Toss me towards the hidden SSS Sun SS speaker. I will take you above water. From there you must dive. Keep up if you can. Harry acknowledged with a slight incline of his head, the expression on his face one of focused intent. With a subtle, almost effortless flick of his wrist, a gesture that spoke of practiced control and inherent magical ability, the small snake was lifted from his shoulders, hovering in the air as if weightless. It writhed slightly, but it did not resist, as if attuned to Harry's will. Without any lingering hesitation or doubt, he directed the floating creature towards the expansive surface of the lake, another deft movement sending it gliding smoothly through the air. Upon reaching the water, the snake wasted no time, its instincts immediately taking over as it plunged into the depths, its small form quickly disappearing briefly beneath the dark surface. In seconds, it broke the surface again, however, and surged across the water, propelling itself with rapid, sinuous movements, leaving only a faint ripple in its wake as it made its way towards the middle of the lake. Cracking his neck from side to side, Harry inhaled deeply, the cool air filling his lungs. He retreated slightly to give himself room to launch, adopting the stance of a sprinter poised at the starting line. With a burst of speed, he charged forward, feet pounding against the platform. Leaping with all his might, he launched himself into the inky expanse of the black lake, a silent incantation escaping his lips. The magical propulsion charm took hold, surging him through the air. Arcing downwards, he executed a clean dive, slicing through the air before plunging into the frigid depths of the lake. The shock of the icy water was immediate, a biting embrace that threatened to steal his breath. But Harry was prepared. He refused to succumb to the chill's numbing grip. Channeling his magic with focused intent, he generated a powerful burst of force beneath him. The water churned and frothed as he was propelled upwards, launching back into the air with the grace and speed of a breaching dolphin, droplets of frozen water shimmering like scattered diamonds in his wake. It took him only 2 consecutive dives to catch up with his reptilian friend, and the applause and cheers that had followed him were all but mute at this point as he remained focused on the task ahead. The pain of the frigid water was immense, but the thought of winning the task and getting ahead of Crumb and Delacour kept him spurring forward. Thoughts of how miserable his friend must be at the bottom of the lake lingered in the back of his mind as well, propelling his magic to push even harder than before. It wasn't long before his guide began to slow down, and Harry followed the lead, for the first time allowing the pain of the icy water begin to set in. His companion hissed to him, "The girl is directly below, as is the Great One." "Pass on my thanks. You have my gratitude," Harry offered sincerely, before taking another breath and submerged under the water. Gathering himself with a resolute breath, Harry steeled his nerves and avoided the temptation to plunge further into the murky depths. Instead, he raised his wand and focused his magical intent. With a sharp, unwavering point towards the water's surface, he channeled his energy, issuing a silent but powerful command. His magic responded instantly, surging through him like a river breaking its banks, coalescing at the tip of his wand. An invisible force enveloped him, a potent bubble of pure magical energy, and then it propelled him. The acceleration was immediate and astonishing. He shot upward, leaving a trail of disturbed water in his wake. With inhuman speed, a velocity far exceeding the capabilities of any ordinary swimmer, he burst through the surface. He soared into the air, propelled by the last vestiges of his upward momentum, rising several meters above the water. For a fleeting moment, he hung suspended against the backdrop of the sky, the wind whipping at his soaked clothing. Then, pivoting with a grace and precision that defied the raw power of his ascent, he altered his trajectory. He transformed his upward flight into a controlled dive, bending his body and using the residual momentum to begin his descent. Simultaneously, he reignited the flow of magic, directing it with calculated intent. The magical force acted as a booster, a jet of energy that sent him shooting back towards the water, a sleek, dark missile plunging into the waves once more. This time, Harry descended fast. A spike of adrenaline coursed through his veins as the dark water of the black lake obscured his vision, but his wand guided his way, and offered a small light that would ensure he did not hit anything hard. As he began to lose momentum, he turned to the bubble head charm and used his strength to continue to propel him through the water. He navigated through the initial haze, the water gradually losing its murky quality as if a magical filter had been activated, revealing an astonishing sight. Before him lay a miniature underwater civilization, a community bustling with aquatic beings. The dwellings, constructed from luminous coral and smooth, iridescent shells, glowed softly, casting an ethereal light in the deep. As Harry swam closer, he observed the villagers going about their daily routines, some tending to gardens of swaying kelp, others engaged in intricate weaving with strands of shimmering seaweed. A palpable sense of order and tranquility pervaded the air, yet Harry felt a flicker of apprehension. His arrival would likely disrupt this peaceful existence, and the uncertainty of whether these beings would perceive him as a threat weighed heavily on him. He cautiously advanced, his senses alert for any signs of hostility or aggression, ready to defend himself if necessary, but hoping to find understanding with the merpeople. Harry didn't have to get far before he spotted the 3 hostages, ropes tied around their ankles and anchored by large rocks. Around them, a squad of merpeople were also assembled with pointed weapons that resembled crude tridents. Frowning, Harry realized all the eyes of the villagers were on him, but none attempted to advance. Approaching the armed magical creatures, Harry greeted them in plain English, hoping they would understand. "My friend was taken from me. I would like her back." The silence of the underwater realm was suddenly broken by a chorus of murmurs amongst the gathered merpeople. Their iridescent tails flickered with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as they regarded the figure swimming before them. However, a ripple of movement drew their attention to one merperson in particular. Adorning its head was an intricately crafted crown of shimmering coral, marking it as a leader among them. With a fluid motion, this crowned individual swam forward, parting the assembled crowd. It halted a mere 5 meters from Harry, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. A moment of tense stillness hung in the water, then a sharp, piercing screech echoed through the depths. The sound, though high-pitched, held an undeniable authority. "Take her champion," the crowned merperson declared, its voice resonating with an otherworldly quality. "We are not your task. Our presence here serves but one purpose, to ensure the safety and well-being of the children." The pronouncement was clear and resolute, leaving no room for argument or misunderstanding. The rest of the merpeople shifted slightly, their expressions a mix of relief and lingering unease. Harry nodded and slowly raised his wand, as if to demonstrate his peaceful intentions, before pointing it towards the rope that bound Tracy to the rock and severed it with an easy flick. Slowly, the brunette began to rise through the water, and Harry offered a nod to the chief of the merpeople, but before he could speak, a surge of water came towards him, and before he could react, the force struck him, propelling him backwards. It felt like he had been hit by a bludger at first, but as he shook the pain away, he saw the outlines of Crumb and Delacour approaching the village with unnatural speed. Growling in fury, Harry prepared to launch an offensive, but the mer chieftain swam over to him. "Leave my people, and take your hostage." "Tell them that," Harry spat. The warrior looked visibly upset, and the other merpeople were raising their weapons and protesting. But clearly Crumb saw this as a threat, and began casting on the magical creatures that were closest to his hostage. Deciding that peace was no longer an option, Harry summoned several rocks from the nearby lake floor and began hurling them at his assailants. Before he could continue this line of attack, he felt a sharp object touch his throat, and the mer chieftain screeched, "No, take this violence away from my people." Suddenly, before Harry could even form a word of protest, a deafening hiss ripped through the area, reverberating across the vast expanse of the lake. The sound was primal, filled with an ancient power that sent shivers down Harry's spine. A slow, knowing smirk crept across his face as he remembered who had been lingering in the shadows. There was absolutely no need for him to resort to any spells or curses against the formidable leader of the merpeople, as fate had seemingly intervened. Instead, the imposing figure of the merpeople, who had moments before appeared ready for a fierce confrontation, was now seized by a sudden, palpable terror. Its eyes widened in sheer fright, reflecting the dark pools of water, and a desperate scramble ensued. The merperson dropped its intricately carved weapon, the sound almost lost amidst the continuing echoes of the hiss. It turned abruptly, its once proud posture replaced with one of panicked flight, and began to swim away with an astonishing, almost unbelievable speed, disappearing into the dark depths of the underwater civilization faster than Harry could have possibly imagined. The water churned in its wake, a testament to its hasty retreat, leaving Harry swimming in place bewildered. A cruel smile crossed Harry's lips as the other champions looked around in panic, wondering what titanic beast might have made that sound, believing it to be a part of the task. He took this moment to jump them both. His wand cut through the water, sending cutting and blasting spells at his opponents with ease. The initial onslaught caught them both off guard as they seemed to search for an underwater creature that stalked them on the bed of the lake. But Harry knew Sesha would not interfere now that he had things in hand. Her mere voice terrified the merpeople into leaving them without a fight, and now Harry had his fellow champions where he wanted them, with no witnesses. The magical underwater duel raged on in earnest, a whirlwind of spells and transfigurations tearing through the water. Victor Krum, having shifted into a creature of formidable defense, a hulking, shark-like beast, met Harry's furious offensive with unexpected resilience. His monstrous form and thick hide proved far more adept at absorbing the brunt of Harry's attacks, deflecting and dissipating spells that would have otherwise struck true. Unlike Krum, Fleur de Lacquer was far less prepared for the brutal onslaught. The moment the duel commenced, she found herself vulnerable. A crimson streak bloomed across her side as the first of Harry's spells, sharp and unforgiving, tore through her defenses, leaving a gash that instantly began to bleed. The initial exchange clearly demonstrated a significant disparity in the combatants' ability to defend themselves underwater. Krum, a seasoned athlete and a naturally powerful wizard, had adapted to his transfigured state with impressive speed, turning it into a bulwark against Harry's attack. De Lacquer, while undoubtedly a skilled witch, appeared caught off guard and struggled to mount an effective defense in an environment that went against her natural Vila form. The tide of the duel, which once favored the two opposing champions when they had the drop on Harry, was quickly beginning to shift. Harry's grin widened as he was forced to shield a nasty, crackling purple hex sent from Krum, his shield taking the impact, but the force sent him a few feet backwards. This was why he entered the tournament, to be tested. Finally, the moment had arrived to see how these two champions stacked against him, and he wouldn't be reporting a failure to his mentor later. Delving into his strengths, Harry sent a searing orange spell at Krum, whose eyes widened at the younger wizard's use of the dark arts. Clearly, the pro Quidditch player was familiar with the spell, and Harry just languished in Krum's surprise, pressing him backwards as he watched Fleur make a desperate play for her hostage. He moved with predatory speed, not even allowing the girl to react. A swift flick of his wrist unleashed a potent banishing charm, a wave of raw magical force that slammed into her. She was thrown back violently, flying several meters through the murky water, the impact jarring her bones. Before she could regain her footing or raise a defense, another spell, a stinging bolt of pure, incapacitating energy, struck her squarely. The stunning curse hit with pinpoint accuracy, overwhelming her senses and shutting down her motor functions. Her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp, sagging heavily, her unconscious form sinking slowly beneath the surface. Krum's eyes widened in surprise, but did not let up in his offensive against Harry. Furiously, the two exchanged spells that exploded in the middle of the water, but without the two on one advantage, Harry used his unnatural strength and abilities to his advantage, causing the Durmstrang champion to flee with a speed that was clearly enhanced in his transfigured form. Surveying the area, Harry knew victory was upon him as Tracy floated towards the surface high above him now. Swimming up to meet the girl, he prepared to be attacked from behind, but no such attack ever came. Oh. Before Harry could delve into the story of the task, Krum broke the surface of the water with Fleur de Lacquer on his shoulder. Shouts for help were heard, and Harry watched as two other heads were peeking out of the water shortly after. All were struggling in the icy cold water, and Harry shook his head, scoffing at the motley crew, hoping they would drown. Instead, they were each lifted out of the water by a phantom force and dumped onto the dock gently. Harry's eyes searched the crowd to see Dumbledore's wand in hand, clearly responsible for assisting the two champions and hostages. It was immediately clear that Fleur was in bad shape, as Krum began shouting for a healer, while Dumbledore fell to a knee, above the young woman pointing his wand at her chest. In an instant, the girl began coughing up water, as two medics rushed the young woman, casting diagnostics and attempting to seal the wound on her side. Madame Maxime was above her champion asking questions in rapid-fire French, clearly trying to ascertain what happened. But the young woman didn't speak as she stared at the ceiling of the platform, either feeling lucky to be alive, or in a deep state of shock. When the questions turned to Krum from Dumbledore, the Quidditch champion had a severe expression on his face. Potter cursed at her. All the heads of the school and the judges turned their eyes to him, but the smirk that had once been on his features had schooled to a neutral expression. Dumbledore left the healers to work on the French champion as he stormed towards his student. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Krum states you attacked Ms. Delacour. Is this true?" Shaking his head, Harry shrugged. "Why don't you ask the merpeople what really happened? I can tell you my version of events until I am blue in the face, but you won't believe me anyways. The chieftain was supposed to report to me as soon as the last hostage was taken." The man whispered, clearly unsettled by the turn of events. "I was the first to arrive to my hostage," Harry said evenly. "I made contact with the merpeople, thinking they were a part of my tasks and that I might have to defeat them, but the leader told me they were merely there as safeguards for the hostages. I cut Tracy loose, but before I could start my ascent, I was attacked by Krum and Delacour." "Liar," Karkaroff roared. "The boy is a cheat," Madame Maxime seethed. "He must be punished." Cheers of agreement came from the foreign contingents. Harry's eyes shifted through the crowd as he saw most of the Hogwarts students were silent, likely embarrassed by what had occurred, but his eyes shifted to Tracy, who watched him like a hawk. Clearly, she was trying to ascertain the truth through his expression, but he kept his features schooled. "He must be arrested," Umbridge, the ministry official, demanded. "Or Davis, take Mr. Potter into ministry custody." Harry's eyes snapped to the Auror, who looked uncomfortable by the thought, and his eyes drifted to Dumbledore, who had his gaze straight on Harry, clearly trying to read the truth for himself on his expression. Before anyone else could move, however, another voice broke through the crowd. "Non," the soft voice of Krum cut through the protests. All three heads of the school turned to face Victor, who was helped to his feet shakily by some of his classmates. "Potter is honest. She attacked first. He may have defended himself viciously, but outnumbered 2-1, I would have done the same." The eruptions of outrage erupted across the platform as seemingly most of the Hogwarts students roared their disapproval. Calls for Fleur to be arrested and Krum to be disqualified were heard, but Dumbledore shook his head as he held a wand to his throat. "Silence." The magically amplified voice echoed across the water, and Harry reached for his ears in surprise as the rest of the dock fell quiet at the legendary wizard's demand. Dumbledore looked troubled, while he paused to stare at his school's champion before calling out, "The winner is Harry Potter." This clearly satisfied the Hogwarts students as eruptions of cheers continued from before, and his friends around him whistled and cheered. The chants of Potter had resumed from before, and Harry held up a fist in the air. Hands began thudding him on the back, but his eyes continuously shifted to the foreign contingent, who once again looked embarrassed by what had occurred. Dumbledore was on the receiving end of furious words from the Ministry Witch, while Karkaroff spat on the ground towards Harry and led Victor towards the boats that would take them back. His eyes then shifted to Tracy's father, who looked greatly troubled as his daughter threw her arms around Harry, embracing him tightly, and a photo was taken as Harry took her in with one arm. He had the most itching feeling that this was not over. Chapter 54. When Tracy's family offered to buy Harry and his friends lunch in Hogsmeade, he didn't feel like he was much in a position to refuse. The offer had come from Tracy's mother in gratitude for saving her daughter so quickly, but the look on Auror Davis' face indicated to Harry that this wouldn't be the pleasant celebration he was hoping for. When he had made it back to the dock with his friends at his side, Harry saw Barty in his usual disguise waiting off to the side. Promising to catch up with his friends in a moment, the teen separated himself from the group and approached the man, who had a scarred grin on his face. "He wants to see you tonight," Barty said right away, leaning against the tall walking stick of Aleister Moody. "The usual place?" Harry asked softly, as people called out their congratulations from nearby. Barty merely nodded his head and then mumbled, "You did well, lad. It was lucky that Crumbs got more of a conscience than his headmaster, though. Things are changing quickly out there, and you need to be ready." In understanding trepidation, Harry merely nodded, saying nothing further, and separating himself from the disguised Death Eater, and going after his friends who were walking the path to the Hogsmeade carriages. Oh. At the Three Broomsticks, Harry retold the mostly true story of what had occurred down in the Black Lake. He admitted that after he cracked the clue of the task, he had begun scouting the lake, and even sent many serpents through the water to ensure he could find Tracy as fast as possible. He spared a few details about the basilisks scaring off the merpeople, and instead explained that the fighting sent them cowering into the depths of the underwater village. It was clear that while his friends were interested in his tale, Tracy's parents were fixated on the details, particularly her father, as if he were trying to detect any wrongdoing on his part. "Fleur hit me pretty hard with the opening spell. I didn't even see her coming. I was so focused on getting Tracy out that I am lucky she decided to try and hurt me instead of incapacitate me. When I regained my senses, the fight kicked off," Harry explained. "Idiots," Blaise scoffed. "Crumb has to have had at least heard what you could do in a duel, and Delacour attacking you in an environment that she is naturally weaker in was foolish." "Regardless," Mr. Davis interjected, "he defeated 2 other champions in magical combat, an impressive feat for one so young." "I warned them not to get in my way before we dived in," Harry offered with a shrug. Blaise snorted. "Probably hurt their pride when you threw that kind of challenge down." Daphne agreed at once. "I would have sought you out just because you said it if I was Delacour." "We will see if they learned their lesson. I may be in first now, but it is my understanding that the winner of the third task usually takes all. I will be playing for keeps in the last task," Harry promised. "Even if it means seriously hurting one of them?" Or Davis asked. "Daddy," Tracy exclaimed. "What?" the man defended. "It's a fair question. The French champion was in shambles and appeared to have only made it out because Crumb helped her." "The truth is Mr. Davis," Harry began, his eyes meeting the Auror's unflinchingly. "Since I have stepped out of the shadows at the end of my 3rd year, my life has been full of challengers. My strength seems to incite these challenges. Challenges that incite conflict, and those conflicts breed catastrophe." The man seemed to think over his words. The entire group did. But Harry wasn't done. "Is it wrong that I have chosen to defend myself in ways that I have hoped would dissuade others from trying to hurt me or my friends?" Before the Auror could answer, a soft hand went on his arm, and to his surprise it was Tracy's mother. "Of course it's not, Harry. Powerful wizards have often attracted trouble throughout our history. Look no further than your own headmaster. Dumbledore is not a man of conflict, war, or violence, but when the wizarding world has needed him the most against you-know-who, or Grindelwald, he rose to the occasion. I only see a young man that is rising to his own occasions and still trying to find his way." Harry was surprised by the woman's words, and even more surprisingly, he was warmed by them. He may not have liked the comparison to Dumbledore, but the fact that the woman acknowledged that he was a powerful young wizard just trying to find his way was more understanding than he imagined he would get from any other adults. "You could say you have sought out so many of these conflicts by putting yourself in the middle of this tournament, though," Roland Davis interjected. Blaise and Daphne both seemed uncomfortable by the discussion, but Violetta Davis was having none of it. "He helped our son and I at the World Cup, putting himself in danger to do so. If not for him and his friends, who knows what would have happened." This seemed to quiet Mr. Davis, and he searched for a counterargument but seemed to find none. "What about the tournament? It was very dangerous and maybe even illegal for you to enter it. Harry couldn't prevent the scoff that escaped his mouth. Illegal? This is the first tournament in the history of its existence to have an age limit. Any student could enter their name into the goblet, and it was left to the ancient magical artifact to deem who was worthy. The ministry said no one under the age of 17. The man said thunderously, "You flaunted the rules and put Dumbledore and the ministry in a bad light." Instead of thundering back and allowing his temper to get the better of him, he just shook his head, getting quiet for a long moment. He wanted to draw his wand and make the Auror shut up. An unnatural rage coursed through him as eyes from around the 3 broomsticks fell upon him. If his rage was not the dominating feeling, perhaps he would have been embarrassed, but he knew there was no reason to be. He had made the ministry and Dumbledore look foolish, but Hogwarts was on top, with a wizard 3 years younger than the other school's chosen champion. That was something worth celebrating, not chastising. "What I did today, Mr. Davis," Harry said quietly, "was save your daughter. I fought for her with everything I had because I was not going to let anyone put her in danger." His eyes then shifted to both Blaise and Daphne as he said, "And I would have done the same for either of them, my only real friends in the world." Harry's eyes narrowed towards the man as he felt his magic begin to rise in pressure as his irritation mounted. "Let me tell you something else, sir. I don't give a damn about the ministry. They have never done a thing for me except let my parents get killed and allow me to be raised by muggles who hated magic. Your precious ministry and Dumbledore can share the blame for that in my eyes. I don't really care. My only care in this world is to be strong enough to make sure no other wizard is strong enough to mark me the way the Dark Lord did. To make sure no other wizard can take from me the way Peter Pettigrew did. Any that stand in my way now, tomorrow, or in the future are going to regret it." The man looked surprised by Harry's rage and leaned back in his chair slowly, while the rest of the table seemed to hold their breath. Finally, the man exhaled, saying, "I believe you." Tossing a few coins on the table, he rose to his feet and gestured with his head to follow. "Let's take a walk, son." Harry's eyes furrowed in confusion, not understanding the man. Tracy shook her head, immediately telling Harry, "Maybe we should just go back to the castle." "I'm not gonna hurt the lad," the man protested, while Violetta Davis interjected, "Is that really necessary, Roland? I've clearly upset the lad. Let me make it right." The 2 women both looked at Harry, but he shrugged, figuring he would rather be anywhere than in this crowded bar while he was in a disagreement with his best friend's dad. "It's all right. I could use the fresh air." Roland nodded his head, offering him a clearly forced smile. "Clearly me too. Let's go, lad." "Oh." As soon as the 2 men exited the bar, Tracy buried her face on the table. "He's never going to speak to me again." "Don't be dramatic, dear. It's a difference of opinions. Besides, your father doesn't know the whole story," her mother comforted. "I think they will sort it out." Blaise looked uneasy as he leaned back in his chair with his butter beer. "I wouldn't count on that. Harry can be scary when he gets riled up. He has no love for the ministry or Dumbledore. Defending either one will only end in a bigger argument." The woman looked concerned by Blaise's words, while Tracy just nodded. "My father has been a career ministry employee. He doesn't want to see the bad side of it that Harry has seen." "What do you know?" Violetta asked in concern. "Nothing," Daphne said, speaking for the first time. "We've made a lot of assumptions, though, with the breadcrumbs he's left us. You also don't become as reclusive or antisocial as he was when we first started becoming close without an unpleasant upbringing." "Harry's a dangerous wizard," Tracy said softly, alarming her mother, but finished the thought with, "to any that try to hurt him. In all our time together, I have never seen him attack or have a go with anyone with anything besides words, but Merlin help any that have tried to target him." Blaise and Daphne both nodded, confirming they shared a similar opinion, while Violetta said softly, "You care for the boy, beyond what you've put in your letters." Tracy blushed deeply at being asked that in front of her friends, but she swallowed and nodded. "He pushes us all to be better. Studying with him has made us all better witches and wizards." "We all respect him," Blaise said, trying to help Tracy out of her discomfort. Ever since we allied with him, he has been nothing but kind to us. He's not the most empathetic person, Daphne added, and we often have to explain things to him in ways he can understand. But despite his past, he still has a heart. He's still a good person. He may go looking for the fight sometimes, but he never starts it. He just wants to be challenged, to be pushed. He doesn't care about the glory of the Tri-Wizard tournament. He just wanted to test himself against the best of our generation, Tracy said with a sigh. Hell of a job he is doing there. Blaze mumbled as he took a long swig of his butterbeer, leaving the rest of the table to contemplate Tracy's words. Oh. The biting wind whipped through the deserted cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade as Harry Potter and Auror Roland Davis exited the Three Broomsticks, the heavy wooden door creaking shut behind them. A thick, uneasy silence descended between them, heavy and palpable in the crisp afternoon air. They walked side by side, their footsteps lost in the sounds of the bustling, wizarding village. The late afternoon hour cast long, stark shadows from the snow-dusted rooftops and quaint shop fronts, painting the scene in hues of gray and deepening blue. Despite the constant rambles of those around them, an undercurrent of hushed excitement permeated the atmosphere. The whispers followed Harry like a persistent draft, and furtive glances were cast in his direction from those still out and about. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament was clearly the primary topic of conversation, and Harry, as the winner of today's task, found himself the center of attention. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, a familiar gesture of discomfort and a desire to become invisible amidst the scrutiny. The weight of the final task, coupled with the unresolved tension with the Auror beside him, made the silence all the more oppressive. As the two reached the end of the village, and neither had spoken, Harry was tempted to make excuses and find his way to Tom. Harry could sense that the man was near, as he always could, and had the suspicion that his mentor was already in the shrieking shack, waiting for his arrival. Before he could make such excuses to disappear, Tracy's father began to say, "I don't know much about you, Harry Potter, but an idiot can see that you are a capable young man. A true Triwizard champion." Outside of a few members of the press that had sucked up to Harry, this was the first adult that had ever openly admitted his worthiness. It was strange to come from an Auror, Tracy's father, and one who had seemed to be so vehemently against him just minutes ago. Not knowing quite what to say, he tried to think of what Tom would do and played the innocent, charming young man. "Thank you, sir." The man grunted and waited a long moment, stopping in his tracks, looking at the young man before him, saying, "And you're right about what you said back there. If the ministry did put you with people who disliked magic and mistreated you, then they did fail you. Fallen Auror's children are treated very well in our society. There are good ministry-sponsored programs out there to ensure things like this don't happen. Considering I didn't even know what the Ministry of Magic was until I discovered it in a book in my first year, I think we can consider that point nil, sir," Harry countered with a bit of heat. The man looked peeved for a moment before his shoulder deflated, and the fire in his eyes seemed to fall. "Then I failed you as well. All the Aurors did. We were in the middle of a war, and our own were getting killed on a near-daily basis. Their children were being well taken care of, though, even when the ministry coffers were plunging. The fact that your mother and father paid the ultimate price to end the war, and then their child fell through the cracks, is unforgivable." Harry pushed his occlumency to the forefront of his mind to keep the rage from coming out at his man's words. His image of Hogwarts, the grounds, and the Black Lake kept him feeling serene and unshaken by the emotional words of the man beside him. Unsure of what to say this time, Harry remained silent and kept his gaze locked onto the man before him, who shook his head before saying, "I will look into this matter myself, and if you do not wish to ever go back to your Muggle relatives, I will do everything in my power to ensure that you don't. You have my word." "My Muggle relatives," Harry began, "are no longer a problem. I put some distance between them and myself last summer. Dumbledore didn't like it, so he will be moving me to live with another wizarding family, somewhere he can keep a better eye on me." The teen could hardly keep the bitterness out of his tone, and this made the Auror laugh. "Ha, a teenager who wants his freedom. Maybe you aren't so different. You are certainly not what I imagined for my daughter, but you have brought out a different side to her. A more confident one that shows me a glimpse of the young woman she will become." The man seemed to hold the thought for a long moment before his eyes hardened. "I imagine you have a lot to do with that. You are dangerous for one so young. When I joked about you wanting to date my daughter over the summer, I never would have expected it to be true." Feeling distinctly uncomfortable over the topic, Harry just shrugged. "At the time, I wouldn't have either. She's grown into my closest friend at Hogwarts this year. I trust her even above the others. I underestimated her, and I am glad for it. She has surprised me a lot in these past few months. She is as Slytherin as Blaise or Daphne. It's her faith in me, though, that has really put her past the others." "Faith and loyalty," the man said with another chuckle, but this one seemed more forced. "The qualities of a Hufflepuff, which both her mother and I were. I suppose she took those traits from us. In a world full of ambitious and cutthroat people, your daughter is a breath of fresh air, sir. Those qualities are rare, particularly in Slytherin," Harry said admiringly. "You care for her, then?" the man asked in a tone that had more than a hint of steel in it. "More than I would like to admit," Harry said softly as his eyes drifted back towards the 3 broomsticks on the opposite side of the village. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Harry's eyes returned to the father of his friend, who said, "I believe you. Something tells me we won't agree on the Ministry, the law, or Dumbledore, but we can both agree that my daughter is pretty special. Would you say so?" Instead of using his words, he offered the man a nod of his head, and Roland clapped him on the shoulder. "For now, that will have to be enough. I would love for you to come visit over the summer so we can get to know each other more. You are both very young, too young to be in a relationship, but if that is where the tide flows down the road, I'd like to have a good measure of the man you are, Harry Potter." Offering his hand to the man, Harry channeled his mentor's charisma with a smile. "I would be honored, sir." "Oh." When the two returned to the 3 broomsticks, Tracy looked so relieved she might fall over. Harry could tell it was taking all of the girls' willpower not to demand to know what they talked about, but Roland put her mind at ease. "A little rough patch, but I think we understand each other more now." Harry offered Tracy a light smile, trying to ease his friend's worries. "We do. Just don't expect me to be wearing any junior ministry shirts." "Cheeky little bugger, aren't you?" the man said as he kissed his wife on the cheek, taking his seat. This caused the group to laugh, and Harry made polite conversation, and re-entered conversations like there had been no annoying disruptions. Despite this false bravado, Harry still felt a lingering irritation to the man that thought so highly of this corrupt ministry that was running the country. He had no idea that they had sentenced Sirius, an innocent man, to die, and that it had happened on Dumbledore's watch. He had no idea that Dumbledore had likely committed numerous crimes to keep him out of the reach of the friends of Lily and James Potter. To Harry, these were all unforgivable acts, something he would make them all pay for one day. Before long, Harry was making excuses for an early departure. The Davis tried to protest to keep his company longer, but he said he had studies to attend to and a personal matter he needed to finish before the day was over. His friends looked curious by his words, but all knew better than to question him in front of an Auror, even if it was Tracy's dad. On his own, Harry departed the 3 broomsticks, after promising to catch up with his friends in the common room. This time, when he reached the streets of Hogsmeade, the sun had almost set in the distance. It was always dark early this time of year, but twilight seemed to have fallen even earlier than usual as Harry broke off the normal beaten path of Hogsmeade and began making his way to the Shrieking Shack. As soon as crossed the ward line, he turned and swiftly apparted to where he knew Tom would be waiting for him. When he arrived, his mentor stood peering over an old book, shaking his head, and clearly frustrated by whatever he was seeing on the pages. Harry approached cautiously, aware that his mentor was likely aware of his presence. He paused a respectful distance away, observing Tom's appearance while he waited for the other man to acknowledge him. In the span of their last 2 years together, Tom's youthful features had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now appeared closer to 30 years of age, a stark contrast to how he had looked before. Harry often pondered the reasons behind this accelerated aging. He speculated whether the process of absorbing the fragments of his former soul had taken a toll, or if the constant wielding of potent dark magic was the primary cause. Whatever the reason, the changes were undeniable. Tom's once lighter brown hair had deepened to a richer, darker shade, and the lines of his face had become more defined, lending him a sharper, more severe countenance. The passage of time, accelerated or otherwise, had etched itself visibly upon his mentor. "Your performance today was uninspiring," Tom said softly. Harry's eyes widened as his brain faltered at the accusing words. For Tom's part, the man didn't take his eyes off the text as he spoke the dagger-like words, and Harry was grateful because he was sure the look on his own face was unpleasant. "I don't understand, Master," the teen said, trying to play the part of a respectful apprentice. "I won the task. I defeated both champions in combat." "You looked like a dolphin flopping in the water," the man chastised, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to vibrate the very air around them, indicating how displeased the man was. "And you needed Sesha to aid you against imbeciles and creatures barely approaching what could be considered intelligence. A few commoners and some overgrown lizards, and you were floundering for ideas like a beached fish. I had expected more, far more, considering the resources poured into your training. This performance fell short of the expectations I have for my apprentice." Bowing his head, Harry felt a stab of disappointment. The man had been so pleased with his performance in the first task, and in this one he had won even more decisively. The message, however, was clear now. Winning wasn't the only task he had to accomplish. "What should I have done?" Harry asked. "The most pliable, impressive piece of magic would have been runic," Tom countered as he slammed the book shut and placed both hands on the table as he leaned over it. "I would never have even entered the water to place myself in danger for another. You knew the girl was going to be taken, and had even a pretty general idea of where she would be. A broomstick, a tracking rune, and a little showmanship would have been a much better approach." Harry's brain wandered to all the runes he knew and began puzzling the thought together. When it came to a conclusion, his head sagged, realizing he had likely missed out on a better solution. "I failed you and put myself in unnecessary danger. I am sorry, Master." "Sorry?" Tom asked dangerously, turning to face him for the first time now. "Don't be sorry, be better. You may have won the task, but after seeing what happened to you through Sesha, it was only because that idiotic French girl didn't stun you and decided to curse you instead. You won by the arrogance of a teenage girl." Harry fought the stab of embarrassment that went through him and didn't look up to see Tom as the man moved to stand before him. "That girl is a distraction to you. I would advise you to proceed very carefully. I will not allow my apprentice to fall to a pretty face before he even reaches a third of his potential." "I understand, Master," Harry said softly, as his mind whirled with thoughts of distancing himself from the brunette girl and likely hurting her in the process. "You do not have to turn your back on your ally completely," Tom said, with annoyance clear in his voice. "There is a balance in all things, but I will have little patience when it comes to distractions that will temper your growth." Tom paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "I can remember that you only started forming alliances on my orders. I trust you can see the wisdom in my advice now, but even the purest intentions can become a snare if not handled correctly. If you allow her presence, her needs, her very existence, to become a distraction from your primary purpose, your studies, your growth, your mastery of the magical arts, then we will face a problem. If her influence derails your mind, pulls you from the disciplined path you have chosen, clouds your judgment, or dilutes your focus, then I will be left with no other recourse." Harry felt his stomach drop as Tom's expression hardened. Though his tone remained calm, the teen could feel the man's displeasure. "Understand this clearly. I will take steps to see the girl removed from the equation. My commitment is to your development, to ensuring you reach your full potential unhindered. Don't make it come to that. Choose wisely and maintain the necessary discipline for the sake of both your progress and her continued existence." Harry's eyes darted upwards, meeting Tom. That may have naturally been brown, but were currently holding an undercurrent of red. Swallowing hard, Harry bowed. "It won't come to that." "Good," Tom said. "See to it that it doesn't. Now I have questions unrelated to the tournament." Harry said nothing as the man strided away from his apprentice and began packing the room. There was an unsettling feeling about the man tonight. Harry could tell Tom was very disturbed by something, and he remained silent, waiting for the man to speak. "Have you noticed anything off about Barty?" Tom asked, in a tone that was cautious. "Barty?" Harry asked, completely caught off guard. "I mean, the man is half of a lunatic at the best of times, but it's nothing different than what I am used to." Tom hummed with uncertainty as he continued packing. What about his magical abilities? Thinking about the duel the two had shared a little over a week ago, Harry could not think of anything irregular in the encounter, and shrugged. "He is as talented as he always is, Master. We duel viciously in the defense classroom after hours, but if something was off, I would have noticed. Can you tell me what this is about?" Tom paused, staring at the dilapidated wall in front of him, as if his eyes could see through it. The man's mind seemed to swirl in thought before his left hand ran through his hair and combed past it one time before saying, "Very well. I would like you to watch the man closely while you are in his class and on the Marauder's map from time to time. I want you to report anything out of the ordinary to me immediately." Frowning at the request, Harry nodded in understanding before asking, "Of course, Master, but what can you tell me? Perhaps if I knew what I was looking for then." "If something is out of the ordinary, you will know it immediately," the man said dismissively. "I want this to be your sole focus beyond the third task. You have done well winning each of the tasks, but it will all be for nothing if another is crowned champion. I also expect you to finish acquiring all the ingredients required for the ritual before the end of term. Do you understand?" A long moment passed before Harry offered a final bow. "Yes, Master." "Good," the man said, shaking his head and moving towards the door. "Do not let me down." With that, the man apparated away with a soft pop, leaving a very confused young man in his wake. Chapter 55. Following Tom's directive to observe Barty more closely for any unusual behavior, Harry's perception sharpened, and he noticed peculiarities almost immediately. Barty's already present nervousness had intensified palpably, an almost frantic energy radiating from him. More concerning were the increasingly frequent inquiries about their shared master, questions that probed deeper than simple curiosity and often ventured into territory that made Harry deeply uneasy. Each time Barty's questioning edged towards sensitive or uncomfortable subjects regarding Voldemort, the seasoned Death Eater displayed a disconcerting awareness of Harry's discomfort. He would abruptly pivot the conversation, steering it towards safer topics, or simply disengage entirely, offering a hasty excuse before retreating. These abrupt shifts and avoidances only served to amplify Harry's growing unease and suspicion. The very act of deflecting suggested that Barty was aware of the delicate nature of his inquiries, and perhaps even testing Harry's loyalties or knowledge in some clandestine manner. The subtle dance of question and evasion created an atmosphere of tension and unspoken scrutiny between them, further solidifying Harry's resolve to remain vigilant and report any truly significant discoveries to Tom. Beyond these observations, Harry had also begun to distance himself from his friends. Before he had done so, however, he had told them that he was really going to get serious about preparing for the third task, and told them he had to do more than win the tournament, but didn't go into details. Tracy had seemed hurt by this decision, initially, but Harry promised that in his studies he would find another ritual for her and continue to point her in the direction that would optimize her growth. The disappointment from the girl was still felt, but Harry hoped she would forgive him. The last thing he wanted was for her to catch Tom's ire. As March led into April and Harry's training intensified, his proficiency in the dark arts was becoming absolute, and his teachers were truly starting to realize just how gifted he was in his core wand subjects. Between McGonagall, Flitwick, Vector, and Babbling, they were all quizzing him on Newt-level parts of their curriculum instead of assigning him the usual homework. This led to some interesting studies, but nothing that truly challenged the young man. Each day Harry seemed to catch the long looks from Dumbledore and wondered what the man was thinking. Perhaps he was comparing him to another student that had walked the halls before him, one that had risen to become the most powerful Dark Lord of the 20th century. Tom Riddle. The comparison was fair, but unlike the young Tom Riddle, Harry had a guide. A mentor that was willing to push him, yet make sure he didn't fall into temptation and lose himself in the pursuit of power, but was still willing to push him as far as he was capable of going. A capability Harry was determined to push the bounds of. The weight of his burgeoning magical abilities and the intoxicating allure of greater power consumed Harry's thoughts. He was on the cusp of proving he was among the most powerful wizards of his generation, and he wished to cement this beyond doubt in the final task. Tom had been right when he scolded Harry for merely trying to win the tournament. There was more to this than winning, and Harry understood that more and more as he delved into the history of other great wizards throughout history. To further enhance his chances, his focus narrowed to the intricate and perilous ritual he was meticulously planning, an undertaking still several weeks away, but looming large in his mind. Each component of this dark rite was a weight on his mind. A labyrinth of thoughts circled in his head constantly as he attempted to strategize each component. The acquisition of this profound power Tom spoke of had become his singular obsession, coloring his every waking thought and shaping his interactions with the world around him. The coming weeks would be a period of intense preparation, a clandestine gathering of the necessary elements, and a final mental rehearsal of the ritual steps. The air around him seemed to hum with the unspoken anticipation of the transformative and potentially dangerous act he was about to commit. The most straightforward method for obtaining the necessary ingredient would be to procure the blood of an enemy. Fleur de Lacquer, in particular, had emerged as a persistent and irksome obstacle throughout his endeavors, thwarting his plans and presenting unforeseen annoyance on numerous occasions. Her continued presence in the tournament was an undeniable irritation. With the precise application of a finely tuned tracking rune, he would embark on a relentless pursuit of the young woman at the start of the third task, following her every move until the opportune moment arose. His objective would be clear: to eliminate her from the competition at the earliest possible juncture, thereby neutralizing her and securing a significant advantage. Upon her demise, he would claim her blood not merely as a consequence of their conflict, but as a potent trophy that would benefit his magic forever. The blood of the dead, a potent and rare ingredient that Harry was lucky enough to already possess. He had meticulously collected it in the aftermath of his previous ritual that ended Peter Pettigrew's miserable existence. It had been a grim souvenir of a pivotal moment. His magical studies, particularly those under the tutelage of Tom, had unveiled the myriad values of dead man's blood. It was not merely a macabre relic, but a substance imbued with latent power and even capable of harming vampires. Tom, ever the pragmatist and master manipulator, had been the one to insist Harry preserve it. "One never knows, Harry," he had purred, his voice a silken thread of menace and wisdom, "when such a unique resource might prove invaluable." The task of gathering the blood of a champion and a mentor, while seemingly gruesome, presented a surprisingly straightforward path for the ritual. Harry, a tri-wizard champion, naturally fit the first requirement. His very participation, let alone his ultimate victory in the demanding tournament, marked him as a figure of remarkable prowess and resilience. The potent magic that coursed through him, honed by perilous trials and triumphs, would undoubtedly be an invaluable ingredient, imbuing the ritual with a profound connection to his already powerful magic. As for the blood of a mentor, Tom's inclusion was equally, if not more, crucial. He wasn't merely a teacher in the conventional sense, but a guiding hand through the labyrinthine corridors of dark arts and intricate magical theory. His extensive knowledge and the profound influence he wielded over the very trajectory of Harry's endeavors positioned him unequivocally as the mentor whose essence was required. The symbiotic relationship between his vast wisdom and Harry's burgeoning power formed the very bedrock of their grand design, making their combined contributions not just easy to acquire, but absolutely indispensable for the ritual's success. Then there was the blood of a virgin, an ingredient that he had only mildly entertained thoughts of, and when he did, he thought of Tracy. Despite distancing himself from the girl, he knew she still cared for him and desired to be at his side. He would only need to ask, and he had little doubt he would receive what he needed, but still he hesitated. The young woman had done well in her initial dives into the dark arts, but this was a big step. She would undoubtedly ask many questions, and while mostly he could deflect, it was a well-known fact that most things to do with blood magic were very dark. And then there was the even more delicate, almost painfully awkward, aspect of the conversation. How would he articulate the necessity of her virginity? How would he explain that her untainted state was not merely a preference, but a vital component, a magical prerequisite for the ritual's success? The very thought of broaching such a sensitive, intimate subject with her, the potential for misunderstanding, the inevitable blush that would undoubtedly color her cheeks, it was enough to make Harry distinctly uncomfortable. The blood of an innocent, a morally compromising task, a chilling ingredient that weighed heavily on Harry's conscience, more so than any other component. His immediate, almost visceral thought was to return to Mrs. Pettigrew. In a twisted sense, she was an innocent, an unwitting victim of her son's depravity. The idea flickered through his mind that taking her blood would be a pragmatic solution, a means to an end. He wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. The woman had, after all, birthed a monster, a creature of betrayal and evil. However, a deeper, unsettling intuition gnawed at him. He knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that the very motive behind such an act would be irrevocably tainted, corrupting the ritual and potentially himself. In the truest, most profound sense of the word, Mrs. Pettigrew was not truly innocent in his heart. This stark realization forced him to abandon the easy, yet ethically compromised path, compelling him to delve into the treacherous landscape of other, far more complex, and potentially dangerous options. The quest for true innocence, untainted by even the faintest shadow of complicity, still rattled around in his brain daily. On the waning days of April, Harry had noted the night before in astronomy that a full moon was upon them at Hogwarts. It was on this warm spring day that he began to consider the final ingredient, the blood of a beast. There were no shortages of monsters he could go hunt in the Forbidden Forest, but a different piece of text caused him pause. In a book written by the Gaunts that had many sinister rituals available for studying, he discovered something less horrific than the normal. A ritual that he would not consider for himself, but his companion that was fascinated to take the next step in her journey of ritualistic magic. It had been a quiet afternoon in Charms, and the day was coming to a close. Professor Flitwick's class was the last of the day for the fourth-year Slytherins, and Harry half-interestedly listened to the man's lesson about the severing charm. This was a charm Harry had been taught by Tom their first summer together, and had even taught the charm to Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy during one of their many lessons together. It was no surprise that his allies looked bored during the lesson, but when Flitwick suggested they begin cutting the fabric he conjured for each of them, Harry took his opportunity to speak to Tracy under a quiet breath. "Want to have some fun tonight?" Harry asked under his breath, as he pointed his wand at the fabric and non-verbally sliced it in two. Tracy raised her eyebrows at her friend, and her cheeks colored slightly before her eyebrows furrowed, and she pointed her own wand at the fabric. "We haven't had much time together recently, and now you want to just sneak off to snog." With a slight hiss and a thrust of her wand, Tracy muttered the Defindo charm and sliced her fabric in half, while also creating a decent-sized gash in their table. Professor Flitwick's eyes shot towards them, and he called across the room, "A little more control next time, Ms. Davis." "Sorry, Professor," Tracy muttered, not catching that Harry himself was now blushing at the misunderstanding, and was thankful the girl was not looking him in the eye. "A different kind of fun to what you're thinking. It would be just the two of us. After curfew. It would also need to be a secret," Harry said evenly, trying to keep the stammer out of his tone from the embarrassment of the misunderstanding. Tracy looked at him in surprise now, as he slashed his fabric neatly into fourths, not leaving a trace of his own magic past the thin pieces. "Just the two of us." Nodding, Harry said nothing, while Tracy, with much better control, cut the yellow square fabric into a separate piece, with a soft incantation. This time the fabric cut much smoother than before, and though there was a small scratch on the table, it was better than most of the rooms. "What did you have in mind?" Harry glanced around to see that most of the class was focused on their own work, except Daphne, who had her eyes on the pair with a suspicious look on her countenance. Ignoring the girl he had not had many meaningful conversations with since the Yule Ball, he turned back to Tracy saying, "I may have a possible answer to your next step in our favorite subject, and it happens to coincide with a different project I am working on. I thought this would be a good chance to kill two birds with one stone." At the casual mention of their favorite subject, Tracy's eyes lit up with excitement as she whispered, "Really?" Nodding, Harry shrugged. "It'll be mildly dangerous, but it will be a cool story we won't ever be able to tell anyone." Tracy grinned at this and nodded enthusiastically in return. "I'm in. After midnight." "It's a date," Harry promised quietly, and those words seemed to cement the joy in Tracy's eyes as she visibly became more upbeat, and changed the subject to the other uses of the charm they were working on to make sure they avoided the suspicion of their professor, who was coming around the room. Flitwick had praised both of them for their charm work, and to no surprise Daphne and Blaze received similar praises. They had, after all, been taught this particular charm by Harry. When the lesson ended, Harry and his friends gathered their bags and began making their way back to the common room with mild conversation about the upcoming weekend. Harry wasn't as interested in the conversation as they talked about Hogsmeade, but as the two girls began exchanging hushed whispers, Blaze bumped Harry easily with his elbow. "Did you promise to pull Tracy into a broom closet? She looks like she won a prize, and I haven't seen her this excited since before the second task." "Nothing like that," Harry said, fighting the smirk that threatened to cross his face. Ever since Tracy and Harry had gone to the ball together, Blaze had been dropping hints about coming to him for advice about girls. While he assured Harry that his magical knowledge may be superior to Blaze's, witches were his speciality. "But I am planning to spend some time at Hogsmeade with her this weekend. I have been training diligently and could use a break." It was as good of a cover as he could think of on the fly, but knew Tracy would be ecstatic to have that time with him. It was true, too. Harry had been very diligent the last 2+ months. While he wouldn't throw the whole day away for a Hogsmeade visit, a few hours with his friends, and a few more in private with Tracy wouldn't hurt. "That's the spirit," Blaze said, clapping him on the shoulder, a huge smile on his face. "Maybe we can share some of that fire whiskey that Pusey gave you at the end of the night. You can tell me all about it." "I could be convinced," Harry said with a grin, trying to act more his age and enjoy the high spirits of Blaze and Tracy. At the corner of his eye, he caught Daphne holding a glance perhaps longer than he would have thought normal. Somehow the girl seemed suspicious of him, and he wasn't surprised. Daphne was incredibly observant, and he schooled his features to his normal, impassive countenance. He had often thought about their conversation at Yule, and had even wanted to bring the matter up with her again in private. Each time he had thought to do so, things tended to get in the way. It seemed like it just wasn't yet time to address that particular problem, but he hoped that next year, the two could delve into the problem together. He had little time to study parcel magic in its healing nature, and was very curious to do so, when he had more time to peruse the topic around Gaunt Manor. The rest of the evening and dinner passed by normally, and no one was the wiser about what was coming. Daphne's suspicions had fallen away over the course of the evening as Harry returned to his studies, and didn't engage much with the group beyond dinner time. By the time curfew had rolled around, they had all gone their separate ways to bed, but not before Tracy had offered him a discreet wink and wished him a good night. Midnight had come faster than Harry had anticipated. He had read over the steps to Tracy's ritual in earnest to make sure there would be no surprises, and to ensure he accounted for every possibility. This was likely the least amount of research he had done on a ritual, but the Gaunts made it seem simple, and while it was dark in nature due to needing the blood of a beast, there wasn't much more beyond that. A couple of facets he would explain to Tracy on the way, but nothing that he thought would put her off the idea. With a deep breath, he grabbed his father's cloak and his rarely used Nimbus 2000. With a swift wave of his wand, he shrunk the broomstick down to miniature size and took a deep breath, hoping the night would go off without a hitch. Staring off into the impenetrable darkness of the Black Lake, Harry stood by the large, arching glass pane window, its surface cool beneath his fingertips. A profound stillness enveloped the Slytherin common room, broken only by the almost imperceptible lapping of the lake against the castle foundations far below. He waited patiently, a figure of quiet intensity silhouetted against the inky expanse, for his clandestine meeting with Tracy. The grand stone walls of the common room, usually bustling with late-night conversations and the murmur of studying students, were now silent, amplifying the solitude of the moment. It was only a minute past midnight, the castle clock having just chimed its mournful, echoing tones through the ancient corridors, when the softest of footsteps began to echo across the polished flagstones. The sound, almost a whisper against the pervasive quiet, grew steadily closer, indicating the imminent arrival of his companion. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the darkness of the lake in front of him, even as her light footsteps drew near. He didn't need to turn to know it was her. A familiar piece of magic, a subtle shift in the air, always announced her presence. As she reached him, her hand slipped through the crook of his arm, a silent anchor in his tumultuous thoughts. Then came the gentle brush of her lips against his cheek, a fleeting, tender caress that sent a comforting ripple through him. Even without meeting her gaze, he could feel it, the vibrant hum of her excitement, a tangible force radiating from her very magic. When he finally turned his head, his eyes meeting hers, he found himself entirely unsurprised. Tracy was dressed in a cloak he had gifted her after the Yule Ball for Christmas. It was the same he had gifted Daphne and Blaze, but she seemed to enjoy wearing the dark robes the most. They covered her small frame well, and her brunette hair, usually a cascade of unruly waves, was pulled back into a neat, elegant bun, framing a face that was soft and unmarred by the day's demands. A radiant smile graced her lips, a smile that held no hint of the exhaustion that surely should have followed a long day filled with classes and studies. Instead, it was a pure, unblemished expression of eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with an inner light that spoke volumes of the adventure she clearly foresaw. "Ready?" Harry asked softly. He expected the girl to bombard him with questions, but instead she surprised him by nodding excitedly. "Lead the way." Her faith in him was moving. She didn't ask how they would escape undetected, or what they would be doing. She didn't even ask about the large piece of fabric he was carrying in his hands. She merely trusted him to guide and instruct her along the way. He had rarely appreciated his friend more than he did in that moment, and just returned the grin for the first time that evening, and indicated with a jerk of his head to follow her. They made their way up the staircase that would lead them out of the Slytherin common room and into the dungeons. But before they reached the serpentine archway, Harry held a finger to his lips and began unfolding the soft, velvety material that he knew Tracy had not recognized. In a swift motion, he swirled the cloak over his shoulders and disappeared from the sight of his friend, who gasped. Before she could ask where he had gone, he flipped a piece over his head so she could once again see him. Harry grinned at the girl, holding a finger to his lips, and offered a portion of the invisibility cloak to her, indicating she should join him. Nodding her head, Tracy did as suggested and came in close to him as the two slid under the cloak. Her grin was even wider than before now, and Harry couldn't help but share the infectious smile as the two began to creep out of the common room and through the dungeons. It wasn't a long walk before they reached the grounds. He knew every shortcut, every hidden passageway, every nook and cranny that would get them out of the immediate vicinity of the castle the fastest. Yet still being this close to a girl, this age did play a certain number on his insides. Tracy seemed amazed by the magic of his father's cloak, but just watched in wonder as they moved throughout the castle undetected. At last, with a soft rustle, he pulled the cloak from their shoulders, the sudden exposure to the cool night air a welcome shock after the stifling closeness beneath the enchanted fabric. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the moonlit landscape, searching for any sign of movement or disturbance. The expansive grounds lay quiet and still, bathed in the silver glow of the rising moon. "Okay," he whispered, his voice low but firm, a hint of the usual determination returning to his tone. "We should be safe to walk and talk from here." His gaze lingered for a moment longer, a flicker of residual caution in his eyes before he finally relaxed, a subtle shift in his posture. The stars were out in force that evening, and Harry glanced at Tracy, who took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and let out a big exhale. "You picked a good night to do this." Harry nodded. The weather was cool, but not uncomfortable for the time of year. In their current attire, they would be comfortable. Walking towards the forest, Tracy followed confidently beside him as he took a moment to arrange his thoughts before saying, "Our task tonight will have its dangers, but I promise I will keep you safe, if you promise in return to watch my back." "Of course," the girl said without hesitation. "I trust you." Swallowing thickly, Harry didn't know what to say to that, but took her head appreciatively and offered it a squeeze before releasing it, saying, "Tonight, we are both after the blood of a beast. I am working on a much larger ritual, and this is merely one of 7 components, but for you, a few pieces of your beast will be needed as well as the blood. The more dangerous the beast, the more benefits you will reap from the ritual. For your part, you will only need to draw blood from our target while it lives. I believe I will be able to do the rest." "What is it we are after?" Tracy asked, with a hint of nervousness in her voice for the first time. Shrugging, Harry shook his head. "I am told there are both vampires and werewolves that have been known to take refuge in the Forbidden Forest. I think either would be beneficial to our ritual, but I won't limit our options." Tracy seemed to consider his words for a moment before sighing. "I've heard there are acromantulas in there too, an entire colony. I'd rather not run into those." "I would rather not run into a beast that has that many numbers either. Preferably, we find a solitary magical creature," Harry agreed. "Shouldn't we be worried about running into them?" Tracy asked, concern still laced in her tone. Offering a reassuring smile, Harry shook his head. "The colony has been, let's say, relocated." Raising her eyes in surprise, Tracy asked, "By you?" Nodding, his eyes darted around the grounds, searching for anything out of ordinary while he said, "And an ally." "Your teacher?" Tracy asked with excitement. "Not exactly," Harry chuckled, "but a good friend of my teacher's. She has become a good friend of mine too." Tracy frowned at this and her eyebrows creased, and Harry chuckled, realizing her line of thought at once. "Don't worry, she's not my type." Thinking of Sesha, Harry knew it would be impossible to explain the basilisk to his friend, so did not even attempt to do so. "Regardless, we don't have to worry about giant spiders tonight. For your ritual, a dugbog or mongrel would work, but I would prefer something a little more exciting for both of our sakes." Nodding in understanding, Tracy followed Harry into the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, noticeably getting closer to him than before. The teen didn't comment on it, but she decided to continue speaking to likely keep her nerves clear. "What else should I know about my ritual?" "It will help you grow into your magic faster." Harry offered, his eyes searching the distance for anything out of the ordinary. "The last ritual enhanced your magical abilities. This one will help you reach maturity faster. It won't help you outstrip your current projected potential, but it will help you get there faster. According to my book, it will also give you a better sense for hostile magic aimed at you." A lot of the people who underwent this ritual reported heightened reflexes in duels and faster retaliation in spellcasting. "Sounds useful," Tracy said, the excitement returning in her voice. "For how little you have to do, I agree," Harry said. "A little of your blood, the right runes, and the blood of the beast, and boom, ritual over." One woman reported that it stung, but everyone else has said it was just a little discomforting. "Much better than last time, then," Tracy responded brightly. "Much," Harry agreed. "What about your ritual?" Tracy asked. Before Harry could contemplate the lie he was going to feed her, but before he could ponder it, a howl split the air. Both teens froze in place before glancing at each other, Tracy looking much more nervous now than before. Harry comfortingly offered, "Stay with me. I won't let anything happen to you." Tracy nodded, but her unease was palpable. The howl, a chilling lament that seemed to vibrate in the very air around them, was distant, perhaps even miles away, yet it carried an undeniable sense of foreboding. Harry, ever practical, reached into his pocket. With a familiar flick of his wrist and a whispered incantation, he withdrew his broomstick, a sleek Nimbus 2000, and with another wave of his wand, restored it to its full size. Tracy's eyes widened, a mixture of awe and concern clouding their depths. Her voice, when she spoke, was barely a whisper, as if sharing a profound secret. "I forgot you had such a nice broom," she murmured, a hint of reverence in her tone. "You know you could damage it by shrinking it like this. The enchantments, the balance of the wood and the magic, it's a wonder it hasn't warped already." She gestured towards the shimmering bristles and the polished handle, her concern evident. Snorting, Harry shook his head. "It hardly matters now. After my stunt this year, I am sure Snape will keep my ban intact from the team. But if not, I will get a new one to play. Besides, this is more important than my non-existent future playing Quidditch." Mounting the broom, Harry jerked his head to his friend, indicating she should mount the back behind him, and tentatively, with a blush on her cheeks, she did so. The polished wood felt smooth beneath his grasp, familiar and reassuring, a stark contrast to the thrumming anticipation in his chest. He could feel the slight tremor in Tracy's arms as she settled in behind him, her touch light at first, then firming as she secured her grip. Harry, with his wand still firmly clutched in his hand, its holly and phoenix feather core a comforting weight, then hissed, "Point me," the words a low, sibilant whisper that seemed to ripple with parcel magic. He extended his arm, the wand held steady before him, and waited for his magic to infuse the intent behind his words. A subtle hum began to emanate from the wand, a low vibration that resonated through his fingertips and up his arm, spreading a warmth that chased away the lingering chill of the night. The air around them seemed to shimmer, the invisible currents of magic responding to his command. For a breathless moment, the wand seemed to vibrate intensely in his hands, a conduit between his will and the unseen forces of the world, before it spun gracefully in his palm, its tip aligning with an unseen magnetic pull. It pointed due south of their location, a clear, unmistakable direction. Harry nodded, a grim determination setting his jaw. With a powerful kick off the ground, the brooms surged upward, a rush of wind tearing at their cloaks. He felt the arms of Tracy wrap around him tightly, her fingers digging into his robes, a silent testament to her trust and her own apprehension. The ground beneath them rapidly receded, lights blurring into streaks as they ascended into the darkening sky. The stars, previously faint, now glittered with sharper clarity above them, and the distant sounds of the castle faded into a soft murmur carried on the wind. He could feel the steady beat of Tracy's heart against his back, a rhythm that was both comforting and a stark reminder of the danger they were flying towards. "Hold on," he said, his voice a low command, barely audible over the rush of the wind, but infused with an unspoken promise of their return. Chapter 56. They flew for miles, but as another howl ripped across the night sky, they began to slow, realizing they were much closer to their intended target. Harry said nothing as he dipped his broom to be just above the tree line. His eyes darted across the forest floor, searching for signs of a magical beast. "You know this would be really romantic if we weren't hunting a monster," Tracy said cheerfully. Knowing the girl was just nervous, he attempted to ease her with words, but kept his eyes searching the grounds below. "If you will let me, I can be a little more romantic for you in Hogsmeade this weekend. Assuming we survive this." "You're not funny," Tracy said, squeezing his midsection hard. "I really did think we could go to Hogsmeade this weekend," Harry defended, with a smirk crossing his features, "but we can talk about that on the way back. Let's stay focused." The girl said nothing for a moment, and the two continued to hover several meters above the ground. Before long, Tracy pointed sharply to their left. "Look at that." His eyes quickly followed the direction of her pointing and saw a disturbing sight. The carcass of a small hippogriff lay below, its once majestic feathers matted with dark, congealed blood, and one wing was bent at an unnatural angle. Harry swallowed hard, a metallic taste rising in his mouth as he guided his broom towards the ground. The landing was soft, almost reverent, as if even the broom recognized the somber gravity of the scene. The two teens dismounted, their movements slow and deliberate, their wands firmly grasped in hand, the familiar weight a small comfort against the unsettling silence of the clearing. They approached the fallen creature cautiously, each step taken with a mix of dread and morbid curiosity. Harry knelt beside it, his gaze sweeping over the mauled form. The gash across its chest was deep, revealing bone and torn muscle, and claw marks raked down its side, suggesting a powerful struggle. A low growl rumbled in the distance, But Harry seemed oblivious, his focus entirely on the tragic scene before him. A disturbed expression creased his face, and he shook his head slowly, a grim realization dawning. "This poor bastard didn't stand a chance," he murmured, his voice hoarse with a mixture of pity and a burgeoning sense of fury. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine and something else, something primal and unsettling, a scent that hinted at a predator far more formidable than the average beast in the forest. "I wonder where its herd is," Tracy asked, leaning over the creature with a sad expression on her face. "Didn't Professor Hagrid tell us they always wander in herds?" Before Harry could answer, a sharp crack echoed through the dense undergrowth, the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping underfoot. Harry, his senses on high alert, reacted instantly. He shot to his feet, pulling Tracy protectively behind him, his eyes scanning the inky blackness that surrounded them. The silence that followed the snap was even more unsettling, a pregnant pause that seemed to hum with unseen tension. With a swift, decisive flick of his wand, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted from its tip, banishing the oppressive darkness. The powerful Lumos charm illuminated the ancient trees, their gnarled branches casting grotesque shadows, and revealed the creature they had been seeking. It was a massive, hulking beast, covered in shaggy, matted fur, its powerful body resting on 4 sturdy legs. Its face, eerily canine in its general structure, was contorted into a fearsome snarl, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. But the sheer ferocity in its eyes, the unnatural glint within their depths, hinted at something far more sinister, something that transcended the natural world and delved into the realm of the supernatural. The air around it seemed to thrum with a primal energy, a silent testament to its raw power and dangerous nature. Harry hissed behind him, "Throw your strongest severing charm at it. Its hide will protect it, but you have to draw blood with your own magic, or the ritual won't work." "You can stop this thing, right?" Tracy asked with worry in her voice. "Never killed one before," Harry said, eyeing the beast as it stalked towards them. "I guess it's time to change that." The air vibrated with a roar as the hulking creature, a grotesque hybrid of beast and nightmare, challenged Harry. It rose on 2 powerful legs, a grotesque parody of human locomotion, and bounded forward with surprising speed. Its massive limbs, thick with knotted muscle and razor-sharp claws, reared back, poised to strike as it closed the distance between them at a terrifying speed. But Harry was ready. With a flick of his wrist, his wand became an extension of his will, a conduit for raw magical power. He unleashed a blasting charm, not merely powerful, but a force of nature that tore through the very ground beneath the beast's feet. The earth erupted in a geyser of pulverized rock and dust, a testament to the charm's devastating force. The creature, caught in the unexpected maelstrom, was sent reeling backward, its initial bravado replaced by a flicker of bewildered surprise in its angry eyes. Tracy, for her part, spurred into action, while the beast tried to stumble back its feet. Stepping to Harry's side, Tracy yelled out, "Defindo." A slicing red charm flew from her wand and struck the beast, but barely left a scratch on it, causing the girl's eyes to widen in fear. The werewolf, not remaining idle, barked angrily and charged forward once again, with murder shining in its amber eyes. Harry stepped forward to meet the creature and sent his own slashing spell at the beast, but was surprised to see it dodge the curse with relative ease. With no other choice but to shield, Harry conjured a large metal slab that the beast ran right into with a gong-like sound. Instead of waiting around to see what happened, Harry pulled Tracy into an embrace and apparated immediately to put some distance between himself and the creature. Reappearing several meters away, Harry glanced at the monstrous beast, its multifaceted eyes still locked onto their previous position, clearly disoriented by their sudden disappearance. A guttural snarl ripped from its throat, a sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath them, but Harry barely registered it. His attention was solely on Tracy, who was now trembling violently, her eyes wide and unfocused with terror. He could feel her fear, a cold dread that threatened to consume her. With a small but firm amount of force, he shook her, not harshly, but enough to jostle her out of her catatonic state. "Hey, focus," he urged, his voice low and steady, cutting through the din of her panic. "Tracy, look at me." Slowly, her eyes, glazed with fright, began to register his presence. "You can do this, I know you can." He squeezed her arm reassuringly, though the tension in his own shoulders was palpable. "I can end this, I swear I can, but you have to do your part first. We're in this together." The girl glanced from Harry to the werewolf before nodding rapidly. Harry, for his part, just twirled his wand in his hand one time, saying, "There are lots of ways to make a creature bleed. Play to your strengths. Treat it like a duel for your life, and you can do it." Before Tracy could utter a word in response to the tense revelation, the monstrous creature, a blur of dark fur and power, launched itself forward. Its roar ripped through the air, silencing any further conversation as Harry was forced to snap his full attention back to the imminent threat. A flicker of grim determination crossed Harry's face. He knew he couldn't afford to merely defend. He had to inflict damage, to show this beast that it wouldn't have an easy victory. Deciding on a tactic of disruption and pain, Harry's lips twisted into a snarl, and he hissed a curse, its syllables sharp and sinister, a relic from the darker corners of Tom Riddle's formidable repertoire. With a violent thrust of his wand, an orange rope-like spell, crackling with raw magical energy, sizzled through the space between them. It struck the beast with a sickening thud, not exploding or tearing, but seeming to melt into its tough hide. The creature recoiled, a shriek of pure agony erupting from its throat. Steam rose from where the spell had impacted, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. The beast staggered, momentarily thrown off balance, its eyes, now blazing with a mixture of rage and unexpected pain, fixed on Harry. The wound, though not immediately fatal, was clearly deep, a searing brand on its dark fur, and the creature's movements became noticeably less fluid, a testament to the corrosive power of Harry's dark magic. Before Harry or the enraged creature could retaliate, a surge of magic erupted from Tracy. It wasn't a raw, unfocused burst, but a precise, controlled torrent that tore past Harry with a whistling sound. From the damp earth beneath the werewolf gnarled roots, thick as a man's arm, erupted from the ground snaking upwards, coiling around the beast's powerful limbs and torso, attempting to ensnare it in a verdant, living cage. Harry's eyes, wide with a surprise, fixed on Tracy. Her usually calm demeanor was replaced by an intense focus as she swirled her wand in intricate, whip-like motions. Her lips moved silently, muttering a rapid-fire succession of incantations, spells she had undoubtedly absorbed during countless hours in transfiguration lessons or duels with Harry. For the first time, Harry could feel Tracy's potential tangibly. The roots and thorny vines from the surrounding brush seemed to obey her silent command, twisting and tightening their grip around the struggling werewolf. It thrashed and writhed, a guttural snarl ripping from its throat as it fought desperately against its botanical bonds. Its powerful muscles bunched and released as it tore its way out. But Tracy was not finished. Before the beast could break free, her gaze swept to a nearby fallen branch, thick and sturdy. With a fluid, almost imperceptible flick of her wrist, the branch levitated, hovering momentarily in the air. Then, with another swift, decisive motion of her wand, she configured it. The rough bark smoothed, the end sharpened into a sharp point, transforming it into a spear-like object as she spat out, a pugno. With a final thrust of her wand, she launched the makeshift weapon. It whistled through the air, a blur of wood and magic, striking the werewolf with brutal force. It impaled the beast in the upper torso, just below the shoulder, and nearly knocked it entirely off its feet. Not another second passed before the beast let out another guttural roar, a sound that vibrated through the trees as it ripped apart its confinements. Rage, raw and unbridled, was now feeding the creature's strength, indicating that it was far from defeated. Its eyes, previously dulled by pain, now burned with a malevolent amber glow, fixed on Tracy. Regardless of the beast display, Harry could see the blood pouring in a steady stream from its wound, where Tracy's spear had impaled the beast. Her job was finished, a crucial strike that would complete her requirements from the ritual. It was his turn now. To Tracy's credit, she continued her attempts to contain the beast, but it was unnecessary. Harry reared back with his wand and thrusted forward a powerful gouging spell, whistling across the area and striking the beast in the chest. The spell on impact did its damage, but it would take more than that to kill a werewolf. With another slash of his wand, Harry sent a spell he had learned from Barty over the summer. Initially, the creature froze as Harry lowered his wand, but kept his eyes on the beast as its hands scratched at its throat. The suffocation spell was brutal, but it was only part one, as Harry realized his spell was taking hold, and he snapped his wand forward one last time, snapping the creature's neck with a brutal crunch. Tracy yelped at the aftermath of the spell and watched as the werewolf crumbled to the ground lifelessly. Harry, for his part, continued to stare at the creature, half expecting it to get back up or reverse its transformation, but instead it just laid motionless on the ground. "You made it look so easy," Tracy whispered. "I have dueled with things much scarier than a werewolf," Harry said ominously, his voice low. He approached the fallen creature, its form grotesque and twisted by the brutal magic they had unleashed. The damage they had inflicted was stomach-turning, a testament to the raw power of their assault. Harry's face remained impassive, betraying none of the revulsion that might have been expected. His focus was solely on ensuring the beast was truly dead. It should have been obvious, Harry thought morbidly, a cold, hard certainty settling in his gut. Nothing could survive that spell, not even a creature of such ferocity. The air around them still hummed with residual magic, a testament to the devastating force that had been unleashed. Still, a lifetime of dealing with impossible odds had instilled in him a cautious pragmatism. He nudged the werewolf's foot with the toe of his shoe, a silent challenge, as if he half expected it to twitch back to life. When it remained inert, a faint sigh escaped his lips, barely audible above the rustling leaves. Reaching into the depths of his cloak, Harry's fingers closed around a small, stoppered vial. Its glass was thick, designed to contain volatile substances, and it glinted faintly in the dim light. He bent over the grotesque form, the scent of blood and damp earth filling his nostrils. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand firmly onto the gaping wound Tracy had carved into the creature's shoulder. With a sickening gurgle, a fresh torrent of dark blood welled up, pouring directly into the waiting vial. He worked swiftly, efficiently, the practiced movements of someone accustomed to the macabre. The liquid filled the vial with surprising speed, a dark, viscous trophy of their victory. Nodding in satisfaction, Harry stood to his feet, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor running through his muscles, a residue of the magic he had just wielded. His eyes, usually intense and focused, softened as they landed on Tracy, who stood a few feet away, her expression a mix of trepidation and curiosity. She looked incredibly uncertain of what should happen next. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her, her gaze darting between Harry and the dead werewolf beside him. Offering her a reassuring smile, Harry gestured for her to come closer with a gentle sweep of his hand, not a demand but an invitation. Tracy did so tentatively, her steps small and hesitant, as if she were walking on fragile ground. Each footfall was light, almost soundless, and her eyes remained fixed on him, searching for reassurance. As she neared, he extended his clean hand, the one not currently stained with blood, a silent promise of support. When her fingertips finally brushed against his, a spark, not of magic but of understanding, seemed to pass between them. He gently pulled her to his side, speaking with a soft murmur. "You don't have to do this, but you did your part admirably. You should reap the benefits of it." The weight of his words settled upon her, not as a burden, but as an acknowledgement of her contribution, a validation of her efforts. "What do I have to do?" she whispered back, clearly still shaken from the encounter. His gaze, intense and unyielding, fixed on Tracy's trembling form. The air was thick with the coppery scent of fresh blood, a grim testament to the battle they had just entered. With his left hand, still slick and crimson from the recent struggle, he delved into the depths of his cloak pocket. His fingers, practiced and swift, retrieved another small glass vial and extended it towards her, his voice remaining soft. "Do as I did. Press down on the wound you created with your spear." He gestured subtly to the gash on the fallen creature, the source of the recent bloodshed. "Fill the vial." His voice hardened slightly, the urgency in his tone palpable. "And we can do the rest away from here." The implication hung heavy in the air, the need for secrecy, for a swift departure from the ravaged battlefield. The forest, though quiet now, held countless unseen threats, and the lingering scent of blood was an invitation to other predators both mundane and monstrous. They had what they needed. The rest could be done in the Undercroft. Nodding, Tracy took the vial from his grasp and repeated the same process he did, albeit a little more shaky than his demonstration. When she came back to her feet, she seemed a little steadier and pocketed the vial into her cloak before asking, "What else do we need?" Harry pondered the question as he surveyed the body of the beast, before saying, "A few fingernails, some teeth, and a little fur should do. It would have been different for every beast, but I think that will suffice for the sacrifice." Tracy nodded, but before she could begin retrieving her ingredients, Harry put a hand on her wrist to stop her from doing it by hand. "I can do this part." With a few quick flicks of his wrist, Harry removed the parts they could need for Tracy's ritual, and he stored it in a conjured container that he sealed with ease. Next, he waved his wand around his dirty hands and removed the drying blood from his skin, before doing the same for his shaken friend. When it was done, Harry offered his hand to the girl and guided her away from the fallen beast. "We can fly back and do the ritual in the Undercroft. You did great, Trace." Offering a forced smile that barely masked her disturbed expression, Tracy followed Harry to a clearing where the Nimbus 2000 awaited them. With a practiced grace, Harry mounted the broom, and Tracy settled in behind him, her arms wrapping tentatively around his waist. As they lifted off, the ground receded below, the towering trees shrinking into a verdant carpet. The couple still had hours until sunrise, the first sliver of dawn a distant promise. To ease the girl's lingering nerves, Harry took the ride at a much slower, more leisurely pace than before. The rush of wind that had once been exhilarating was now a gentle caress, allowing Tracy to truly appreciate the silent, ethereal beauty of their ascent. They soared slowly, deliberately, over the dense canopy of trees, the leaves rustling softly below them as if whispering the secrets of their night together. The wind, no longer a forceful push, gently nudged them along, a subtle encouragement in the vast expanse of the night sky. As they reached the far end of the sprawling black lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the nascent stars, Harry subtly detoured. With a practiced maneuver, he positioned the Nimbus 2000 directly above the water, its dark surface shimmering under the soft moonlight. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint lapping of the lake against its unseen banks. It was a moment suspended in time, a tranquil interlude that would precede their dive into ritualistic magic. Tracy eased her embrace into him and leaned her head against his shoulder. Harry wasn't sure what he should say to the girl. If it were Tom, the man would scold him for being emotional, but congratulate him on a job well done. He had already praised her success and did not feel his scolding would be a welcome one. Instead, he just allowed the serene moment to ease the girl and hoped she was not going to let their adventure be for nothing. Arriving back at Hogwarts, the two snuck back onto the grounds in silence. Under the guise of the cloak, the two made their way back to the Undercroft without words. Once they arrived in the Gaunt's old sanctuary, Harry immediately went about setting up the rune work for Tracy's ritual, and to her credit, she watched with a silent, attentive gaze. Once he was complete, he eyed the girl and spoke for the first time. "You handled yourself well out there, Trace. Where others would have run, you stood at my side and fought. You trusted that I could keep you safe, and you drew the blood you needed. If you still want to do this, it's your victory for the taking." The girl looked uncertain, and Harry once again thought of what Tom would do. In times of Harry's doubts, the man pushed him with words. Maybe they were slightly manipulative in nature, but they always gave him the push. Perhaps it was time to pull a piece from the heir of Slytherin's book. "You once said that you didn't want to be overlooked anymore," Harry said, suddenly causing the girl's eyes to shoot up to meet his own. He paused for a moment before continuing while holding her gaze. "You told me you didn't want to just be the half-blood from Slytherin or plain old Davis. Tonight, you gave the world a reason to look at you differently. Where others would have cowered, you fought. You earned this. You wanted to be more like me, Tracy, and this is your chance." Offering the vial of shimmering, crimson blood and the container that held the piece of the werewolf, Tracy stared at them, her eyes wide with uncertainty. This was it, Harry thought, observing her every subtle hesitation. The final, crucial push. His voice, a low, resonant whisper, began. "You can be great, greater than any of them." His gaze sharpened, piercing through her doubt. "Better than Draco with his inherited arrogance and fragile ego. Better than Blaise with his calculated indifference and hidden fears. Better than Daphne, with her icy control and stifling expectations of what a pureblood is supposed to be. At the mention of her best friend's name, her eyes narrowed slightly at him, and Harry leaned in slightly. "This is your moment, Tracy, to carve your own destiny. They will try to hold you back, to define you by their standards. But you are more than a shadow in their wake." His words were a carefully crafted intoxicant, designed to dismantle her inhibitions and fan the smoldering embers of her desires. "Seize your moment, Tracy. Take what is offered and transcend the limitations they have imposed upon you. Embrace the power that awaits, and let it redefine who you truly are." The air crackled with unspoken tension, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of water deeper within the cavern. Tracy's gaze shifted from the blood to the remains, then back to Harry's unwavering eyes. She saw not just the grotesque remnants of a beast, but the potential for transformation, for a strength that would make her better. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was slowly, inexorably, being overshadowed by a burgeoning, intoxicating hunger. Reaching out to take the ingredients, Tracy didn't hesitate any longer. She uncorked the vial and began spreading the blood across the runes as she had been previously taught. With no hesitation, she cut her own hand and followed the creature's blood with some of her own, before throwing the ingredients all together. Breathlessly, the girl drew her wand and pointed it at the basin. A brief moment of hesitation before she spoke the word, "Incendio." Unlike the last time, there were no screams of pain or anguish. Instead, a profound stillness descended, broken only by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate from deep within her chest. A grimace contorted her features, a battle against an unseen force, her brow furrowed in clear discomfort. Then, a transformation began in her eyes. The familiar dark shade of brown deepened, swirling like ink in water, until they became pits of absolute jet black, reflecting no light, absorbing everything around them. It was as if the very essence of her being had been consumed, leaving behind only an unsettling void. A faint, acrid scent, like ozone after a lightning strike, permeated the air, hinting at the raw power that was now coursing through her. The shift was complete, and with it, a tangible chill settled in the room, a silent testament to the darkness that had taken root within. Harry eyed the girl in anticipation. "How do you feel?" Tracy's eyes darted towards him, and an insidious smile crossed her face as her features began to return to normal. "Powerful." Harry returned the smile with a little uncertainty, but was glad to see the change in her mood. Tracy moved towards him, and for a moment he almost considered the need to defend himself, not knowing what the ritual might have done. But before he could make a decision, the girl grabbed him by the front of the shirt and kissed him soundly. Her aggression surprised him, but he did nothing to stop her. When the two separated, he offered her a questioning smile. "Duel tomorrow to see how it went." "Why wait?" Before Harry could utter a single word of protest, Tracy's eyes, still shimmering with hints of that unsettling, inky blackness, blazed with a fierce intensity. Another rough kiss followed by a soft push from Tracy separated the two, and an unsettling feeling began to fall over him as she moved across the room with her wand now in hand, prepared to duel. A flicker of a smile, cold and predatory, touched her lips when she reached the proper distance away from him. It was so unlike the girl he had come to know, but he didn't comment on it as she pointed her wand at him. "Let's see if I can make you work for a win." Chapter 57. The remaining months at Hogwarts swiftly vanished, each day bringing the third task closer. For Harry, it was a period of intense focus, but also of growing intrigue, especially regarding Tracy's remarkable progress. Her magical capabilities had surged far beyond his initial expectations, a direct consequence, he now understood, of the ritual they had performed. Their immediate duel following the ritual had been a revelation. It was, without a doubt, their most formidable encounter to date, a whirlwind of spells and counterspells that left both of them breathless and exhilarated. At first, Harry had attributed Tracy's enhanced prowess to a lingering magical high, a sensation he himself had experienced after his own last ritual. He recalled vividly how he had dueled a former Auror to a standstill under similar circumstances, a feat he was certain he could not replicate without that amplified state. However, as the days bled into weeks, it became undeniably clear that Tracy's advancements were not fleeting. The initial surge of power had settled into a consistent, elevated level of magical proficiency. Her spells were sharper, her reflexes quicker, and her control more precise. She moved with a newfound confidence, her aura vibrating with a refined energy that spoke of deeper reserves and a heightened connection to her magic. Harry observed her with a mix of admiration and a touch of curiosity. None of the other Gaunts who underwent the ritual spoke of an increase in skill as sharp as Tracy's, and Harry was eager to understand the full extent of this transformation and what it meant for their future duels, and perhaps for future rituals. The transformation in Tracy was remarkable, becoming so profound by the time spring was coming to an end, she started drawing the notice of older students, a development that ultimately led to a dramatic confrontation. One particularly jarring incident involved Grant Page, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, who, in a moment of utter stupidity, referred to Tracy as one of Harry's whores. Harry himself was not present to witness the altercation, but the details were vividly recounted to him later by Hestia Caro. Tracy, at the time, was in detention, serving out a punishment for her part in the ensuing chaos. Hestia explained that while Tracy had initially caught Grant off guard, a full-blown duel had quickly erupted. In a stunning display of skill, the brunette girl had goaded him into the fight, publicly humiliating him even further in front of his housemates and solidifying her newfound reputation as someone not to be trifled with. Harry had been genuinely impressed to learn that Page was considered one of the best duelists in that year's group at Hogwarts. This knowledge fueled his desire to push Tracy even further, especially now that she was riding high on the confidence of her recent victories. Their Saturday afternoons became dedicated to this intense training, with most of their day spent hidden away in the Undercroft. Within the confines of that secret chamber, Harry relentlessly pushed Tracy to her limits. However, he also began to harbor some concerns regarding her bouts of anger that occasionally flared up after their duels. These were not just flashes of frustration, but something deeper, a volatile edge that seemed to emerge when she was pushed to her physical and magical boundaries. The anger was never pointed at Harry, but at herself, for not throwing up a better fight. Despite Harry encouraging her and promising that she was doing loads better than she had been before, she still wanted more. Her ambition had caught fire, and now the girl wanted to burn bright, which Harry respected to a point, but it did cause some concern. Before the ritual, when the two had dueled, she was always so bright and bubbly afterwards, just like she had always been, but now it was different. The bright and bubbly girl was still around most of the time, but when they finished duels often, he noticed her eyes would turn back to the inky color he had seen after the ritual. It was something he knew that must have been caused by the ritualistic magic, because he had not seen it before then. He had, of course, double-checked his work with the runes and the magic around the ritual, but nothing seemed to indicate why these personality changes may have occurred. But he knew he needed to keep a close eye on it for the time being. The weekend before the third task was the final Hogsmeade weekend, and Harry had been given permission by both Tom and Barty to rest and begin preparing for the final showdown of the Triwizard Tournament. Since the second task, Crumb and Delacour had both kept a wide berth of him. They had a glimpse of what he was capable of now, and it was clear neither were prepared to get on the wrong side of him again, much less alone. At the same time, Harry had continued monitoring Barty, but it seemed that the man just seemed to become more frantic each day. Harry had offered to work on the mind arts with the man, when he suggested that perhaps he was becoming a little too high-strung, but the man nearly bit Harry's head off for suggesting such a thing. Since then, he had kept his distance from the former Death Eater, but kept Tom informed of his slipping sanity. With the final Hogsmeade weekend looming, Harry felt a surge of determination to savor every moment. The previous 2 visits with Tracy had been remarkably devoid of the usual drama and stress that seemed to follow him. He had genuinely come to appreciate her presence, finding a comfort and ease in their companionship that was a refreshing counterpoint to the complexities of his life. He looked forward to their time together with an anticipation that rivaled only the eagerness he felt for his sessions with his mentor, a testament to the quiet, growing significance of their bond. Tracy offered a sense of normalcy and lightheartedness during the times they weren't training with magic. Yet when they were dueling, it was serious, and they were both focused on becoming better. The combination was a stark contrast to the weighty burdens he often carried. It was easy with Tracy, and he knew this would be their last chance to simply be teenagers enjoying a day out before the final, relentless push towards the third task and his own ritual. He wanted to ensure this memory, like the others, was unblemished and filled with the simple joy of shared laughter and conversation, a small pocket of peace in the turbulent storm that had been his fourth year. The sun, already a fiery orb in the pale blue sky, beat down mercilessly as they gathered at the carriages in the early hours of the afternoon. It was undeniably a hot June day, the kind that promised sweltering humidity and endless thirst. The previous day, after a rigorous training session that left them both pleasantly exhausted, they had made a pact, a day of pure leisure, wandering through the village streets, seeking refuge from the heat and the demands of their usual training. Blaise and Daphne had even agreed to join them for the initial part of their afternoon, and Harry tried to gauge the duo in the carriages as they jumped in with the Strowls. 2 weeks to go. Have your families given you your summer plans yet? Blaise was the first to answer, as he shrugged. Another trip to the continent to spend time with my family. Isaac will have graduated, so I am certain there will be quite the party. Maybe you can come, Harry. My grandfather still feels quite bad about what happened at the Cup. I am willing to bet he would make it up to you. Might even take you in for the whole summer if you could convince Dumbledore. Harry's sigh was heavy, laden with the unspoken tension that had permeated his interactions with the headmaster since the second task. Though no words had passed between them, every fleeting glance, every accidental meeting of eyes, was charged with the old man's palpable disapproval. It was an annoyance, a nagging irritation that gnawed at Harry, for he genuinely believed he had exercised remarkable restraint. The second task, a crucible of chaos beneath the murky waters, could have ended far differently. A chilling thought, a dark temptation, had repeatedly surfaced in Harry's mind. How simple it would have been to silence the hostile merpeople, to eliminate Crumb and Delacour, to leave no witnesses. "Dead men tell no tales," the insidious whisper had echoed, promising an easier path to victory, unburdened by the complexities of surviving witnesses. Yet he hadn't. He had chosen a different path, one that, to his mind, showcased a level of control and maturity the headmaster seemed incapable of acknowledging, one that Tom probably would have even disapproved of. Of course, Dumbledore, with his unwavering faith in conventional heroism and his deep-seated aversion to darker methods, would never grasp the nuances of Harry's decision. Harry wouldn't dare voice such a thought, knowing the immediate condemnation it would draw. But the thought persisted, a constant undercurrent in his mind, a quiet rebellion against the headmaster's silent judgment. The chasm between their perspectives, a widening gulf of understanding, grew with each passing day, leaving Harry to grapple with his own actions and their unappreciated implications. "I think Dumbledore would rather see me with a family like the Weasleys or Longbottoms," Harry said with a snort. Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowing in unison as they weighed the uncomfortable truth of Harry's observation. It was a stark reality that both the Weasley and Longbottom families were deeply entrenched in the more liberal and reformist circles of the Wisengamot. They were staunch adherents to the self-proclaimed light faction, a group that championed progressive ideals and often stood in direct opposition to the more traditionalist views prevalent in pure-blood society. Their views were black and white, or dark magic and non-dark magic. The core of Harry's concern, and what made the trio so disquieted, was the existence of heirs within these very families who were close to their age. The subtle, yet powerful, influence of peers, especially those from families Dumbledore likely considered suitable and safe, was a tool the headmaster was not above employing. He might, they all realized with different variations of annoyance, see these young wizards as ideal conduits for shaping Harry's perspective, for guiding him towards a path that aligned with his own grand designs, rather than allowing Harry to forge his own. The thought was laughable that Ron Weasley or Neville Longbottom could influence Harry. Ron had not been the same since his sister died at the end of their second year, and Longbottom was afraid of his own shadow. "Maybe we just need to push for it," Blaze suggested optimistically. "If my grandfather approved it and then you requested it, perhaps an accord could be reached. My family still has influence on the Wisengamot." Daphne snorted. "I think Dumbledore has a better chance of letting my family take Harry. Mine didn't support you-know-who, or Grindelwald." Tracy immediately seemed to dislike that idea and said, "My dad is an Auror, and Harry is growing on him. Maybe my family can take you, Harry. Our home isn't huge, but we have a guest bedroom." "You two would end up in Azkaban if you both spent the summer together," Daphne said with a forced laugh. That made Harry raise an eyebrow. "What is that supposed to mean?" Tracy said, clearly not liking the insinuation. "Nothing," Daphne said, holding her hands up. "I just meant if your dad found out about what the two of you were up to, and the magic you were delving into, it would likely lead you both into a ton of trouble." Tracy looked like she would retort with vitriol, but the carriage was pulling into Hogsmeade, and the girl merely pursed her lips in a tight line indicating her displeasure. Harry shook his head as he dismounted and offered his hand to Tracy to help her down, while Blaze did the same for Daphne. He hoped Tracy would not make a scene about what Daphne had said and thought carefully on what his own response should be. The village was already beginning to crowd with people, and he recognized many from his own house roaming the village. He did not wish for the other Slytherins to know if there was any division in the house's leadership. Before the group of 4 could begin to wander off, Harry addressed Daphne's words before Tracy could lay into the girl. "I know how to be careful. Just because I have chosen not to be this year does not mean I have lost the ability to do so. I evolved under the radar for years before any of you realized just how powerful I became. This tournament presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which is the only reason I put such a large target on my back. Once it's over, I will lay low for a little while and bask in the victory of being the youngest Tri-Wizard champion ever." Daphne stared at Harry unblinkingly for a few minutes before sighing. "You're right. Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. I am just not looking forward to the summer. Astoria has been sick a lot this year, and my parents are bound to be unbearable. The thought of some more pleasant company sounded like a nice distraction." Tracy and Harry both softened at the mention of Daphne's sick sister, a somber note that resonated deeply with them. While most of the school, and even their own housemates, remained blissfully unaware, Astoria had spent a considerable amount of time in the confines of the hospital wing during the second term of that year. It seemed the younger Greengrass sister was a veritable magnet for magical maladies, becoming awfully sick each, and every time a new contagion swept through the school. Her delicate constitution made her particularly susceptible, and the sight of her pale face and weakened state had become an increasingly common and concerning occurrence for those who paid close enough attention. Deciding to change the topic, or at least move it along, Harry said, "I understand. I am grateful the 3 of you would be willing to speak with your families about housing me for the summer, but it would be best if I simply go where Dumbledore wants me. I would not want any of your families to be in trouble when I venture off on my own." The trio all looked floored by Harry's words, and Blaze asked uncertainly, "You're not planning to stay wherever Dumbledore puts you?" "Of course not," Harry said with a chuckle. "I doubt I would even be allowed to." Harry wasn't sure why he said it, but he couldn't take it back. All 3 were taken by his words, none able to keep the curiosity out of their expressions. The teen never spoke of his mentor. The occasional slip like this was all they ever pulled out of him. Tracy whispered, as if there were people within earshot that might overhear, "Will your mentor take you in?" Swallowing hard, his eyes shifted around the area. It was a paranoid thing to do. The village was bustling, but still no one was near enough to possibly eavesdrop. It would be a waste of my entire summer if we did not get to work together. I will go wherever Dumbledore sends me, but I will apparate away within the day. You will all be able to write to me and even visit my home in Islington. I could even visit your homes over the summer if your families allow it. Or we can meet in the alley under disguise, like we did last summer." The 3 were stunned by his audacity, but finally Blaze's face split into a grin. "You know, Harry, you're crazy, and I like that." Daphne was shaking her head, but a small smile graced her lips. Dumbledore is going to expel you one of these days. Shrugging, Harry threw an arm around Tracy. I have prepared you all well. If the worst were to happen and I am expelled, you are all more than capable of leading together. By the end of the summer, you will each be more than capable of taking down the Newt students. I will ensure it. In fact, I think Tracy could take most of them right now. Tracy just beamed under his praise and kissed him on the cheek, careful not to remove his arm from her side, and instead held it in place with one of her free hands. Harry didn't miss the scowl that crossed Daphne's face, but it was fast, and had he not been looking at the girl, he might have missed it. But deciding to ignore for the time being, he followed his friends into Hogsmeade and enjoyed their final day at the village. Oh. As twilight deepened over the Scottish Highlands, Harry and Tracy had long since bid farewell to Daphne and Blaise. Their conversations had tittered away to a comfortable silence, a comforting echo of the day's events, slowly faded into memory as the two chose the quieter solace of a walk on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The vibrant hues of the setting sun painted the sky in shades of fiery orange and soft violet, casting long, dancing shadows across the ancient stone buildings of the old wizarding village. The summer evening, which had begun with a gentle warmth, now cooled to a more bearable temperature. A soft, whispering breeze rustled through the leaves of the oak trees that lined their path by the forbidden forest. Sounds of the village, once a lively hum, were now subdued, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl, adding to the tranquil atmosphere. They walked in comfortable silence, their footsteps soft on the worn path, each lost in their own thoughts yet keenly aware of the other's presence. I'll miss you over the summer. I know I will be able to write, but it won't be the same as getting to see you every day, Tracy said with a small smile. I promise I will try and visit, Harry said easily, feeling a small bit of nerves as the girl took his hand in her own. I suppose it will be disappointing to not train together on Saturdays anymore. That's a pretty lame way of saying you will miss me too, Tracy said with a soft laugh. I don't think I've ever missed anyone from Hogwarts, Harry admitted, his voice a low rumble. His gaze drifted, tracing the familiar path of trees that led into the depths of the forbidden forest, a silent testament to countless adventures and hidden secrets. He swallowed, the movement a palpable struggle before his eyes, filled with a newfound vulnerability, found Tracy's dark brown ones. But I think I will miss you. The unspoken weight of their shared experiences, of the quiet camaraderie that had blossomed between them, hung heavy in the air, a bittersweet farewell already lingering on the horizon. It has been quite the adventure. I feel like I have grown a lot this year, Tracy said softly. You have, remarkably so, Harry assured, squeezing her hand in his own. You have impressed me at every step of the way this year. You proved your loyalty to me, and I am grateful. I have never been able to trust someone as easily as I have come to trust you. Tracy beamed at his words. That means a lot, Harry. Well, Harry said, swallowing hard, you have come to mean a lot to me. Her eyes widened at the young man's words. You mean that, don't you? Offering a grin to the girl, I try not to say things I do mean. I'm a man of my word, or I try to be. Stepping in front of him, Tracy offered him a shy grin, her eyes flitting from his lips to his eyes. Can I ask you something? Harry stared at the girl carefully, before nodding his head, feeling butterflies erupt in his stomach. Naturally, he couldn't answer some questions, but in the privacy of their evening walk, he could explain his need for secrecy without lying to her, of course. Biting her lip now, Tracy said, with nervousness clear in her voice, if I have proven my loyalty to you and shown you that I am a witch capable of standing beside you, why have you not asked me to be your girlfriend? Harry's jaw fell a little at the bluntness of the question, and he stammered, several times trying to find the right words immediately, but none came to him. Instead, he took a breath and released it, while finding her eyes and thinking of the safest way to tell the truth. I have thought about it several times, and I can't thank you enough for not pushing me to it. You've been really patient about this, but... I knew there would be a but, Tracy said sadly, talking over him as he trailed off. Harry stepped closer to the girl, unsure of what to say, but was close enough that she could undoubtedly feel his uneven breath on her face. Tracy, I'm dangerous. Snorting, the girl took a small step back, putting a hand on his chest. I think that was obvious from the moment you took down all those 7th-year students last year, Harry. I watched you kill a werewolf. Obviously, you are dangerous. That's not necessarily what I meant, Harry said softly. Being around me, being a part of my life, it's dangerous. Here at Hogwarts is one thing, and even in your homes and mine is another. But if you were my girlfriend then, I don't know if my mentor would allow it. This last part was said with a whisper, but Tracy's eyes widened before they narrowed in determination. I proved myself to you. I can prove myself to him too. The chuckle that escaped his lips wasn't warm or genuine. It was cold and dismissive. I am still working on that myself. You have seen what I can do, but still. So you will hide behind the excuse that your mentor won't allow it, Tracy said bitterly. I'm not hiding from anything, Harry said testily. I am trying to keep you safe. I have not had a very good track record of keeping people I care about alive. Tracy recoiled at his words, but knew he spoke true. She paused for a long moment, looking into his eyes, searching for an answer before she sighed. I understand, but can't we at least try? Harry grabbed the hand that was on his chest and held it firmly in his own. What do you think I've been doing? I have been seen with you and couldn't make it more clear that I want to be with you. I can promise you are the only one. It was true. Harry had hardly even glanced at the others now, except Daphne, but she was a part of their group, a part of the Slytherin leadership. Tracy had a sad look on her countenance now, saying, Then what difference would it make? Would the title really change so much between us? She was right. It wouldn't, Harry thought. He didn't know what Tom would think, or if the man would even allow it, but she was right. Unless expressly forbidden, he wouldn't continue his sneaking around with Tracy. Enjoying a few stolen moments here and there, and the others weren't blind. They all knew her place was at his side. I just don't want anything to happen to you, Harry said softly. Tracy offered him a tentative, nervous smile, her hand reaching out to his face. But before she could close the distance, her eyes widened in a mixture of terror and pain, and she tumbled forward with a choked scream. Harry's own eyes widened in horror as he watched her crumple into his arms, a sudden, inexplicable agony radiating from her. He struggled to fathom what was happening, his mind racing to comprehend the abrupt shift from cautious optimism to a nightmare unfolding in his grasp. Before he could even voice a question or attempt to help, a sound ripped through the otherwise silent clearing, a loud, booming voice. It erupted from the tree line, a sound that carried a chillingly familiar malice, cutting through the air with a single, resonant word. Potter. Harry's eyes darted in the direction of his name, a jolt of recognition shooting through him. Stalking towards them with an unnerving gait was a man in dark robes. His skin was strikingly pale, almost luminous in the dim light, and a long, sharply pointed goatee descended from his chin, giving him a sinister, almost Mephistophelian air. Harry recognized the man at once. It was Igor Karkaroff. A wave of unease washed over Harry as he observed the man with his wand in hand, allowing his own to fall into slip between down his wrist. Quickly, Harry moved Tracy to the ground behind him, and he growled towards the bearded man. Bold of you to approach me out here alone, Karkaroff. You must have a death wish for attacking the daughter of an Auror. Insolent boy, Avadakdvra, the man roared. Harry's eyes, usually sharp and quick, widened in a primal, instinctual fear as he saw the deathly green curse erupt from the assailant's wand. It was a flash of lethal light, a harbinger of instant oblivion that he alone had survived in their world. Without a second's hesitation, pure adrenaline coursing through his veins, he threw himself backward, shielding Tracy on the ground with a force that knocked the wind out of both of them. They hit the unforgiving dirt hard, the impact jarring their bones and sending a cloud of dust billowing around them. The sound of their bodies hitting the earth was a muffled thud against the sudden, shocking silence that seemed to have fallen over the immediate area, a silence that only heightened the frantic beat of Harry's heart. But there was no time for lingering on the pain or the shock. The very next instant, Harry was popping back up, a low, guttural growl rumbling in his chest. It was a sound born of rage, of a primal need to survive, to protect. His eyes, no longer wide with fear, narrowed into slits of fierce fury. He didn't hesitate, didn't falter. He immediately beset himself on the man who had cast the lethal spell, a blur of motion driven by an overwhelming sense of urgency. If Karkaroff was surprised to see the teen fighting back so well, he didn't show it. The man was mechanical and methodical in his attacks. His curses that came towards Harry were dark and came at him with reckless abandon. In the initial exchange, Harry had caught the man twice, with dark cutting spells that would make the man bleed exponentially, but still, the headmaster didn't stop. Harry had never seen a dueling style like this before. A curse flew over his shoulder, and he knew Tracy had broken through her pain and entered the fray. The spell was something he had recently taught her, a low-grade spell in the dark arts that would cause the bones to shrivel away in its immediate target, and it struck the man in his non-dominate arm. But in his state, it didn't even slow him down, and in turn she began transfiguring nearby rocks into animate little creatures that began charging towards the dark-haired man. Harry wanted to just keep the girl behind him, but another killing curse made him summon the creation she hurled at the man in the path of the spell to protect them both. The rock exploded, causing the debris to cut through Harry's face, and he recoiled from the pain. Karkaroff laughed maniacally and sent a large barrel of fire in his direction, causing Harry's eyes to widen and swish his wand in an upward direction of desperation. The fire coalesced around them, and Harry knew this was the fire he had once seen Tom wield. Fiendfire. The demonic fire took the shape of a large raven and attempted to swoop towards Harry, but with a flick of his wand, the bird recoiled, creating a loud caw that deafeningly pierced his ears. Tracy screamed behind him, and he couldn't tell if it was pain or fear. He didn't even have time to check. The man marched closer to them, and Harry's eyes widened as the former Death Eater began to close in on them. This wasn't a duel. It was a desperate, no-holds-barred fight for his existence along with Tracy's. Every move Harry made was fueled by the stark reality of the situation. It was them or Karkaroff. Harry didn't know what he had done to the man to push him to this point, but there was no room for error, no chance for retreat. "Water charms, now!" Harry yelled, and luckily Tracy obeyed immediately, causing steam to fill the air as jets of water collided with Karkaroff's conjured flames. Harry also attempted to smother the flames with a massive mound of dirt he ripped from the earth with a mighty yell of effort, and with their combined efforts they managed to smother the flame with more steam rising in the air. Before Harry could begin to launch a counterattack, a spell slipped through the stream and caught him directly in the arm, causing him to hiss with pain. He nearly dropped his wand, as his arm began to blacken slowly from the point of impact. Another bellyful laugh came from Karkaroff as he emerged from the steam, and the look in the man's eyes told a new story. The man's eyes were completely glazed over, a chilling, vacant stare that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. It was a look Harry had come to recognize with a sickening dread, the unmistakable sign that the person staring back was no longer themselves. He was under the imperious curse, Harry realized with a jolt, or perhaps some other insidious mind-altering substance had been forced upon him. That was how they had disrupted Fiendfare so easily. It was easy to win a battle of wills when someone was blindfolded. The specifics, however, were secondary to the undeniable and terrifying truth. This man, stripped of his own will, was unequivocally set on killing Harry and quite possibly Tracy as well. That simply could not be allowed to happen. Harry's deteriorating hand gripped his wand tighter than ever, and he knew it was time for something desperate. With a hiss, Harry jabbed his wand and began delving into his knowledge of the dark arts. He would do what Tom taught him to do: survive, win. As parcel magic began to weave its way into Harry's curses, Karkaroff's formidable presence started to crumble. The aura of mindless aggression and power that had defined his advance now flickered, replaced by a horrifying vulnerability. He was no longer the relentless pursuer, but a man in rapid, agonizing decline. A ghastly crimson began to seep from every orifice, his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, a stark, visceral testament to the insidious power that was tearing him apart from within. His once proud frame spasmed, a grotesque dance of a body succumbing to an unseen, internal assault. The air around him, once charged with his animosity, now carried the metallic scent of fresh blood, mingling with the acrid tang of magic gone awry. Each tremor that racked Karkaroff's body seemed to echo the subtle, serpentine hiss that accompanied Harry's increasingly potent spells, a chilling symphony of his undoing. At long last, Harry reared back, his wand a conduit for the tempest raging within him. With a surge of raw power, he unleashed the same searing orange spell that had decimated the werewolf weeks prior, a potent symbol of his burgeoning, terrifying capabilities. Unlike the magically enhanced beast, however, Igor Karkaroff offered no such resilience. He crumbled, his once imposing figure immediately shriveling as he plummeted to the cold, unforgiving ground. The stench of burnt flesh, acrid and sickening, seared the air, a grotesque testament to the finality of the act. Harry, his own breath ragged and heaving in his chest, watched, transfixed, as the man who had once betrayed his master, the man who had been a specter of the past, took his final, agonizing breaths. His shoulders sagged, and Harry gasped for breath as he hunched over. It was an exhausting burst of a duel. It happened so fast. Running over to Tracy, who had once more fallen to the ground, he asked, "Trace, are you okay?" "I think he hit me with the Cruciata's curse." Tracy heaved, sitting down on the ground, tears in her eyes. As Harry waved his wand over the girl and detected no magical damage, he agreed with her guess. His mind bubbled with fury that this happened on his watch, but before he could say anything, he could hear the call of others in the distance. Clearly, their desperate fight had reverberated throughout the tranquil village, a jarring disruption that had undoubtedly drawn the attention of its inhabitants. The arrival of the Aurors was imminent. Representatives from the school, too, would be descending upon them, their faces a mixture of concern and stern inquiry, eager to understand the chaos that had erupted on their doorstep. With a swift, instinctive movement, he pulled Tracy into the secure circle of his embrace, his arm a shield around her trembling form. Her face, tear-streaked and pale, buried itself into his shoulder, and he felt the dampness of her anguish soak through his robe. It wasn't a loud, heart-wrenching sob, but rather a series of choked, silent tears, each one a testament to the raw, visceral horror they had just barely survived. The tremors that racked her small frame spoke volumes of the lingering terror, the near-fatal dance with darkness that had left them both shaken. He held her tighter, a silent promise to protect her from any further harm, his own heart still hammering against his ribs from the adrenaline and the chilling proximity of true evil. Harry wasn't sure who had put Karkaroff under the imperious curse, but what he knew for sure was that someone was going to pay for endangering him and Tracy with their lives. Chapter 58. The tense atmosphere crackled around Harry as the Aurors, their faces grim and set, moved to apprehend him. The accusation of Igor Karkaroff's murder hung heavy in the air, a chilling pronouncement that threatened to shatter the fragile peace that occurred after the battle. Instinctively, Harry's hand twitched, a desperate urge to apparate away, to flee the suffocating weight of their suspicion, warring within him. But the wards of Hogsmeade, usually a comfort, now felt like an impenetrable cage, trapping him with his accusers. His arm was also not in the best of shape due to whatever Karkaroff had hit him with, so fighting was hardly an option. Just as desperation threatened to consume him, Dumbledore arrived, his presence a sudden, calming anchor in the storm. The headmaster, his eyes sharp and discerning, assessed the chaotic scene with a practiced ease. His voice, though firm, carried an undeniable authority as he intervened, insisting on a thorough investigation before any rash arrest could be made. Dumbledore, leveraging his significant influence as chief warlock, demanded that Harry be taken to the Hogwarts hospital wing, not as a prisoner, but as a patient requiring medical attention. He would remain there, under the watchful eyes of armed guards, until his injuries could be assessed, and the truth, whatever it may be, could be uncovered. For once, Harry felt a surge of unexpected gratitude for the old man's timely and unwavering intervention. He knew, with a certainty that settled the frantic beating of his heart, that Dumbledore would at least carry out his own investigation before he allowed anyone to take him to Azkaban. Besides, he did have a witness. As the group was marched back to the castle from Hogsmeade, they were met by Barty in disguise as Moody at the entrance hall. The man thundered. "What happened?" "There was a fight in Hogsmeade, old friend." Dumbledore explained as he moved quickly to the man he believed was Alastor Moody and began having a hushed conversation as the Auror behind Harry nudged him forward, indicating that he needed to keep moving. Whatever Dumbledore was saying to the Death Eater in disguise, Harry could not tell, because they were soon around the corner and moving up the grand central staircase. The walk to the hospital wasn't long, but the weight of the situation seemed to weigh on Tracy as she attempted to reason with the Aurors. "My father is an Auror, Roland Davis. Someone needs to tell him what happened." A tall, pale man with long hair and a short beard growled, "You are both suspects in a murder case right now, Missy. No one needs to be notified of anything." The man then bumped Tracy forward, and Harry nearly drew his wand again to resume the fighting, but a large, bald black man in purple robes put a calming hand on his shoulder. "Easy, son. The fight is over. Scrimgeour is just doing his job." Harry wanted to threaten the man and tell him what would happen if he touched Tracy again, but instead he swallowed hard and allowed the large, bald Auror to mumble to Tracy, "Roland has been made aware. I trust he is on his way to Hogwarts now." Tracy nodded and had a sudden spasm, causing Harry to watch her with an increasing worry. He had never been hit by the torture curse, but he knew it could often leave people with lasting side effects. Tracy, however, had been hit by a man who was not at his full power, so perhaps that would help, but the spasms still had Harry concerned. It was a foolish sentiment, Harry realized. He was worried about Tracy having a slight spasm while he might still end up in Azkaban. If not for murder of Igor Karkaroff, then for the magic he used to win the fight for his life. Luckily, the parcel magic spells would not be able to be identified, but other dark curses he had used might be able to. He had no idea how we would explain his knowledge of them as he began to think quickly. Arriving at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was waiting for them with a cart of potions at the ready as she directed them to separate beds. "Mr. Potter on the left, Ms. Davis on the right, come now. Aurors, I will ask that you wait outside." The pale man spoke gruffly, denying the woman, "Impossible, ma'am. You have 2 murder suspects in your care." The woman put a hand on each of her hips and shook her head. "They are children first, Mr. Scrimgeour. You will not disrupt my care for these students. The headmaster will not allow it." The man looked like he would retort, but Dumbledore came surging into the room. "Auror Scrimgeour, Shacklebolt, I will be conducting this investigation. This is an international incident with the murder of another head of a magical institute. You will trust my judgment on the matter. Now see here, Dumbledore. Rufus, I am sure you are an excellent Auror, but if you continue to interfere with affairs of the ICW and the running of my own school, I will have no choice but to have you removed," the headmaster said severely, and Harry's eyes widened at the threat. The teen had never seen Dumbledore so serious in his life. It was clear the long-haired Auror was taken aback by this proclamation as well, but before he could protest, Kingsley put a hand on the man's arm. "The headmaster is right, Rufus. This is out of our hands for now. We can wait in the hall. I am sure Mr. Potter and Ms. Davis will go nowhere for the time being. Right, headmaster?" The man merely nodded, as his eyes shifted over to Harry. Clearly the man was burning with questions. But Madame Pomfrey was clearly tired of waiting, as she all but shoved Harry and Tracy into their respective beds across the room from each other. Moody chose to come in at this point and said, "That's right, lads, show is over. Go wait your turn outside." Scrimgeour seemed put out by the dismissal and stormed out of the room, while Moody hobbled over to his bedside and looked over Harry with an even expression. In the meantime, Madame Pomfrey was waving her wand over Harry, and the woman looked at Harry's arm and gasped, "Headmaster, I am afraid I will need Alastor's expertise. This wound is beyond my care. Dark magic." Moody looked like he was going to come forward, but Dumbledore swept past the man coming to Harry to inspect his blackened arm. The man drew a long wand with a spiral-like design and pressed it to Harry's wound, causing it to heat up so intently it burned. Harry groaned in pain, but quickly the arm's color began to return and the wound began to fade away. Madame Pomfrey blinked a few times before shaking her head, slamming a potion on his bedside table, then turning to Tracy's bed and began waving her arm around the prone girl. She gasped as she said, "Headmaster, this young woman has been held under the Crucida's curse." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed at this, and he looked directly into Harry's eyes. "What happened tonight, Mr. Potter?" Swallowing hard, Harry knew there was no reason to lie about the overall incident, and could essentially just leave out his own spell choice he used to defend himself. "Tracy and I were on a walk, slowly making our way back to the castle, trying to enjoy our last evening together." Harry hoped by playing on their romance the headmaster might hold a soft spot for them. But if the old man was fazed at all, he didn't show it. "When we stopped to talk for a moment. She was cursed in the back from the direction of the forest. She was hit by a spell that made her scream. I didn't see the spell. But then I heard someone yell my name, and I looked towards the forest to see Karkaroff coming towards us." The two wizards seemed to be enraptured by his story, and he swallowed hard. "Professor, the man wasn't himself. I hit him with spells that should have at least stopped him in his tracks, but he walked right through them. The spells definitely worked too, because there was blood and signs that I had damaged his body, but there was no reaction to the pain. It wasn't until we were closer that I realized his eyes were glazed over. I think he might have been under the Imperious curse." Dumbledore frowned at the description, and Tracy spoke from across the room, as Madame Pomfrey finished her initial treatment. "He is telling the truth, Headmaster. I've never felt pain like that before. I've never been so scared for my life, but Harry fought for us. He kept us alive." Before Dumbledore could ask another question, the doors to the hospital wing were thrown open, and in came Roland Davis, still in his purple aura robes. The man all but ran to Tracy's bedside as he put both hands on her face. "Tracy, are you okay? Where are you hurt?" "Just about everywhere right now," Tracy said as she embraced the man, "but I am okay thanks to Harry." The man separated from her daughter, gave her a concerned look, and then rose back to his feet, storming over towards Harry's hospital bed, where Moody and Dumbledore stood over the teen. "What happened?" The demand of the man's voice left no indication of patience over the matter, while Dumbledore spoke calmly in return. "It seems your daughter and Mr. Potter went through quite the ordeal together, and came out on the right side of a fight for their lives." "Is it true Igor Karkaroff did this to them?" the man demanded. "And paid for it with his life," Dumbledore said severely. Roland recoiled slightly, and his eyes fell upon Harry, while the teen stared back at the man. "I told you I would protect her with my life." Roland rubbed both of his eyebrows with one hand as he took a deep, calming breath. "This is the second time my daughter has been placed in danger at your side, Harry Potter." Harry heard Tracy call to her father, but the man ignored her, giving Harry a penetrating gaze. "I would hear the truth of the story." Harry didn't deny the man the right, restarted, and went into detail of how they survived the fight and what had happened to them during the conflict. He expressed even his own pride that Tracy had fought her way back into the fight and refused to bow down to the man that was intent on killing them. While Roland looked horrified of what his daughter had gone through, he looked more disturbed by what his daughter had done to stay alive. Of course, that was without the mention of the dark arts both Harry and Tracy had used to win. "This sounds like a clear case of self-defense, Dumbledore," the Auror stated, looking at the headmaster expectantly. The older man sighed, running a hand through his long white beard. "I am afraid it is not that simple, Roland. If Igor was held under one of the unforgivable curses, as Mr. Potter believes, then that means his true attacker is still at large. Igor was also no slouch of a wizard, and was very well rehearsed in the dark arts. Whoever managed to control the man must have been quite formidable." Harry couldn't explain it, but when he said this his eyes fell on Barty. The man had no love for Igor Karkaroff, and had the formidable abilities to put the man under the Imperious curse. Crouch Jr. was no stranger to this particular unforgivable. A surge of fury passed through Harry as the realization came to him. There were only a few wizards alive capable of what occurred, and one of them was in the room with him. Harry had known the man's mind was slipping, but this was something else. This was vindictive. And Harry or Tracy, or both, could have been killed. A part of him began to doubt that Barty would have concocted the plan, though. Harry had saved the man's life by restoring his mind over the summer. Surely he wouldn't turn against him in this way. Perhaps this entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated test by Tom, a dark crucible designed to gauge Harry's burgeoning capacity for ruthlessness and his willingness to eliminate those who stood in his path. It was a chilling thought, especially given Harry had just undeniably proven his capability to do so. However, a deeper skepticism gnawed at him. Tom's methodology, as Harry understood it, was rooted in efficiency and maximizing potential. To send him an adversary who was not at their peak, not fully powered, not at their absolute best, that would be an egregious waste of a training exercise. Tom, the pragmatic and calculating force he was, would never squander an opportunity to push Harry to his limits, to force him to overcome a truly formidable challenge. A weakened foe offered no true measure of strength, no genuine catalyst for growth. Therefore, the idea of this being a mere test, in such a diminished capacity, seemed entirely uncharacteristic of his mentor's ruthless, yet logical approach. This led back to Barty, but Harry didn't want to believe it. Lost in his own thoughts, he had not realized the three wizards were looking at him, waiting for him to answer the question, but Harry had not heard it. "Sorry, I was a little lost for a moment. What was the question?" Dumbledore gave him the first look of sympathy that Harry had received so far, and the man said, "Would you be willing to submit a memory of the event, Harry?" Swallowing hard, Harry glanced at Barty before shaking his head. "I am not proud of the magic I used, Headmaster. I only did what I had to survive, to protect my friend. I don't wish to be judged for it." Roland seemed to accept this, while Barty nodded his head as well. The headmaster, however, shook his head. "I am afraid I must insist. I can clear you of this crime, Harry, but only if I see what you endured and how you survived." Harry tried to recall each spell he had used. Some were Tom's personal spells, and he for an agonizing moment wondered if Dumbledore would recognize some of them. He wanted to refuse, but he knew the choice was out of his hands. Before he decided to submit the memory, Roland spoke up. "The boy is right, Headmaster. The evidence speaks for itself. I am told there are remnants of a killing curse and fiendfare down at Hogsmeade. Whatever the boy did is justified based on those two things alone." The relief Harry felt could have been palpable, but he did everything he could not to show it as he remained under the scrutiny of the headmaster. The man at last turned away and called over his shoulder, "Alistair, make sure our students are safe in the hospital wing tonight. I need to alert the ICW, Madame Maxime, and the Durmstrang students of what has happened." Without further words, the man stormed out of the room and left Harry with Moody and Tracy's father. The Auror stared at Harry with an emotion the teen could not decipher, and when he spoke, Harry felt the anger in the man's words. "My daughter was put in harm's way tonight at your side, Potter. I am grateful for what you did to protect her, but as a father to a young woman, I must insist you put some distance between yourselves. I will not see my daughter killed over a schoolgirl's crush." Tracy once again exclaimed her father's name, but Harry didn't spare the brunette a glance as he stared back at the man. "I have proven to you I can keep her safe, sir." "Safe from danger you brought upon her," the man accused pointedly. Harry nodded his head in acknowledgement, then shook his head. "It's Tracy's choice." "The hell it is," the man thundered back, but Harry had been scolded by the Dark Lord. This Auror hardly paled in comparison. Harry, for his part, said nothing further, though, and the man huffed as he turned towards his daughter. "You will stay away from the boy." Tracy glared at the man. "I won't. He saved me. He has made me a better witch. I won't turn my back on him." The Auror glared at his daughter and shook his head. "I will remove you from this school if I must." The gasp from Tracy made Harry's heart sink, while Mr. Davis seemed to just harden his resolve. "I will allow you to finish the school year and give you time to think about if that boy is really worth your education. That is my final word." Tracy looked like she might draw her wand on the man, and her eyes turned into the dark, inky color that Harry had begun to recognize as a side effect of her rage. Before the girl could do anything they would all regret, Harry spoke to her. "Trace, we can talk about it later. Let's get you better and not make any rash decisions. It's been a long night." The girl deflated at his words and nodded her head, while she turned over on her side in the bed, refusing to meet the eyes of any in the room. The Auror, however, offered Harry a shake of his head, moved to sit at Tracy's bed station, and closed the curtains around her, ensuring the two were cut off from any contact, leaving just Harry and Barty on his side of the hospital wing. The man stared at Harry for a long moment, as if seeing something he didn't like for the first time, and shook his head. "Best be getting some rest, Potter. We will talk later." Barty seemed quick to leave, and Harry wondered if the man was going to inform Tom of what had happened. He could hardly imagine the man would be pleased, but perhaps that wasn't true. Perhaps Tom would be happy that Harry eliminated a Death Eater that had turned coat at the end of the First War. Harry could hardly even fathom all the possible scenarios as his mind swam with exhaustion from the long day. Taking a deep breath, he huffed and turned over in his bed. Despite his exhaustion, he imagined there would be little sleep to be had as he pondered the ramification of the evening. Oh. Tracy had refused to talk to her father for the remainder of the night. Tears had begun falling not long after she was shut off from Harry, and the reality of what they had endured that night began to set in. She had been held under the Crucitus curse, and Harry had saved her again. The fact that her father wanted to separate her from the boy she had grown to care for, the young man that had done so much to develop her growth, infuriated Tracy. Harry was the only one in her life pushing her to be better, and she had earned her spot at his side. When dawn broke, her first visitor arrived, and she was unsurprised to see her best friend entering the hospital wing with wide eyes. Her father was asleep in the chair beside her, his arms crossed tightly across his chest, his chin buried into his upper chest. Slowly, Tracy began to sit up to greet the girl, but held a finger to her lips at first as she drew her wand. Daphne approached the bed, and Tracy did a small diagonal slash with her wand, erecting a thin privacy ward to give them space to talk. Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Nice ward." "Harry taught me. It's not much, but should give us some privacy and allow my father to sleep," Tracy said with a mostly dismissive tone, but she had to fight the smirk that threatened to cross her face at the memory of Harry teaching her the advanced piece of magic. It couldn't have been more clear these past few weeks that Daphne was jealous of her relationship with Harry, and while her best friend had yet to say anything about it, she knew the truth. Daphne had misjudged Harry's capability to be a teenage boy and had missed out on her chance to be with him. Tracy had proved herself beyond the pureblood witch now, and there was little she could do to close that gap. "What happened last night?" Daphne asked curiously, as she glanced over towards Harry's side of the room that was currently hidden behind the medical curtains. Tracy retold the story with pride of how she had endured the torture curse and fought her way to Harry's side. Daphne's eyes had widened more and more as the story went on, and when Tracy was finished, she scowled. "The bastard was lucky Harry hadn't taught me anything better. That little rotting charm barely slowed the man down. I will have to make Harry teach me something a little more powerful over the summer." "Trace, this is serious," Daphne said with a clearly disturbed tone. "I doubt your dad was bluffing, and if you continue to see Harry, he may not allow you to return to Hogwarts." "He can do as he pleases," Tracy said with a huff, "but he can't keep me from Harry forever. I can sneak out, or Harry could teach me to apparate. There are many ways we can still be together, even if my father forbids it." Tracy's eyes narrowed towards the resting man and shook her head. "He will only push me further away from the family if he does." Daphne's eyes widened at the proclamation. "Do you think Harry feels as strongly as you do?" Snorting, Tracy asked, "How many witches do you think can do what I have done to stay at his side?" It was a slip, but Tracy didn't regret it. Daphne's eyes narrowed at her words, however, and asked, "What have you done?" "You mean other than endure the torture curse?" Tracy asked slyly. "I didn't think you were interested in what Harry and I would get up to in our alone time." Instead of blushing at the insinuation, Daphne huffed. "I know that's not what you meant. What did you do? Another ritual?" "Maybe I did," Tracy shrugged. "That's between Harry and I." "I can't believe you," Daphne whispered. "One was dangerous enough. You didn't even wait very long to do the next one, did you? I remember that night you snuck out and returned in the early hours of the morning. I thought you two were just sneaking it off to have alone time, but it was more than that, wasn't it? Tracy said nothing to this, and Daphne just shook her head. I told you he was dangerous, and you still went off with him. I'm dangerous, Tracy hissed back, causing Daphne to recoil back in surprise at her best friend's outburst. Tracy took a deep breath before shaking her head. I did what I had to be a better witch. I want to be good enough to stand at his side. I want to be able to make a difference and be respected by my peers. The girl was practically heaving with rage now, and Daphne just watched her carefully, undoubtedly wondering if Tracy might curse her. Instead, Tracy crossed her arms. Ask yourself this to Daph. If I hadn't done it, would I even have survived last night? Daphne didn't know what to say to her friends, words, but had to acknowledge that she was right. Any changes in the fight last night could have been life and death. Instead of speaking to her words, Tracy just shook her head. I've accepted my darkness, Daphne. What have you done with yours? Daphne stood her feet abruptly, clearly searching for words. I hope you get feeling better, Trace. I'll see you later. Tracy sat frozen, a silent sentinel in the bustling hospital wing. Her gaze, usually so vibrant and full of playful mischief, was now a tight, unblinking stare fixed on Daphne's retreating back. No words had been exchanged after the heated confrontation, no apologies offered, no olive branches extended. The blonde's departure was abrupt and cold. Not even a backward glance, not a flicker of hesitation, not a sign that the years of shared secrets and laughter meant anything in that moment. A wave of conflicting emotions warred within Tracy. Anger, a hot, bitter surge, threatened to consume her. How could Daphne, her oldest friend, her confidant, betray her so completely? Then, a sharp pang of hurt, a deep ache in her chest, followed close behind. The casual dismissal, the unwavering conviction in Daphne's eyes, it felt like a dagger twisting in an old wound. Her hand, clenched into a tight fist, trembled slightly at her side. She opened it, then closed it again, the repetitive motion a desperate attempt to ground herself, to control the storm raging within. Her jawline was set, a hard, determined line. No, she thought, shaking her head slowly, a single, defiant gesture. No matter what Daphne said, no matter the accusations or the thinly veiled threats, she would not regret her choices. She had made them for reasons she believed in, for principles she held dear. Regret was a luxury she couldn't afford, a weakness she refused to indulge. The path ahead was uncertain, perhaps even lonely, but she would walk it with her head held high, even if it meant walking it alone. The friendship, once a beacon of light and comfort, now felt like a fragile, shattered relic of a bygone era. Chapter 59. By dawn, the Aurors had departed the castle. Dumbledore had made it clear to them Harry had acted in self-defense, and that though the investigation would carry on as to how Karkaroff had been placed under the Imperious Curse, there was nothing that could be done for the time being. When Harry and Tracy were released from the hospital wing, Tracy's father left them with a warning to say their goodbyes, and all but stormed out of the castle, causing the brunette to roll her eyes. As the young couple made their way through the castle, most of its occupants were up, and clearly aware of what had happened on the grounds. The whispers that followed Harry were louder than ever, but this time Tracy's name was synonymous in the adventure. So that's what this feels like, Tracy mumbled, a smirk tugging at the edge of her mouth. I don't think anyone will be interested in testing your abilities anymore, Harry. The young man could hardly refute that statement. By the time they made it to breakfast, the great hall, usually bustling with the diverse chatter and vibrant uniforms of the visiting schools, felt eerily quiet. The absence of all the foreign students was painfully apparent. All the Durmstrang students, typically boisterous and confident, had evidently elected to stay in their own quarters. A collective decision born, no doubt, from a healthy dose of fear of retaliation from Harry or other Hogwarts students. Even the Beauxbaton students, usually known for their composure and elegant disdain for anything less than perfect, were nowhere to be seen. The previous night's display had clearly transcended mere magical prowess. It had been a raw, untamed demonstration of power that had shaken the foundations of their preconceived notions about what a wizard was truly capable of. Harry's reputation, once a whisper, had now solidified into a roaring, undeniable legend. Blaise and Daphne were already at breakfast when they arrived. They were already seated in their usual spots at the Slytherin table, breakfast plates laden, but their gazes, sharp and intelligent, immediately locked onto Harry and Tracy as they entered. It was clear from their knowing expressions that the news of the previous night had already reached them. Tracy, Harry recalled, had casually mentioned sharing the unfolding drama with Daphne, so he felt no need to rehash the entire convoluted tale. The pressing matter, the one that truly gnawed at him, was his impending confrontation with Barty. As Harry's gaze instinctively swept towards the staff table, a chill snaked down his spine. Barty was still meticulously disguised as Alastor Moody, staring directly at him. There was an unnerving intensity in his magical eye, a glint that seemed to bore into Harry's very soul, promising trouble. The blatant scrutiny sent a clear, undeniable message. The time for subtlety was over. A deep sense of urgency settled over Harry. Whatever needed to be done regarding Barty would need to go through Tom, and that needed to happen sooner rather than later. The stakes were too high to delay any further. Oh. That evening, under the guise of the cloak, Harry slipped onto the grounds and apparated across the country to Gaunt Manor. It was the first time Harry had risked making an unannounced visit to his master's ancestral home, and the hour was late, but the teen hoped to have an audience with his mentor. Walking up to the ornate door, Harry entered with a gentle push and entered the house with no hesitation. Knowing the wards would have alerted Tom of his arrival, he moved to the kitchen and waited patiently for the man to join him. It wasn't long, perhaps only a few minutes, before the kitchen door swung open with a soft click, and Tom, a figure almost perpetually clad in his signature all-black attire, stepped into the room. The man looked like he hadn't been sleeping well, as the dark circles under his eyes were as apparent as they had been when they had found the fake locket in the cave. Tom addressed his apprentice casually. "I had hoped you would come." "I'm sorry for returning unannounced and uninvited," Harry said with a bow of his head, "but I didn't trust our messenger." Tom nodded his head as he reached for a newspaper that was on the counter and tossed it on the table in front of Harry. "I believe I understand why." "He set me up, Tom. He has lost his mind and sent Karkaroff to kill me," Harry said with fury in his voice. Tom was completely blank. He met the eyes of his apprentice and gestured for him to take a seat. Harry released a breath and tried to calm the storm of emotions he felt over Barty endangering his life as well as Tracy's. "Do not resist," Tom instructed. For a moment, Harry's mind wrestled with the sudden, unspoken command, a fleeting confusion before the truth slammed into him. Then he felt it, a chilling, almost physical intrusion, like an icy tendril snaking through the delicate pathways of his consciousness. It was Tom, of course, and the unspoken intention was clear. He wanted to witness, with absolute clarity, the precise events that had unfolded. There was no gentle inquiry, no polite request, just a forceful delving, a non-negotiable demand for the raw, unedited playback of Harry's memories. The memory, a vivid and unwelcome replay, began to spool through his mind with an unnerving velocity. It wasn't a leisurely observation, but a frantic, almost violent fast-forward, blurring the edges of the experience even as it imprinted itself on Tom's invading consciousness. Details flashed by in a dizzying cascade, emotions raw and exposed for an unwanted audience. Harry was a helpless spectator in his own mind, forced to re-experience moments he had perhaps only just begun to process himself. In a matter of moments, the intrusive presence receded, a swift, decisive withdrawal that left an echoing void. Harry moaned softly, a sound torn from his throat, a low, guttural expression of profound discomfort. His body tensed, every nerve ending screaming in protest as the lingering tendrils of the mental invasion dissipated. He sagged, feeling an exhaustion that went beyond physical exertion, a deep weariness of the spirit. No matter how many times Tom breached the sanctity of his mind, the experience never softened, never became less invasive. It remained a brutal, unwelcome violation, a stark reminder of the power imbalance between them. To be on the receiving end of legilimency was never a pleasant experience. It was a violation of the deepest, most personal space, a forced unveiling of thoughts and feelings that were meant to remain private. Each time, it left Harry feeling exposed, vulnerable, and profoundly unsettled. A painful testament to the raw, untamed power that Tom wielded with such ruthless efficiency. As Harry watched his mentor process the memory he had observed, a profound silence settled between them, a stillness broken only by the distant hum of the distant Muggle village. Harry strained to decipher the kaleidoscope of emotions that must be swirling within the Dark Lord, yet he found himself utterly incapable of pulling a single, discernible feeling from the man's impassive countenance. It was a mask of perfect control, a testament to years of honed discipline and a mind that compartmentalized with terrifying efficiency. Harry had anticipated anger, perhaps even a flicker of grudging respect for Barty's audacity, but he was surprised, truly surprised, when the very first emotion he recognized, subtle though it was a profound and unsettling understanding. Tom's voice, when he finally spoke, was a low, resonant rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very air around them, utterly devoid of the harshness Harry might have expected. There was no judgment, no condemnation, only a cold, stark analysis. "I see," he began, his gaze piercing, yet oddly dispassionate. "Your anger is more that Barty endangered the girl than it is that you were forced to kill the traitor." He paused, allowing the weight of his observation to settle, a silence that seemed to stretch on infinitely. "A curious distinction, Harry. Most would find the act of betrayal itself the more egregious offense, yet you fixate on the collateral damage. It speaks volumes of your priorities." A faint, almost imperceptible tilt of his head, a gesture that was less a question and more a declaration of insight. "Tell me, does this protectiveness extend to all innocents, or is it just this one little girl?" The last part held no small amount of displeasure, but Harry knew there was no use lying. "You know I do not have many I trust, Tom. I would not like to lose the ally I trust the most implicitly in the school, because the man cannot keep his sanity intact." "How do you know I did not task Barty with this?" Tom asked with a chilling coldness. Harry paused, uncertain of what to say for a moment, then shook his head. "This man betrayed you, turned against your cause. You would have wanted him to suffer. I also don't believe you would see me defeating a handicapped enemy. Karkaroff being under the imperious curse meant that he was fighting with a hand tied behind his back, even if he did want to kill me." When Tom said nothing, Harry felt his blood run cold. Had he misinterpreted the whole thing? Had he just misstepped and accused Barty of a crime he only committed under his master's orders? Swallowing hard, Harry asked with a hesitant tone, "Was this a test? Was this a part of the plan?" Tom's face didn't change in the slightest. Instead, his voice spoke, and despite the calm tone, Harry could sense the venom in his words. "You are proposing that I had Barty place a man I had marked for death, under the imperious curse, so you could kill him so mercifully." Grimacing at what Tom considered a merciful death, Harry shook his head, whispering, "I don't know what to think, Master. I just don't understand why else Barty would do this. He has been acting strange all year, but this was something else. If this wasn't under your orders, then this was an act of defiance." Tom moved abruptly at Harry's words and closed the distance so fast he must have been magically enhanced, causing the teen's eyes to widen, sensing the danger he was in. "Careful of the words you choose, my apprentice. No one defies Lord Voldemort without paying the price." A profound chill snaked down Harry's spine, but despite the ominous undertones, he found himself without a shred of doubt regarding Tom's words. Tom stepped away from Harry, his movements deliberate and precise, and drew his wand. A sickly green light flared at its tip, casting an eerie glow on their surroundings, a clear signal that he was preparing to strike. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. He prayed, with a desperate fervor he hadn't known he possessed, that he wasn't about to become the target of Voldemort's second killing curse. However, instead of unleashing the dreaded spell, Tom's voice cut through the tense silence, sharp and decisive. "In a few short days, you will enter the maze, and as we have meticulously planned, you will emerge victorious from the Tri-Wizard Tournament. In the immediate aftermath of your triumph, when you return to this very location for the summer, we will question Barty extensively. We will delve into every corner of his mind, employing legilimency if it proves necessary to extract the unadulterated truth. I assure you, my young apprentice, that if this was indeed an act of defiance, if he intentionally placed you in such grave danger, or if he cunningly manipulated your burgeoning abilities to rid himself of an enemy, then Barty will face a punishment so severe it will serve as a stark warning to all who dare to cross me. When Harry and Tom locked eyes, the teen could see that the irises of his master were beginning to turn an angry shade of red. Harry could feel his master's anger like a hostile warmth as the room seemed to rise in temperature, but the apprentice knew he had more questions than answers. "I just don't understand, Tom," Harry said warily. "I rebuilt Barty's mind. He is fanatically loyal to you. Why would he risk his own life and mine just to get rid of a man whose days were numbered? I feel like we are missing something here." Tom stiffened at Harry's words and stared at the teen as if he were measuring him in some capacity. The moment was uncomfortably long, and at last the man spoke. "Your loyalty to me, Harry, has it wavered over the year?" Harry's eyes widened at the question, and felt surprised that Tom would even think that was a possibility. Before he could answer, the young Dark Lord spoke again. "We have not spent as much time together this year as I left you in the capable hands of one of my followers, one that I had faith would grow your abilities. Now I realize that may have been a mistake, and that I left you in the hands of a man that may not be completely what he seems. Harry, in all this time, have you given your loyalty to another?" "No, Master," Harry answered before the man could continue. "I would return to Hogwarts and kill Barty in an instant if that is what you wished. I hold no loyalty to any other, except the one who has pushed me and continued to push me." Tom was eerily still, and the red in his eyes was becoming more and more predominant. Gone were the brown eyes of Tom Riddle, and in their place was the red-eyed Dark Lord Voldemort. "What of your little friend? MS. Davis. Would you return to the school and kill her if I asked?" Harry felt the blood drain from his face, and his heart raced at the question. What would Tom possibly have against Tracy that he would see the need to remove her from the equation? His throat dried, and he tried to find the words, and before he could, Tom approached him, went nearly nose to nose with his apprentice, and hissed, "If I asked you to kill the girl, if I commanded it, would you?" He couldn't stop the tears that welled in his eyes. The image had sprung into his mind. He saw his own hand, trembling but resolute, raising his wand, and at the end of its deadly trajectory stood Tracy. Her face, usually so vibrant with laughter and joy, was contorted in terror, her eyes wide and pleading. He imagined the sickening crackle of magic, the flash of a malevolent green light, and then nothing. Just the chilling, silent void where her life had been. The thought was a dagger to his heart. He had promised to make her better. "Do you not have the stomach, or are you simply too weak?" Tom said quietly, but the dangerous edge to his voice was present. "I'd do it," Harry whispered, and he felt like he had done a horrible thing in doing so. Tom's lips curled into a slow, sinister grin, a chilling contrast to the tense atmosphere. His hand shot out, slapping the wall above Harry's head with a resounding thud that made the younger wizard visibly jump. The sudden noise, sharp and unexpected, echoed in the confined space, amplifying the unease. "I believe you," Tom stated, his voice a low, confident rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very air. His piercing gaze locked onto Harry's eyes, a silent communication passing between them, an unreadable depth in Tom's stare. "I can see it in your eyes, Harry. Oh, I know you would hate it, I know you would be angry with me, but I believe you would. I can feel it in your magic." A subtle shift in the magical aura around Harry, a ripple of disturbance only Tom could detect, confirmed his words. "You can even imagine yourself doing it, and it upsets you." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, to twist and fester in Harry's mind. "Now, however, you have done something valuable to me, and that was prove your loyalty. I have a level of trust in you, Harry, that wasn't there before." The last words hung in the air, heavy with implication, a twisted declaration of a bond forged in fear and manipulation. Tom moved away from the teen and took a seat at the table, casually, as if he had not nearly torn Harry's world down. "Relax, Harry. I see no reason for you to harm your friend, and as long as she does not get in our way, then there will be no need for me to change my mind. Now come back to me and focus. I am planning to confide in you." Harry's eyes scrunched up, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. The air in the room, thick with tension, felt oppressive. Despite the oddity of the command, the absolute conviction in Tom's voice left him with no choice but to comply. Harry carefully moved back towards the mahogany breakfast table, wondering just when the night had gotten away from him, and then, with a hesitant glance towards Tom, returned to his assigned seat. He could feel the unnerving tension, palpable and suffocating, begin to slowly dissipate, a subtle shift in the oppressive atmosphere as Tom's gaze, sharp and assessing, settled upon him. Harry recognized that particular glint in Tom's eyes, a flicker of something akin to satisfaction, perhaps even pleasure at his obedience. It was a look he had come to understand well, a silent approval that, while unsettling, also provided a strange sense of relief. Tom gave him a final nod of approval before speaking. "I have been planning to gather the rest of my followers." Harry wasn't surprised by the admission, but said nothing to stop the man as he continued. "I have spent most of this year testing my magic. I have been on the continent pushing myself and finding worthy opponents to tangle with, but all have fallen at my hand. At the same time, I have been leaving whispers in areas I know my followers will hear." Nodding, Harry took a chance to speak. "The dark mark, it's getting darker. I heard Snape and Karkaroff discussing it over Christmas." "Yes," Tom said, clearly pleased at Harry picking up on this bit of information. "They spoke of it with fear, did they not?" "Snape didn't seem as worried as Karkaroff," Harry admitted. "In fact, he seemed assured that he would be okay." Tom nodded. "Perhaps he will. Time will give us the answer to the thought, but let us not digress. Harry, in my second rise to power, my soul is nearly completely restored. My mind will be completely intact, and the damage I will inflict on those that stand in my way will be immense. There is something of an issue, however." The man's mood seemed to have darkened in the passing of one sentence. Harry looked at the man with an even expression, however, preparing himself for whatever Tom may say. "I have been having visions. I've been seeing things that ought not to be possible." Frowning at Tom's words, he waited patiently for an explanation, but Tom just continued to stare at Harry, as if judging him by his reactions. Deciding to humor the man, Harry asked, "What kind of things, Master?" "I see myself," Tom said, leaning forward in a near whisper, "or at least a broken piece of myself, in a form that is hardly even human. I believe it is the piece of me that you destroyed on Halloween 1981. Eyes widening, Harry leaned forward and felt a feeling of dread begin to build up inside of him. "Is that even possible?" "I did not believe so at first," Tom admitted, "but the visions grow with clarity as time has gone on. At first they were hazy, almost as if I were watching through a fog, but only recently did I see so clearly it could have been from my own eyes. Do you wish to know what I saw, or better yet, who?" Harry's heart thrummed inside his chest, as he had the distinct feeling that he already knew what Tom had seen. "Barty." "Precisely, Barty," Tom said, all amusement gone, and in its place the angry red glint had returned to his eyes. Standing to his feet, Harry drew his wand. "I will return to Hogwarts and rip the secret from his mind." "Not so fast, Harry," Tom said. "I have a better idea." "Oh." The pulsating rhythm of the music vibrated through Harry's very bones, a relentless thrumming that matched the anxious beat of his own heart. The crowd, a swirling vortex of anticipation and excitement, roared around him and Dumbledore, their collective voice a deafening roar that swallowed all other sounds. Harry stood ramrod straight beside the headmaster at the imposing entrance to the maze, his arms clasped tightly behind his back, a posture designed to project an air of calm confidence he was far from feeling. Every waking moment of the past week had been consumed by preparations for the third task. His mind, usually prone to wandering, had been singularly focused on the intricate spells and strategies he would need to navigate the treacherous labyrinth. But equally consuming, and perhaps even more draining, had been his deliberate avoidance of Barty. He moved through Hogwarts like a phantom, sidestepping corridors he knew Barty frequented, turning corners abruptly if he caught a glimpse of the man's familiar silhouette. Harry had become a master of deflection, offering vague responses if their paths did happen to cross, all to prevent the slightest hint of the audacious plan Tom had meticulously crafted with Harry. The weight of that secret, heavy and suffocating, pressed down on him, amplifying the already immense pressure of the upcoming task. Across from him, on his left, sat Fleur de Lacre, her posture rigid, her chin defiantly lifted. Gone was the subtle hesitancy she had displayed around Harry since the harrowing ordeal of the second task. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk played on her lips, a testament to her unshakable conviction that victory in this tournament remained within her grasp. She had, it seemed, thoroughly deluded herself into believing that her earlier struggles were mere anomalies, easily overcome by her innate talent and resilience. Her headmistress, Madame Maxime, presented a stark contrast. The grand, usually unreadable features of the half-giantess were etched with a grim expression, her eyes constantly darting towards Harry. A silent, unsettling narrative unfolded in her gaze, as if she anticipated him to erupt into an act of profound violence, perhaps even outright murder, in front of the entire assembly of witnesses packing the stadium. Every nervous twitch of her large hand, every almost imperceptible flinch, betrayed a deep-seated unease that bordered on outright fear. The air between them, thick with unspoken tension, hummed with the weight of unspoken accusations and chilling premonitions. On the other side to his right was Crumb. A professor from Durmstrang, that Harry did not know, stood beside the boy with military precision. The man didn't look like much, and was a younger professor, with a clean-shaven face that couldn't have been much older than Crumb himself. Crumb looked tired, his eyes heavy-lidded and bloodshot, framed by dark circles that spoke volumes of sleepless nights. He appeared as if he hadn't rested well. Not since the chilling news of his headmaster's murder had reached his ears. A profound weariness clung to him like a shroud, making his typically robust frame seem almost fragile. To Harry, it was painfully evident that the teen harbored a deep desire to be anywhere but here, trapped within the confines of this dreadful competition. Harry found himself pondering, with a surprising detachment, whether he would even need to actively eliminate the Bulgarian champion from the Triwizard tournament. It seemed Crumb's own inner turmoil might be enough to see him stumble, leaving him vulnerable to the trials ahead without any direct intervention. The shadow of his headmaster's fate loomed large, threatening to consume him before Harry even had to lift a finger. This would be simple, Harry thought with amusement. The first part at least. After that, he couldn't imagine the complications that he would face. In the stands, he could see his friends, none of whom knew of what was to come. Instead, they were all smiles, thinking that Harry would be easily crowned champion tonight, and that their current standing would skyrocket along with his own. Little did they know the fate of the wizarding world was about to change forever. Dumbledore paced to the front of the crowd and had a serious expression on his face, as if he could sense that something was happening beyond the scene that he didn't realize. Harry fought the urge to smirk. Soon Tom would come face to face with his headmaster, and the old man would rue the day he ever attempted to stand between Harry and his goals. Sonorous. The man's voice was magically amplified to echo across the stands, and the music began to fade away as Dumbledore addressed the crowd. Earlier today, Professor Moody placed the Triwizard Cup deep within the maze. Only he knows its position. Now, as Mr. Potter is in the first position, he will be the first to enter the maze. The Hogwarts contingent in the stands erupted into cheers, and Harry smirked as he basked in the fanfare. He hardly listened to Dumbledore go through the standings and discuss how the contestants may withdraw, but he snorted at the thought. Neither of the other two contestants would be allowed to withdraw. Harry would see to that personally. When Dumbledore finished addressing the crowd, he gathered the champions and gave them warnings about losing themselves in the maze and to ensure their own safety above all else. Harry wanted to roll his eyes, but stopped himself from doing so as Dumbledore's eyes fell upon him. Refusing to hold the man's eyes, Harry lined up at the start of the entrance and waited for the sound of the cannon that would indicate the start of the third task. His anxiety was mounting, and he wanted to get the ball rolling. It wasn't long before the cannon erupted, and Harry heard the cheers of Hogwarts students, and he took off into the maze. Oh. Finding the cup hadn't been much of a difficulty, but tracking down de Lacre and Crumb was a different matter entirely. It was almost as if the maze was magically going against the other two champions to prevent them from winning, and Harry assumed that was a distinct possibility if Barty had a hand in it. As Harry combed through the maze, eliminating every obstacle that came in his path, he at last came across his targets. Together, just as they were at the Yule Ball. Their backs were turned to him, and he easily could have taken them both out undetected, but he wanted more from this moment. Clearing his throat with a loud, sarcastic noise, Crumb and Delacour both spun around, pointing the glowing tips of their wands directly at him. Harry offered them both smiles. Well, 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 here we are. Fleur growled, a low, guttural sound that vibrated with raw, untamed fury. Her eyes, usually a startling blue, had shifted, now blazing with an intense, captivating orange. It was a stark reminder of her Vila heritage, a glimpse into the passionate, elemental power that resided within her. The air around her seemed to crackle with a palpable energy, a warning to anyone foolish enough to cross her. Victor, however, reacted with a stark contrast to Fleur's fiery display. His broad shoulders seemed to slump, his usually stoic expression replaced with a noticeable tremor of nervousness. His eyes, typically sharp and focused, darted around, betraying a deep-seated unease at the mere presence of the individual before them. He shifted his weight, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides, a clear indication of his discomfort. The tension in the air was thick, a silent battle brewing between the primal fury of one and the palpable apprehension of the other. "Potter, I was hoping I would find you," Fleur said with her thick accent. "We aren't in the water this time. It will be different." Snorting, Harry shook his head. "If you think the water was the reason I beat you last time, then you haven't been paying attention. Not like Crumb has." Victor's eyes widened and Harry grinned at the sight. "That's right, Crumb. I can sense your trepidation. You know, since I killed your headmaster, I must be formidable, even if he was under the imperious curse. You now know what I am capable of. In interest of magical cooperation, I will give you both a chance to surrender." Fleur laughed haughtily and didn't waste another moment as she flourished her wand in his direction. Harry returned the laugh and used the maze to defend himself as he transfigured large pieces of it to protect him. In turn, he toyed with the French girl that attacked him with everything she had. Victor joined in at some point, and Harry was now deflecting their own magic back at them, but doing nothing offensively to change the tune. A cutting curse, however, slipped into his defense, and a deep cut appeared across his face, and blood immediately began to flow. The casting stopped for a moment, and Fleur looked triumphant as she had drawn first blood, but for Harry he just glared at the girl. "My turn." Harry took a deep breath, and his mind went back to the horrible feelings he had when he thought Tom might order him to kill Tracy. His mind swirled through the memories of losing Sirius, and the rejection he felt at being raised by the Dursleys. He could feel the power of the dark arts flowing through him as he embraced it all, and at last he hissed out, "Morty's Umbra." A shadow, black as the deepest abyss and as cold as a forgotten grave, began to coalesce from the very tip of his wand. It pulsed with an unholy energy, a palpable malevolence that seeped into the hedges of the maze. With its formation, a chorus of shrieks, inhuman and bone-chilling, ripped through the oppressive silence, each sound a testament to the horror taking shape. These weren't the cries of mere animals, but the tormented wails of something born from darkness and despair. From the swirling void, the familiar demonic form of his creation, a nightmarish entity he had conjured countless times, began to rise. It ascended with a horrifying grace, growing in stature until it reached its full, towering, shadowy form. Its very presence seemed to drain the light from the air, plunging the immediate vicinity into a deeper, more unsettling gloom. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and something indescribably foul. Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour, who had moments ago stood with a mixture of apprehension and resolve, recoiled in unison. Their faces, momentarily illuminated by the sickly glow emanating from the creature, contorted in a mixture of disbelief and terror. They took hesitant, taking involuntary steps back. Their wands, previously held with unwavering resolve, now trembled slightly in their hands. Each spellcaster instinctively raised their wand, pointing it with desperate precision at the monstrous, shadowy beast, a silent understanding passing between them that they faced a threat far beyond their darkest imaginings. The sheer scale and malevolent aura of the creature dwarfed anything they had ever encountered in their training, or even in their most vivid nightmares. As one, they attempted to curse his creation, their spells exploding harmlessly against its shadowy form, but Harry merely grunted, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. With a decisive flick of his wand, he commanded it forward. The dark beast, a terrifying silhouette of pure shadow, swooped upon them with unnatural speed. It struck through them not with a physical impact, but like a chilling, black mist, leaving a palpable sense of dread in its wake. Fleur screamed, a high-pitched cry of pure terror, and collapsed, her body trembling uncontrollably as the dark creature passed through her. Crumb, meanwhile, clutched his hands over his ears, his face pale and contorted in agony. He fell to the ground, hyperventilating, rolling around frantically as if trying to escape an invisible torment. The air around them grew heavy with the lingering echo of 1,000 silent screams, a testament to the creature's passage. In a flash, Harry stunned them both, their bodies slumping to the ground in unconscious heaps. With a decisive slash of his wand, he commanded his summoned creature to dissipate, and the oppressive shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the faint scent of ozone in its wake. He had long since mastered Death's shadow, a creature born of his own foray into the dark arts and the raw essence of fear he had conquered, and controlled with expert ease, a chilling testament to his burgeoning power. The incident was a stark reminder of the depth of his capabilities, and with pride Harry marched upon his two downed opponents. They were nothing in the wake of his true abilities. With no witnesses and no restraint on his magical repertoire, they had crumbled, just as Tom had taught him to do to his enemies. Moving to Fleur de Lacquer, he tutted as he looked at her unconscious form that still seemed to tremble in the aftermath of Death's shadow. The girl's cerulean blue uniform, once crisp and pristine, was now a tattered mess, a testament to the brutal gauntlet of the maze. Rips and tears marred the fabric, revealing glimpses of pale skin beneath. Harry, his expression unreadable, flicked his wand with a precise, almost surgical motion at a section of her exposed forearm. Instantly, a deep, jagged cut bloomed on her skin, an angry red line that began to ooze blood, a slow, viscous trickle at first, then a more steady flow. He bent low over the girl, his shadow falling over her prone form, and his fingers pressed firmly against the wound. He squeezed, a deliberate, almost sadistic pressure that forced the blood to surge faster, a crimson stream against her pallid skin. From the folds of his dark cloak, he produced a small, clear vial, no bigger than his thumb. With a practiced hand, he held it beneath the burgeoning flow, watching as it filled, drop by precious drop, with her essence, the blood of an enemy. With his work complete, he rose to his feet and returned back down the path that would lead him to the cup, no more obstacles in his way. The glowing Triwizard Cup sat in the distance, and as he closed in on it, he knew he had just made history, and the night was still young. He had proven his dominance against every witch and wizard of his age, a fact that resonated with a quiet, unyielding power within him. Each duel, each challenge overcome, had forged a reputation not just of skill, but of an inherent, almost primal force. He had done what Tom had set out for him to do, and more. He was a champion, not merely by title, but by right, by the sheer force of his will and magic. The Triwizard Cup, gleaming in the distance, was no longer a distant dream but a tangible reality within his reach. He took a deep, steadying breath, the air cool and crisp against his lungs. It was a breath laced with anticipation, with the quiet hum of magic, and with a profound uncertainty of what would happen next. The path had been arduous, fraught with danger and dark revelations, but he had walked it with resolve. Now, at the precipice of victory, a new kind of challenge loomed, one that whispered of destiny and untold consequences. Reaching out to take the cup, he felt a familiar pull at his navel as the portkey activated, and in the blink of an eye he was whisked away. Chapter 60. Arriving in a place Harry instantly recognized, a jolt of something akin to grim amusement shot through him. He had to fight the chuckle that nearly escaped his lips, a sound that would undoubtedly seem unhinged to his would-be captors. The sheer, delicious irony of it all. These imbeciles, these misguided fools, had actually brought him agonizingly close to his true home. Not Privet Drive, not some Dursley-esque prison, but the place where his magic truly thrived, where he felt a deeper connection than anywhere else. And even better, Tom would be nearby. The thought of his mentor, a man who had grown to be like a father figure, sent a ripple of anticipation through him. They were, undoubtedly, in Little Hangleton. The familiar chill of the air, the unique scent of the earth, and the subtly oppressive atmosphere that clung to the village like a shroud all confirmed it. Just over the gentle swell of a verdant hill, Harry could distinctly see the restored version of Gaunt Manor. It stood there, a testament to Tom's enduring power and his unwavering commitment to his ancestry, rebuilt from its dilapidated state into something imposing and grand, a beacon of dark majesty in the mundane landscape. Its dark stone walls seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, signs of the parcel magic Tom inlay into it, and Harry felt a magnetic pull towards it, a sense of belonging he rarely experienced anywhere else. His heart, or what was left of it, quickened with a perverse joy. His escape, it seemed, was not just possible but practically preordained. "Potter!" a man nearby exclaimed, and Harry's eyes shot towards a trio of figures, all in Death Eater garb, and felt his wand slip through his fingers as the disarming spell struck him. "Gentlemen," Harry greeted, "you have no idea of the mistake you are making." Cackling with a chilling, synchronized laughter, the trio of dark figures offered no explanation, no taunt, just the menacing sound that echoed in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, an unseen, yet undeniably potent, force seized Harry. It was as if invisible hands had reached out and latched onto him, their grip unyielding. He was sent spiraling backwards, a helpless puppet yanked by unseen strings, his world blurring into a dizzying vortex of motion. The relentless backward momentum ceased abruptly, replaced by the crushing sensation of something massive pressing down upon him. It was a weight unlike any he had ever experienced, not a physical burden, but a suffocating pressure that seemed to steal the very breath from his lungs. He felt the cold, unyielding embrace of the scythe of the Reaper, the silent sentinel that stood watch over the desecrated Riddle family grave. Its concrete blade acted as a cruel trap, snaring him within its grasp. His arms, despite his desperate struggles, were suspended above him, held captive by the scythe. It took every ounce of his willpower to fight the overwhelming instinct to lash out. A burning desire pulsed through his veins, to reclaim his wand, to feel the familiar weight of the holly and phoenix feather in his grip, and to unleash a torrent of hexes and curses upon these audacious men who dared to impede his path. He yearned to see them scatter, to hear their cries of fear and pain as he cut them down, one by one. Yet despite the furious tempest raging beneath his calm exterior, he meticulously crafted the mask of a terrified child. His eyes widened, reflecting a feigned innocence, while his lower lip trembled ever so slightly, as if on the verge of tears. Every muscle in his body, though screaming for action, was held in a carefully controlled stillness, conveying the very essence of vulnerability. He was playing the actor, a crucial role in what was coming. Tom's instructions had been clear, precise, and utterly unforgiving. To be seen as nothing more than a helpless, frightened boy, a pawn easily manipulated, rather than the formidable, dangerous wizard he truly was. And so, with a theatrical flair that belied the fury churning within, he surrendered to the illusion, allowing himself to be perceived as a terrified child, utterly at the mercy of his captors. The tallest of the three men approached, and Harry watched as the man raised his wand to his face and removed the mask, leaving a black fog in his wake. "Harry Potter, my son does not have pleasant things to say about you." The blonde hair and the posh pureblood accent left Harry little doubt of who he was speaking to. "Lucius Malfoy, I presume," Harry said with a tinge of loathing in his voice. The man offered a sarcastic bow. "At your service, for what little of your life is left. Do you have any idea what you've done by winning the Triwizard Tournament? Do you have any idea of the role in history you are about to play?" The thought of the violent things he was going to do to the Malfoy senior was the only thing that stilled his tongue. Instead, he just stared at the man and waited for him to continue his monologue. "You poor boy. I wish I could tell you that this will be quick, but—" "Enough, Lucius," a man with a much deeper voice said. "We have work to do." The blonde offered Harry an apologetic, condescending smile. "Of course, I was just trying to allow our guest to enjoy his final moments. No longer. The Death Eater with the deeper voice raised his wand towards his face and removed the mask, displaying a grisly man with wild, unkempt, long facial hair. The man moved toward Harry with a blade in his hands, and the teen's eyes widened, wondering if he was about to be gutted. "They will not kill you, Harry. I would have wanted to finish you myself. Endure, survive." Harry recalled Tom's words and fought against every instinct that said to fight back. A cauldron was bubbling nearby, and the crypt was lit in the background, indicating that more Death Eaters could still be around. The man mumbled, "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken." With a swift, almost practiced flick of the ornate, silver-bladed knife, a crimson line bloomed across Harry's forearm. It was a mirror image, almost eerily precise, of the wound he had inflicted upon Fleur just moments prior, a chilling echo of his own malicious acts. A guttural grunt of pain tore from Harry's throat, a raw, involuntary sound that was quickly followed by a defiant act. He spat onto the face of the Death Eater who held him captive. The spittle landed with a wet smack on the dark robes, a grotesque badge of defiance. In response, the Death Eater's wand, tipped with a sickly blue light, snapped upwards, aimed menacingly at Harry's chest. Simultaneously, the embrace of the scythe, wielded by the sentinel of the Riddle's grave, tightened its hold around Harry's arms and upper chest, crushing him with a relentless pressure. A deeper, more profound groan of pain escaped him this time, a sound of true suffering as his lungs struggled for air and his very bones protested the unbearable squeeze. The air crackled with a cruel tension, a palpable sense of imminent danger hanging heavy in the dusty, oppressive atmosphere. In the oppressive silence of the graveyard, a new figure emerged from the crypt. Harry's gaze, though, was blurred with pain, barely able to make out a suspect. This was not just another masked Death Eater. This one carried a burden, a chilling offering. Cradled in his arms was a creature that defied easy categorization, pale, almost translucent, with the unsettling semblance of a small, malformed human. Its eyes, if it had them open, were lost to Harry's sight, but the sheer unnaturalness of its form sent a fresh wave of dread through him. The newcomer moved with an eerie grace, his black robes a stark contrast to the sickly glow now emanating from the cauldron. The foul concoction within had deepened to a putrid, churning gray, its surface roiling with unseen energies. It was a sight that promised nothing but malevolence. From beside Harry, the Death Eater who had inflicted the wound, the one whose knife had sliced through his flesh with such cruel efficiency, growled, the sound cutting through the night air like a viper's strike. "Do it now," he commanded, his voice a low, urgent rasp laced with a terrifying anticipation. The words were not a request, but an imperative, a dark decree that hung heavy in the air, signaling the start of their macabre ritual. Harry braced himself, his heart hammering against his ribs, for whatever new horror was about to unfold. The graveyard seemed to become a darker place, as if the world knew the type of magic that was about to be performed as the air hummed with an insidious energy. Harry watched as the grotesque humanoid creature, a twisted mockery of life, was heaved over the rim and plunged into the bubbling, viscous liquid. A sickening hiss filled the air. The Death Eater, his face contorted in a mask of grim determination, stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the seething concoction. With a deliberate, ritualistic movement, the grizzled-faced man raised the blood that had cut Harry above the cauldron, allowing a single, crimson droplet to well up. He flicked the droplet into the cauldron, and the already turbulent surface erupted, sending shimmering tendrils of fog to erupt over the cauldron. Low, guttural incantations rumbled from Death Eater's throat. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and something far more sinister, a metallic tang that spoke of blood and sacrifice. As the final inaudible word passed his lips, the Death Eater's expression hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the blade that had cut Harry into the air and brought the blade down, severing his own hand with a sickening crunch. A raw, guttural roar of agony tore from his throat, a sound that spoke of pain beyond measure, yet even in that moment of agony, his gaze remained fixed on the cauldron, his other hand clenching into a fist, blood still dripping from the stump of his wrist. "The Dark Lord shall rise again." Knowing that the time had come, Harry bit down on his tongue hard, the metallic tang of his own blood filling his mouth. Crimson erupted, gribbling down his chin and staining the front of his robes a morbid, dark hue. The sharp, searing pain was a necessary sacrifice, a brutal signal he hoped would make it to Tom. With the locket of Slytherin hanging heavily around his neck, a weight that vibrated with magic, he knew Tom's magic would soon pinpoint his location. Harry's blood, a raw and desperate offering, would be the unmistakable beacon, the siren call of despair that would alert his mentor to his precarious presence. It was a gamble, but so far Tom's plan had gone flawlessly. He could only pray Tom would reach him in time. The locket, usually a cool weight against his chest, now pulsed with an insistent warmth, a silent promise of comfort, a desperate reassurance that his mentor was on his way. But the comforting heat was a sensation lost to Harry, his senses overwhelmed by the rising tide of horror that threatened to drown him. The cauldron, a vessel of sinister magic, had not merely burned away, but had seemingly been consumed by the very darkness it had contained. In its place, where a grotesque, nascent form had once writhed, now stood a figure of unnatural growth. It was no longer a mere humanoid, but a towering presence, reaching the full height of a man, its proportions disturbingly regular yet undeniably monstrous. Its skin was a sickly, deathly pale, an almost luminous white that seemed to drink the light from the air around it. Where a nose should have been, there was only a flattened indentation, two thin slits marring the otherwise smooth expanse of its face, breathing holes for a creature that defied natural order. Its scalp was bare, a stark, featureless expanse, devoid of even the suggestion of hair. Those unnervingly pale hands, mirroring the ghastly hue of its skin, slowly, deliberately, rose to touch its face, a gesture of almost human contemplation that made the scene all the more chilling. Then, with a slow, deliberate unveiling, its eyes opened. And in that moment, two red eyes opened and focused their chilling gaze upon him. Harry felt a fear he had not felt since the Chamber of Secrets. It was a cold, creeping dread that coiled in his gut, a stark realization that perhaps, just perhaps, they had catastrophically miscalculated. Their meticulously crafted plan, so carefully laid out, so confidently executed, now seemed a fragile illusion in the face of this unforeseen terror. The air crackled with an oppressive energy, a palpable sense of ancient evil awakening, and Harry's breath hitched in his throat, the metallic taste of fear coating his tongue. Voldemort spoke, and his voice was closer to Tom than Harry was comfortable with. "Your wand, Augustus." The Death Eater offered a deep bow, before handing a dark black wand over to the crimson-eyed man. Voldemort eyed it with approval, before grabbing onto the Death Eater before him roughly, and yanking his arm out in front of him. With an easy wave, the sleeve around the man's robe dissolved, and the dark mark in its sickly, inky black nature was fully alive now, as the demon-like man pressed down on it heavily. Moments passed, but then the sky above darkened, and black shadows began falling down from the sky, and as they touched the ground, they took the place of many men who each donned the Death Eater garb. Voldemort looked pleased by the arrival, a sinister smile gracing his features, or at least Harry thought that's what the man was doing. 13 years it's been, and yet you all stand before as if it were yesterday. One of the men stepped forward. "We are proud to stand amongst you again, my lord." "Proud?" the man questioned. "My most faithful tells me he was greeted more with fear than pride as he told each of you of my impending return, even from those who helped bring this moment to life tonight." Lucius Malfoy looked distinctly uncomfortable by the words, and he moved to speak for himself. "I beg your forgiveness, my lord. When Barty approached me, I thought he had gone mad. Years of Azkaban having deteriorated his mind did I not prove loyal, however, when it was confirmed you were alive." "Did you come out of fear, or loyalty?" the man asked with something Harry recognized as amusement. Lucius squirmed, fell to a knee. "Loyalty, my lord. I even used every connection I had to see Augustus secretly released from Azkaban. I am uncertain if we would have been successful without him." While Harry recognized the Dark Lord's amusement from having spent so much time with Tom, it was clear Lucius was worried that the next thing he would see is the green light of the killing curse. The man was practically shaking, and Voldemort tutted, "Yes, it seems my followers have proven themselves these past months. You will all be rewarded, but first, Augustus, your arm." Harry's gaze fixed on the grisly man who could only be Augustus Rookwood. Barty had once spoken of the man's brilliance, and the teen watched, his face a stoic mask that betrayed no hint of the unimaginable pain he must have endured, extending his arm. The sight of it sent a shiver down Harry's spine, a grisly stump, cauterized by Rookwood's own desperate magical efforts, a testament to the sacrifice he committed to bring his lord back. Fascination, morbid and unsettling, warred with a deep-seated revulsion within Harry as he watched Voldemort trace an intricate pattern over the mangled flesh. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the wand, a sickly yellow light that seemed to pulse with a malignant energy. Then, as if drawn from the very fabric of the surrounding darkness, a shimmering, molten silver began to coalesce at the point of contact. It wasn't merely a new hand, but something far more intricate, more sinister in its perfection. Slowly, agonizingly, the silver flowed and solidified, mirroring the lines and contours of a human hand, each joint, each finger, each nail forming with an unsettling precision. It was a grotesque miracle, a testament to Voldemort's mastery over the dark arts, a chilling display of power that defied the very laws of nature. The new silver hand gleamed in the dim light, a stark, metallic counterpoint to Rookwood's grim countenance, a permanent, chilling reminder of the price of loyalty to the Dark Lord. "Thank you, my lord," the man mumbled. "Loyalty is always rewarded when you are in the service of Lord Voldemort," the man said with a sickly smile. Harry's nerves began to fray, stretching taut like a bowstring about to snap, the moment the resurrected Dark Lord turned his vacant, crimson eyes directly upon him. A cold dread, sharper than any blade, pierced through Harry's carefully constructed composure. Where was Tom? The question screamed in his mind, a frantic, desperate plea echoing through the sudden silence. Every second that ticked by felt like an eternity, each tick a hammer blow against his dwindling hope. The plan, meticulously crafted and rehearsed, had gone so exquisitely well up until this very moment. What in the name of Merlin was delaying the man? Had something gone awry? Or worse, had the resurrection borne unexpected consequences? The myriad of possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, swirled in Harry's mind, threatening to overwhelm him as Voldemort's gaze intensified, a predatory glint slowly emerging in those blood-red depths. "Ah, Harry, I had nearly forgotten you were here, standing on the bones of my father." The man swept closer to him, and Harry prayed for intervention. "I'd introduce you, but word has it you're almost as famous as me, the boy who lived. How lies have fed your legend. Shall I truly divulge what happened that night 13 years ago?" Voldemort, his serpentine face contorted in a rare display of frustrated contemplation, pivoted back to his assembled followers. He then elaborated on the fateful night, reliving the moment with an almost tangible sense of bitter disbelief. "It was love," he continued, a sneer twisting his lips. "You see, when dear, sweet Lily Potter gave her life for her only son, she provided the ultimate protection." He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. "I could not even touch him. It was old magic, something I should have foreseen." A low murmur rippled through the Death Eaters. Some of them had witnessed the aftermath, the shocking failure of their lord's most potent curse, but few truly understood the principles behind it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. "It was a mistake," he finally admitted, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "But no matter," he spat the last two words as if they were venom. "Things have changed," he concluded, his voice regaining some of its chilling authority. "I can touch him now." In a dramatic flare, Harry watched as Voldemort raised up and placed a finger on his scar. Harry grimaced and turned, trying to get the man away from him, but the Dark Lord just smiled at his discomfort before sweeping away, the Reaper behind him finally releasing his hold. "Pick up your wand, Potter." Not knowing where Tom was, and realizing his life was moments away from being in grave danger, he decided it was time to drop the act of the helpless victim. With a nonverbal flick of his wrist, his wand sailed to his hand and raised it towards the Dark Lord. Before a spell could escape his lips, pain, unlike any he had ever felt, washed over him. It felt like he was being burned alive, and his knees gave way below him and a scream escaped his lips. "Those were cheap tricks, Harry Potter. Dumbledore should have taught you better." The pain stopped, and Harry realized he had just been subjected to the torture curse. Nothing followed, and he glanced up to see Voldemort all but snarling at him a few meters away. Raising to his feet, he spat the blood from his mouth, saying, "Dumbledore didn't teach me how to duel, Tom. You have no idea who brought me up in this world. None of you do." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at his words, and Harry didn't stop there. "You are all going to pay. You are all going to fall before him. Run while you still can." The Dark Lord looked amused by his threats, and the Death Eaters around him cackled with laughter. Voldemort spoke sharply. "I tremble before none, Harry Potter. I bring all those who stand against me to their knees and make them beg for death." Laughing maniacally, Harry just spat more blood on the ground. "I see Barty didn't tell you the truth either, of how he escaped, of how I found my way into the Triwizard Tournament. It seems he was playing both sides and was hopping for a prize. Oh, Tom, you really did fall from grace." The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed, and none were laughing now. Harry knew he needed time, so he began to tell the truth. "Duel with me, Tom. The truth will be clear to you, or perhaps a single spell will show you the truth." With a flick of his wand, Harry hissed the words out, his rage and fear powering his darkest art, Morty's Umbra. The shadows coalesced from the tip of his wand, and the shadow entity he summoned for the second time tonight came forth. The shrieks and inhuman wails clearly disturbed the Death Eaters around the graveyard, but Harry's eyes remained on Voldemort. His red eyes were wide, and he mouthed the word that Harry knew was impossible. Before the shadowy monster could begin attacking those around him, Voldemort snuffed out the beast with a slash of his wand, a whirl of his wrist. Harry didn't even attempt to continue feeding power into the entity. Instead, he smirked, his teeth stained from the blood of biting his lips so hard. "You understand now, don't you, Tom?" "How?" the man asked in a sharp hiss. "The diary," Harry said simply. "It took the life of Ginny Weasley and restored you." Voldemort's eyes snapped to his left to where Lucius Malfoy had gone pale. "The diary, my diary, that I entrusted to you." Lucius cowered backwards, trying to escape the man. "My lord, I didn't." "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort roared. A searing flash of emerald green light erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, a malevolent beacon in the deepening darkness of the graveyard. It enveloped the blonde man before he could even finish his protest, plea, or perhaps, in a final act of desperation, a curse. The cruel magic, swift and absolute, ripped through him, extinguishing his life with a brutal finality. His once proud, now lifeless form was flung backward, as if struck by an invisible, colossal fist. It collided with the crumbling headstones, a jarring thud echoing through the eerie silence that followed the spell's discharge. The Death Eaters, a huddle of dark figures cloaked in fear and loyalty, collectively gasped. Their breath hitched in their throats, a ragged, terrified sound that was swallowed by the oppressive air. They stumbled backward, a chaotic ripple of black robes and pale faces, their eyes wide with a mixture of horror and an almost sickening reverence for the furious lord who stood before them. The raw, untamed power emanating from Voldemort was a tangible force, pushing them away, warning them of the dire consequences of disobedience, of failure, of simply being in his terrifying presence. The graveyard, once merely a place of the dead, had become a stage for a chilling display of ultimate, merciless authority. It was clear to Harry that the man believed him. There was no other explanation. How else would Harry know a spell strictly of the Dark Lord's creation? Harry just shook his head. "He will come for me, my lord." The last part was said mockingly, but the furious eyes of the Dark Lord turned to him with amusement. "Is that so? Then where am I? If he cares for you, if I have truly fallen to such weakness, then why am I not here fighting for the one I trained to be great?" The question was something that had been on Harry's mind for the last few minutes. There is no reason Tom shouldn't be here by now. Perhaps he was testing Harry one last time, a final need for proof of his unwavering loyalty. Hoping this was the case, Harry offered the man a shrug. "He is around. You did set up very close to our home after all." The chilling realization settled upon the Dark Lord's crimson eyes as he followed Harry's gaze. It was undeniably clear now, a stark, undeniable truth. The formidable magical barriers protecting Gaunt Manor, meticulously crafted by Tom's powerful magic, had proven impenetrable. The Dark Lord, for all his boundless power and malicious intent, was unequivocally barred from entering his own ancestral home. A flicker of something akin to surprise crossed the Dark Lord's monstrous features, quickly replaced not by the expected fear or frustration, but by a slow, sinister smile that stretched his pale lips. A chilling laugh, low and resonant, rumbled in his chest, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air. "So, my little product of the dark arts has learned to hide behind skirts, has he?" he mused, his voice a silken purr that nevertheless held a dangerous edge. "A cunning move, I admit. But ultimately, a futile one." He gestured languidly with a pale, elegant hand, a gesture that encompassed both Harry and the impregnable manor. "You, however, could be my key," he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that promised both salvation and damnation. "You could take me there, Harry, through the protections into the heart of this sanctuary. From within, I could put an end to this foolishness, this tiresome charade you and your guardian have been playing." His eyes, like twin rubies, locked onto Harry's, a hypnotic gaze that sought to penetrate his very soul. "And from there," he continued, a dangerous softness entering his tone, "since you have proven to be malleable and quite adaptable to circumstance, perhaps we can finally reach an accord. A true understanding, Harry Potter. For the first time tonight, you possess a genuine, tangible chance to see tomorrow. A chance to step away from the precipice of oblivion and into a future where your true potential can be realized, free from the shackles of lesser wizards." The offer hung in the air, a poisoned chalice disguised as an opportunity, promising a perilous peace in exchange for an act of unforgivable betrayal. "My master is the most powerful sorcerer in the world," Harry said with a scoff. "Your inability to breach his defenses proved that." "I was but half a man before tonight," the Dark Lord roared. "If you will not show me the way, then I will pry it from your mind." Harry's wand shot forward in an explosive burst of power, intercepting the spell that came searing in his direction. The impact rocked the graveyard. And Harry didn't remain idle, as he hissed out several curses in Parseltongue. Sickly shades of the dark magic came pouring from his wand, and in desperate moves, he weaved spells he recognized around him in between playing offense and defense. The Death Eaters tried to intervene, but Voldemort immediately roared, "Do nothing, he is mine to finish." With a sudden, violent slash of his wand, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of black magic, a tangible wave of sinister energy that surged across the graveyard. It struck Harry with the force of a battering ram, lifting him clean off his feet and propelling him backwards through the air. A searing, agonizing pain ripped through every nerve ending, making him feel as though his very bones were splintering and his flesh was being shredded from his frame. A guttural cry of pure agony tore from his throat. As he hurtled through the air, the world blurring into a dizzying kaleidoscope of dark shapes, a chilling thought, stark and terrifying, pierced through the haze of pain. Is this it? Is this the end? The question hung suspended in the air, a terrifying premonition in the face of such overwhelming power. Soon he felt the Dark Lord lift him to a prone position on his knees, a position he felt he would soon be executed in. Bracing himself for the soft embrace of death, a thunderous pop reached his ears, and then the pain relented. Stunned silence followed, and then he felt a hand pull his arm hard, and he found himself lifted by near inhuman strength, and suddenly he found himself eye to eye with Tom Riddle. The man offered his apprentice a grin. "My apprentice does not belong on his knees." "You!" Voldemort all but screamed in rage. Tom turned his head to the monstrous form of himself, and grimaced, "Me." With the bone-white wand in his hand, he strolled past Harry, clearly positioning himself between his resurrected form and Harry. Clearly, the Dark Lord was at a loss for words, while Tom addressed his followers, "Greetings, my slippery friends. What a conundrum we all face tonight." Voldemort said nothing, but his eyes narrowed at Tom, and Harry couldn't help but notice the reverence in which he looked at the wand in his mentor's hands. The grip on Harry's own wand was impossibly tight, and as he found his bearings, he watched in preparation to strike any Death Eater that might raise their wand towards Tom, yet they all seemed as frozen as the resurrected Dark Lord. I know you all see this monster as a version of me, but I assure you that he is merely a warped form of my previous greatness," Tom said simply. "What you see before you is a symbol of what happens when you foray too deeply in the dark arts. It created the monster you see before you." Growling Voldemort looked like he might curse the man, but instead, he just watched in preparation. They all knew what was inevitable, but none were anxious to see it started. A fight like this could level a surrounding area, and many could die in the crossfires. "I offer you the chance of forgiveness now. A chance you all know is never offered among my ranks. I recognize the complexity of this, however, and I cannot punish you all for being loyal to a version of me." His eyes took on a sinister red color that likely many recognized as he said, "But spurn me now, and I will treat you as Lord Voldemort treats all of his enemies, without mercy." Harry waited for any movement, but they all just seemed petrified. Instead of a movement from the Death Eaters, the monstrous version of Tom just clapped sarcastically. "Bravo, bravo. You have displayed a brash sense of foolishness tonight. Foolishness I did not believe myself capable of. Now you and your apprentice will die." Smirking, Tom raised his wand. Harry raised the wards. "If any attempt to leave, kill them." Upon the command, Harry immediately began hissing in Parseltongue, and his wand set to work on raising the protections around the graveyard. Before he could even begin his second set of incantations, however, the fight began. Tom and the monstrous form of Voldemort began dueling in a terrifying blitz of lethal spells, each incantation a flash of deadly light, a whisper of imminent destruction. As Harry finished placing the protections around the graveyard, his eyes merely widened at the ferocity of what was occurring before him, and could hardly comprehend the speed at which they exchanged blows. The air crackled with raw magic, humming with an ominous energy that sent shivers down his spine. Bolts of emerald green met crimson red, showering sparks that illuminated their contorted, furious faces. The very ground trembled beneath the force of their power, a testament to the cataclysmic conflict unfolding before him. The very earth convulsed, a violent tremor that ripped through the ancient graveyard. Gravestones, already leaning with the weight of centuries, toppled and shattered. Freshly dug earth erupted like geysers, spewing forth clods of soil and fragments of bone. The ground tore itself apart with a ferocity that defied natural explanation, the cracks spiderwebbing across the hallowed ground as if some titanic hand was clawing its way from beneath. Harry, bracing himself against the onslaught, knew with a chilling certainty that the nearby Muggle village, usually so peaceful and oblivious to the magical world's darker undercurrents, must be experiencing the fallout as a terrifying series of earthquakes. He could almost picture their homes shaking, their windows rattling, their carefully constructed lives momentarily disrupted by the raw, untamed power unleashed in this desolate place. The very air thrummed with a dark energy, a precursor to the cataclysm he feared was about to unfold. The scene was one of breathtaking, terrifying power. Harry watched, his own senses stretched taut, as the Death Eaters reacted to the duel unfolding before them. A palpable fear, a visceral terror, radiated from them, yet it was meticulously channeled. Each dark wizard, despite their shared dread, had taken it upon themselves to establish a significant, safe distance from the dueling lords. This wasn't merely a flight response. It was a calculated act of self-preservation, a silent acknowledgement of the colossal energies being unleashed. Many among them were transfixed, their faces a mixture of awe and profound incomprehension. They were witnessing something of immense magnitude, a spectacle of raw magical force that dwarfed any battle they had ever participated in or even imagined. The air crackled with expelled magic, the very ground seeming to hum beneath their feet. Even if their limited understanding prevented them from grasping the full implications of the duel, the sheer, undeniable power radiating from the combatants was enough to hold them spellbound. Harry, however, understood. He knew the true, terrifying significance of what was unfolding. He knew that the circumstances, the very alignment of power and intent in this specific moment, were likely unique. Throughout magic's long and often bloody history, a history spanning millennia of conflicts, rebellions, and magical confrontations, It was indeed likely that these precise conditions had never been met before. This wasn't just a duel. It was a magical singularity, a clash of the same titan that threatened to reshape the very fabric of their reality. And the Death Eaters, cowering at the periphery, were merely fortunate enough to be unwitting witnesses to a moment that may one day be etched into the annals of magical lore. The teen had never witnessed Tom engage in combat with such raw, unbridled ferocity. Gone was the theatrical, flamboyant spellcasting he frequently employed against Harry, designed to instill terror and slowly grind him into submission. This was a brutal, relentless barrage of pure, unadulterated dark magic. Curse after curse erupted from Tom's wand, a terrifying symphony of destruction. Each spell was a meticulously crafted instrument of agony and death, engineered to rip flesh from bone, tear souls asunder, liquefy organs, and extinguish life with chilling efficiency. The air crackled with energy, the very ground seeming to recoil from the sheer venom emanating from Tom. This wasn't a duel. It was an execution, a desperate, merciless onslaught that left no room for subtlety or grandstanding. When two massive spells collided in the middle, a blast of power erupted from the middle of the graveyard that pushed Harry backwards, but he fought to stay on his feet. Dust and debris littered the battlefield to the point his eyes could not even find either duelist, but he knew it was over by the lack of spellfare. With a gentle point of his wand, Harry began to dispel all that obscured his vision. As it cleared, there was Tom, standing there heaving for breath, levitating a severed head before his eyes. The man shook his head with disgust, tossed it onto the ground with a flick of his wand in disgust. Such a waste. The monstrous version of Voldemort's wand was held by Tom, and he straightened himself up, walked over to the man Harry knew now was Augustus Rookwood, and offered him the wand with an outstretched hand. "See to it that this wand is never raised in my direction again, Augustus." The man bowed in deference. "Yes, my lord." Tom, his silhouette stark against the smoldering remnants of battle, moved with a languid grace that belied the recent ferocity. He ambled back to the epicenter of the graveyard, a place now scarred by a gaping maw where the earth had once been whole, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A weariness, deep-seated and profound, etched lines around his eyes, but a triumphant glint still flickered within them. He offered Harry a tired, almost knowing grin over his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of the crucible they had both endured, before turning his back, his attention now wholly devoted to his assembled followers. His voice, though weary, carried an almost hypnotic resonance that seemed to ripple through the hushed graveyard, commanding instant attention. "Your devotion to my cause," he began, his gaze sweeping over their expectant faces, each one a canvas of unwavering loyalty, "is an admirable gift, my faithful followers, a precious commodity in these shifting times." A brief pause, weighted with unspoken meaning, allowed his words to sink in. "Yet," he continued, his voice deepening with a quiet intensity, "now you see with your own eyes that the monster that rose before you was only a shadow, a fleeting echo of my true greatness, a mere harbinger of the power that truly resides within me." A subtle smile played on his lips, hinting at depths yet unexplored, at reserves of power still untapped. The air crackled with anticipation. A collective breath held, as his followers absorbed the full weight of his pronouncements, their admiration for him only intensifying in the wake of the devastating display they had witnessed. "Swear yourselves before me, and we will bring forth the greatness that we were on the brink of 13 years ago," Tom commanded, his voice echoing with an unnerving authority that resonated across the graveyard. The air grew thick with anticipation, the flickering torchlight casting long, dancing shadows across the gaunt faces of the assembled Death Eaters. Without hesitation, as if pulled by an invisible, powerful string, every one of the gathered followers fell to their knees, their bodies trembling with a mixture of fear and fervent devotion. Their heads bowed in abject submission, a silent testament to the absolute power he wielded over them. The young Dark Lord, a figure of chilling elegance in his dark robes, strolled leisurely past each prostrate form. His eyes, burning with an almost unnatural intensity, swept over them, lingering momentarily on those he knew had wavered in the past, a silent promise of future reckoning. He forced his followers to remain on their knees, heads bowed low, their gazes fixed on the cold stone floor, until he completed a full, deliberate circle around the hushed gathering. "We will liberate the others, my most faithful, that refuse to forsake my name," he declared, his voice rising, imbued with a venomous sweetness. "They languish in Azkaban, their loyalty a beacon in the darkness of my temporary absence. They will be rewarded beyond their wildest dreams. Their sacrifice will be remembered, their suffering redeemed, all of them." He paused, his eyes narrowing, a cruel glint appearing in their depths. "All except one." The unspoken name hung in the air, a chilling harbinger of the fate awaiting those who had dared to defy him, even in his perceived weakness. A shiver ran through the assembled Death Eaters, a stark reminder of the brutal justice that awaited any who crossed the Dark Lord. The atmosphere, already heavy with menace, became almost suffocating. Tom turned to face his apprentice. "Harry, you are now the youngest Triwizard champion in history. A fitting accolade that belongs to an apprentice of Lord Voldemort, yet you have one last task to accomplish." With a bow, Harry knew what needed to be done, but before he could leave, Tom left one last order. "Bring me his wand, Harry. Do whatever you must." "Yes, master." Harry's voice a confident murmur, barely audible above the frantic thumping of his own heart. A strange, cold satisfaction settled in his chest. The Death Eaters knew his true identity and his place at Tom's side. His arm, though heavy with exhaustion, lifted with a surprising surge of power. The holly and phoenix feather wand, an extension of his will, pointed with unerring precision at the glinting silver of the Triwizard Cup. It lay on the dewy grass, a beacon of triumph, seemingly miles away from where this historical conflict had just taken place. A faint hum resonated through the air as Harry's magic coalesced, invisible threads of energy reaching out from the tip of his wand. In a moment that stretched into an eternity, it landed squarely in his outstretched hands, cold and solid, a tangible symbol of his hard-won victory. The weight of it, the cold metallic touch against his skin, was irrefutable proof. As he felt the familiar pull in his navel, he realized the impossible, the unthinkable, had been achieved. He, Harry Potter, the Dark Lord's apprentice, had won. Chapter 61. When Harry arrived back at Hogwarts, the flashing of cameras was immediate, their bright bursts momentarily blinding him. He felt a surge of exhilaration as he hoisted the Triwizard Cup high above his head with both hands, its polished surface glinting under the magical lights. The roar of the crowd was a deafening symphony of adulation, a tide of cheers that vibrated through his very bones and drowned out all other sounds. Confetti, shimmering gold and vibrant emerald, rained down from the enchanted ceiling, a celebratory cascade that settled on his hair and robes. The familiar colors of House Slytherin, a deep, rich green, seemed to envelop him, a sea of robes and banners that affirmed his triumph and solidified his victory. Cornelius Fudge was the first to greet him, shaking his hand enthusiastically, and Harry couldn't help the smile that plastered across his face. He had survived the confrontation at the graveyard, eliminated his enemies, and done everything Tom had expected of him. The next person who skipped shaking his hands and instead threw her arms around him screaming in excitement was Tracy. The girl placed several fast kisses on his cheek as Harry embraced the girl tightly, and she laughed hysterically as they separated and shook her head, yelling in his ear, "You look like you lost a fight with a hippogriff." "You have no idea," Harry thought internally. He undoubtedly looked a mess, though. Blood was covering the front of his shirt, and he likely looked like a mass-murdering lunatic if he wasn't being enveloped by the confetti. As if she could read his mind, Tracy slowly pulled her wand from her side, keeping eye contact with him the entire time as if she were communicating her intentions to him, and he allowed her to do a couple of waves over his face to clean him up. But that was all she able to get done, before another pair of arms was thrown around him, and Daphne was in his embrace screaming, "Well done, Harry." Harry's mind reeled, a whirlwind of emotions and fractured images. The roar of the crowd, the blinding flashes of celebratory spells, the crushing weight of victory, it was all a blur. He vaguely registered Blaze's fierce hug, a moment of genuine camaraderie that momentarily cut through the chaos. Then Dumbledore's face, etched with a concern that seemed out of place amidst the triumph, his hand clasping Harry's with a firm, almost warning, grip. But it was the sight of Barty Crouch Jr., still cloaked in Moody's grim disguise, that snapped Harry back to a chilling reality. Leaning against the stands, amidst the dwindling pockets of jubilant students and faculty, Barty was an ominous silhouette. A slow, predatory smirk stretched across his lips, a grotesque parody of victory that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. The joyous smile that had momentarily graced Harry's own face crumbled, replaced by a cold, hard anger that coiled in his gut. His fingers twitched, itching for his wand, a primal urge to unleash the fury building within him and strike down the man who had nearly cost him everything. But Barty's smirk, so arrogant and knowing, was a chilling message. It spoke of unfinished business, of a game still being played, of a dark promise whispered on the wind. Harry knew, with a certainty that was both terrifying and infuriating, that this was far from over. Barty was fully aware of the consequences of his actions, of the inevitable confrontation that loomed. He was relishing the anticipation, the slow burn of revenge. The twisted satisfaction of knowing he had not yet been defeated. The victory, so recently tasted, now felt hollow, tainted by the lingering shadow of Barty Crouch Jr.'s malevolent presence. The awards ceremony passed in a blur for Harry, a vision of forced smiles and loud congratulations he could barely register. His mind, still reeling from the trials of the maze and what had followed in the graveyard, struggling to anchor himself to the present moment. He vaguely recalled Cornelius Fudge, pressing a heavy pouch into his hand, 1,000 galleons, a fortune that felt utterly meaningless in the wake of recent events. The clamor of the crowd, a cacophony of cheers and whispers, washed over him, indistinguishable from the ringing in his ears. Through the soft, urgent whispers of Tracy, who had managed to find her way to his side amidst the throng, Harry gleaned fragmented news. Crumb and Delacour, she'd murmured, were both in the hospital wing, receiving treatment. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach. The fear among the spectators, Tracy confided, was palpable. They'd presumed Harry had also succumbed to some unseen danger within the labyrinthine depths of the maze, his unexpected emergence undoubtedly a shock to them all. He could feel their gazes, a mix of relief and lingering apprehension, fixed upon him, each glance a stark reminder that they all knew what he was capable of now. As the final cheers and thunderous applause began to subside, a new wave of excitement rippled through the gathered students. Calls for a celebratory party in the Slytherin common room grew louder, echoing with a jubilant fervor that was utterly infectious. Harry, swept along by the tide of exhilaration, found himself effortlessly guided with the procession of students back towards the castle. They were not alone in their joyous return. A significant portion of the Hogwarts faculty, their faces alight with pride and camaraderie, joined the parade. And of course, the students from the other houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, mingled freely, creating a vibrant, undulating sea of robes and excited chatter that flowed through the hallowed halls. They had no inkling of the storm brewing on the horizon, the tempest that would soon engulf their carefully constructed world. Ignorance was a fragile shield, and behind it, a force of unimaginable power was gathering. They had no idea that Tom, once a shadow of his former self, had transcended his limitations this very night, reclaiming the full, formidable might that had once made him a legend, a whispered terror in the dark corners of history. His mentor, a figure of enigmatic power and chilling ambition, was preparing to unleash a devastating cascade of events that would bring the entire country, from its bustling alleys to its quietest hamlets, to its very knees. It was not a question of if, but merely a matter of time before the architect of their impending doom set his grand, terrible plan into motion, and the unsuspecting populace would be caught in the inescapable grip of their own oblivion. The only thing left was to tie up loose ends. When the party finally arrived in the Slytherin common room, the usually subdued and sophisticated atmosphere seemed to simply erupt with a cacophony of sound and movement. Students from every year, from nervous first years to world-weary seventh years, were packed into the grand space, their faces alight with excitement. A tidal wave of applause crashed over Harry as he stepped through the entrance, quickly followed by a chorus of shouts and cheers. Many were requesting a speech, their voices hoarse from excitement, while others were already declaring his new, unofficial title, Champion Snake. The idea seemed to spread like wildfire, a proud moniker for their newfound hero. Despite the overwhelming adulation, Harry, ever the reluctant hero, waved them all off with a humble gesture. He didn't want the spotlight, he just wanted to share in their collective triumph. He implored them with a smile that barely reached his eyes to simply celebrate together, to revel in the moment as a united house. The energy in the room was palpable, a thrilling mixture of relief, pride, and unbridled joy. The green and silver banners seemed to shimmer in the candlelight, reflecting the elation that filled every corner of the room. It was a night for Slytherin to truly shine, and Harry was undoubtedly their brightest star. Of course, his heart was only half in it. He accepted a single shot glass from Blaze and shared a toast with most of the Slytherin students above the age of 15. A few exceptions were made, of course, due to Harry only being 14, but the teen merely did it to take the edge off. His body still ached from the curse Voldemort had struck him with, and his bones were sore from being held by the Grim Reaper in the graveyard, but still he felt ready. All night he had been forced to play defense or act as a reactionary force, but now he has had time to mentally prepare, to fortify his skills. Putting some distance between himself and the others, he stated he needed to wash up so he could celebrate comfortably, and return to the empty boys' fourth-year dormitory. Even the likes of Draco and his Goonies would be celebrating the party downstairs, but he knew the Malfoy heir's celebrations would be short-lived with Lucius' death tonight. A quick shower and a change of clothes led Harry to his bedside, where he grabbed the Marauder's map and his father's cloak of invisibility, tools he thought he might need for the coming confrontation. Taking a breath and steeling himself over for what was to come, Harry returned to the party. The air thrummed with the pulsing beat of the music, a dizzying cacophony that filled every corner of the common room. Tracy, a vision in emerald green, clung to Harry's arm, her face alight with an almost giddy satisfaction at his recent triumph. Her eyes, usually so keen and intelligent, were soft with an admiration that bordered on infatuation, and he could feel the subtle shift in her grip, a possessiveness he usually found charming. On any other evening, he would have indulged her, perhaps even sought to deepen the budding connection between them. But tonight was different, a night weighed down by the lingering echoes of magic and the heavy burden of his thoughts. He politely, yet firmly, declined a steady stream of invitations. Older students, their faces flushed with celebration and fire whiskey, pressed in, offering to share drinks, to raise toasts in his honor. Each refusal was met with a flicker of disappointment, quickly masked by understanding. He offered the simple excuse that he was still recovering from the intense magical exertion of the day, a truth that held just enough weight to be believable, and just enough ambiguity to deflect further questions. When Tracy whispered into his ear that they should find some place private for him to rest, he immediately seized the opportunity to get away from the others. He knew Tracy might be hurt by his explanation when they were alone, but she was the only one he trusted. The only one he could tell that the job was not done tonight. The wolf whistles and cheers that erupted as Harry and Tracy exited the common room were a cacophony of sound, but they seemed to fade into a dull hum as Harry's gaze met Daphne's. Her eyes, usually so composed, held a glint of suspicion that pierced through the celebratory atmosphere. Harry wasn't one to court such public attention, especially not on a night like this. His usual inclination would be to orchestrate a discreet departure, a quiet rendezvous later, far from the prying eyes of the entire house. His practiced smile, a mask he wore so often, faltered under the intensity of her stare. He felt a subtle shift in his demeanor, a ripple in his carefully constructed composure, and he knew, with a sinking feeling, that she had caught it. There was no way to explain, no whispered confession that wouldn't betray the gravity of the situation to others. The very act of explanation would cast a shadow of unease over the festivities, a telltale sign that something was deeply amiss. So, with a silent agreement that passed between them in a fleeting glance, Harry and Tracy continued their exit. They ascended the winding stairs, their footsteps echoing softly in the area that would lead back to the boys' dormitory. When they arrived, Tracy dragged him over to his bed, and before he could tell her his true motive, she placed her arms slowly around his neck and drew him into a kiss. Instead of fighting the kiss, he embraced it, leaning into her soft lips and allowing himself to be lost in it for a moment. Tracy ended the kiss, pressing her forehead to his own, whispering, "If that's what it feels like kissing the youngest Triwizard champion in history, then I think I like it." Harry wanted to find the amusement in her words. But the gravity of what was coming still rested on his shoulders. He knew that there was still a job to be done, so before she could lean back in, he said her name softly, "Tracy." The girl lifted her eyes to his own and could clearly see the look of urgency on his face as she asked, "What is it?" Looking around, Harry flicked his wand into his hand and whispered a few spells that would alert him to any unwanted arrivals and spoke softly to her. "A lot more is going on than you realize. The maze, the third task, it wasn't what the world thought it was." Tracy's eyebrows knitted in confusion. What does that mean? Taking a shaky breath, Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. The weight of his secret pressed down on him, a heavy, cold stone in his gut. He knew he couldn't reveal everything, not yet, maybe not ever, but he also knew he couldn't let her remain completely in the dark. Not when her life and his were so intertwined with the truth. "I can't tell you everything," he began, his voice a low rumble, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He watched her face, seeing the mixture of confusion and a hint of hurt. "But what I can say is that I know who put Igor Karkaroff under the Imperious curse." He paused, letting that sink in. The implication hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation. The Imperious curse was no light matter, a dark art that stripped away free will. To use it to control another human being, it spoke of a profound skill in the dark arts. "I also know that he did it to try and remove me from the equation," Harry continued, his gaze hardening. A familiar surge of anger, cold and sharp, ignited within him. He was tired of being a target, tired of being a pawn in someone else's twisted game. "And maybe he even wanted to hurt me by getting to you." He looked at Tracy's brown eyes with a silent apology in his eyes for dragging her into this dangerous situation. Tracy's eyes blazed with fury, and her eyes turned inky-colored, and she whispered dangerously, "Who did it?" Glancing towards the door to his dormitory again in paranoia, Harry mumbled, "It was Professor Moody. He isn't what he seems to be." "What does that mean, Harry? Why all the secrets now?" Tracy growled out. "These secrets are dangerous," Harry hissed back. "I'm trying to protect you." "You didn't give me this magic to protect me," Tracy thundered back, her voice rising, and Harry indicated for her to lower it, and she immediately did, but she had an angry, hurt look on her face. "You did it so you could have a capable witch at your side. Someone closer to your age who would understand. Well, I do, and if that bastard is responsible for trying to get us killed, then I want in." Harry felt his proximity ward get crossed, and his eyes went to the door, and in came Blaze. "You two put your clothes back on." Entering the room to find the unamused expressions of his best friends, he pouted. "Or not. Harry, Professor Moody is here to see you. He said the headmaster wants to talk." Looking back at Tracy, the girl immediately protested. "You shouldn't face him alone." Harry just stared at her for a long moment, and Blaze asked dumbly, "I missed something, did I?" Thinking fast, Harry pulled out his cloak and the Marauder's map, shoving it into Tracy's hands. "Daphne can teach you to work the map. Take the cloak and follow. Do nothing unless it looks like things aren't going well." "Harry, we can." "Promise me," Harry demanded, stepping into her personal space. The girl swallowed hard and nodded her head up and down. Harry placed a kiss on her head and then moved towards Blaze, stopping before he could pass him. Looking at the teen, Harry said, "What Tracy is going to tell you is going to sound crazy, but it's true. Trust me this once, and I swear I will never forget it." Blaze's cheerful demeanor fell, replaced by a resolute nod. The weight of the moment settled heavily between them. Without another wasted second, Harry descended from the quiet intimacy of their shared space, back into the vibrant, yet now subtly muted common room. The party, though still alive with the murmur of conversation and the clinking of glasses, was undeniably subdued. A palpable unease had seeped into the festive atmosphere, a direct consequence of the former Master Auror's presence. His history, etched in the memories of many Slytherin families, had cast a long, unsettling shadow over the celebration. The echoes of past injustices, the pain inflicted upon their loved ones by the very man now standing among them, had dampened the joyful spirit, leaving behind a lingering tension that no amount of revelry could entirely dispel. He just smiled at her alarmed expression and moved past her, greeting the Death Eater in disguise. "Professor, what can I do for you?" "The headmaster wants to see ya," the grizzled man commanded. "I didn't realize you were Dumbledore's errand boy, Moody," Harry goaded with a smirk. The group of students nearby gasped and stared at Harry with wide eyes. For Harry's part, he merely folded his arms, his wand poking out of the end of his right sleeve, ready to spring into action if necessary. Barty's good eye twitched and responded through gritted teeth. "I will overlook your cheek due to the circumstances of tonight. Now let's go." "Come now, Professor," Harry offered in a scolding tone. "This is a party. Surely the headmaster can wait till tomorrow." Clearly the man was unamused by Harry's deflections and marched to where the two were practically nose to nose. "I wasn't asking, boy." A part of Harry wanted to draw his wand and fight him then and there. His eyes glanced to his left and right. The sight of the few younger students still out of bed halted him. They wouldn't stand a chance in a firefight with someone of Barty's caliber. Many would be killed in the crossfires in the close quarters of the common room. Plastering a fake smile across his face, "I'm not sure who pissed in your morning pumpkin juice, Professor, but if the headmaster needs me so urgently, then I suggest we don't delay any of our evenings any longer." The imposter Aleister Moody let out a low, guttural growl, a sound of barely contained irritation, and pivoted, turning his back sharply to Harry. His artificial eye whirled in its socket, scanning the dimly lit common room as he began his deliberate march toward the exit. He had expected to depart without further hindrance, but then, of all people, Adrian Pusey stepped forward, a wary expression on his face. Pusey, Harry's former rival, approached cautiously, his voice a low, questioning murmur that carried clearly in the hushed space. "Potter," he began, his gaze flicking between Harry and the departing Moody. "Should we tell Snape about this? It just doesn't seem right that the headmaster would send anyone other than our own head of house to summon you at this hour, does it?" Pusey's brow was furrowed with genuine concern, a rare sight that made Harry appreciate the housemates outside of his usual group for the first. "It's all right, Pusey," Harry said pacifyingly. "You guys just keep celebrating till I get back." A few half-hearted cheers reached Harry's ears, but he didn't stop to identify any. Instead, his eyes glanced over to Tracy, who was whispering urgently to Daphne and Blaise. Both had their eyes on him, and he only offered them a barely perceptible nod as he followed Moody up the stairs. When they exited the common room and made it through the dungeons, neither Harry nor Barty spoke. The silence between them was heavy, pregnant with unspoken words and the certainty of impending conflict. The tension in the air was palpable, a brittle energy that seemed to crackle and hum, a prelude to the confrontation that both wizards knew was inevitable. Neither was under the delusion that this encounter would conclude peacefully. The air was too thick with their opposing wills and the betrayal that Harry had experienced. Harry, though prepared for a hostile encounter, was nonetheless unsurprised when their steps led them to the courtyard closest to the entrance hall. It was an open, expansive space, seemingly designed for the very sort of private, undeniable showdown that loomed before them. The moonlight, though muted by the castle walls, cast long, distorted shadows, mirroring the contorted emotions within them as they finally stopped, facing each other across the flagstones. It was an open space, which Harry felt gave him the advantage. His eyes shifted around looking for things he could fight with, but Barty's voice broke through to him and broke him out of his planning. "I take my lord is dead." Harry's eyes narrowed and he stepped forward, wand in hand. "Your lord, Barty, is alive. The one that pulled you out of harm's way. The one that gave me the gifts to restore your mind. That man is alive and well." With his followers back at his side, "I don't know what you were thinking, but—" "The man is an imposter," Barty roared, drawing his own wand, and Harry raised his quickly thinking the fight would begin. but instead the man was heaving for breath, grunting in pain as the polyjuice potion began to dissolve. Harry desperately wanted to curse the man while he struggled with the transformation, but he wanted to look him in the eyes when he took the man's life. It wasn't long before the young man had returned to his true form. He was barely over 30 years old, yet a lifetime of horrific deeds had etched lines of premature age around his eyes, despite his youthful appearance. His dark brown hair, still thick and lustrous, hinted at his tender age, a stark contrast to the weariness that clung to him. His face, clean-shaven, was slick with sweat and alarmingly pale, yet beneath the translucent sheen, a surprising resilience shone through. For a man who had endured the oppressive weight of the imperious curse for a full decade, he looked remarkably healthy, a testament perhaps to an inner fortitude or an unyielding malevolence that refused to be extinguished. The return to his original state, free from the magical subjugation, brought with it a disturbing sense of renewed energy, as if the very air around him pulsed with a latent, sinister intent was in the man's eyes. "He doesn't remember the time we shared together," Barty said, his voice laced with a fury that vibrated through the very air. "He claims to be the one who taught me, to have shaped my magical abilities in the dark arts, but he doesn't even know who I am. Imagine my surprise, my utter disbelief, when this imposter, this Tom Riddle, sends me on a wild goose chase to the desolate plains of Albania, ostensibly to hunt for clues of the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. And what do I find there? Not a piece of lost history, but the true Dark Lord, a shadow of his former self, yes, but one that had every bit of his memory intact. He was less than a man, a wraith clinging to a fragile existence, but I knew with a certainty that resonated deep within my very soul, that if I restored him to his glorious, fearsome form, we could rule the world again, not as mere puppets, but as true masters of our destiny, bending all to our will." "You are a fool, Barty," Harry spat immediately. "Voldemort didn't return to his previous forms. He came back looking like a monster, and Tom killed him. Put him down like a rabid dog, just like I am going to do to you. My master sends his regards, Barty, but there will be no escape for you tonight." Scoffing, the man shook his head. "After I kill you, I will go hunt for more pieces of my master and restore him once again. This will never be over, Potter, not for as long as I live." Growling, Harry pointed his wand at the man. "We will see about that." "Oh." Tracy, Blaise, and Daphne had wasted no time in following Harry out of the common room, desperate to get away from prying eyes. When they were alone in the hallway, Tracy pulled out the folded-up parchment and handed it to Daphne. "Harry said you knew how to work this. We have to follow him." Daphne frowned at the girl, while Blaise looked confused, clearly still trying to contemplate what Harry had said to him just a few minutes before. "What are we going to do if Dumbledore wants Harry at this time of night? Storm into the headmaster's office. What did he do?" "Daphne, you don't understand," Tracy said vehemently. "That man was Alastor Moody." "What?" Daphne and Blaise asked together. Growling in frustration, Tracy slapped her forehead. "I don't have all the details, but Harry said Moody wasn't what he seems, and that he placed Karkaroff under the Imperius to attack us. I don't know what's going on, but Harry looked nervous and furious at the same time. Something big is happening, and we have to help him." The two continued to stare at her in bewilderment when Tracy practically screamed, "Just work the damn map and tell me where they are going. I will go by myself if I have to." Daphne took the map that was shoved into her hand by Tracy and drew her wand, whispering, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As the ancient, brittle map unfurled, revealing intricate lines and faded symbols, Daphne, without a moment's hesitation or question, began flipping through the accompanying pages. Her fingers, nimble and accustomed to the task, glided across the parchment, each turning a silent pursuit of finding her friend. Meanwhile, Blaise's foot tapped a nervous rhythm against the cold, stone floor, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. A palpable unease clung to him, the unspoken question of discovery hanging heavy in the air. He scanned the dungeons, his gaze constantly sweeping for any sign of intruders, any flicker of movement that would betray their presence. In stark contrast, Tracy's gaze was utterly transfixed, locked onto the map with an unwavering intensity. Daphne frowned as she had found Harry's name, and gasped when she realized Tracy had been right. But her confusion didn't end there. Harry was indeed not walking the hallways with Aleister Moody, but Barty Crouch, a man the entire wizarding world believed to be dead. That's impossible. The faint mumble might have brushed against Tracy's ears, but her mind was elsewhere, already racing through possibilities. Her internal mapping of Hogwarts, refined through years of navigating its corridors, screamed that the names she'd just read were materializing near the courtyard by the entrance hall. This was a critical deviation from where they should be, which was near the headmaster's office. A cold knot of dread tightened in her stomach. This wasn't going to be a simple conversation or a disciplinary meeting. This was going to be a fight, and a serious one at that. A fierce, protective instinct flared within her. Harry, the boy that held her affections, her confidant, was likely in the thick of it, and she knew, with a certainty that resonated deep in her bones, that he was going to need her. Without a second thought, she began to move, her steps quickening, her gaze already scanning for the fastest route to the courtyard, her wand instinctively tightening in her grip. The calls of her friends were all but ignored as her feet picked up to run. She needed to get to Harry before it was too late. Oh. Using his speed to his advantage, Harry immediately launched himself into the fray, initiating the fight with a ferocity born of desperation. His wand, an extension of his will, moved in a dizzying blur, conjuring the most violent and potent curses he had learned. These were the very spells he had wielded just hours earlier against the monstrous, twisted form of Lord Voldemort, spells designed for maximum destruction and death. Many of these dark enchantments had been painstakingly taught to him by Tom during their intense and often brutal training sessions, each lesson etching itself into Harry's very being. However, Barty Crouch Jr. was no ordinary opponent. He was gifted, a dark prodigy in his own right, possessing an innate understanding of offensive and defensive magic that surpassed Harry's own. With an unsettling ease, Barty dismantled most of Harry's magically charged assaults, his own wand weaving intricate counterspells and wards that shimmered and pulsed, deflecting the raw magical power. When Barty returned fire, his spells were imbued with a terrifying kinetic force. Each curse, each blast of energy, slammed into Harry's hastily erected shield with a jarring impact, the sheer punch they packed rocking him to his core and threatening to shatter his magical defenses. The air crackled with displaced energy, and the very ground vibrated beneath their feet as their wills clashed in a deadly dance of power. The sickly green killing curse, a malevolent stream of pure death, hissed past Harry's ear, so close he felt the unnatural chill of its passage. His eyes, usually a vibrant green, narrowed to slits of emerald rage, reflecting the grim determination that now hardened his features. In a fluid motion, he brought his wand to his lips, and a low, guttural hiss escaped from his throat. From the tip of his wand, a torrent of emerald flames erupted, not the gentle, warming kind, but a consuming, destructive inferno. It was a replication, a dark echo of the very magic Barty Crouch Jr. had wielded with such terrifying proficiency. Harry, channeling his own potent reserves, sought to emulate the audacious display, to fight fire with fire, or rather, to fight a killing curse with a devastating surge of serpentine flame. Harry grinned at the success of his spell. It was one he had not perfected before now, but this spell's perfection was born out of a desperation to tip the tides. Before the flames could consume the man, however, a red jet of light zoomed through the fire and struck Harry directly, causing him to fall to the ground screaming in pain. Tears streamed to his eyes, blurring his vision, as the cold, hard realization hit him. Barty had him, utterly and completely. A scream tore from his throat, quickly swallowed by the raw, consuming agony that eclipsed all other sensations. Barty's proficiency with the unforgivable curses was not just skillful, it was absolute, a terrifying mastery that left no room for hope or escape. The Cruciatus Curse, a torrent of invisible, searing electricity, racked his body, forcing him to roll on the ground in a desperate, futile attempt to escape the torment. Each muscle spasmed uncontrollably, his bones feeling as though they were being systematically crushed and reset, only to be crushed again. His mind, usually sharp and quick, was reduced to a primal scream, a desperate plea for an end to the ceaseless torture that rippled through every fiber of his being. The world narrowed to the white-hot core of his pain, punctuated only by the mocking, distant sound of Barty's voice, a chilling counterpoint to his own silent agony. When the curse released him, Harry heaved for breath and tried to find the air to fill his lungs. His vision swam, but as he looked up, he saw Barty's focus had changed directions and the man roared out, "Oh, look, Potter, you brought a spare, Avada Kedavra." Time ceased its flow, a cruel mockery of the agony that ripped through Harry as the sickly green curse erupted from Barty Crouch Jr.'s wand. Each agonizing second stretched into an eternity. The vibrant, venomous hue of the spell seared into his vision, yet his mind struggled to grasp the terrifying reality unfolding before him. Barty, a grotesque mask of fury and pain, bled profusely from a gruesome wound where his eye once was, a testament to a brutal curse that had found its mark. But the target of Barty's vengeful magic sent a fresh wave of confusion and dread through Harry. His eyes, swimming with pain and disbelief, darted across the desolate courtyard. There she was, Tracy, her face a canvas of triumphant pride. She had landed the curse that had, for a fleeting moment, spared Harry from further torture, a desperate act of defiance that had stopped Barty's cruel ministrations. The satisfaction in her eyes, however, curdled into a chilling terror as the emerald light, an omen of death, screamed towards her. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of despair. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to act, to reach out, to summon any fragment of magic, any desperate plea to shield her, to save her from the inevitable. But a cold, crushing certainty settled over him. It was useless. The distance, his own debilitating pain, and the sheer, raw power of the curse rendered him impotent, a mere spectator to a nightmare he was powerless to halt. The green light devoured the space between them with horrifying speed, and struck Tracy, dead in the chest, sending her sprawling backwards. Two horrified voices, one undoubtedly Daphne's high-pitched shriek and the other Blaze's deeper bellow, passed through Harry's ears, but he didn't process either of them. The world swam before his eyes, a chaotic blur of green light and swirling dust. Instead, he fought through the agony still passing through his body, every nerve ending screaming in protest, a searing pain that felt like 1,000 tiny needles piercing his skin. He clenched his jaw, tasted blood, and forced himself to his feet, a desperate, almost primal urge to survive overriding the crippling pain. His vision, though still blurry, focused on Barty Crouch Jr., who stood several yards away, his face a mask of triumphant malice. Barty seemed to realize Harry had found his feet, a flicker of surprise, then irritation crossing his features. He spun, turning his wand towards Harry, a deadly intent in his eyes. But before the wizard's spell could reach him, before he could utter a single syllable, Harry, fueled by a raw, unyielding rage, growled out, "Game over, Legilimens." The word ripped from his throat, hoarse and raw, carrying with it a lifetime of suppressed anger and a desperate hope for retribution. Harry tore through the man's mind like paper. Flashes of the man's life went by, but Harry didn't attempt to distinguish any of them. Instead, he went through it like a bull in a china shop, rampaging relentlessly. Unfortunately for Barty, Harry was very familiar with the man's mind and knew his way around intrinsically after rebuilding it over the summer. Roaring inside the man's mind, Harry screamed, "I built you up, now I will tear you down brick by brick." It only took seconds for Harry to unhinge the man's mind. As he was exiting, not even an intelligent thought could form inside of Barty's consciousness. He was certain the man would never again rise, his will utterly broken. As the lifeless form crumpled to the ground, Harry delivered a final, vicious blow, a gouging strike straight through the man's chest. Barty's eyes, wide and unseeing, remained open as he hit the dirt, and with a final flick of his wrist, Harry summoned the man's wand to him, fulfilling Tom's final request. A scream of triumph clawed at Harry's throat, but it died there, choked by a sudden, heart-wrenching sight. His two closest friends, Daphne and Blaze, cradling the girl he had come to care for throughout the year. Tracy's eyes remained open, a chilling testament to her final moments, and her face was a mask of sheer terror. This sight ignited a furious surge within Harry as he painfully limped towards his fallen friends. Distant shouts, signaling the arrival of the Hogwarts staff, began to pierce the haze of his shock, yet their words remained an incomprehensible jumble. He barely registered them. Instead, his legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees beside Tracy, the tears that threatened to fall seemingly frozen in his eyes, unable to comprehend the horrifying reality of what had just transpired. A crushing weight settled in his chest, his heart heavy with a grief so profound he couldn't imagine how he would ever recover. The world around him faded into a blur of meaningless sounds and shapes, his focus solely on the still figure beside him, the vibrant life that had once animated Tracy now extinguished, leaving behind only an agonizing void. Chapter 62. Harry had been questioned by more Aurors than he would ever care to remember. Each one had come in and asked for his story. Some did it kindly and pretended to be a sympathetic ear, while others demanded it, as if the loss had been as personal to them as it had been Harry. They didn't understand. None of them did. A searing flash of emerald light erupted from the tip of Barty. It struck Tracy squarely in the chest, not with the concussive force of a physical blow, but with an insidious, chilling energy that seemed to drain the very essence of life from her. Her eyes, wide with a moment of terror, glazed over, losing their vibrant spark. Her arms, which had been raised triumphantly, fell limply to her sides. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through her body, and then she reeled backward, a lifeless puppet cut from its strings, flying back onto the hard stone of the courtyard with a soft thud. The green light dissipated, leaving only the oppressive silence hanging heavy in the air. Harry blinked, not hearing the question the Auror had just asked him. The others said you knew somehow that the Alastair Moody that pulled you out of the Slytherin common room was not who he was supposed to be. What we all want to know is how. You didn't know Moody prior to the school year, and I spent enough detentions with the man to know he wasn't who he said he was. Harry snapped. Dumbledore can attest to that. I spent half of my weekends locked up with the lunatic. The Auror's eyes hardened, a flicker of something close to accusation dancing within their depths. It was the same man from the hospital wing, Auror Scrimgeour. His long mane of brown hair, a shade of dark oak, was pushed back from his forehead, revealing a stern, unyielding expression. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze like a brand on Harry, his voice low and guttural, each word a stone dropped into a deep well. Did he teach you dark magic? The question hung in the air, thick and heavy, loaded with implications that went far beyond mere curiosity. It was an interrogation, a direct challenge, and Harry felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Yes, Harry said unashamedly. He told me that if I was going to beat the dark arts, I needed to know what I was up against. The man frowned heavily. Our medical records indicate that you were struck by not one but 2 bouts of the torture curse, hours apart. Can you explain this? As I explained to the other 3 Aurors, Harry said with some heat, during my duel with Delacour and Crumb I was struck with a spell that hurt so bad it dropped me to my knees. It's why I hit them with the trauma hex. I was desperate. It was a weak explanation, and Harry knew it. The foreign delegation had departed abruptly the night the tournament concluded, their absence a stark indicator of the diplomatic disaster that had unfolded. If the primary objective of the Triwizard Tournament had been to strengthen international relations, then that goal had not only failed, but had spectacularly backfired. With the headmaster of Durmstrang having been tragically killed, and the French champion having ended up in severe medical care not once, but twice, the likelihood of another Triwizard Tournament gracing the magical world in the foreseeable future, if ever, was practically non-existent. The very idea had become synonymous with tragedy and scandal. Regardless of the official narrative or the underlying truths, neither champion was available to the Auror department for questioning. Victor Crumb, no doubt whisked away by the surviving members of the Durmstrang contingent, was likely already far beyond British borders, grieving his headmaster and processing the traumatic events. Fleur Delacour, still recovering from her injuries, was undoubtedly under the protective watch of her family and the French Ministry of Magic. Even if they had been accessible, Harry highly doubted either champion would have admitted to anything untoward, even if they hadn't been privy to the darker machinations at play. The instinct for self-preservation, coupled with the desire to protect their respective schools' reputations, would have ensured their silence. The official inquiry, Harry suspected, would be a carefully managed affair, designed to contain the damage rather than unearth the full truth. The man just stared at Harry, clearly not believing a word he said. It's all very convenient. Harry wanted to throttle the man as red descended. Convenient. My best friend is dead, and you have the nerve to say it's convenient. If Harry had his wand, he would have shut the man's mouth permanently. Clearly the man realized he was getting nowhere with the teen, however, as he abruptly stood up and departed the room frustrated and having no further knowledge on what occurred. The teen wasn't certain how long he had been questioned. He barely even remembered the presence of the Hogwarts staff or Dumbledore calling for the Aurors. He couldn't comprehend any of their questions for a while, but after a calming draft was given, he began to settle, his grief heavy, but his mind functioning once again. When the door opened again, it was Dumbledore, who looked every bit the 100-year-old man he was. "Come, Harry." Rising from his chair, in the dark room with only a single light illuminating the center, Harry followed the headmaster out of the room, his own head bowed in a mixture of fury and exhaustion. Before he passed the threshold of the door, he spoke softly, but it carried an unspoken threat. "My wand, headmaster." Dumbledore let out an audible sigh, reached into his pocket, and offered it to the teen. Harry didn't even look up at the man, took the wand, slipped it up his sleeve, and began walking down the long corridor. He could feel the unblinking gaze of the old man, a weight on his back that seemed to pierce through his robes and into his very soul. Each step they took echoed in the oppressive silence of the corridor, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the ministry just moments before. As they walked the polished halls of the ministry, the hushed whispers of those they passed became a low hum, a constant reminder of the previous night's events. It was undeniably clear that everyone they encountered was aware of what had transpired, or at the very least, they knew the carefully constructed version of events that Harry had painstakingly recounted. A wave of relief washed over him as he recalled the sheer luck that neither Blaise nor Daphne knew enough of the true story to incriminate him. Their limited knowledge, born of circumstance and careful omissions on Harry's part, was a shield against deeper scrutiny. Yet, despite this small victory, the pervasive stares of the ministry employees were unavoidable. Their eyes, filled with a potent mix of curiosity, suspicion, and thinly veiled judgment, followed his every move, making the long walk feel even more arduous and the silence more suffocating. The death of Alistair Moody had shocked the ministry, but not Harry. When he found out during his questioning, he had hardly reacted at all. Harry knew that Barty had been preparing to tie up loose ends and run for his life. Having known the game was up, he merely needed to remove Harry from his path and go looking for more pieces of Voldemort. Harry doubted there were any, not after Tom had already absorbed so many of his own Horcruxes. The flew back to the headmaster's office was done in tense silence. The arrival brought the cry of Dumbledore's phoenix, and Harry's eyes latched onto the creature that seemed to see through his soul. The teen hoped he would be able to escape the office without the inevitable conversation with Dumbledore, but it was clear the man would not allow it. "Have a seat, Harry." Giving no indication that he heard the man, Harry merely took the seat across from the headmaster's desk and kept his eyes glued to the mahogany top. The silence in the office was thick, broken only by the faint crackle of the magical instruments adorning the shelf. Harry's jaw was set, a stubborn line that mirrored the turmoil churning within him. He refused to meet Dumbledore's gaze, fearing what he might see there, pity or perhaps a knowing understanding that he didn't want to face. The rich, dark wood of the desk seemed to absorb all light, becoming a focal point for his desperate need to avoid conversation. Every grain, every subtle imperfection in the polished surface became a universe to study, anything to keep from acknowledging the man who sat patiently opposite him. The air was charged with unspoken expectations, and Harry could feel the weight of them pressing down, a familiar burden he was growing increasingly weary of carrying. Ms. Greengrass and Mr. Zabini have departed for the term. Their families have pulled them out to give them time to grieve and come to terms with what happened, Dumbledore said softly, pulling Harry's eyes up for the first time. The man had a sad expression on his face, and he continued speaking. Ms. Davis' death marks only the third one in a century to occur on Hogwarts grounds, but but the second one to happen during my tenure at headmaster. I trust you remember the first. Ginny Weasley. Harry remembered the day the girl lost her life like it was yesterday. It had changed his own forever. It was the day Tom had returned to the world of the living and made Harry his apprentice. Feeling discomfort from the question, Harry lowered his eyes and enforced his occlumency to ensure nothing was given away. When Harry didn't answer the question, Dumbledore just sighed. I think this would work best if we agreed not to lie to each other, Harry. What do you want from me, headmaster? Harry asked softly. The truth, Dumbledore said simply. There have been so many lies, Harry, that all I want now is the truth. Harry's mind swirled. He tried to think of something, anything, that would give him reprieve from the man's questioning, because he had the distinct feeling that if he did not come up with something, that Dumbledore might do something drastic. He's back, sir. The Dark Lord is back, Harry whispered, the words barely audible, yet heavy with a dread that settled in the very air around them. He braced himself, praying that Tom would not kill him for the confession. It was an inevitable truth, a dark tide that could no longer be held back. The headmaster would learn, perhaps had already sensed it in the chilling shift of magical events. Snape, with his ever-present scowl and the dark mark emblazoned upon his arm, would know when his own flesh burned with the familiar agony that Voldemort had indeed returned. Lying about it now, attempting to conceal the resurgence of such a formidable wizard, would do no good. The world was already shifting, groaning under the weight of a coming storm. Dumbledore, for all his wisdom and power, could do all he wanted to. He could shout from the rooftops. He could weave intricate spells of protection. But no one, not truly, would believe the man. They would think him mad, a relic of a past war clinging to old fears. The Ministry, ever complacent, would dismiss his warnings as the ravings of a deluded old wizard. Tom would prevail regardless. Harry knew, with a certainty, that Tom would defeat the old headmaster regardless, that the true fight was only just beginning. You saw him last night, didn't you? Fought against him, Dumbledore asked softly. Without saying a word, Harry nodded and realized that it wasn't a lie. He had battled with Voldemort. Dumbledore waited a long time for him to speak, but when he realized he wasn't going to, he asked, How did you escape? He tortured me, Harry said back in the same whisper, goaded me with information about an agent he had at Hogwarts that failed to kill me. When we dueled, I had a chance to get back to the Portkey. He underestimated me, sir. We all did, Harry, Dumbledore said softly, clearly trying to wrap his head around the events. This agent at Hogwarts, did you know it was Alistair? I actually suspected Snape, sir, Harry countered smoothly, trying to keep his tone even, until Moody showed up in the common room. Why go with him? Dumbledore asked. Fighting him in the common room would have led to more lives lost, Harry said simply. The thought crossed my mind for a brief moment, but I wasn't absolutely sure, and I saw the younger students around me and didn't want to involve them. I didn't want my own friends involved, but they saw through me, I think. They did, Dumbledore admitted, saying nothing further on the matter. Why did you not bring these suspicions to me? It was clear that Dumbledore dreaded the answer, by the look on his face, and at first Harry didn't answer. He knew, however, that he needed to get out of this conversation, so let the venom slip into his words as he said, You let my godfather die. I will never trust you with my life after that. The accusation landed with the force of a physical blow to the old man's chest, and Harry knew it. When he finally looked up, Dumbledore appeared visibly struck, the lines etched on his face deepening as if years had suddenly been added to his already ancient countenance. Neither spoke a word for several tense minutes, the silence in the headmaster's office becoming a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed down on them both. The usual gentle hum of magical artifacts seemed to cease, and even Fawkes, perched quietly on his stand, seemed to hold his breath. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the stillness, as he waited for the inevitable outburst, the denial, the dismissal that usually followed such a blunt statement from him. But none came. Dumbledore merely stared at a point beyond Harry's shoulder, his usually twinkling blue eyes clouded with an emotion Harry couldn't quite decipher. A mix of pain, regret, and perhaps a faint flicker of recognition. "Harry," the man said with a near croak of his voice, "what happened to Sirius on these grounds will haunt me forever. I should have done more, I should have." "You're right, you should have," Harry spat. Dumbledore shook his head, saying, "But we need to stand together in the coming days. You are a talented boy, but if the Dark Lord has marked you for death, then you will need my help to avoid him." Harry wanted to laugh at his words. There was only one enemy left to defeat in his mind, and he was sitting right in front of him. If not for the Phoenix, Harry might have taken his chances and cursed the man right then and there. He was the only one in Tom's way now, the only wizard that could possibly stand up to him. "Please, Harry, I just want to help. There are things you don't understand," the headmaster pleaded. "I don't need your help, headmaster. I have been on my own since the day my parents died." Harry abruptly stood from his seat, the wooden chair scraping loudly against the stone floor, a sound that echoed the turmoil in his chest. His emerald eyes, now hard and defiant, fixed on the old wizard across the desk. The unspoken grief of his childhood, a wound that had never truly healed, resonated in every syllable. He moved towards the exit, his movements jerky and determined, as if fleeing not just the office but the suffocating weight of unwanted pity. The heavy oak door seemed to beckon, a symbol of the freedom he so desperately craved. Before he could reach it, he spun back, his voice rising in volume, laced with a raw, desperate challenge. "Don't bother arranging a place for me to stay this summer. I have learned to apparate and will escape any place you try to place me." A flicker of triumph, fleeting but fierce, crossed his features as he spoke of his newfound ability, a weapon against the perceived imprisonment. He was no longer a child to be easily confined. The threat, though thinly veiled, hung in the air between them, a testament to his burgeoning power and his deep-seated mistrust. "Expel me if you wish. I don't care anymore." The words were flung like a gauntlet, a final, desperate attempt to assert control over a life that had always felt dictated by the old man's choices. "Oh." Harry moved through the echoing halls of Hogwarts like a ghost, his presence unnoticed, his mind a tempest of turmoil. Each step on the worn flagstones was deliberate, a silent countdown to his liberation. He avoided eye contact, his gaze fixed on some distant, unseen point, a reflection of his singular focus. His decision was firm, unyielding. He would gather his belongings, and then he would leave this place, maybe forever. The thought of returning to Tom, of rejoining the shadowy world he had come to accept as his true home, was the only beacon in the present gloom. He yearned for the stark, uncompromising clarity of that existence, a stark contrast to the deceptive warmth and pervasive hypocrisy he now perceived in Hogwarts. He could not endure another moment within these walls, not another breath of its stifling air. Every stone, every whisper, every familiar face was a reminder of a past he was desperate to erase. The castle, once a sanctuary, had become a prison, and he was desperate for escape. The sun had risen some hours ago, and Harry was running on empty at this point. He needed to escape and get to a place he knew he could rest safely. The teen was lucky enough to arrive while most of the house was at lunch, and while there were a few stragglers, none dared to approach him, clearly seeing his furious expression. It took only a few flicks of his wand for all his things to be packed. With his broomstick in hand, Harry departed the common room with haste. Arriving in the courtyard where Tracy had met her tragic end the night before, Harry mounted his broom, his gaze fixed on the spot where Barty had stood. A phantom presence haunting the space, a bitter taste filled his mouth. He may have ended the man's life, but the swiftness of it offered no solace, no atonement for the profound misery that gnawed at his soul. There was no one left to pay for the agonizing emptiness that now consumed him. The hot summer air offered no comfort, only a stark reminder of the void Tracy's absence had created. He longed for retribution, a tangible release for the fury and despair that threatened to overwhelm him, but all that remained was the hollow ache of what could never be undone. Kicking off the ground, Harry darted into the sky. Harry had wanted to apparate away, but what he really needed was time. Deciding to take the long way back to Gaunt Manor, he leaned forward into his broom and allowed his thoughts to consume him. Oh. Arriving at Gaunt Manor, Harry sagged, his entire being permeated by an overwhelming exhaustion. It wasn't merely physical weariness, though his limbs felt heavy and his muscles ached. It was a profound magical depletion, a mental and emotional drain that left him feeling utterly hollow. The weight of his recent loss, the agonizing death of Tracy, pressed down on him, a suffocating blanket of grief and guilt. Every thought, every instinct pushed him to find a scapegoat, to pinpoint the individual or circumstance responsible for such a devastating blow. He scoured his memories, replaying events, searching for external forces to blame. Yet with each fruitless search, the accusatory finger inevitably swung back, pointing directly at himself. He had not been strong enough, not vigilant enough, not powerful enough to protect her. The bitter truth was a searing brand on his soul. Tracy was gone, and he felt unequivocally responsible. The opulent, yet desolate, grandeur of Gaunt Manor offered no comfort, only a stark backdrop to his internal torment. Placing his broom gently up against the house, he merely sat down hard on the front porch and placed his hands in his face. He was out of tears. Most of those had been shed the night before. He was grateful for that. He did not wish for Tom to see him that way. Speaking of his mentor, he heard the door open behind him, and the presence he felt told him all he needed to know. The triumphant Dark Lord took a seat beside him, and Harry dropped his hands, looking distantly towards the hillside. In the distance, Harry could see the graveyard where he fought with the monstrous form of Voldemort the night before. That already felt like it had been days ago in the wake of what followed, but it had been mere hours. "I know what happened at Hogwarts," Tom said with surprising softness. Harry was grateful the man knew what happened. He wasn't sure he could form the words. "You did as I asked, Harry. For that you have my gratitude." Placing a hand on his apprentice's shoulder, the man continued, "You corrected a wrong against me and paid the price for it. That will not be forgotten." The teen said nothing for a long moment and considered the words of his mentor. Before his heart sank, "I wasn't strong enough to protect her, Tom." "No," Tom agreed, "you were." Harry's head whipped towards the man, a serious expression etched onto his mentor's face. The words spoken moments ago echoed in his mind, each syllable a blow to his already reeling senses. He could hardly believe what he had heard, a sense of profound shock leaving him utterly speechless, his own thoughts a tangled mess he couldn't untangle. He didn't have to wait long for further explanation, or perhaps further condemnation. "You will have the rest of your life to brood over this defeat." His mentor's voice cut through the stunned silence, a chilling finality in his tone that left Harry feeling as though a cold, iron hand had closed around his heart. As the bone-chilling sensation began to recede, a flicker of indignation ignited within Harry. The man's chilling pronouncements had begun to grate, but a primal instinct, honed by countless perilous encounters, warned him against a rash outburst. Lashing out at Tom, he knew, would be an act of profound folly, a potentially fatal misstep in a game where the stakes were nothing less than his very existence. Before the words could even formulate on his tongue, before the impulse to flee could take root, Tom's voice, a silken thread of insidious persuasion, continued to weave its spell. "But when you lose everything," he murmured, the words hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications, "that's when you are finally free." His eyes widened as he considered the man's profound words. A chill, not entirely unpleasant, snaked down his spine as the weight of Tom's conviction settled upon him. Tom, sensing the nascent shift within Harry, offered him a straight, unwavering look, his gaze penetrating beyond the surface, directly into the turbulent depths of Harry's soul. With a deliberate motion, he placed a heavy, calloused hand on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that was both grounding and subtly assertive. The touch seemed to vibrate with a raw power, a silent transmission of understanding. "What you're feeling right now," Tom began, his voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to fill the very air around them, "this anger." He paused, allowing the words to hang in the air, a palpable force. "This pain." His grip on Harry's shoulder tightened almost imperceptibly, a silent emphasis. "This, Harry," he declared, his voice rising slightly, imbued with an almost hypnotic intensity. "This is who you are. It is the true essence of your being, forged in the fires of your trials." His eyes, dark and knowing, held Harry's, demanding absolute comprehension. "Do not suppress it. Do not attempt to deny it. Embrace it. Use it. Wield it like a weapon. a weapon honed by your experience, sharpened by your rage, and tempered by your sorrow. Let it be the force that propels you forward, that empowers you to conquer, to triumph, to claim what is yours. Tom's hand landed with a gentle, reassuring thud on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that was both a commendation and a silent promise. The weight of it seemed to ground Harry, anchoring him in the present moment, away from the swirling anxieties and triumphs of the past few days. Tom then slowly rose to his feet, a figure of quiet authority. He paused, straightening his robes with a deliberate movement, as if aligning himself not just physically but mentally for the pronouncement he was about to make. His gaze, usually so intense, softened as he looked down at Harry. "These are the moments that define us, my young apprentice," Tom said, his voice a low, resonant murmur. There was a profound wisdom in his tone, a depth of experience that Harry could only begin to fathom. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Tom's lips. "Get your rest, Harry. Allow your mind and your magic to settle. In a few days, we will begin the next stage of your training. Before that, however, we will conduct the ritual that will offer rewards beyond your current imagination." The air around them seemed to hum with unspoken potential, with the promise of knowledge and formidable power. The sense of anticipation, both daunting and exhilarating, hung heavy in the air as the man opened the door to leave him to his thoughts. "You have shown me you are strong enough to crush our enemies. Now I will give you the skills to ensure no witch or wizard can ever take from you again." Harry leaned against the ornate railing of the gaunt manor patio, the burning summer air doing little to dispel the lingering heat of his conversation with Tom. The man's words, sharp and insightful, echoed in his mind, each phrase meticulously dissecting his recent failures and vulnerabilities. He was right, Harry conceded, a weary sigh escaping him. Completely right. The exhaustion, a heavy cloak woven from grief and adrenaline, finally settled over him, demanding its due. He gazed out at the sprawling hills where he had pushed himself day in and day out with Tom over the last 2 summers, and he thought of the one he had lost, a searing ache in his chest that no amount of time would ever dull. A silent promise formed on his lips. The world would pay in blood for what had happened to Tracy Davis. That was a promise. Chapter 63. "We need to talk." It had been 2 agonizing weeks since Daphne Greengrass had abruptly departed from the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The weight of recent events, a suffocating blanket of grief and trauma, had settled heavily upon her young shoulders. Her mother, ever practical and protective, had insisted upon her immediate return home, believing that the privacy of their ancestral manor was the only suitable sanctuary for Daphne to process the anguish that gnawed at her. Daphne was profoundly thankful for her mother's foresight. For the initial 3 days, she had been little more than a fragile vessel for ceaseless tears. The world outside her window, the familiar grounds of Greengrass Manor, blurred through the prism of her sorrow. Sleep offered no true respite, only fleeting moments of unconsciousness, punctuated by vivid, tormenting replays of watching Tracy die. Her mind, even in its state of profound distress, was a battlefield of conflicting loyalties and gnawing guilt. She had endured the relentless questioning of the Aurors, their polite but probing inquiries piercing through her haze of grief. With every answer, every carefully chosen word, Daphne had striven to minimize any incriminating evidence against Harry. Her loyalty to him, despite everything, remained stubbornly intact. Yet an undeniable truth haunted her every waking moment. She knew, deep in her heart, that the young man was not entirely blameless in the tragic fate that had befallen her best friend. The memory of Tracy's final moments, etched indelibly in Daphne's mind, served as a constant, brutal reminder of the complexities and moral ambiguities that had irrevocably altered their lives. The silence of the manor, once a source of comfort, now echoed with the unspoken truths she carried, a heavy burden that threatened to crush her spirit. Now, after 2 weeks of silence, she held the letter in her hands. 4 little words that she had waited on with combinations of anxiety and dread. She knew Harry would want to talk. The prophet had clearly reported that he was not to be charged, and that the escaped convict of Azkaban, Barty Crouch Jr., was solely responsible for the tragedy that had occurred. Of course, there was more blame to go around than that. Harry was to blame for allowing himself to be lured into such an obvious trap, one that he himself seemed to know was waiting to be sprung. She had so many questions about that fact. How did he know? He seemed so certain. Tracy, a figure consumed by her overinflated self-ambitions, ultimately met a tragic end due to her unwavering desire to be associated with the king's snake. Her devotion knew no bounds. She meticulously followed his every move, even, as Daphne strongly suspected, engaging in more rituals. Tracy's singular goal was to appease him, and she was willing to sacrifice anything for his approval. This unwavering loyalty extended to placing herself directly in harm's way, readily stepping into the line of fire to shield him, a decision that proved to be her ultimate undoing. Her pursuit of power and connection led her down a perilous path, culminating in a devastating price. Daphne couldn't say she herself was blameless in the unfolding tragedy. It was her initial suggestion, after all, that had set them on this path. Her idea had been simple enough: befriend Harry, a seemingly unassuming but powerful boy with enough political acumen to later change their lives, and subtly guide him towards a more prominent social standing. The ripple effect, she had theorized, would elevate their own positions within the intricate hierarchy of their house. And in many ways, it had paid off beyond her wildest imaginings. Her bedside table was now practically overflowing with condolence cards, not just from her immediate circle of friends, but even from those she had barely acknowledged in the past. Flowers, rich chocolates, small, thoughtful gifts, and heartfelt notes were all delivered to her room with a steady regularity. A part of her, a cynical and painfully honest part, knew deep down that this outpouring of sympathy was not primarily due to the devastating fact that her best friend had been cruelly taken from them. No, it was undeniably a direct consequence of her close, visible association with Harry. The connections she had forged, the influence she had gained through him, now manifested in this unexpected, bittersweet deluge of condolences, making her both grateful and acutely aware of the superficiality of some of the gestures. Now Daphne sat in a quiet, secluded corner booth of the leaky cauldron, a nervous flutter in her stomach as she awaited the arrival of her friend. The worn, comfortable cushions offered little solace to her growing apprehension. She had attempted to reach out to Blaise Zabini, hoping to ascertain if he too had been invited to this gathering, but her letter had remained unanswered, adding another layer to the mystery. Harry's message had been unsettlingly brief, a cryptic summons that had offered only a day's notice. "We need to talk," it had simply stated, followed by leaky cauldron, noon, Wednesday. The brevity of his communication, coupled with the urgent tone, had left Daphne's mind racing with a myriad of possibilities, none of them particularly reassuring. She had arrived 15 minutes early, and her eyes flitted around the room wondering when her companion would arrive. She wondered if he would arrive in disguise, and if he had already escaped where Dumbledore had intended to put him for the summer. Daphne eyed each person that glanced her way with suspicion, as if wondering who he might be posing as. Daphne's parents almost hadn't let her leave the manor without one of them to accompany her. It had been an odd showing of protectiveness. Usually her parents were keen to allow her to do what she wanted, but ever since she had returned things had been tense. At first, she thought it was because Tracy, a family friend, had been killed so close to her vicinity, and that it could have been her, but as the days passed she started to suspect something else was amiss. Her father looked nervous, a faint tremor in his hand as he adjusted his robes for the 10th time in a single morning. Her mother, ever the picture of composure, did her best to hide her unease, but little mannerisms gave her away. A subtle clenching of her jaw, a fleeting glance at the ornate grandfather clock in the hall every few minutes, as if counting down to some unseen event. She even tossed the morning's owl deliveries, a thick stack of letters and magazines, without even bothering to open it, an unheard-of act for her meticulously organized mother. These small, out-of-place actions were starting to prickle Daphne's suspicions, even through the heavy haze of grief that had enveloped her for weeks. She knew, intellectually, that this grief was clouding her better judgment, dulling her instincts. Yet, the subtle shifts in her parents' behavior were too pronounced to ignore entirely. If these obvious signs were visible even through her clouded state, she wondered what else might be missing, what other vital clues were slipping past her dulled senses. The air in the house felt thick with unspoken anxieties, a tension that hummed beneath the surface of their strained attempts at normalcy. Something big was going on. 5 minutes before noon, Daphne's unwavering gaze found the wizard she had been waiting for as Harry Potter stepped into the room. Even from a distance, the signs of his recent trials were evident. Dark circles smudged beneath his emerald eyes spoke of sleepless nights and arduous efforts. Yet beneath the weariness, a lean strength was undeniable in the set of his shoulders and the controlled cadence of his steps. He moved with an almost unsettling grace, a phantom of the awkward boy he once was, now honed by experience. The moment he entered, a palpable hush fell over the normally boisterous pub, quickly replaced by a fervent wave of whispers. Heads turned, conversations died, and every eye in the room fixed upon him. In another life, in simpler times, countless witches and wizards would have surged forward, eager to shake the hand of the boy who lived, to offer their gratitude, their admiration. But the Triwizard Tournament had irrevocably shattered that innocent admiration. Now the public's perception of Harry Potter was fractured, cleaved down the middle like a broken mirror. For one half, he was a star, the youngest Triwizard champion ever, a hero who had once faced unimaginable darkness and survived, a beacon of hope against the creeping shadows. For the other half, he was a villain, tainted by the whispers of dark magic they had seen him perform in the tournament, a harbinger of ill omens, and a lightning rod for fear and suspicion. This division hummed in the air, a silent judgment that followed his every step, even within the supposed sanctuary of the wizarding world. Each whisper was a judgment, each glance a question, and Harry, walking into the heart of it, carried the weight of both praise and condemnation with an almost unnerving composure. The young man strided to her table and didn't take a seat, but instead looked around the table before asking in a surprisingly soft voice, "Have you eaten?" Daphne shook her head immediately and stood to greet him. A brief desire to embrace the boy who obviously shared in her grief nearly overtook her. She wanted to take his hand and tell him that it wasn't his fault, but before she could say anything, he jerked his head towards the door he had just come from saying, "Follow me." Saying nothing further, Daphne followed the young man out the door with the whispers at her back. The moment they stepped outside, Harry grabbed her by the hand, giving her a soft warning. "Take a breath, I am going to apparate us." It was the only warning she got. One moment, she was standing on solid ground, the next, an invisible force compressed her, forcing her into a space so impossibly small it felt like her very atoms were being rearranged. A dizzying kaleidoscope of colors and blurry shapes swirled around her, a tunnel of light and shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly. The sensation was akin to being shot through a cannon, a jarring, disorienting journey that left her breathless and clutching at the phantom feeling of being squeezed. Then, with an abrupt jolt that rattled her teeth, the journey ended. The squeezing feeling vanished, replaced by a sudden stillness and the comforting scent of wood smoke and baking bread. Her eyes struggled to adjust, taking in the scene before her. She was no longer in the street of Muggle London, but in a large kitchen, a tableau straight out of a history book. Heavy, dark wood beams crisscrossed the ceiling, and a massive hearth dominated one wall, a crackling fire casting dancing shadows. Iron pots and pans of varying sizes hung from hooks, glinting dully in the firelight. A long, sturdy wooden table occupied the center of the room, its surface worn smooth with countless years of use. The designer of the home should have opted for more natural light, because there wasn't a single window in the room, which made it feel like she was back in the dungeons of Hogwarts. The air was thick with the aroma of spices and simmering stew, a comforting yet utterly alien scent. Every detail, from the rough-hewn cabinets to the hand-pumped water faucet, screamed of a bygone era, a time she had only ever read about in data chips. This wasn't just old. It was 1800s old, a jarring leap through centuries that left her feeling both disoriented and strangely fascinated. Harry moved towards the oven top, where he touched a large pot with his wand and levitated it over to the long table that could have easily sat 20. With another flick of his wand, a set of bowls and silverware landed on the table, and during all this time, Daphne could only stare in surprise. When Harry turned his attention back to her, he gestured with his hand to take the seat across from the one he was pulling out, and she did so without a word. With a gesture of his hand, the pot's lid levitated to the side, and its contents revealed something that made Daphne's stomach turn with hunger: shepherd's pie. Despite her hunger, she just looked at her friend and asked, "We are at the Black ancestral home, aren't we? Grimmauld Place." "We are," Harry confirmed. "I'm sorry for the cloak and dagger approach, but I didn't fancy getting stared at through our meal, and I really figured we needed some privacy for the conversations we need to have." The thought made Daphne's stomach turn. These wards were impenetrable, and now she was completely at his mercy. Perhaps that should have made her more nervous, but the other side to that coin was that their safety was absolute in these walls. Only the young man across from her could possibly harm her while under the protection of Black's infamous wards. Before she could say anything, Harry continued, "I made us some lunch this morning before I came. I figured this would give us all the privacy we needed, so please dig in." Despite the evenness in his voice, a fleeting shadow seemed to linger in his eyes, and his forced casualness were the tells that clued her in. She had observed him more than anyone over the last year, perhaps even more than Tracy. Her keen observations had allowed her to pick up on the subtleties of his nerves, the almost imperceptible shifts in his demeanor that betrayed his true state of mind. It was a skill honed through countless hours of little to no companionship. She knew when his forced calm was merely a facade, and that's exactly what she was seeing. Deciding to try and ease the tension in the room, she spoke calmly as she reached out tentatively for a serving spoon to fill her own plate. "Thank you, Harry. I didn't know you could cook. Most pureblood men see it as a job for women or house elves." "I'm not a pureblood," Harry reminded her easily, taking the offered serving spoon from her as she completed filling her bowl with a modest amount. "My relatives taught me a lot of useless skills, but cooking was one of the ones that it turns out magic doesn't make better. In a way, I am grateful for the skills. I just wish I had been able to enjoy the fruits of my own labor." Daphne paused at this, as she prepared to take the first bite. "Your Muggle relatives made you make their meals, and then didn't let you eat it." "Most of the time," Harry mumbled. Shaking her head, Daphne wanted to press the topic, but the way that Harry had finally refused to meet her eyes told her his preference on the matter. Instead, she took a dainty bite of the meal prepared for her, bracing herself for it to be mediocre, or at worst, terrible, but to her immense surprise, it was delicious. It was at least as good as what her family's house elves were capable of, but likely better. The two ate in companionable silence, and when she finished, the tension just seemed to rise. It was clear neither quite knew what to say, but when they finished their meals, Harry waved his wand one time, and all the dishes went towards the sink, and with a snap of his fingers, the silence of the room was filled with the washing of the dishes. Harry offered her tea, and she merely nodded, stating that she liked it with 2 sugars. Daphne racked her brain on what to say. It wasn't often that Harry had spoken to her one-on-one, and never had they done so in the privacy of a home. She was almost at a loss as to what to do or say, but when Harry took the seat across from her, he seemed to decide on a direction. "How are you? You know, since that night." His attention was solely on her now. No longer were his eyes wandering the room nervously. It seemed he was prepared to tackle the awkwardness before them, and she swallowed heavily as she prepared to try and match his maturity on the matter. "Everyone keeps asking me, and to them, I always just say I am fine. But you understand, don't you? You were there. It happened right in front of you." Harry seemed to swallow hard at her words, a visible bob of his Adam's apple betraying the turmoil within him. His emerald green eyes, usually so vibrant, were now clouded with a pain that mirrored her own, and they remained locked on her blue ones. "I see it every night in my dreams," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, raw with a vulnerability she hadn't often witnessed. "In some, a fleeting, desperate hope, I manage to kill him before he manages to take her from us. I fight, and for a precious few moments there's a flicker of triumph, but in most, I always fail." A heavy sigh escaped him, laden with the crushing weight of that recurring nightmare. "I watch it unfold, powerless. His curse strikes her, the light fades from her eyes, it's a torment that repeats itself the moment I close my eyes. It was my fault that it happened. I should never have suggested using the map to follow me." Daphne wanted to sob knowing she wasn't the only one experiencing it. Instead, she offered her hand to him on the table. He looked at it for a long moment before taking it in himself, and she said softly, "You aren't solely to blame. We all played a part in what led us to that fight. I did, Blaze did, and Tracy did. It wasn't your curse that snuffed out her life, and you made her really happy in those few months you were giving her your attention." "I won't fail again," Harry said thickly. "I won't let the same fate fall upon you and Blaze. You're the only two real friends I have, and I will not let this happen again." Swallowing hard at the intensity of his words, Daphne somehow found it in herself to believe him, and he continued on, "I am going to become stronger. Strong enough to make sure no one else can ever take from me again, but Daphne, I need your help." She was surprised by this and nearly pulled back her hand when his grip tightened on her wrist. It wasn't a painful grip, but it was almost as if he was trying to reassure her and reel her in at the same time. The way he looked at her spoke of a fierce protectiveness she had never seen in him before. It scared her as much as it sent a pleasant thrill down her spine. "What do you need from me, Harry?" The question was asked softer than any other. Had they not been so close? And had the room not been so silent, he may not have heard her. But when he finally released her hand, leaned back, and thought on his next words carefully, she knew that he had. A part of her was worried of what he would ask, but perhaps a deal could be struck. They were after all in an ancestral home that had to have a lot of information on blood curses. Perhaps they could work out something mutually beneficial. "I am working on a ritual," Harry admitted. "Something big that is really going to change my magic. Tracy was going to help me, but now she is gone. I need." A tint of red creeped into his cheeks, and her mind jumped to several conclusions that she didn't like. She didn't often see Harry blush or get embarrassed by a question, but clearly whatever he needed made him pause. She wasn't left waiting, however, as he seemed to steal his resolve and say, "I need some of your blood, and I need to know that you are still a virgin." Her jaw fell open slightly at the question. The request in itself wasn't something she was unwilling to do, but it wasn't a question she ever expected to be asked by Harry Potter. She could feel the heat in her own cheeks now as she managed to form a coherent thought. "The blood of a virgin? That's something you need." Nodding his head, Harry actually dodged her eyes for a moment as he said, "The ritual would work best if it was someone close to me. You and Tracy were the only two who I would dare to ask. Even if some of the others were virgins, I wouldn't trust them enough to tell them what I needed a sample of their blood for." "What else did you need?" Daphne asked cautiously, but it was mostly curiosity. Harry went on to explain the components of the ritual, but didn't go into details of how he intended to acquire the others. He mumbled the part about an innocent, and Daphne swallowed at the thought. She knew at the very least that he wouldn't need to kill any of his victims or for the blood samples. That was something that eased her conscience in willing to help the teen, but the reality was it wouldn't have mattered. She needed him, and she was in way too deep with the young man across from her to deny him of her assistance with something as simple as a vial of blood. When he was done with his explanation, she merely nodded, tied her hair back into a ponytail, as she prepared to allow him to cut her arm and take what he needed. But before she offered it, she knew she needed to negotiate, or at least make a request. "If I help you with this, will you help me with the blood curses? I know we haven't spoken of it since Christmas, but we are sitting in a house that could very well have the answer to my sister's cure. None were as knowledgeable as the Blacks when it came to curses. My blood doesn't come with a cost, but I need your help, as much as you need mine, Harry." The word "please" didn't escape her lips, but she had the feeling it was conveyed in her expression. She wished more than anything she could read the young man's mind in front of her, but he was blank as he seemed to consider the request. He didn't consider it long. "The Black family library is at your disposal. We will need to go through it together, but once we check it for any curses or jinxes, you can borrow as much as you want. If a cure is here, then I want you to find it. I would be forever in your debt. My entire family would be, if we could find the answer." Daphne said, her voice thick with hope. "You have no idea how much she means to me." Harry seemed to search for the words, but he knew she was right. He didn't have a concept of how much a family might care for a daughter, or a sibling might care for a sister, so instead he nodded. "We are allies. We help each other. That's why we do it right." She nodded, offering him a smile and then chuckling for the first time. "You're right. Thank you, Harry." Harry nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his features. When Daphne offered her arm, he accepted the blood quickly, his movements precise and efficient, minimizing her discomfort. Despite the swiftness, she still winced as the tip of his wand, sharp and cold, sliced through her skin. A small bead of crimson welled up, quickly absorbed into the waiting vial he held. As soon as the small glass container was sufficiently filled, a faint glow emanated from his wand. He sealed the wound with a whisper, the magic working its intricate spell, knitting the severed flesh back together seamlessly. In a matter of moments, the skin was pristine, as if no cut had ever marred its surface. Not a single blemish, not even a faint scar, could be discerned on her clean, porcelain-like skin, a testament to the power behind his healing charms. When he was finished, Harry stood to his feet looking triumphant. Daphne wondered if it was the last of the components he needed, but said nothing as she too stood. With a motion of his hand, he gestured for her to follow him, and he talked briefly of the house. Apparently the upper floors were still a mess, but the bottom he had pieced back together nicely through a lot of work. She was surprised to see him living in a place like this. There were no signs of habitation, but she didn't comment on this as he pointed to a few relics of the Black family that held historical or magical significance. When the two reached a large open room, her mouth dropped open in awe at the sight of the Black family library. It was far more expansive than she ever would have imagined, a vast chamber that seemed to stretch far beyond the possible span of a single room, filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves of books. Each shelf was meticulously organized, holding tomes alongside more recent publications, their spines a kaleidoscope of colors and textures. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering in from a high, arched window, illuminating the intricate carvings on the dark wood paneling. Her chest swelled with a profound sense of hope, a feeling that perhaps within these countless pages, she might find the answers to her sister's curse. It was a place where history breathed, where secrets lay waiting to be uncovered, and where the promise of untold knowledge beckoned her forward. Watching Daphne search through the titles of the books, Harry felt a weight of anticipation sit upon him. He had wanted to reward Daphne by giving her a glimpse of the Black family library, but another part of him wanted to run back Tom with the final ingredient and conduct his ritual. He had been painstakingly gathering ingredients for the last 2 weeks and slaving away in magical training with his mentor, while also dodging his Death Eaters at night, spending time at Grimmauld. It had been a good mix of his time, and he was grateful that he didn't have to be around the men in bone-white masks and cloaks. "Even if the specific cure isn't in here," Harry began, "perhaps we can find a way to break it. I have books in another place, books from another family that I can't discuss, but I will begin looking through those as well. Many of them were written and enchanted by Parseltongues, so I am afraid, even if I did let you borrow them, they would just look like blurs of writing." Instead of looking back at him, Daphne just continued walking along the shelf, grabbing a book here and there, and placing most of them back, but kept 2 in her grasps for the time being as she spoke. "All this incredible magic. It isn't a wonder how you became as advanced as you are." The books in this room had nothing to do with abilities Harry thought in slight amusement. A thought occurred to him as he watched the girl walk the room, and he knew it was time to start leaving hints about his mentor. The truth would be known to all one day, and he didn't want his closest allies to be left in the dark forever. "I admit, I may have stretched the truth about how much time I spent here last summer," Harry said with ease, making Daphne's head whip towards him, her blue eyes widening. Harry stepped towards the girl with a small smile on his face and shook his head. "I spend most of my time with my mentor, even now. We train during the days and he conducts business at night now. Only recently have I spent more than a few passing hours here." Clearly the girl was racking her brain trying to understand exactly what he was saying. Instead, she focused back on the books in front of her, calling over shoulder, "You are closer to this mystery tutor than we all thought then. From the cryptic hints you keep dropping, we all assumed this was a passing acquaintance that you dueled with." "No," Harry admitted. "It is far more than that. He is not just my mentor, I am his apprentice." "Oh." Daphne's hand froze in mid-motion, not in fear, but in surprise. This time she turned back to him with the 2 books in hand and sat them on a nearby desk, saying, "There aren't many masters in the dark arts out there." This part was said more quietly, and Harry stepped closer to her. "You're right, even less that are as talented as this one is." Daphne felt a shiver go down her spine at his words, and she stared into his eyes. He must be something to behold. "He is the most powerful wizard I have ever met, even more than Dumbledore," Harry said as if it were a fact. It was a truly terrifying thought, Daphne mused, goosebumps erupting across her skin. If what Harry was saying even held even a kernel of truth, that a shadowy wizard, a figure of immense and titanic power rivaling even Albus Dumbledore himself, had somehow managed to ensnare her friend, raising the young man right under the headmaster's ever-watchful nose, then this hidden orchestrator must truly be something beyond comprehension. Not merely a powerful dark wizard, but a manipulator of the highest order. A chess master playing an elaborate, deadly game where the pieces were human lives, and the stakes were the very soul of the wizarding world. The implications were staggering. For decades, Dumbledore had been considered the preeminent magical authority, the unwavering beacon of light against any encroaching darkness. The idea that someone could not only match his power but actively subvert his influence, and do so with who many considered before this year, the heir of the light, was almost unfathomable. It spoke of a mind both brilliant and insidious, a force capable of navigating the labyrinthine complexities of Hogwarts and the Ministry without detection. How had they managed it? What subtle threads had they woven into Harry's life? What promises whispered? What vulnerabilities exploited? The thought sent a shiver of dread through her. This wasn't just about Harry, it was about the very foundation of their world. If such a wizard existed, operating in the deepest shadows, then who else had they influenced? What other deceptions had they orchestrated? The very air in the library now seemed to still with an unspoken tension, heavy with the weight of this dark possibility. Daphne found herself staring at the green eyes of the young man she had admired over the last 2 years, and wondered for the first time if not even she had realized the implications of the alliance the two had formed. "Who is he?" Daphne whispered. Harry said nothing as stepped over to her, so close now that she could place a hand on him by merely lifting her arm. She could almost feel his breath when he said, "That's the million-galleon question. One that people would kill to have the answer for, but it's not time for that secret yet, Daph." He had never called her by such a nickname, and the way her heart involuntarily skipped a beat made her think she liked it more than she would have wanted to admit. The thought that this young man was so intrinsically linked to something that might change the fate of the wizarding world made her look at him in a whole new light. "Maybe you can introduce us one day," Daphne asked, but the thought terrified her more than excited her. Perhaps it would one day keep her family safe, though, or at least out of the crosshairs. Was this man's stirring causing her parents to look so unsettled? Harry had told them the night he won the Triwizard Tournament that everything wasn't as it seemed. This may have been the first clue to what was truly happening behind the scenes. "One day," Harry promised, "and maybe not as far away as you might think. I can't tell you much because of how dangerous the information, but keep your ear to the ground. There may be truth behind even the most fanciful tales." "Oh. You have done well, Harry," Tom praised as he looked over the 7 vials of blood. "It wasn't as straightforward as I'd have liked it to be," Harry admitted as he carved the runes from Tom's notes meticulously. "The most significant rituals rarely are," Tom mused in amusement. Harry had lingered with Daphne for a few more hours that afternoon at Grimmauld Place, their quiet conversation punctuated by the gentle rustle of old books and the distant murmur of Muggle London. The afternoon light had softened, painting the drawing room in hues of gold and rose, before eventually giving way to the encroaching darkness. Now, nightfall had truly descended, casting long shadows across the ancient walls of Gaunt Manor, where Harry found himself. This was one of the few nights Harry had spent at the manor recently, a stark contrast to the constant flurry of activity that had become its new norm. The once somber and secluded residence, steeped in dark magic and forgotten histories, now buzzed with an unsettling energy. Death Eaters, clad in their dark robes, moved in and out of the manor like restless spirits, their hushed voices and chilling laughter echoing through its cavernous halls. Some, in a display of curious deference or perhaps mere morbid fascination, had even paused their grim duties to watch Harry's training. They stood as silent spectators, their masked faces revealing no emotion, their eyes, if visible, holding an unreadable intensity as they observed the young wizard hone his formidable skills under the Dark Lord's tutelage. The air in the manor was thick with a palpable tension, a volatile mix of ambition, fear, and a dark devotion that settled heavily upon Harry's shoulders, a constant reminder of the dangerous path he now walked. On the second night following Harry's return, a palpable tension filled the air at Tom's clandestine gathering. The Dark Lord had stood before his assembled followers, his gaze sweeping over them, a silent warning in his eyes. The core of his address was singular and stark, the absolute protection of his apprentice's identity. He spoke with a chilling sense of calm, assuring each and every one of them that he would delve into the deepest recesses of their minds, tearing the knowledge from them should the world ever catch wind of the truth. His words, though devoid of overt theatrics, carried the weight of an unshakable promise, a terrifying testament to his resolve. Yet, even as Tom issued his stern decree, a shared understanding permeated the room between master and apprentice. Despite the threats, the warnings, and the undeniable power wielded by the Dark Lord, both recognized the inherent fragility of such a profound secret. It was a truth they knew instinctively couldn't be contained forever. The world, with its countless eyes and ears, its relentless curiosity, would inevitably close in. The question was not if the secret would be discovered, but when, and what devastating repercussions that revelation would unleash upon them all. Despite the simmering tensions and the unspoken undercurrents, nothing else overtly changed at Gaunt Manor. Harry noted the lack of any overt attempts to engage him in conversation, a silence he strongly suspected was orchestrated by Tom. He had, however, caught glimpses of several detailed maps spread out on a heavy oak table in Tom's study, their intricate lines and symbols clearly indicating the man's next monumental objective, the liberation of Azkaban. Flicker of dread, cold and sharp, pierced through Harry at the thought of unleashing his master's most fanatical followers. He had heard the whispers, the chilling tales of their devotion, their unshakable loyalty. Yet almost immediately, that apprehension was overshadowed by a thrill, a surge of raw fascination at the sheer magnitude of such a magical undertaking. No one had ever successfully breached the formidable wards of Azkaban, nor endured the soul-draining presence of its monstrous guardians, the Dementors. A part of Harry, the part that relished in challenges and the thrill of defying the impossible, yearned to be part of such a momentous event. He found himself silently wondering if Tom would allow him to join the raid, to witness firsthand the raw power required to tear down such an impregnable fortress. He craved the opportunity to punish the Dementors, to see their cold, ethereal forms shrivel under the force of Tom's will, and to meticulously examine the complex and ancient wards that protected such a powerful and feared magical prison. The thought of dissecting those wards, of understanding their intricate design and vulnerabilities, sent a shiver of anticipation down his spine. It was a challenge worthy of his growing power, a chance to delve into the very fabric of dark magic and emerge, perhaps, even stronger through knowledge and experience. When Harry finished carving the runes, Tom hovered over his shoulder, inspecting the work of his apprentice, and then nodded in satisfaction. Harry's eyes drifted over each of the ingredients and thought of what he had done to take each of them. The blood of the enemy had once come from Fleur de Lacquer, but now the vial he held came from another, Barty Crouch Jr. It was a testament to his master's reach that he was able to acquire the blood on his apprentice's behalf from the Ministry of Magic itself. Harry was grateful, however, because he doubted there were few that could ever measure up to the threat the man had caused him, and the hatred Harry felt towards the man. The blood of the beast, of course, came from the werewolf that Tracy and Harry had slain together, something he held all the more dear after the loss of his friend. Then there was the blood of the virgin which he acquired from Daphne that afternoon, along with the blood of an innocent that he had acquired from a first-year Hufflepuff on one of his final nights at Hogwarts. The blood of the dead was also pulled from a vial that Tom had held onto him from Peter Pettigrew, leaving only the blood of a mentor and champion to come from Tom and Harry, respectively. As Harry meticulously traced each intricate rune with blood, a prickle of anticipation danced along his skin, a potent mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. The air in the basement seemed to thicken, charged with magical energy, as the specific, metallic scent of the blood belonging to each symbol filled his nostrils. This wasn't merely another magical endeavor. This was the precipice of a monumental shift. This was the turning point he had envisioned, the pivotal instant he had tirelessly toiled towards in the hushed solitude of countless nights. For too long, Harry had felt the invisible shackles of expectation, the subtle limitations imposed by the very nature of his magical education. He craved more, sought a transcendence that few even dared to dream of. This ritual, of his own master's making, was his key. It was the moment that had long been dreamed of, a vision that had crystallized with every whispered incantation and every painstaking translation of faded scrolls. With each line of blood, carefully and precisely applied, he felt a subtle hum resonate deep within his bones, a quiet awakening of dormant power. This wasn't about outsmarting opponents or merely mastering complex spells. This was about forging a path entirely his own. This was a moment that would not only differentiate him, but allow Harry to irrevocably widen the gap between himself and even the most gifted and celebrated of witches and wizards, leaving them trailing in the wake of a power they could barely comprehend. Just like Tom. When he finished his tracing, he stepped away, drew his wand, and waited for Tom to give him the go-ahead. "This will not be a single burst of flames, Harry," Tom advised cryptically. "This time you will hold the flames upon the basin until it is no more. Allow the power of these runes fill your very being. Do not release the spell until there is nothing left." Harry nodded, and his hand trembled with anticipation as his eyes stared a hole through the basin. With a deep breath, he centered himself, and then jabbed his wand. Incendio.